Chapter 1 The Wedding Sedan. The sky was shrouded into clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. On such a tempestuous night, vegetative Pasha Cliffiness City, a woman clad in black gazed mockingly at the portly middle-aged man standing among the crowd before her. Uncle, you have truly gone at a great lengths to secure the position of clan leader, even enlisting outside a stone busham. Is this the extent of your capabilities, to think you aspire to possess the clan's treasured heirlooms a delusion? Wretched girl, do you think Marie Kyle like you could ever become the leader for ancient clan? The old man must have Elisai's wits to Cusia. Just hand over the treasure, and you can still be my dearness will not harm you. Har, uncle, are you so foolish as to believe that this hairy allow intellect, you, how wishes I had never been born, would suddenly show mercy? Asked him a deleged man Shem was laid bare. Avernomer's expression crept across his face. No longer wasting words, he waved his hand, seize her, no matter the cost. The woman, witnessing the minstrel colours, replied with a smile, if you wish to capture him, perhaps in your next life. With that, she turned without hesitation and leaped off the cliff. When Jiu Ling Yu pennered here again, she was greeted by the lively sound so fasionande cacophony of voices. Confused, she blinked, taking in a scene-drenched inward. Hunched to stampede from a cliff, why waste the music forwarding, and wait with this red veil? At that moment, Charlize Shekel did not move, her body frozen except for haze, which darted about. Could it be ghostly wedding, had she become a ghost bride? As he pondered at this, a woman's voice echoed in her mind. You're awake? Jiu Ling Yu stared blankly for a moment before coldly applying, were you? Her tone was frigid, yet fierce emanating from within showed no sign of fear. There is no need to shout at this moment, you cannot control my body, the people outside can ethereal, but wait for you think, I will know. Curious, Jiu Ling Yi attempted to thram, only to find it totally unresponsive. Never seen her head seem to respond to a struggle, saying no matter how artery it's futile. Until I completely relinquish control of this body to you cannot command it. Jiu Ling Yi felt her flicker off understanding. Anger simmered within her. She despised this feeling of helplessness, especially when somebody called her hair in her most thoughts. Thus, she seized her futile struggles and falsilent, observing the unfolding situation. At that moment, the verse continued, my name is Jiu Ling Yuer. How fitting, sharing the name with myself. Perhaps the ties we are able one habit my body. Now, let's get to the point. Jiu Ling Yi adjusted her mindset, hurt out school and attached. The verse sighed, perhaps you have already guessed, yes, I'm dead, having Paris had not long ago, but I am unwilling to accept this fate. Though I am particularly learned, I have never had any own, how Dave thought that before my wedding, I would be poisoned by that value woman, who bred me maid, tau wash spoke at of gritty teeth. So how can you transfer control of your body tome? Jiu Ling Yu interjected. Now she comprehended the situation after jumping from the cliff, she had eat, and somehow, her soul had entered the body of this woman who shared her name. I won't lie to suffer a fat wasted in death, the original honest voice dripped with hatred and resentment. Very well, I agree. Jiu Ling Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Ending a life was a trivial matter for her. However, it must have the dominant control of his body. Agreed. In addition to ensuring Lia's demise, you must take carry off Mimithrind brother, the original voice trembled with emotion. It was her own foolishness that led her to eat Liar sweet words, believing her mother did not love her, resulting in this tragic fate. Is there any angels? Jiu Ling Yu inquired. No, but you must swear. Even if said it not completely, the original soul would not last much longer. She could feel her essences slowly dissipating. Yet, she was genuinely worried about their Mithrind brother. In hindsight, they were Ethan and Linus who truly cared for her, but alas, she had no fortune to enjoy the love. Jiu Ling Yu, swear to ensure your mother lives a peaceful life and to protect your brother, allowing me not to mistreat them. Should I fail, let me suffer fat worse than death. As Yuta read these words, a warm sensation surged from her forehead. This warmth enveloped her, bringing grace and seofis. She moved her body and found she could control it now. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories urged into her mind, causing her head to throb. At that moment, a voice from outside their seat in Corler Dút, Gatur tough Thesidon. The bearer shad final eye holtiti carriage. The curtain was lifted, and an elderly woman's voice rang out, Princess, I just methodism back for the ceremony. Behind her, a maid appeared, her face betraying a hinterfangshitches hepton Thesidon. Giu lingiu furrow wed her brow, remaining still ash sorted through teamy mori swirling in her mind. Her soul had indeed traversed time and space, land in a fictional historical era Tianchi kingdom. The original owner was the legitimate head daughter of Giu Shoror, the Prime Minister of Tianchi. Not long after marrying her father, the original owner's mother became pregnant, beauty miscarriage left her health compromised, requiring to meta recuperati before shekeld conceive again, it was voice before bore her. After that, her mother never became pregnant again. The old matriarch used the excuse of her daughter-in-law's inability to produce season to marry Liu, the niece of Fersen, as a concubine. The original owner had heard the sirte less fromethus when Liu entered his household, sport along a boy and day girl. The boy was 4 years older than the original owner, while Thegel was the same age. That the original owner was born in the first month and Thegel in the third. Ira after Lu joined the family, Shaborji Yushuosen, taught the old matriarch's immense joy, prompting Ji Yushuo to elevate Liu to the status of a primary wife. As a result, the original owner's mother fell into deep melancholy, and to make matters worse, when the original owner was neen, her mother disappeared for a night, nearly losing her life, while the original owner's mother was discovered to be pregnant. Using the pretext of ensuring the original owner's mother had heiressed full pregnancy, the old matriarch not in the foreseed her to relinquish control of the household to Lubutal so allowed Liu to discipline the original owner. Ultimately, the original owner became a simpleton, while Liu's daughter excelled in thirds, renowned as a talent head young woman in the capital. Ji Yulingiu's murky beneath her veil thighs was clearly a cage of lateri leading to ruin. The original owner truly weighs a full, unable to zithrup sakana pishem. Eriuther, Ji Yulingiu hort, Beatrice Eved Nori. It seemed the original owner had departed. At that moment, the matchmakinotus Ji Yulingiu stillness and softly added, Princess, the Jingwang Uniblatok Umbutogreet hybrid, alamatosis due in disembarking. Jingwang. Wasn't Shetamari Xingwang, how cold it be Jingwang? It was common knowledge that the original owner had a crush on seventh prince, Xingwang. Thus, old how the original owner was a furl, shard a respectable maternal family, and her father was prime minister. Even though Xingwang despised her, the empress had persuaded the emperor Togran Thirthetitli of concubine alongside Lia's daughter. The emperor had bestowed Lia's daughter, Jiu Yuyen, to Jingwang Longshang. Realizing this, Jiu Ligu understood Liu had poisoned the original owner. Longshang was the emperor's long-lost fourth prince, who, upon being recognized, had remained stationed at the border, seldom returning to the capital. Only 6 months ago he had been scrit Lihar Medendud fallen into a coma, prompting his return to the capital. The old emperor likely wished to bring good fortune to Jingwang, while Lyra would never allow her daughter to be wed to our living corpse. Thus, she had plotted to poison the original owner to facilitate your marriage swap. Beauty Sinech had underestimated the potency of the poison, resulting in the original owner's death in Thuiding Sedan. With this tort, Jiu Lingiu's my lead thighs was precisely to a liking. She had no desire for him, but she did covet hatitly of princess. With Sucastatus many matters would become much easier to navigate. Contemplating this, Schned ignorance of the matchmaker's men Schnoff Jingwang raised an arm and prepared to allow the matchmaker to assist her down from the Sedan. At that moment, she noticed he taught her bracelet and herist Borean on Canarsemblance stoth the treasured heirloom of her ancient clan. Chapter 2 The Wedding Ceremony. However, the present moment did not allow her to ponder extensively. The matchmaker had already taken hold of her arm. Jiu Lingiu rose with her assistancy and was guided out of the Sedan, making her way toward the interior of Wang residence, following closely was teammate, Xinghua, whose impression was fraught with concern, while anxiety began to churn within Jiu Lingiu's heart. How cold this fool have her wakened so swiftly, hadn't a horrid ministed the poison, was it possibly that the dosage was insufficient, leading to Jerkaner Liavival? What should Shedano? Shekeld and Lia Petha Thegel would not discover anything too June. As they proceeded, the atmosphere remained not a bly who shed within the Wang residence, save for a few distant sounds at the entrance there was no trace of this laboratorium ambience typically associated with hoarding. Jiu Lingi found herself in different to this lack of festivity, allowing the matchmaker to lead her to the main hall of Jing Wang's estate. At that moment, the matchmaker cheerfully announced the auspicious sure has arrived, it is time for the ceremony. With that, Jiu Lingi was brought to the center of the hall. Here, Shun seed several presences, yet knew to the word they were like little servants of Wang family. Inner world so cold and feeling, how-to carito cur favor with the living corpseo for prince? Just as Jiu Lingi westeaded herself, shirt thune mistakable sound of Feru stir-crowing. She perceived her lips at sea met Jing Wang residence Wazel so displeased with this marriage arrangement, resorting to the humiliation of bringing in a chicken for the bread. Even in his comatose state, it was astounding that Anion possessed the audacity to command the household servants to present a chicken. Jiu Lingi had chuckled bitterly to herself, recalling the saying, when you marry a chicken, you follow the kitten, when you marry a dog, you follow that dog. It seemed had truly married a chicken this time. Meanwhile, within the Siju pavilion of Jing Wang's estate, Jing Wang Longshang's personal attendant, Yun Hao, was preparing a cloth to assist in bathing him. Originally, Longshang should have been in the bridal chamber today, but due to her unconscious daddy and the fact that he was marrying the daughter of Prime Minister, Yun Ho and the others feared unexpected complications and thus did not carry him to the new chamber. At that moment, a mankledinard his Fasiyama scoffery addressed the unconscious Longshangling and Heaped senior brother, t'instructed the steward to find a rooster to accompany our Uberdeen Theuding Semini. Trust you have objections? In his state of unconsciousness, how could Longshang possibly respond? The man continued to mutter to himself, usually wold mind, you have always been indifferent to women, especially Tunia's foolish Asher. At that moment, Longshang's lashes fluttered slightly, and his finger stirred verse as lightly in the bed. Thereat Cladman, oblivious to the change, continued his soliloquy that old scoundrel Jew show hastur audacitito defith empress wishes their emperor explicit libe sto digiangus daughter rupinier, yet that to substitute how with that imbecile if I hadn't sneaked into the Gursidence the truth were Daver remained hidden. His frustration was palpable, I simply must have arustrat thuiding to humiliate him. Just then, Yun Hao, who had been preparing to wipe Longshanshans with a cloth, noticed the movement of Longshanshand. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Ye young master, ye it seems our Lord is awakening. That Cladman paused in disbelief and asked, What did you say? I just saw Werlet Shand move. No sooner had Yun Hao spoken than Longshang's lashes fluttered once more. Look, his eyelashes are removing too. Step aside, let me see, that Cladman hurriedly approached. Meanwhile, Longshang felt himself enveloped in a haze, surrounded by a cacophony of voices that buzzed incessantly in his ears. The noise was excruciating, causing him to furrow his brow wash a strainy to penhizes. His eyes a rula mirving. Quick, summon old Kuto Komi and Turkirluk, that Cladman urged excitedly. Without waiting for the command to finish, Yun Hao dashed out. At that moment, Longshang's eyes slowly opened. A glimmer of confusion flickered within them, and upon recognizing her familiar face before him, her asked, Sinew. Yes, it's him, senior brother, you've finally awakened, this is wonderful, Yishin replied, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. His senior brother had finally returned to consciousness. It seemed that his attempt to stir him from his slumber had indeed worked. Longshang had remained in a deep coma since he was poisoned at the border 6 months prior, and had not awakened since where he had fourth emperor summoned to old Caillou from the Medicine Valley. How likely would not have survived to this day? Par, Yishin knew instinctively spat severe times. How could he even entertain the thought of his senior brother being dead? Surely, his brother was destined for a long life. Water, Longshang croaked again, his voice hoarse. Hurriedly Berdakupov Tian brought it to Longshang. As Longshang propped himself up toss it, he realized that his legs had lost all sensation, rendering him in a bletter move. His brow furrowed deeper, and a look of distress crossed his face. Noticing this, Yishin quickly settled upon the bed sedatively and helped Longshang sit up before handing him theatre. After Longshang finished head drinking, Yishin took the cup, placed it in the table, and prepared to assist him back down. Let me sit for a moment, Longshang said, his voiceless hoarse to theatre. Yishin promptly adjusted the pillow behind him, supporting him against the headboard, his expression filled with conscience. Senior brother, do you feeling well? My legs, Long Shang replied, staring at the blanket covering his legs. It seems I have ella stole feeling in them. This Yishan you was taken aback, nearly in pevergy off ears, how kelf the shapen. At that moment, Yun Haran read with old Xiao, accompanied by Wangan, the steward of the Jingwang manor. Seeing that this master had truly awakened, Wangan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Yishan Yu, up and seeing old Quian theatre center, anxious like out, old Xiao, please me and examine my senior brother, why can't I feel his legs? Old Xiao, upon realizing that Long Shang had indeed awakened, approached Pipa Dan Said, Donna Twirlet Metakialuk. Yun Hao and Wangan, following close lie behind, exchanged warglancy with Long Shang. Long Shang addressed old Quash reached him, saying, I appreciate her assistance. He recognized old Caillou from the Medicine Valley. Your Highness is stuck in Ditty's Majesty, old Quai replied. He had been summoned by the Emperor of Tiankatotri at Jingwang, and attending to him was part of his responsibilities. However, old Hafihar discovered that Jingwang had been poisoned with a cursed insect, how was soon extracted. Old Caillou plus de Shandon Longshang's Risto Kikispulse, after a moment, Hezekiah said, I regret to inform you that I can enlighten poor realize uppress the cursed insect I cannot remove 8. If your Highness wishes to coverfully, you must find the Anuha place eat the curse and retrieve the mother insect, otherwise, if the insect awakens again, the consequences. Old Qua's voice trailed off, unable to continue. If the situation persisted, the Jingwang would lose his sanity and become a puppet for others. The Enlias and he hard not succumb to the full effects of the poison waste that the hard suppressed himself, coupled with the fact that his profound cultivation had foreseed the poison into his legs. Long Shang gave a bit of smiley and said softly, thank you for the information, old Xiao. He understood top finding the Anuha place eat the curse would not be an easy task otherwise, Hugh old Natava remain in a coma for so long. Yishan Yu and Theothus looked ejected upon hearing this. Since it feeling out that Long Shang had been afflicted with a mother-son curse, his master Argonato Zixi Anuho controlled the mother insect, while Yunyu had taken people to find some Anuho could dispel the curse, yet, there had been a progress, and they had no doubt they would find that person. Seeing the summer atmosphere, old Shiwa attempted to lighten the mood. It is indeed a joyous occasion that your Highness has awakened on that day of your wedding. I extend my congratulations. Yishan Yu and Yun Hao, momentarily elated by Long Shang's awakening, had forgotten about the wedding. Now, with old choir reminder, they recalled that his senior brother had yet to learn of his marriage to Toady, and wait was most infuriating waste that this bride was a fool. Long Shang, lost in thought, looked up at Yishan Yu and Yun Hao in confusion. I am getting married today, Toham, he's unaware of any engagement. Seeing his senior brother looking at them, Yishan Yu could no longer contain himself and quickly explained the situation regarding the Emperor's decree for his brother to marry and swap with the family. Once they had finished, Hegler read at Long Shang, saying, Senior brother, Iwal got at the palace immediately and informed the Emperor that you have awakened, and about the exchange with the family. The Emperor will surely support you. We do not need any of those as a tile to so fools know that you re-awake. They will beat you to marry you without needing a decree. With that, Yishan Yu to to leave, but Long Shang called after him. Where exactly is the Onayam suppository? Long Shang gusked uncertainly. It's that foolish young lady from the family Ji Yuling Yue, Yishan Yu replied, his tone filled with irritation. Upon hearing Ji Yuling Yue's name, memories flooded Long Shao's mind of Thither Mu in Hughes 18, having failed an assassination attempt on Tempersand being pursued by Imperial guards, ultimately hide in a dilapidated temple. He had been gravely injured, and it was a little legel from that Pluho had bandaged his wounds. Hera called asking her, aren't you afraid? The little girl had replied, what is there to be afraid of? This is my dream, I am in control of everything. At the time, he heard hear words nonsensical, but since he had surveyed him, he had asked for name, Wix he had giveners Ji Yuling Yue. Eventually, as the lost son of the Emperor, he returned to the capital and, after inquiries, learned that the eldest daughter of the current Chancellor's family was named Ji Yuling Yue. However, not only was he a fool, but she also had her heart set on Xingwang, letting him to lose interest in her. He never anticipated that his father would arrange a marriage with her sister, nor that would he best swapped to marry him. Let's hold off on that for now, Long Shang said quietly. Yishan Yu, taken aback, was sincere of his senior brother's stance. Do not announce me awakening Tonani yet, tomorrow you may inform me further, the Emperor. After saying this, Hatter Ned told Joe. Old Quai understood Longshang's intentans mild. Ewili avita maro to zikaut not in lithi host oft hemothurin sex butyl so explorienio the methods to extracti cursid insect from the prince's body. I appreciate your efforts, old Shio, Longshang said gratefully. There is no need for such formality, your highness. After that, old Shio, seeing that his presence was no longer needed, took his leave. Winebow, please court old quiet form. Of course. Unky the steward had seen old shout. Longshang turned it with an expression to Yishinu. Wait they choose at about a roost to stand engine for me queuing. Realizing that the senior brother had referred to himself as this prince, Yishinu understood that Longshang was displeased. Connecting this with Longshang's earlier insistence that they not confront the emperor, Yishinu wondered if his senior brother had feelings for that foolish girl. As this thought crossed his mind, Yishinu felt her pango guilt. Weighty feuding had already taken place. He foreseed a larf and awkward lies aid, it didn't say anything he amas the vemisheerd. Senior brother, I just remember at some meeting if I got a doel step out for a moment and be right back. Without waiting for Longshang's response, he hurriedly laughed, nulla tripping as she excited. Longshang held easily guess what huge up to and cosa not to pursue at the matter further, closing eyes as to contemplate. In the main hall, when Yishinu arrived, Jiu Lingi had already completed the wedding ceremony with the rooster and was being led into the bridal chamber. Yishinu stood there in shock, thinking, oh no, what will my senior brother do in heaven said. At that moment, Wangan also entered the main hall, seeing that the ceremony had concluded, he hurried toward the bridal chamber. After learning that this master had awakened, he was convinced that a new bride was destined to be the wife chosen for him by heaven, otherwise, how could his master awaken and the day of the wedding? However, recalling the ruse to stand engine for his master, he were taught a new bride might sit and prepare it for an explanation. After being sent into the bridal chamber, Jiu Lingu realized noon waist thirtle of the veil, such removed it herself. When the matchmaker saw that the bride was Hilda's daughter of Chancellor's family, and not the second daughter, her face turned pale, and she repeatedly exclaimed, "This is a mistake, a mistake." Standing beside her, Xinghu rar face of Schadenfreude. Seeing that it was nearly time, she presumed her mistress was in the bridal chamber with Xingwang. Feigning urgency, she said, "Milady, how did I do for ye? Where is the second daughter? Did ye out perhaps which places?" With a need look of distress, shed, "Milady, what should we do? Wait if the second daughter is already in the bridal chamber with Xingwang?" She didn't finish her sentence, but her expression was nie of provocation as she looked at Jiu Lingyuer. Just then, Wang An's voice rang out from outside, "Your Highness." Jiu Lingyuer stackled glancing at Xinghu before turning to the matchmaker and saying, "Please let he play at sidine." Old have she intended to roll with the mistakes made, she could not skip the necessary procedures. Moreover, event have she was not closet to a mother, her mother had provided a substantial dowry when she married, which had no been delivered to Xingwang manor. She needed to reclaim it and ensure that Guin did no benefit from it. The matchmaker went to open the door, but Xinghua was taken aback by Jiu Ling's piercing gaze. Warren did this fool become so intimidating? She wondered, lowering her head instinctively. Soon, Wangan entered. Upon seeing that Jiu Lingy had already moved her veil, who realized that a new bride had discovered had married the wrong person. However, he could not reveal that the had already known he had two ignorance. This Miss Jiu. Originally intending to apologize, Wangan fell silent, fearing that Hammery hesed, the worse he told it. Jiu Lingy went slightly. I presume area whereof what has transpired. Ples prepare carriage to takes him to Xingwang manor. Wainan was momentarily stunned, and Surio Fauto proceed. Now that the ceremony had been performed and the bridal chamber entered, alt hort higher Wang her been an Akomer having just awakened, and had not yet consummated the marriage with Chancellor's eldest daughter. Will it not be too late to toes which brides know? Most importantly, the eldest daughter of the Gu family had been swapped, and note had higher Wang had awakened, it indicated a connection between them. Regardless of the Gu family's reputation, as long as it benefited Higher Wang, it was the deepest outcome. He needed to quickly informed Wang about this. Wang Ang could not inco feign their excuses store views, so coldly of rather response he headed towards the Ju pavilion. After Wang An left, Ji Yuling Yu dismissed her matchmaker and then turned her gaze toward Xinghua, walking toward her. As her passed by Theatable, she noticed some mulatto seeds and Kasula picked a fu up, holding them in her hand. At this moment, Xinghua was intimidated with the cold air emanating from Ji Yuling Yu, lowering her head even further, trembling slightly. The previous foolish lady har been a bit strong, beautiful words galdies a liplake her. Today's Ji Yuling Yu felt entirely different. She couldn't pinpoint how, but she seed an undeniable fear. Lift your head, Ji Yuling Yu commanded, standing before Xinghua with a cold demeanor. Xinghua cautiously raised her head, stammering, Miss Ji Yu. Seizing the opportunity while Xinghua spoke, Ji Yuling Yu swiftly flicked a lot of seed into her mouth. Before Xinghua could react, the seed slid over her throat. Xinghua's face changed dramatically. What did you just make meat? Poison, Ji Yuling Yu replied, her tone still see. Xinghua. Where did his fool acquire poison? She must be trying to frighten, Xinghua assured herself internally. Noticing Xinghua's disbelief, Ji Yuling Yu sighed inwardly, realizing she would need to concoct some actual poisons in the future. However, she had plenty of ways to make her believe after all, she was not over-trifled with as the future leader of Guklan. In the modern Gu family, Thainaton Lai practice and martial arts but were real so family of traditional Chinese medicine. Ji Yuling Yu was especially proficient in both Eastern and Western medicine, familiar with the human bodism origin sto located them with who is closed. Don't believe mim? Ji Yuling Yu smile coldly, you'll find out soon enough. Feeling the chill from Ji Yuling Yu's smile, Xinghua quickly lowered her head again. This fook knows she was swapped wasn't worried at all, called it Beth other siege just flicked into him with realized poison. Taking advantage of the moment when Ji Yuling Yu entered close at the door, she stealthily struck Xinghua's back, targeting the spleen point with another lot of seed. Due to her force, Xinghua, lost in her thoughts, remained oblivious to what had just happened. Ji Yuling Yu knew Xinghua and began to remove the heavy phoenix crown from her head. This thing was so weighty, causing her neck to ash, while she couldn't remove the phoenix robe just tired, she could certainly discard the crown. Xinghua, who had been standing there just fine, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, which intensified, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Now convinced that Ji Yuling Yu had indeed poisoned her, Xinghua trembled and knelt before her, repeatedly bowing her head. Miss Ji Yu, I was wrong before, please spare me. Please, Miss Ji Yu, have mercy. With a cry of pain, she exclaimed, Ar. Ji Yuling Yu had already removed the crown from her head and looked at Xinghua with a chilling expression. Spare you, they should not shoot off the question, as long as you obey for moan, it will provide you with antidotes regularly. It will definitely obey, it promises obey, Xinghua replied, bowing her head. Now tell me, how did you end up swapping with your mistress? Ji Yuling Yu asked, observing Xinghua sweat profusely from the pain, her voice still calm. Xinghua hesitated for a moment, but he pined in her stomach equation bearable, so she divulged the entire plan that Garian had concocted to avoid marrying the Jingwang and her seduction of the Xingwang, leading to the swap. This was largely in line with Ji Yuling Yu's assumptions, although she hadn't anticipated that Ji Yuan had already been involved with Xingwang. Once Xinghua managed to finish recounting the details through gritty teeth, Ji Yuling Yu said flatly, lift your head and open your mouth. Xinghua complied without hesitation. Ji Yuling Yu promptly flicked the last load of seed into her mouth and then patted her back, striking the spleen point again, ensuring the seed slid down into her stomach. In the moment of confusion, Xinghua noticed how the stomach no longer hurt. Thank you for sparing me, Miss Ji Yu, it will never defy your orders or gain pleasure star sword, Xinghua bowed head again. Very well, rise, we will go find our mistress together, make such a report in as you lock her in system immediately. With that, she fixed Xinghua with a sharp gaze, remember, do not attempt to tricks you will not succeed. I can poison you as stasily as I can spare your life. Ji Yuling Yu was not concerned about Xinghua uncovering her shekel diesel pretend to poison her again, and if necessary, she had ample opportunity to punish her later. I understand, Xinghua trembled under Ji Yuling Yu's fierce gaze. Chapter 3, The Intrusion into the Prince's Residence. Ji Yuling Yu chose to ignore her surroundings and instead fixated her gaze upon the rooster in the room, saliva pooling in her mouth. Hunger had long since gripped her, yet the only offerings on the table were peanuts, lotus seeds, and red dates, with nary a decent meal in sight. As she regarded her feathered companion, she fancied it as a roasted chicken. Would her act of culinary treachery against her husband incite controversy? Meanwhile, Wang An was in the main hall of Zizhu Pavilion, dutifully reporting Ji Lingyue's requests. HMPH, how shameless, she's already married to my senior brother yet still pines for other men, Yi Xinyu remarked, visibly incensed. It was ironic, considering he had just felt guilty for allowing the rooster to participate in the wedding ceremony. Young Master Yi, the princess has been exchanged in marriage, Wang An instinctively defended Ji Lingyu. Do not inquire why, it was precisely because of this marriage exchange that his lord had been roused from his stupor by Miss Jiyu, a fact that brought him great joy. Does that make a difference? Is she not still requesting you to prepare a carriage to escort her to the Prince of Xing's residence? I simply cannot fathom what is so appealing about Long Jun, that pretty boy. They must be blind to mistake a fish eye for a pearl, Xinyu. Just as Yi Xinyu was about to continue, he was halted by Long Shang. It is true, is it not? Yi Xinyu muttered under his breath. Wang An, too, harbored concerns, for it was common knowledge throughout the capital that Ji Lingyu harbored affections for the Prince of Xing. He feared she might devise schemes against Long Shang. Yet, the mere fact that she could awaken his lord from his stupor suggested a fated connection, and he dreaded the possibility of his lord losing this serendipitous chance at love. Wang An's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Resolved to think no further, he turned his attention to Long Shang. Awaiting his lord's commands, Long Shang pinched his forehead with a weary gesture and spoke to Wang An in a detached tone. Proceed as she desires. Wang An was taken aback. Was he truly to send back the princess, who had just awakened his lord? My lord, just as Wang An was about to voice his thoughts, Long Shang closed his eyes. Seeing this, Wang An had no choice but to respond. This old servant shall make the arrangements at once. After his departure, Yi Xinyu regarded the bedridden Long Shang with palpable pity. Senior brother, do not be disheartened. Once you recover, I shall arrange a tournament for you to select a wife worthy of your stature. Long Shang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation, which of his eyes had witnessed his sorrow. Moreover, as a distinguished prince, was he truly in such desperate need of a woman that he required a tournament for selection? With a swift motion, Long Shang opened his eyes and hurled a teacup from the bedside table towards Yi Xinyu. Bang! Clang! Yi Xinyu, quick on his feet, evaded the projectile, which shattered against the doorframe. Leave? Long Shang bellowed, his tone low and menacing. Why, Yi Xinyu, startled, retorted cheekily, I shall leave, this very instant. I will keep an eye on your princess, to prevent any indiscretions. After all, at this rate, if Long Jun proves unfit, the second daughter of the Jiyu family will have already consummated her marriage with him. Before he could finish, he noticed Long Shang picking up a nearby book, prompting him to hastily retreat through the door. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu, fixated on her culinary ambitions, was preparing to enact her plan. Outside her room, Wang An announced, Princess, the carriage is ready. Ji Lingyu cast a glance at the rooster tethered in the corner, sighed, and seized a handful of peanuts from the table before departing with Xinghua. Thank you for your trouble, Ji Lingyu expressed politely to Wang An. No trouble at all, Wang An replied respectfully. Please follow this servant. Wang An escorted Ji Lingyu and Xinghua to the entrance of the prince's residence, where the carriage awaited. However, upon seeing the driver, Ji Lingyu's brow furrowed slightly. The Prince of Jing's residence certainly had its share of exceptional talents, even in the form of a mere driver, but was it truly appropriate for a driver to don a red outfit on the occasion of the prince's wedding? Yet, such matters were beyond her purview. Turning to Wang An, she inquired, May I borrow a few more individuals? Despite her intention to accept her role as the Prince of Jing's wife, she was still wed to the Prince of Xing by imperial decree. Until she received the emperor's official sanction, she could not fully assume the title of the Prince of Jing's wife. Yi Xinyu's expression turned cold at her words. Was she fearful that the Prince of Xing might refuse the exchange and come to assert his claims? His irritation bubbled over, shameless. Ji Lingyu's countenance also darkened at his remark. However, reflecting on her pressing matters, she chose to ignore Yi Xinyu. After all, fate would eventually bring him to his reckoning. Unbeknownst to Yi Xinyu, his current insolence would render his pursuit of his beloved all the more challenging in the future. Wang An, momentarily taken aback by Ji Lingyu's request, quickly nodded. Certainly, this old servant will make the arrangements. His lord had commanded that they act according to Miss Gu's wishes, and thus he would comply. There's no rush, Jiu Lingyu smiled. Please send them to the Prince of Xing's residence, half a stick of incense after I depart. Understood. Although Wang An remained uncertain about Jiu Lingyue's true intentions, he readily agreed. It puzzled him how others spoke of her unfavorably. He found her quite agreeable, and if the marriage were to proceed, it would not be a poor outcome. Meanwhile, within the Prince of Xing's residence, despite his marriage to a concubine, Jiu Lingyue's status as the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister and granddaughter of the Duke of North had prompted the Emperor to grant her a wedding of first wife standards, aside from the ceremony with the Prince of Xing. Thus, the residence was abuzz with celebratory fervor. After toasting various guests, Long Jun hastily made his way towards the bridal chamber. The prince is abandoning us to hasten to the bridal chamber, someone jested, drawing laughter from the crowd. Long Jun's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he did not pause in his stride. Upon reaching the bridal chamber, he pushed the door open, where Jiu Lingyue's two maidservants, Dao Huer and Qiutong, promptly saluted. We greet the prince. Without acknowledging them, Long Jun advanced directly towards the bride seated upon the bed, veiled beneath a crimson canopy. He lifted the veil to reveal a stunning visage, and relief washed over him that the bride was indeed the second daughter of the Jiu family, rather than the previous lackluster choice. His throat constricted as he swallowed hard. Yanger, Long Jun's voice, though raspy, was imbued with tenderness. Jiu Yang looked up, her exquisite features flushed with shyness as she softly responded, Your Highness. Long Jun's heart raced. Yanger, I regret any distress you may have endured. Jiu Yang quickly shook her head, I am not distressed. I merely fear that if the Emperor learns of this, he may cast blame upon you. Her primary concern was the Emperor's wrath, yet the thought of marrying the lifeless man filled her with dread. She could hardly bear the prospect of a life in solitude. Upon hearing her words, Long Jun shared her apprehensions regarding his father's potential punishment, but the thought of marrying a woman of his choosing and escaping the previous betrothal made it all worthwhile. Rest assured, I have everything under control, he reassured her. With a sigh of relief, Jiu Yang felt comforted. As long as the prince safeguarded her, she need not worry about the Emperor's judgment. After all, the prince was his son, surely the Emperor would not take drastic measures against him. With this thought, she shyly brushed her fingers against Long Jun's, softly calling, Your Highness. Listening to Jiu Yan's gentle voice, combined with the effects of the wine he had consumed, Long Jun could no longer restrain himself. He swiftly pulled Jiu Yang down onto the bed. A soft moan escaped her lips, and the room was enveloped in a burgeoning springtime atmosphere. The Prince of Jing's residence and the Prince of Xing's residence were merely separated by a street, and soon the carriage from the Prince of Jing arrived at the latter's entrance. Inside the Prince of Xing's residence, lanterns were hung and joyous voices filled the air, even audible to those waiting at the entrance. Noticing this, Xinghua quickly turned to Jiu Lingyu, who remained leisurely peeling peanuts, seemingly unfazed by the commotion outside. Xinghua was filled with curiosity. This was the sort of honor and privilege that should belong to the eldest daughter. How could she allow the second daughter to usurp it so easily? Was Jiu Lingyu truly indifferent, or was she merely masking her sorrow over the marriage exchange? Yet, if she was indifferent, why would she come here? The entire situation baffled her. Let us descend, Jiu Lingyu said, finishing her last peanut, wrapping the shells in a cloth, and brushing her hands together with a calm demeanor. Yes, Xinghua replied, disembarking from the carriage and lifting the curtain. Jiu Lingyu glanced at Ji Xinyu, who wore an expression of delight. She held no expectations of him offering her a stool. Instead, she leapt from the carriage and made her way into the Prince of Xing's residence, with Xinghua hurrying to follow. The guards at the entrance, witnessing Jiu Lingyu in her bridal attire, stood frozen, allowing her passage without hindrance. How could the Jiu-side concubine arrive in the carriage of the Prince of Jing? Snapping back to reality, one guard rushed towards the new concubine's quarters, fearing the implications of this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Jiu Lingyu had followed the sounds to the banquet hall of the Prince of Xing's residence. Just as the guests were reveling in their merriment, they were taken aback by the sight of Jiu Lingyu, adorned in her bridal gown, entering through the main door. Though they were aware of the eldest daughter of the Jiu family's crude demeanor and unreasonable behavior, her appearance at such a festive occasion was undeniably inappropriate. Disdain filled the crowd, unperturbed by their judgment. Ji Lingyu recalled the memories of the original owner, noting that none among them held significant importance, which did not deter her from her intended course of action. She cast a genteel smile at the assembly. It appears everyone is still present. I would like to request your witness for an important matter. The crowd exchanged glances, puzzled by Ji Lingyu's intentions. Was she not fond of the Prince of Qing? Now that her wish had been realized, why was she not in the bridal chamber but instead causing a ruckus? Had the prince abandoned her for another concubine? As this thought crossed their minds, a knowing expression spread among them. It was no secret that the Prince of Qing held no affection for her. It was entirely plausible he had sought the company of another. If not for the Emperor's decree, she would hardly have gained entry into the prince's residence. Nonetheless, while the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family might be a fool, she was undeniably beautiful, and the prince was indeed fortunate. At that moment, the steward of the Prince of Qing hurried over, accompanied by the guard. Upon spotting Ji Lingyu in her bridal attire, he was momentarily astounded. If she was here, who could be in the bridal chamber with his lord? He dared not dwell on the implications, for if his assumptions held true, this was a matter of defiance against imperial authority. Even as a prince, his lord would not escape punishment. He quickly approached Ji Lingyu, speaking in hushed tones. Might I request the esteemed Miss Ji to speak with me privately? Ji Lingyu chuckled coolly. There is no need, this matter will soon be known to all, and there is no reason to conceal it. The steward found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Long Jun hastily approached. Chapter 4. The dowry. Ji Lingyu gazed at Long Jun, who was adjusting his attire as he walked, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her lips. He had just risen from Ji Yuyan's bed, no doubt. As this thought crossed her mind, her heart suddenly constricted, a pain so acute that it nearly stole her breath away. Ji Lingyu recognized that the emotions of the original owner were still influencing her. Open your eyes and observe. He clearly knows the bride is at fault, yet he still indulges in a night with Ji Yuyan. He is nothing but scum, and you dare to feel sorrow for such a wretch. Is it worth it? If you continue to sway my emotions, our agreement will become void. If I cannot even govern my own feelings and body, how can I possibly assist your mother and brother? She pondered this extensively. Though no one responded, her mood lightened considerably. Long Jun, feeling the weight of Ji Lingyu's gaze upon him, was profoundly uncomfortable. Suppressing his disdain, he declared, since you have sought me out, I shall clarify matters. Yana has already shared a chamber with me, and out of consideration for her reputation, I cannot simply abandon her. Moreover, I presume you have already wed in the Jing Wangfu, which means you are now the property of my fourth elder brother. I have no intention of marrying you again. Who knows if you have already lost your virtue? The crowd was stunned by this explosive revelation. It appeared that the bride of Xing Wang had swapped places with the bride of Jing Wang. No wonder the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family had entered from outside. It was a hasty exchange, however. Judging by the current situation, it seemed this marriage could not be undone today. Har. Ji Lingyu scoffed coldly. This scoundrel, fully aware that Jing Wang lay in a coma, had the audacity to humiliate others with such words. Surely, the original owner would have been heartbroken upon hearing this. Just as that thought crossed her mind, her heart tightened once more. Rest assured, I shall avenge your grievances, she silently vowed. Suppressing her anger, she lifted her gaze to Long Jun and said, surely Xing Wang has not forgotten. Our union was bestowed by the Emperor himself. To casually annul it would be to disrespect the imperial decree, and that is no trivial matter. Her words were slow and deliberate, yet they carried an icy undertone. Long Jun was taken aback. When had this dullard acquired such presence? It must be a figment of his imagination, surely a manifestation of her mortification. Thus, he sneered, you need not concern yourself with this. I shall personally apologize to my father tomorrow. With that, he cast a cold glance at Ji Lingyu. You would do well not to meddle, lest HMPH. Long Jun interrupted coldly. The blunder of entering the wrong bridal sedan chair is a matter for those of the Jiyu family. I am merely an accomplice. Even if my father were to impose punishment, the brunt of it would fall upon your family. I would only receive a minor reprimand. Listening to his blatant threats, Ji Lingyu let out a cold laugh inwardly. She had no intention of causing a ruckus. Her purpose for coming was twofold: to reclaim her dowry and to make it clear that she had come to rectify the situation upon realizing the error. This was to ensure that the emperor did not perceive the Gu family as having orchestrated the exchange, but rather as having inadvertently entered the wrong bridal chamber. It was not due to her soft-heartedness or saintly nature. The exchange had occurred at the Gu estate. If the emperor were to learn that the Gu family had deliberately swapped brides, it would be deemed an act of defiance against imperial will, and all members of the Gu family would face consequences. While she could escape unscathed, the original owner's mother and brother would inevitably suffer repercussions. She had promised to care for them, and thus she could not allow them to come to harm. Furthermore, she would much prefer to marry Jing Wang. Being a living corpse of a princess, with control over the entire royal household, was far superior to marrying a scoundrel and becoming his concubine, enduring his wrath while competing with numerous other women for his affection. It was obvious how to choose. Since he had declared that he would personally apologize to the emperor tomorrow, she was not concerned about his reliability, especially with Jiu Yuyang in the picture. One could assume that Jiu Yuyang had confidence in her decision to swap brides, given her standing with Xing Wang. Since Xing Wang has stated thus, I kindly request that you return my dowry to me, Jiu Lingyu said coolly. What dowry? When have I owed you anything? Long John feigned ignorance. Yanger's mother hailed from humble origins and had not prepared a substantial dowry for her. This dullard, however, had brought quite a sum, courtesy of her mother, the daughter of the Lord of Xinbei. After all, they were both daughters of the Jiu family. The dowries were sourced from the Jiu estate. Even if he retained her dowry, no one could raise objections, especially since these items were ultimately meant for Yanger. It was unlikely that Jiu Qingxiang would be overly particular about it, and as for Jiu Lingyu, Long Ao had never regarded her as significant. Har har har, Jiu Lingyu laughed coldly. That dowry was bestowed upon my mother by my maternal grandfather, and my mother designated it as my bridal gifts. Each item is duly recorded. If Xing Wang refuses to return it, I shall have no choice but to seek the emperor's intervention. You dare to threaten me? Long John ground his teeth, fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. I do not dare. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Jiu Lingyu maintained her resolute stance. I possess an imperial token. I can escort you to the palace. At that moment, someone audaciously interjected. Jiu Lingyu lifted her gaze to see it was the red-clad coachman. He actually had an imperial token. She had suspected he was no ordinary individual. Yi Xinyu. Long John seethed. What business is it of yours? Yi Xinyu raised an eyebrow provocatively. How is it not my concern? You have usurped my senior brother's bride. Now that Miss Jiu has been brought into the Wangfu as Jing Wang's bride and has wed, she is, in essence, my senior brother's wife. By withholding her dowry, you are effectively depriving my senior brother of what is rightfully his. Jiu Lingyu. Why did she find his words so unpalatable? Her belongings were hers, and his senior brother's possessions would eventually be his. However, considering that Yi Xinyu was assisting her, Jiu Lingyu refrained from voicing her thoughts. With someone standing up for her, why would she object? What of it? The illustrious Xing Wang has fallen so low that he must resort to seizing another's dowry for sustenance? Or do you take advantage of my senior brother's current state, believing him incapable, and thus bully his wife? Yi Xinyu inquired boldly. Long John's face darkened, his gaze venomous as he glared at Yi Xinyu, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Yet, Yi Xinyu was undeterred, casting a smug glance at Jiu Lingyu and nodding in her direction. See, isn't this impressive? Just a few words and he was left without a retort. Jiu Lingyu observed the onlookers struggling to suppress their laughter, her expression darkening. Was this fellow truly Long Shang's junior? Surely, he wasn't simply a hired hand of Long John, meant to besmirch Long Shang's reputation? Though she had yet to meet Long Shang, and he currently lay in a coma, she thought anyone capable of engaging in battle would not be so lacking. How could he publicly declare Long Shang to be incapable? While Jiu Lingyu understood that Yi Xinyu's words did not carry that meaning, the laughter of the crowd hinted at their interpretation. Jiu Lingyu mused that if he were to utter such words in front of Long Shang, would it not provoke him back to consciousness? At that moment, Ji Lingyu remained unaware that Long Shang had already awakened. Had she known, she would surely have reconsidered her desire to be Jing Wang's consort, even if it was for the sake of avenging the original owner. There were countless other ways to achieve this. This was merely the most time-efficient and effortless path. I am not as undesirable as you presume. If it is merely a matter of dowry, then let it be known. Bring Miss Ji to reclaim her dowry, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness, the steward promptly replied. Long Jun turned to Ji Lingyu, saying, you are to complete the retrieval before dawn, otherwise, do not blame me for confiscating your dowry. After all, Yang Er is also the daughter of a minister. Who can say if these dowries belong to her or you? Even if this matter reaches the emperor, I trust the minister will discern the priorities. Furthermore, we have many guests at Xingwangfu today, and no servants will be available to assist you. You must manage on your own. Scoundrel! Did he truly believe a woman could not carry much? You need not concern yourself with this matter, Your Highness. I assure you that I will finish before dawn. Beside her, Yi Xinyu realized Ji Lingyue's intentions for borrowing help from the steward. It turned out she had planned to reclaim her dowry before arriving at Xingwangfu, rather than causing a scene to marry Long Jun. Understanding his misjudgment, he turned to Long Jun and said, indeed, there is no need for Your Highness to worry. This minor task is well within our capabilities at Xingwangfu. HMPH. Long Jun scoffed coldly, waving his sleeve as he departed. Ji Lingyu called after his retreating figure, I would also appreciate it if you could return my maid. As for the personal maid accompanying my sister, I have brought her along as well. Long Jun did not even glance back. Steward. Yes, Your Highness, this old servant shall attend to it immediately. Chapter 5. A glimpse of space before long, Wang An personally arrived at the Xingwang mansion with a group of people. Due to Long Jun's aversion to Ji Lingyu, her dowry remained untouched in a room, while Ji Yang had not even had the opportunity to sort through these items. Consequently, whatever dowry had been brought in was carried back out, still wrapped, and throughout the entire process, Ji Yang did not show her face. Instead, it was Dao Hua who was brought over by the mansion steward. Miss, Dao Hua called out timidly upon seeing Ji Lingyu. However, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within Ji Lingyu. She struggled to suppress her resentment and coldly inquired, is it just you? Miss Jiutong has gone out on an errand, Dao Hua replied softly. Ji Lingyu turned her gaze towards the steward of the Xingwang mansion, who quickly assured her, rest assured, once that girl returns, I shall ensure she seeks you out. Even though the esteemed Miss Ji could no longer marry into their royal family, the emperor surely had his own arrangements, prompting the steward to speak to Ji Lingyu with utmost courtesy. Ji Lingyu nodded and directed Xing Hua, who was trailing behind her, go find your master, and remember to serve her well. Yes, Xing Hua responded respectfully. Dao Hua observed the deference Xing Hua exhibited towards her mistress with surprise, but she was too preoccupied with her own concerns to dwell on it. With no clear destination in mind, and given the recent change in engagement without the emperor's decree yet issued, Ji Lingyu decided to return to the Jingwang mansion first before making further plans. Primarily, with such a substantial dowry, she could not find a suitable place to store it, and for the moment, the Jingwang mansion was the most appropriate option. On the way back to the Jingwang mansion, Ji Lingyu did not allow Dao Hua to ride in the carriage and made her run alongside it instead. Wang An, being a perceptive steward, immediately sensed that this maid was not favored by the lady of the house. Thus, fearing she might escape, he assigned someone to accompany her. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Jingwang mansion, Ji Lingyu dismounted and turned to Wang An, saying, I must trouble you to find a room to temporarily store these items. Once the emperor's edict is issued, I will make further arrangements. Rest assured, I will manage everything properly. Once your dowry is carried into the guest room, I will bring you the key, Wang An replied with great respect. Ji Lingyu nodded, then glanced back at Dao Hua, who was still some distance away, before entering the Jingwang mansion and heading towards her new quarters. Meanwhile, Yi Xinyu returned and handed the reins of the carriage to a nearby servant, making his way directly to the Ziju pavilion. Are you saying she did not stay at the Xingwang mansion but returned with her dowry? Long Shang inquired after listening to Yi Xinyu. He was somewhat surprised that Ji Lingyu had managed to bring her dowry back. After all, who would choose a comatose prince over the emperor's legitimate son? Moreover, everyone in the capital knew of the eldest Miss Gu's infatuation with the Xingwang, and given that they had been betrothed by the emperor, how could she possibly return? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Wang Bo is currently sending people to help her carry in her dowry, Yi Xinyu confirmed. Understood, you may go back now, Long Shang replied, his expression returning to indifference after a moment of initial confusion. Yi Xinyu, a senior brother, do you not have anything you wish to say? What is there to say? Until daybreak, when we enter the palace, father will decide, a Long Shang replied. Yi Xinyu. Very well, he had never expected much from his senior brother regarding women. At that moment, shortly after Ji Lingyu entered the room, Wang An delivered the key to the guest room, bringing with him food, accompanied by Dao Hou. After dismissing Wang An, Ji Lingyu looked at Dao Hou, who stood trembling with fear and beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and coldly smiled, disregarding her as she began to eat. Dao Hou had never imagined her mistress could be so terrifying. She stood frozen in place, afraid to move. It was not until Ji Lingyu finished her meal, set down her chopsticks, and casually remarked, "Speak." Though it was but a few words, Dao Hou dared not take them lightly. She sensed that her mistress was somehow different now, though she could not precisely articulate how. Dao Hou lamented, "Miss, it is all my fault. I had no idea that you and the second miss had entered the wrong bridal sedan. I thought the people from the Xingwen mansion were here for you. You do not wish to speak the truth, do you?" Ji Lingyu interrupted as Dao Hou attempted to defend herself. Sitting there, her fingers tapping on the table, her eyes narrowed with a hint of a smile, yet her voice was as cold as death, Dao Hou trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground as she pleaded, "I did not mean to. The second miss threatened me with my family. I had no choice. I beg for your forgiveness, miss." Har. Ji Lingyu scoffed, "Forgive you? Did you ever think of forgiving her when you handed her the poison tea?" At these words, Dao Hou looked up, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at Ji Lingyu. You are not my mistress." "Who are you? Are you human or ghost?" she stammered, her body shaking uncontrollably, instinctively leaning back against the table, causing a teacup to tumble to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Ji Lingyu regarded the broken teacup with a cold chuckle. "Whether I am human or ghost, you can ask your master outside to find out. She is waiting for you in the underworld." Saying this, she seized Dao Hou by the throat, exerting force until a sharp crack echoed, and Dao Hou's head drooped, her eyes wide open, lifeless. Ji Lingyu released her grip, disdainfully brushing her hands as if to rid herself of the ease with which she had ended a life. "Such a swift demise is a kindness to you," she muttered, then continued, "I have already avenged one of your enemies. The rest I will address in due time." At that moment, she suddenly shivered, feeling as if she had shed a heavy burden, an overwhelming sense of relief washing over her. Ji Lingyu understood that this signified the original owner had completely departed from this body, and from now on, this vessel belonged to her. She would live on, taking care of the original owner's affairs as well. Ji Lingyu was aware that the guards of the Jingwang mansion were watching her from outside, but what did it matter? She had merely eliminated a treacherous servant, something she did not regard with concern. If she had not dealt with this maid today, the original owner would never fully depart from this body, and then she would have had something to worry about. Ji Lingyu opened the door and called out to the shadows in the trees, "Please come down and take care of the body in my room." The hidden guard in the tree was utterly astonished. Although he had not caught every detail of the commotion inside, he was aware that the maid's death was orchestrated by Ji Lingyu. The outside world spoke of her as arrogant and incompetent, yet they had never mentioned her martial prowess. She had ruthlessly eliminated her own maid without a flicker of hesitation, and judging by her ability to detect his presence in the tree, her skills might surpass his own. Ji Lingyu was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the guard's mind. Though this body lacked the physical prowess of her modern self and had no internal energy, her skills as a successor of an ancient martial arts family made it easy to handle a mere maid. Thus, she did not consider herself particularly remarkable. "Are you unwilling?" Ji Lingyu inquired again when the guard hesitated to descend. Upon hearing her words, the guard promptly leaped down from the tree and entered Ji Lingyu's room to carry Dao Hou's body away. Only then did Ji Lingyu turn back inside, instinctively bending down to pick up the shattered teacup on the floor. Ouch! She accidentally cut her fingertip on the jagged edge of the cup. Although the pain was negligible, the cut was deep, and blood began to flow profusely down her hand. Ji Lingyu hurriedly sought something to bind the wound, but by then, blood had already dripped onto her bracelet. To her astonishment, she discovered that her bracelet was absorbing her blood, transforming from its original translucent hue to a deep crimson, emitting a faint glow that grew ever brighter. Ji Lingyu stood frozen, her eyes riveted on her wrist. The brilliance was blinding, causing her to blink. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself gazing at the image of the hospital built by her family in modern times. The Ji family hospital was specifically established for its members, equipped with all necessary facilities, including a small arsenal. It also featured a dining area and 2 food storage rooms, one refrigerated and the other temperature-controlled, stocked with every conceivable item, akin to a miniature supermarket. Ji Lingyu stood in awe, her mouth agape, unable to articulate her astonishment. She quickly closed her eyes, attempting to ascertain whether she was dreaming. When she reopened them, the hospital remained unchanged, and she spotted her rugged SUV parked in the courtyard. Elated, Ji Lingyu felt like jumping for joy.so. This was how the bracelet functioned. It required blood to activate. How pitiful that in modern times, not even a speck of dust was permitted to settle on it by her grandfather. Gazing at the hospital's image, Ji Lingyu found herself troubled. It was visible yet intangible. How was she to utilize it? Chapter 6. Only a woman like her deserves to be with the prince at this moment. A wave of pain coursed through her fingers. Observing her bleeding digit, Ji Lingyu thought it imperative to cleanse and bandage the wound promptly. Otherwise, the injury would not heal in due time. She mused that it would be splendid if she could procure some saline solution and gauze from the hospital. No sooner had she finished this thought than a bottle of saline and a roll of gauze materialized before her. Ji Lingyu's spirits lifted upon this revelation, realizing that merely wishing for something would conjure it from the hospital's supplies. So, she envisioned cotton swabs, and indeed, a small bag of medical swabs appeared at her feet. She hastily utilized these items to tend to her injury, and after wrapping it securely, she lifted the remaining items, contemplating whether to return them. Her eyes remained fixed on the items as they vanished from her grasp. Having grasped the mechanics of this newfound space, Ji Lingyu glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist. It had reverted to its original form, crystal clear, devoid of any trace of blood. Tentatively, she brushed the bracelet with her other hand, willing the hospital to dissipate, which it promptly did. With this assurance, Ji Lingyu felt a sense of freedom. With such an artifact, she could navigate this ancient world with ease. However, having just arrived, her soul had yet to fully align with this body, compounded by the turmoil at the Xingwang mansion, leaving her utterly exhausted and reluctant to move. With a demanding confrontation awaiting her at dawn, she decided against changing clothes and simply collapsed onto the bed, surrendering to sleep. Meanwhile, after disposing of Tao Hua's body, the shadow guard reported his findings to Longshang. "You say she possesses martial skills?" Longshang inquired, his tone grave. "I specifically examined the maid's corpse. Her neck was cleanly snapped. A frail woman could not achieve this without inner strength," the shadow guard clarified. "Moreover, the princess accurately detected my presence hidden within the trees." Longshang pondered for a moment before responding, "You may leave. There is no need for further surveillance." "Understood." Once the shadow guard departed, Yunhao quietly suggested, "Master, should I personally keep watch?" Given that his master had only recently awakened, caution was paramount. Every potential threat must be neutralized in its infancy, especially considering the eldest Miss Gu's fondness for Xingwang. They needed to exercise heightened vigilance. Longshang remained silent, lost in contemplation, his gaze fixed on the bed curtains. How could a mere miss, indeed, a seemingly inept one, possess martial prowess? His previous encounters with her while tending to his wounds led him to suspect she might also possess rudimentary medical knowledge. Had she intentionally concealed her skills, or was there a deeper reason? Perhaps her mother had imparted such abilities to her. If that were the case, it would indeed make sense, for Lady Jiyu hails from the esteemed family of General Tang, and it was plausible she had learned some self-defense techniques. Yet, what of her medical expertise? Unable to unravel the mystery, Longshang decided to leave it be. Since she resided in the Jingwang mansion, opportunities to learn more would certainly arise. With a nonchalant dismissal, he stated, "Forget it, no need for surveillance." Just as he finished speaking, he recalled the shadow guard's earlier remarks. She should have no attendants left by her side, correct? Have Yun Shu and Yun Jin attend to her. Upon hearing this, Yun Hao couldn't help but admire his master's foresight. Sending someone directly to assist would be far more efficient than covertly monitoring her. Unbeknownst to Longshang, Yun Hao's thoughts were far removed from his intentions. He merely aimed to ensure Ji Yuling was well taken care of. Yun Hao glanced outside, noting that the hour had grown late, likely indicating that the eldest Miss Ji Yu had retired for the night. "Yes, at first light, I shall inform Wang Bo," he affirmed. Longshang replied, closing his eyes once again. Having only recently awakened, his body remained weak, and he soon succumbed to slumber once more. The following morning, before Ji Yuling had risen, voices echoed from outside. She rose from her bed and approached the door, only to find Wanyan entering her courtyard, accompanied by 3 young maidens, all around the age of 15 or 16. Among them, 2 looked almost identical, unmistakably twins, while the third, clad in a pink dress, was a familiar face, Chiu Tong, the personal maid her mother had arranged for her since childhood. After being taken care of by Liu Shi, Chiu Tong had been replaced by Dao Huer, leading to a gradual erosion of trust, ultimately resulting in Chiu Tong being ousted from her quarters. It was only the day before her marriage that her mother had sent Chiu Tong back to her side. Given that Chiu Tong was absent during Ji Yulingyu's visit to the Xingwang mansion, it was likely she had come first thing that morning. Spotting Ji Yulingyu standing at the entrance, Chiu Tong hurried past Wanyan and knelt before her. "Miss, it is entirely my fault for not caring for you properly, causing you to suffer. I have failed in my duties, please, punish me." Tears streamed down her face. Having sensed something amiss during her time at the Xingwang mansion, Chiu Tong had noticed her mistress's uncharacteristic silence. Knowing that Ji Yulingyu had never favored her, she feared her concerns had only aggravated her mistress's displeasure, leading to the unfortunate events that transpired. However, through the original's memories and her own discernment, Ji Yulingyu recognized that Chiu Tong genuinely wished her well. Stepping out of her room, she gently assisted Chiu Tong to her feet. "Rise.it is not your fault, it was all Tao Hua's scheming." Ji Yulingyu's voice was calm, as if nothing were amiss, leaving Chiu Tong taken aback. Her mistress had not only altered her demeanor but also spoken such reassuring words. However, as she reflected, it must be that Ji Yulingyu, having been wronged by Dao Huer and forced into an unwanted betrothal with Jingwang, had come to understand Tao Hua's true nature, prompting this change of heart. But with this newfound attitude, perhaps Ji Yulingyu would no longer cast her aside. "Thank you, miss." Once Chiu Tong had regained her footing, she recalled that her mistress had once favored Jingwang, only to now find herself wed to Jingwang. In the past, she would have rejoiced for her mistress's fortune. Jingwang was undoubtedly superior to Xingwang, yet, with the current knowledge of Jingwang's incapacitation, marrying him merely served as a means to rouse him from his stupor, leaving her filled with trepidation. Yet, standing in the Jingwang mansion before its inhabitants, she opted to remain silent, choosing instead to voice her concerns at a more opportune time. Thus, Chiu Tong dutifully positioned herself behind Ji Yulingyu. Meanwhile, Wanyan, observing the exchange between mistress and maid, stepped forward with the twins in tow. This old servant pays his respects to the princess. Upon hearing Wanyan address her as princess once more, Ji Yulingyu made no effort to correct him. Her intent had always been to assume the role of Jingwang's consort. She nodded, turning her gaze to the twin maids. "And who are these?" "This is Yun Shu, and this is Yun Jin. They are both maids of the Wang mansion." Wanyan introduced them one by one. "Seeing that you had no capable servants around you, I brought these 2 along, only to discover your maid was already waiting outside the Wang mansion. What do you think of these 2? Wanyan wisely refrained from mentioning the incident involving Tao Hua's demise, having surmised that Ji Yulingyu's abrupt betrothal must be linked to that particular maid. In affluent households, it was not uncommon for masters to eliminate disobedient servants, especially those who betrayed their trust. He believed that such decisive actions from the princess were commendable. Only a woman of her caliber could truly befit his master. Chapter 7. Entering the palace. Upon hearing Wainan's introduction, Yunshu and Yunjin stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Jiyu Lingyu. "We are honored to meet the princess." They were aware of their mistress's awakening. Although Miss Jiyu had a tarnished reputation, they held her in high regard for being the one to save their mistress. Jiyu Lingyu observed the two sisters, identical in appearance and both remarkably beautiful, and felt an immediate fondness for them. As she often expressed, who does not appreciate beauty? She was utterly susceptible to all things lovely, including beautiful people. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Please, no need for formalities. Whether I can truly assume the role of princess remains to be seen. We must wait until we reach the palace for clarity. If I indeed become the mistress of the Jing Wangfu, I would like you to stay by my side." "Yes, Your Highness." They had heard that the new princess had killed her maid the previous day and initially thought her to be difficult to please. However, it appeared that the reality was not as dire as the rumors suggested. Jiyu Lingyu nodded, and the sisters stepped aside to await further instructions. Seeing that everything was in order, Wainan smiled at Jiyu Lingyu and said, "I shall prepare the carriage for your entrance to the palace. Thank you for your efforts." After Wainan departed, Jiuzhong gazed at Jiyu Lingyu, still clad in her wedding attire, which was somewhat disheveled. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Her mistress must be feeling quite distressed, yet she had to maintain an air of indifference, which tugged at Jiuzhong's heart. "Miss, allow me to assist you in freshening up." Jiuzhong spoke softly, her voice thick with emotion. Jiyu Lingyu glanced down at her wrinkled wedding gown and replied, "All right." Just as she was about to turn and enter, she paused, recalling something. She turned back and pointed at Jiuzhong, addressing the Yun sisters. "This is my maid from the Xiang residence, someone I have grown up with. I regard her as my sister, so please take a moment to get to know each other." "Of course." The sisters replied in unison. Jiuzhong looked at Jiyu Lingyu with gratitude, knowing her mistress was a person of deep loyalty, previously misled by the allure of fleeting romance. Jiyu Lingyu, satisfied, stepped towards the room, leaving space for the three to converse. "Greetings, my two elder sisters. I'm Jiuzhong," as she introduced herself warmly to Yunjin and Yunshu. "Hello, Jiuzhong. I am Yunshu, and this is my elder sister, Yunjin." Yunshu introduced herself and her sister with grace. "We have just joined the princess's service, so if we fall short in any way, please do not hesitate to guide us," Yunjin added with a smile. Feeling slightly guilty, Jiuzhong admitted, "Do not worry, my mistress is quite easy to get along with." The three shared a light-hearted smile. "Let us not keep the princess waiting any longer," Yunjin reminded. "Indeed, we should hurry inside." "The princess must enter the palace soon," Yunshu said, leading the way into the room. Inside, Jiyu Lingyu was struggling to remove her wedding gown. "Your Highness, allow me," Yunjin quickly offered, stepping forward to assist, while Jiuzhong sought out another outfit for her. Just then, a loud crowing of a rooster echoed through the room, startling Jiuzhong, causing her to nearly drop the garments she held. Turning her head towards the source of the noise, she spotted a proud rooster tied beneath the table. "Miss!" Jiuzhong exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Jiyu Lingyu. How could there be a rooster in here? If it was as she feared, her mistress was suffering a great indignity. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Jiuzhong's cheeks. Yunshu and Yunjin exchanged awkward glances, stealing furtive glances at Jiyu Lingyu. Upon seeing that she was not angry, they sighed in relief. Why was the rooster still in the princess's chamber? It was all due to young Master Yi's insistence on using a rooster to stand in for the prince during the wedding ceremony. They hoped the princess would not harbor resentment towards the prince for this. At that moment, Yunjin successfully helped Jiyu Lingyu out of her wedding gown. Jiyu Lingyu looked at Jiuzhong, whose face was streaked with tears, and smiled reassuringly. There, do not cry. Now hurry and fetch my clothes, otherwise, we shall be late for the palace." Upon hearing this, Jiuzhong rushed to bring the garments to Jiyu Lingyu, while Yunjin attempted to assist but was gently brushed aside by Jiuzhong. "Let me take care of my mistress." You need not concern yourselves with these matters, Chiutong said, her tears still flowing as she helped Ji Yuling dress. Feeling the awkwardness, Yunshu and Yunjin decided to excuse themselves, claiming they needed to fetch breakfast for the princess, thus allowing Ji Yuling and her maids some privacy. As they left, Yunjin took the rooster with her. Kill it, clean it thoroughly, and later we shall prepare a delicious dish of beggar's chicken, Ji Yuling instructed Yunshu. Yunjin understood. After the sisters departed, Ji Yuling turned to Chiutong and said, "See, if you regard it as a significant matter, it becomes your rooster husband. If you do not, it is merely a dish. You can choose to eat it or discard it. It is not a grave concern. Ear. Har." Chiutong chuckled through her tears, amused by Ji Yuling's light-hearted perspective. Her mistress had indeed changed remarkably. "Now, are you done crying?" Ji Yuling smiled gently. "In a moment, I will have Yunjin accompany me to the palace, and you shall wait for my return at the Jingwang Fu. Ear. But, miss, you are unfamiliar with the palace, while Yunjin is from the Jingwang Fu and has been assigned by the steward, so she will be more knowledgeable about the palace affairs. Besides, your mistress's dowry remains at the Jingwang Fu. We do not know how the emperor intends to address this matter. Please keep an eye on my possessions here. We cannot afford to suffer losses from those petty thieves." Having listened to Ji Yuling's words and recalling the rooster that Yunjin had taken away, Chiutong felt her mistress was indeed correct. She wiped her tears, assisted Ji Yuling in dressing, and said, "I will watch over your dowry closely. You must be careful in the palace." Ji Yuling patted Chiutong's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry. Everything will be fine." At that moment, Yunjin and Yunshu re-entered, carrying breakfast. "I forgot to ask what the princess likes to eat, so I simply brought a few dishes. If they do not suit your taste, I can request the kitchen to prepare something else," Yunjin said as she placed the food on the table. Yunshu followed suit, carefully arranging the dishes. Ji Yuling approached the table and noticed a spread of 7 or 8 dishes, including buns, noodles, stir-fried lamb, steamed pig's trotters, sauteed cabbage, shredded chicken congee, and chicken stew with matsutake mushrooms, complete with winter worms and ginseng. She pursed her lips, reflecting on how the mistress of the Jingwang Fu had become a mere shadow. While the servants indulged in such lavish meals, this extravagant breakfast could sustain an ordinary family for years. Little did she know, this opulence was due to Long Xiong's awakening, prompting the steward to arrange a nourishing breakfast for him. Wang An had specifically arranged for Ji Yuling's breakfast to mirror Long Xiong's, resulting in this sumptuous spread. After finishing breakfast, Ji Yuling, accompanied by Yunjin, made her way to the entrance of the Jingwang Fu. There, she saw a carriage waiting, driven by none other than Yi Sinyu, the prince's disciple, with Wang An also present. Ji Yuling halted, her brow furrowing with concern. Noticing her frown, Yi Sinyu became disgruntled. He muttered to himself, "As if I wish to be your coachman, if it weren't for young Master Yi." Wang An interjected urgently, fearing he might say something inappropriate. Yi Sinyu huffed and fell silent. Wang An turned to Ji Yuling with a smile, saying, "Princess, please board the carriage." Given the events of the previous night, he surmised that if the emperor had no pressing matters, he would conclude court early. Thus, it would be timely for the princess to depart now. "Very well," Ji Yuling replied, glancing at Yi Sinyu and adding, "Thank you for your assistance." HMPH. Yi Sinyu scoffed. While Ji Yuling felt a tinge of displeasure, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, understanding that the original owner of this identity had been eager to marry the Prince of Xing, thus entangling her in misunderstandings. At that moment, Yunjin had positioned the stirrups by the carriage, and Ji Yuling stepped up to enter. After Yunjin secured the stirrups and joined her inside, Yi Sinyu cracked the whip, and the carriage headed towards the palace. Chapter 8, Complaints in the Tranquility Palace. Empress Xing glared at the kneeling Prince Xing, Long Jun, and Ji Yuyang, her anger rendering her nearly speechless. In a fit of rage, she seized the teacup from the table beside her and hurled it toward Long Jun and Ji Yuyang. Long Jun swiftly pulled Ji Yuyang into his embrace, and the teacup shattered against him, splattering tea all over, leaving him drenched. Witnessing Long Jun in such a state only fueled Empress Xing's fury further. "You wretched fool! How dare you protect her? She is the princess consort bestowed upon your fourth brother by your father, and you have the audacity to behave in such a manner. Long Jun released Jiyu Yang, turned to Empress Shen, and retorted defiantly, my concubine was also made a princess consort for him. We are even. Empress Shen was so enraged that she clutched her chest and began to gasp for breath. Long Jun, seeing his mother in such distress, felt a pang of guilt. Yet, he was resolute in his refusal to marry that foolish girl. His mother had sought a match from his father, and the people who once laughed with him now mocked him behind his back. He could not afford to lose face. Your Majesty, please calm down and do not let your anger jeopardize your health. Jin Mamar, Empress Shen's confidant, hurriedly stepped forward to soothe her. Meanwhile, Jiyu Yang, observing the scene, trembled slightly, her head bowed, her tightly clenched fists turning pale. To an uninformed observer, it might seem she was merely frightened, but a discerning eye would detect the venomous hatred burning within her eyes. As a daughter of the Prime Minister's household and a talented young lady of the capital, why should she be forced to bring joy to that lifeless man while a simpleton like Jiyu Yang could wed Prince Xing? She refused to accept such a fate. Long Jun, wishing to spare his mother any further distress, though convinced of his own righteousness, conceded, Mother, I was in the wrong, I acknowledge my mistake. Jin Mamar quickly interjected, Your Majesty, see, the prince recognizes his error. Please forgive him this once. She cast a knowing glance at Long Jun. Understanding her cue, Long Jun moved forward on his knees, closer to Empress Shen, and pleaded with a tone of desperation, I assure you, Mother, I shall never repeat this mistake. Please forgive me this time. Empress Shen inhaled deeply several times, striving to suppress her indignation, and shot Long Jun a glare. Do you dare to have a next time? I misspoke. I promise there will be no next time. Long Jun hastily jested. Empress Shen retorted curtly, whether I forgive you or not is inconsequential. You must seek your father's forgiveness. If this drags your elder brother into it, you will face my wrath. Upon hearing this, Long Ao understood that his mother had calmed down and nodded earnestly. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. I understand, my lady. Jiyu Yang replied obediently. After a few more warnings, Empress Shen dismissed the 2.at this moment. Yun Jin had already brought the chief eunuch, Jiao Ming, noticing Jiyu Lingyu's arrival, especially accompanied by someone from the Jingwang's residence, stepped forward to offer a reminder. The emperor is with. After all, both were daughters of the Prime Minister's household, and since they had mistakenly entered the wrong bridal sedan chair, the emperor would undoubtedly seek clarification from Jiyu Shor. She inclined her body slightly in respect. Thank you for the reminder, eunuch. You are too kind. Many spoke of Miss Jiyu as a simpleton, yet upon witnessing Jiyu Lingyu's respectful demeanor, Jiao Ming couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for her. Please wait here. I shall inform the emperor. Very well. Jiyu Lingyu nodded to Jiao Ming, who then entered the imperial study shortly. He emerged and addressed Jiyu Lingyu. The emperor requests your presence. Thank you, eunuch. After expressing her gratitude once more, Jiyu Lingyu stepped into the imperial study, where Yun Jin awaited outside. Just then, Yi Sinu arrived, having secured the horse carriage. Upon noticing Jiyu Lingyu's absence, he hurried forward to speak with Jiao Ming, anxious not to delay matters and incur his elder brother's wrath. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, upon Jiyu Lingyu's entrance, she found Jiyu Shor kneeling in the center, while the emperor sat behind the imperial desk, his expression dark as he fixed a stern gaze upon Jiyu Shor. She stepped forward, albeit reluctantly, but in this feudal society, she had to adhere to its customs and knelt down. This humble daughter, Jiyu Lingyu, pays her respects to your He coldly snorted, his voice imposing. You arrived at just the right moment. Explain to me why, despite my decree for you to marry Prince Xing, you ended up in the bridal sedan of the Jingwang's residence. Jiyu Lingyu rolled her eyes internally, knowing that the emperor, with his far-reaching authority, was likely well aware of the situation. Had it not been for the emperor calling him for questioning, he would have been oblivious to the entire affair. At his words, Jiyu Lingyu's expression hardened. What a fine father she had. Was he truly attempting to place the blame squarely on her shoulders? Were it not for the original owner's mother and brother still residing in the GU family, she would have relished the opportunity to expose the truth, allowing the emperor to punish them and eradicate the GU family, thus avenging the original owner. Yet now, she resolved that when she returned home in 3 days, she would gauge her original mother's sentiments. If her mother was willing, she would seek a divorce from this scoundrel. Then, the GU family's demise would be of no consequence to her. For the moment, however, the GU family could not afford any misfortunes, lest it implicate the original owner's mother and brother. Glancing sideways at GU Shoror, she saw him trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. She scoffed inwardly. He deserved this consequence for his betrayal. Gu Lingyu refocused her attention, lowering her head and feigning a timid I report to your majesty that yesterday, I was waiting in my chamber for the bridal sedan from Prince Xing's residence. When the matchmaker announced the arrival of the sedan, I was assisted out by her, believing I was entering the Prince Xing's bridal sedan. It was only when I lifted the veil in the Jingwang's new abode that I realized the grave error. I do not know how I ended up in the wrong sedan. Upon realizing my mistake, I requested the people from the Jingwang's residence to take me to Prince Xing's, only to find that the prince had already consummated the marriage with my sister. In my frustration, I took my dowry to the Jingwang's residence. I was reckless, and I beseech your majesty to punish me. Having said this, Gu Lingyu bowed her head once more to the emperor. One must yield under the eaves. There was no choice but to submit. The emperor had anticipated Gu Lingyu might claim she was tricked at home, yet he was taken aback by her narrative. His expression darkened as he pondered how to respond. The situation could only be one of two possibilities. Either, as Miss Gu claimed, both sisters were married on the same day and inadvertently entered the wrong bridal sedan while leaving home, with the Gu family at fault but not intentionally, merely a mistake. Furthermore, since Miss Gu had attempted to rectify her error upon discovering it, the blame could be somewhat mitigated, placing the onus on his son, who had refused her. With Miss Gu asserting ignorance of how she ended up in the wrong sedan, he surmised that neither his son nor the second miss of the Gu family would divulge the truth. Thus, the matter would have to be treated as the first scenario, yet he could not fathom whether it was truly just a mistake as she claimed. After all, had she not expressed her affection for his seventh prince? Why not reveal the truth? Was she afraid of incurring the emperor's wrath against the Gu family? Lost in thought, the emperor scrutinized Gu Lingyu. Although she knelt with her head bowed, her posture remained upright. Previously, other noble offspring had come to pay their respects, appearing somewhat obsequious, while she, despite feigning fear, exuded an air of unflinching composure upon closer inspection. It seemed this Miss Gu was not as... At that moment, Jiao Ming entered, casting a knowing glance at the kneeling Gu Lingyu before whispering a few words to the emperor. Chapter 9, A renewed betrothal. The emperor of Qianxi, who had initially worn a furious expression, suddenly transformed his anger into joy, his face breaking into a reassuring smile as he cast a gentle glance at Gu Lingyu. It appeared to be the will of fate. This woman truly shared a bond with his son, Shonger. While he had previously contemplated how to deal with the situation, now that his son had awakened due to the auspiciousness of their union, he decided to show leniency. However, the matter of exchanging brides, whether it was a deliberate act by the Gu family or a result of Gu Shoror's negligence, could not simply be overlooked. Regardless of intent, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The audacity of his subjects to defy his decree could not go unpunished, otherwise, any misstep might encourage others to challenge his authority, undermining his position as emperor. With a cold snort, the emperor's gaze turned sharp as he addressed Gu Shoror. Gu Shoror. Having listened to Gu Lingyu's words, he had a general understanding of the unfolding events. He was astonished by the boldness of the Liu family to defy imperial orders. At this moment, he could only feign ignorance, as his daughter had suggested, attributing the mix-up to the carelessness of the servants. After all, the accusation of disobeying imperial commands was one that the Gu family could not afford to bear. Yet, he found solace in the fact that his daughter, who had always been willful, seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter today. As the Prime Minister of the realm, how could you allow such a significant oversight in your household? What punishment do you deserve? The emperor's voice was frigid. It is entirely my incompetence for failing to manage my household properly. Jiyu Shoror quickly prostrated himself in acknowledgement of his fault. You are aware of your incompetence. How can you assist me in governing the court? I acknowledge my guilt. Jiyu Shoror lay prostrate on the ground, his head bowed low, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Though he held the esteemed position of Prime Minister, all matters within the household were dictated by his mother. As a scholar from a humble background, having lost his father early, he owed his achievements to his mother's tireless efforts in raising him and supporting his education. Thus, he was dutiful and obedient to her. Typically, he turned a blind eye to the numerous troubles in his household, including his mother's insistence on elevating Liu to a position of equal status with his wife, reclaiming the management rights from his distressed spouse. He understood the injustice faced by his wife, yet felt powerless to oppose his mother. The discord it sowed between him and his wife was troubling. As he pondered this, Jiyu Shoror felt increasingly agitated. While he could dismiss the internal affairs of the family, the audacity of Liu to openly defy imperial orders was a matter of treason, one that could lead to beheadings. Fortunately, his daughter had displayed wisdom this time and refrained from causing a scene. As for the Prince of Qing, it seemed Yan'er had already made arrangements, and he felt a sense of relief. You cannot even manage your own household, leading to such absurdity. Your punishment should be doubled. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Jiyu Lingyu. Yet, considering your years of diligent service and the fact that you raised such an astute daughter, I shall temper your punishment. Prime Minister Jiyu Shoror, your official rank will be reduced by 4 grades, and your salary will be docked for a year starting tomorrow. You shall take up your post in the Ministry of Rights. Jiyu Shoror was taken aback. The Emperor's leniency, based on his years of service, was understandable given the gravity of the matter, but he was puzzled as to how it related to his daughter. Then, it struck him that the Emperor's earlier anger had dissipated after the arrival of the Grand Eunuch Gao, who must have said something to change the Emperor's mind. Could it be that Gao's words were connected to his daughter? Shooting a furtive glance at the Emperor, he noticed the complex emotions in the Emperor's eyes as they rested on his daughter. It was evident that the matter indeed involved her, though the specifics were unclear. It was certainly not a negative implication. Thus, he breathed a sigh of relief while inwardly cursing Liu 1,000 times, all the while bowing in gratitude to the Emperor. Regardless, his life had been spared, and he could address the remaining issues later. Yes, I accept the decree, he replied. Jiyu Lingyu, however, the Emperor turned his attention back to Jiyu Shoror, waving his hand. You may leave for now. After Jiyu Shoror exited, the Emperor motioned for Jiyu Lingyu to rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. As she stood, it seemed she needed to engage in some physical training. Her body appeared fine, yet she could barely endure such a brief kneeling. Noticing her discomfort, the Emperor smiled and said, Gao Ming, provide a seat. She could not comprehend why the Emperor, who had been so wrathful moments ago, was now offering her a seat, prompting her to adopt a more cautious demeanor. However, she would not deprive herself of the privilege of sitting. Thank you for the seat. The Emperor, observing Jiyu Lingyu's composure, found her demeanor refreshing compared to the typical timid behavior of young women. My dear girl, you have endured unfair treatment in this matter. However, now that it has come to this, how do you intend to proceed? He regarded her with an amicable expression. Jiyu Lingyu was momentarily puzzled by the Emperor's intentions but ultimately responded, I shall leave everything to Your Majesty's discretion. She reasoned that since she had already participated in the wedding ceremony, she could be considered the princess consort of Jingwang. Surely, the Emperor would not reassign her to another. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's smile grew radiant. Then I shall betroth you to Jingwang and bestow upon you the title of Jingwang Fei. How does that sound? In truth, the Emperor did not require her consent to marry the daughter of the Jiyu family to his son, but given the events of the previous day, he wished to consider Jiyu Lingyu's feelings. I am willing, Jiyu Lingyu replied straightforwardly, as she had intended to assume the role of Jing Wangfei temporarily. Excellent. Excellent. The Emperor exclaimed twice, the imperial decree will be delivered to Jing Wangfu by Gao Ming. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Jiyu Lingyu refrained from kneeling again, opting instead for a respectful bow, which the Emperor did not mind. Little did she know, the emperor's generous gifts were a result of her auspicious influence on Longshang's recovery. As the emperor admired Jiyu Lingyu more and more, he inquired, "Is there anything else you desire, Jin Wangfei? Do not hesitate to voice your wishes." Hearing this, Jiyu Lingyu's eyes sparkled as she quickly asked, "Anything at all?" The emperor chuckled, "If you were to request my empire, I would certainly have to decline." Although this appeared to be a jest, only the emperor understood its underlying significance. With Jingwang revived and Jiyu Lingyu's maternal family wielding military power, coupled with her father's previous role as prime minister, the emperor aimed to subtly caution them against harboring any inappropriate ambitions. Jiyu Lingyu sighed inwardly at the tragic nature of a society governed by imperial authority. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and responded, "I would not dare to ask for such a thing. I merely wish for your majesty to grant me one request." "Oh, pray tell what it is," the emperor inquired, pleased by her modesty. "Your majesty, I have not yet determined my request. May I reserve the right to present it at a later time?" If her mother was agreeable, Jiyu Lingyu intended to use this condition to negotiate a divorce from Jiyu Shou. Thus, she needed to consult her mother before addressing the emperor. To her surprise, the emperor granted her request. "It is permitted, but you may no longer refer to me as your majesty. You must now call me Father Emperor." "Yes, Father Emperor." Jiyu Lingyu acquiesced readily. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. "Have you yet paid your respects to your mother and royal grandmother?" "Not yet." "Then go quickly, do not keep them waiting." Afterward, he turned to Jiao Ming and instructed, "Escort the daughter-in-law of Shang out." "Yes." Jiyu Lingyu followed Jiao Ming out of the study, encountering Long Jun and Jiyu Yuyang approaching, with Xinghua trailing behind them. After bidding farewell to Jiao Ming, Jiyu Lingyu proceeded forward. As she brushed past Jiyu Yuyang and Long Jun, Jiyu Yuyang cast a glance at Long Jun, then turned to Jiyu Lingyu with a seemingly contrite expression. Her voice lowered as she said, "Sister," with her eyes glistening, as though she had endured a great grievance. Jiyu Yuyang continued, "I apologize for yesterday's incident. It was entirely my fault. You would have imagined that we sisters would end up in the wrong wedding carriage. Perhaps this is fate. I hope you can forgive me, sister." Witnessing her feigned demeanor, Jiyu Lingyu felt a wave of nausea. She noticed Long Jun's hostile gaze directed at her, and suddenly understood the situation. She discreetly glanced at Jiao Ming behind her and softly remarked, "Sister, please do not say such things. I am not unreasonable. Had you confided in me that you and the prince were in love and had privately pledged to each other, I would not have been the type to hinder your happiness. It is only because you orchestrated a switch on the day of the wedding that not only did it become a laughingstock, but more importantly, your defiance of imperial orders could lead to dire consequences if the emperor were to learn of it." At this point, noticing Jiyu, she had not anticipated the emperor would demote her father's rank. She thought that the Prince of Xing would take the blame upon himself, and her father would merely face a reduction in salary. Now, however, her father's demotion indicated that she would likely bear the brunt of his wrath. Moreover, should Grand Eunuch Jiao overhear her illicit relationship with the Prince of Xing before their marriage, she would truly be guilty of defying imperial orders. Though she knew that this despicable woman might hesitate to escalate the situation, considering she was also a daughter of the Jiyu family and would not benefit from their family's disgrace, she feared the possibility of her acting out of anger. The more she contemplated, the more frustrated she became, regretting her decision to confront this shameless woman. Observing Jiyu Lingyu's composed demeanor, Jiyu Yuyang felt her anger rising, yet she could not act upon it. Finally, she suppressed her fury, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "I am sorry." Jiyu Lingyu noted the flicker of rage in Jiyu Yuyan's eyes that ultimately gave way to restraint. However, her facade of innocence was growing tiresome, prompting Jiyu Lingyu to retort, "If you truly feel remorseful, why not revert to the original arrangement?" Jiyu Yuyang stammered, "That is out of the question." She glanced at Long Jun, her face flushing, "I have already consummated my marriage with the prince. How could I marry Jing Wang again?" "Then do be quiet. What pretense are you putting on here? Do you think I should be grateful to you for stealing my betrothal?" Jiyu Lingyu scoffed. "Sister, you misunderstand. That is not what I meant." Jiyu Yuyang wept, internally cursing Jiyu Lingyu 1,000 times over. If it were not for the inappropriate setting and the presence of the Prince of Qing, she would never have allowed this wretched woman to humiliate her. Rolling her eyes, Ji Lingyu remarked, "I kindly request that you address me as Jing Wangfei from now on." Listening to her address her affectionately as sister, Ji Lingyu felt a chill creep down her spine. Ji Yang was momentarily stunned, gazing at Ji Lingyu in disbelief. What do you mean? The literal meaning, do you truly not understand? Ji Lingyu replied, her expression cold. My mother only gave birth to me and my brother. There is no other daughter. Do not make assumptions. Ji Yuyan's face turned pale as she clenched her embroidered handkerchief tightly, desperately suppressing her rage. With a wounded expression, she looked at Ji Lingyu, disbelief clouding her tear-filled eyes. This wretched girl, how could she, being a legitimate daughter, enjoy the privilege of being recognized as her father's child, while Ji Yang was merely regarded as a foster daughter brought in by her mother? Long Jun, witnessing Ji Yuyan's distress, felt a surge of sympathy and indignation. He raised his voice indignantly. Ji Lingyu, do not overstep. Yang has already apologized to you. What more do you want? It was my decision not to marry you, which has nothing to do with Yang. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not at her, otherwise, I shall not spare you. Yun Jin, overhearing Long Jun's remarks against Ji Lingyu, felt a surge of anger. Yet, standing at the entrance of the imperial study, she feared her words would only complicate matters for her mistress. However, she knew that the Prince of Qing would not dare to act violently here. It was merely a display of bravado. She committed Long Jun's insulting comments about her mistress to memory, resolved to inform her husband upon their return so that he could address this audacious individual. Ji Lingyu scoffed at Long Jun's words, recognizing that Ji Yang had enlisted him as her ally. Believing her to be an easy target, with a wounded expression, she exclaimed, "Seventh brother, how could you speak to me in such a manner? Although I was betrothed to you by the Emperor, after your declaration yesterday that you and Ji Sefu have already consummated your marriage, I have let it go. Furthermore, I am now your fourth sister-in-law, so it is even less likely that I would harbor resentment over yesterday's events. Yet, you choose to humiliate me like this. Is it because your fourth brother remains in a comatose state that you feel emboldened to disrespect me in this manner?" As she spoke, she feigned wiping away non-existent tears, casting a meaningful glance toward the imperial study, her threat unmistakable. Long Jun was at a loss for words, infuriated by her audacity. How could such a shameless person exist in the world? Just moments ago, she had suggested reverting to the original arrangement. And now she denied it? Do not address me as you. I am the Jing Wangfei. You shall refer to me as your fourth sister-in-law. Should you fail to show the proper respect, I will not hesitate to report your impudence to Father Emperor, Ji Lingyu retorted with disdain. Seeing that they were not gaining any advantage in their confrontation, Ji Yang regretted calling out to this shameless woman. Long Jun was about to say something further when he realized they were drawing near the entrance to the imperial study. Fearing that Ji Lingyu might retaliate and escalate the situation, Ji Yang quickly tugged at Long Jun's sleeve and turned to Ji Lingyu with a wounded expression, saying, "I was rude earlier. I hope Jing Wangfei will forgive me. I will certainly remember your instructions." Ji Lingyu let out a cold snort. "You had better remember." With that, she glanced back at Xinghua and departed with Yun Jin. Chapter 10, Punishment. Upon witnessing this, Xinghua appeared lost in thought. It seemed that the eldest lady had undergone a complete transformation. Judging by the current circumstances, the second lady was no match for her at all. Long Jun glared at Ji Lingyu's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he was powerless to act against her, especially with Jiao Ming watching nearby. He let out a cold snort and led Ji Yang to the entrance of the imperial study. Jiao Ming glanced at the departing Ji Lingyu and then at the fuming Long Jun. With a smile he remarked, "The emperor is already waiting for the prince inside." He then opened the door to the imperial study for Long Jun. Long Jun entered with Ji Yang, and only then did Jiao Ming close the door behind them. Seeing the door to the imperial study shut, Xinghua cast a glance in the direction where Ji Lingyu had vanished. After a moment of hesitation, she feigned a stomachache, slipping out of Gao Ming's sight to pursue Ji Lingyu. Eldest lady, wait a moment, eldest lady, please wait. Xinghua gasped as she called out while running. Yun Jin, observing Ji Lingyu ahead, noted that her lady had no intention of stopping, so she chose not to speak and followed at a leisurely pace. Xinghua quickened her pace to catch up, panting heavily. Eldest lady. Only then did Ji Lingyu turn around, her expression indifferent as she inquired, is there something you need? Xinghua glanced at Yun Jin, her hesitation evident. Ji Lingyu, noticing this, smiled gently and said, it's all right, go ahead and speak, Yun Jin is in my service. Regardless of Yun Jin's loyalty at present, Ji Lingyu had no fear of others discovering the matters Xinghua wished to discuss, thus it was of little consequence for her to overhear. Upon hearing this, Xinghua's eyes flickered, and finally summoning her courage, she stated, eldest lady, just now the second lady and Prince Xing came from the Empress. Millimeter, and then? Ji Lingyu replied coolly. Xinghua was taken aback. Was the eldest lady not worried at all? After all, Prince Xing was the Empress's own son, and the Empress would undoubtedly favor him. What if she decided to make things difficult for the eldest lady? Just moments ago, she had already troubled the second lady. Xinghua could not fathom this, yet she continued, the Empress does not favor the second lady. Just now she even threw a cup at her, and thankfully, Prince Xing intervened. At this point, she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly knelt down, anxiously apologizing to Ji Lingyu. I am sorry, eldest lady. I did not mean to alarm you. I merely wished to offer a warning so you could be prepared. Enough, rise. I am not angry with you, Ji Lingyu said in a calm voice. Thank you, eldest lady, thank you. Xinghua stood up, flustered. Return now, be cautious that your mistress does not find you missing when she calls for you. As for the Empress, I am well aware of her intentions, Ji Lingyu instructed. Understood, Xinghua nodded, just as Ji Lingyu turned to leave. I beseech you, eldest lady, grant me the antidote, Xinghua lamented with a woeful expression. Complying, she obediently opened her mouth. Very well. Ji Lingyu reached into her sleeve, retrieving a pill from the ancient family space storage and placed it into Xinghua's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving Xinghua stunned. Why did this taste so different from the medicine she had taken last night? However, it was too late for regrets now. This was a concoction the ancient family had developed to deal with those harboring ill intentions. She had not initially intended to poison her, but since Xinghua had eagerly sought it, she had reluctantly obliged. A pang of sympathy still lingered within her. Meanwhile, Yun Jin felt a mix of astonishment and admiration. She was astonished that her mistress had brought poison into the palace and admired her foresight. Thus, all of the second lady's movements would now be under her mistress's control. Ji Lingyu, taking advantage of her sleeve's cover, retrieved 2 porcelain vials from her space and handed them to Xinghua. Give this one to your mistress and the other to Prince Xing. Upon seeing this, Xinghua's face turned pale, and she hesitated to accept the vials, her expression pleading as she looked at Ji Lingyu. If she poisoned the second lady and Prince Xing, and it were discovered, she would not survive the consequences. Ji Lingyu could sense the turmoil in Xinghua's heart. Do not worry, it will not claim your mistress's life. It will merely cause her to develop a few small blemishes as punishment for usurping my engagement. As for Prince Xing, it is merely a minor reprimand. After all, he is a prince of Qianqi, and no one will uncover the source of his affliction. Upon hearing this, Xinghua finally breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the vials. Ji Lingyu smiled lightly, then, accompanied by Yun Jin, made her way to Shokang Palace, reminding her on the way out, make sure to administer the medicine promptly. I shall check on it when you return in 3 days. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, Emperor Qianqi glared at Long Jun and Ji Yuyang, who were kneeling before him, his anger palpable. Do you two realize your crimes? Though he was no longer angry about the marriage exchange, indeed, he felt a sense of relief that it had awakened the 4th prince. His imperial majesty was not to be trifled with. They were fully aware that this marriage had been decreed by him, yet they dared to act so recklessly, which infuriated him greatly. Long Jun, upon hearing his father's furious roar, immediately lowered his head in contrition. Father, please calm your anger. I acknowledge my fault. It was my foolishness that led me to commit such a disgraceful act. I humbly request your punishment. At this moment, Ji Yang trembled in fear under the emperor's imposing presence, paralyzed and unable to move. The emperor's disdain only deepened upon witnessing this. Was this truly the talented lady of the capital? In comparison to the princess of Jing, she was indeed worlds apart. The former was labeled a fool, while the latter was celebrated as a genius. HMPH. The emperor snorted disdainfully, "Bring in the guards." Jiao Ming quickly stepped forward, "Your Majesty." Drag Prince Xing out and administer 50 strokes, then send him back to his residence under house arrest for a month. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ji Yang, his voice icy. "No bastards are to be born until Prince Xing has married a legitimate wife and sired a legitimate heir. Otherwise, defiance against the decree will be met with cumulative punishment." As soon as the emperor's words left his lips, Ji Yuyan's face turned ashen, and she collapsed in shock. "No bastards?" This extinguished all her hopes in an instant. She had anticipated that after giving birth to a son, she would be elevated to the position of a legitimate wife. Now, that hope was shattered. Long John was equally stunned. While he understood the prohibition against illegitimate children, the punishment of 50 strokes would surely incapacitate him. "How can this be, father?" Before he could continue, the emperor coldly interrupted. "What more do you have to say?" Realizing his father was truly enraged, Long John instinctively shrank back and muttered, "I have nothing more to say." No sooner had he spoken than Jiao Ming summoned 2 eunuchs. Long John snapped back to reality and, with a sorrowful expression, pleaded, "Father, spare me, I shall not dare again, I promise." "You wretched son, do you dare to have a next time?" the emperor barked. "Drag him away." He understood that even if it were 100 strokes, he would only suffer a bit of pain, as the empress would never allow him to be punished without intervention. "Yes." The 2 eunuchs swiftly seized Long John and began to drag him out. He struggled, shouting, "Father, spare me!" Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape his fate. Watching as Long John was dragged away, Ji Yang trembled violently, her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. The emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand. "You may leave as well." "Yes." Ji Yang stumbled as she exited, feeling a headache coming on. The emperor rubbed his forehead. Jiao Ming promptly offered him a cup of ginseng tea. Recalling the altercation at the entrance of the imperial study involving the princess of Jing and Prince Xing, he reported the matter to the emperor. The emperor took the tea, sipped it, and set it down, his expression grave. "Shang'er's wife is quite different from the rumors." He then chuckled softly. "Of course, the granddaughter of Tang Jinhong cannot truly be a fool." Chapter 11. Gossip. Ji Lingyu arrived at Shokang Palace. After respectfully serving tea to the Empress Dowager, she was invited to rise and sit beside her. The Empress Dowager, holding her hand with a benevolent expression, said, "Good child, you have suffered. It is all because the Empress has spoiled Xingwang to the point of lawlessness." Ji Lingyu was momentarily at a loss for words. In her modern life, only her grandfather had treated her kindly, and now she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. She managed to offer the Empress Dowager a shy smile, saying, "Lingyu is not aggrieved." The Empress Dowager, pleased, replied, "You are a kind-hearted and sensible child, which brings joy to this old woman. Qingyang, bring out the set of jade jewelry I wish to bestow upon Lingyu." Qingyang, the Empress Dowager's personal maid, paused for a moment before casting a glance at Ji Lingyu, then acknowledged the request and entered the inner chamber. Soon, she emerged holding a jewelry box, which she respectfully placed on the table beside the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager opened the box and smiled, saying, "This set was gifted to me by the late emperor when I first entered the palace." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the jewelry, and she was lost in memories. Ji Lingyu discreetly glanced at the contents of the box, discovering a complete set of jade jewelry, its vibrant green hue crystal clear and remarkably beautiful. She remained silent, patiently waiting. After a while, the Empress Dowager regained her focus and handed the jewelry box to Ji Lingyu, asking, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Ji Lingyu did not take it but instead looked at the box earnestly and replied, "It is very beautiful." "That is all that matters," the Empress Dowager maintained her smile. "Then it is a gift for you." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyu quickly shook her head, saying, "Your Majesty, this is far too precious." I cannot accept such a generous gift. If you wish to bestow something upon me, anything else would suffice. However, this jewelry is a cherished memento from the late emperor, and I cannot take it. My dear child, you must accept it. I am now too old to wear it as gracefully as you young ones. Besides, if I keep it, it will only remind me of the late emperor and evoke bittersweet memories, she said as she pressed the jewelry box into Ji Lingyu's arms. Seeing that further refusal was futile, Ji Lingyu ultimately accepted it. The Empress Dowager's smile deepened. Now you are being obedient. After exchanging a few more idle words, the Empress Dowager finally allowed Ji Lingyu to take her leave. Outside, Yun Jin, waiting, hurried over to meet Ji Lingyu, who was now carrying a beautiful jewelry box. My lady, let me take that, she offered. Yes, Ji Lingyu replied, passing the box to Yun Jin. She then placed her hand on her belly and glanced up at the sky. The sun was nearing its zenith, which explained her growing hunger. Let us hurry, after serving tea to the Empress, we shall depart the palace. I am quite hungry, Ji Lingyu remarked with a frown. Yun Jin nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Ji Lingyu as they made their way to the Empress's Qingyuan Palace. Meanwhile, Qingyuan Palace was abuzz with excitement. The previous day, both the Jingwang and Xingwang had married two daughters from the Prime Minister's household, and the incident of the brides mistakenly entering the wrong palanquins had become common knowledge among the palace inhabitants. Thus, after the imperial consorts paid their respects to Empress Shen, none of them left, having learned that Miss Ji had gone to serve tea to the Empress Dowager. Serving tea indicated that the emperor had consented to the marriage exchange, meaning Miss Ji was now the Jingwang Fei. They were all eager to see how the Empress would deal with this newly minted Jingwang Fei. Miss Ji, despite her lack of refinement and perceived simplicity, was undeniably devoted to Xingwang. Now, having lost her position as his concubine to her own sister, she was bound to stir up trouble, and the others were keenly anticipating the ensuing drama. As they whispered among themselves about Ji Lingyu, an attendant entered to announce her arrival. Everyone craned their necks toward the entrance. Empress Shen frowned at the spectators, particularly at the scheming Elguifei, who often took advantage of her familial ties to the Empress Dowager to oppose her. Today, Elguifei had instigated the others to remain, insisting they wanted to meet the new bride of Jingwang. Though Miss Ji had not frequented the palace often, she was not entirely unknown, and Elguifei was clearly eager to witness her humiliation. However, Empress Shen could not expel Miss Ji, as that would only amplify her mockery. With a forced smile, she said, "Please invite the Jingwang Fei in." Yes, the attendant replied. Moments later, she returned, leading Ji Lingyu into the chamber. Ji Lingyu was taken aback by the number of people present. Although she recognized them as the emperor's consorts, she could not recall any of them except for the empress. Even though the original owner of her body had attended several palace banquets, her attention had solely been on Xingwang, leaving her oblivious to the others. Furrowing her brow, Ji Lingyu composed herself and performed a respectful curtsy, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty. I extend my greetings to all esteemed ladies." Afterward, she bowed her head, waiting in silence. Empress Shen regarded Ji Lingyu with a complex expression. She had arranged for her son to marry her not only because she was the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, but also due to her maternal grandfather's status as a general commanding a considerable force. Now, however, it seemed all had been ruined by that fool. What difference would a mere concubine make? If she did not favor her, she could simply disregard her. Yet now, the prize that had been all but secured seemed to slip away. Lost in her thoughts, Empress Shen felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Unbeknownst to Ji Lingyu, who was still bent over uncomfortably, Empress Shen was contemplating many things. Although she had practiced martial arts in her previous life and had executed numerous complex maneuvers, she found herself struggling with the limitations of her new body, which, while physically capable, lacked flexibility. It was clear that once she stabilized herself, she would need to intensify her training. Meanwhile, the onlookers resumed their whispers, particularly Elguifei, who boldly remarked, "Sister, though Miss Ji is no longer Xingwang's concubine, she is now the Jingwang Fei bestowed by the emperor. That makes her your daughter in law. Is your reluctance to let her rise due to your displeasure at the marriage exchange? However, I have heard that Miss Ji went to Xingwang's residence, and it was Xingwang who opposed the change. Surely you cannot hold that against her." As she spoke, El Guifei feigned sympathy for Jiyu Lingyu, all the while secretly ridiculing Empress Shen. This wench, emboldened by her connections to the Jiyu family, believed she could use a concubine's title to unite the Tang and Jiyu families. Yet, her foolish son had ruined everything, inadvertently benefiting that low-born child. Surely, she had not anticipated this outcome. Fortunately, that low-born child was now rendered a mere shadow of her former self. Otherwise, with his army of 100,000, combined with the Tang family's 20,000, how could the throne ever be contested? Truly, she was foolish beyond measure. As El Guifei continued her tirade, Empress Shen signaled to her maid, Jin Suo, to assist Jiyu Lingyu to her feet and shot a reproachful glance at El Guifei. "Sister, how can you speak so? I was merely lost in thought. Miss Jiyu is also a victim in this matter. I would not be so unreasonable as to burden her for something beyond her control." El Guifei scoffed softly. Who knows? Chapter 12. When soldiers arrive, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Empress Shen chose to disregard concubine L, her gaze shifting instead to Jiyu Lingyu, a myriad of emotions flickering across her face. Jiyu Lingyu stood there with poise, allowing the empress and the ladies of the court to scrutinize her. At that moment, Jin Suo had placed a soft cushion before Jiyu Lingyu and brought forth a cup of tea. In response, Jiyu Lingyu knelt down, receiving the teacup from Jin Suo with earnestness, and presented it to the empress, saying, "Mother, please enjoy this tea." The other ladies were taken aback, gazing at Jiyu Lingyu in astonishment. They had anticipated that this young lady would approach the empress in tears over the matter of the marriage exchange. Instead, she had respectfully offered tea. Empress Shen furrowed her brow slightly at this display. Wasn't he this simpleton solely enamored with Junner? What could this tranquil demeanor signify? Could it be that her affection for Junner was feigned? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Empress Shen maintained her composure and gestured for Jin Suo to bring her the teacup. She took a gentle sip and then handed the cup back, instructing Jin Suo, "A good child, please rise." "Thank you, mother." Jiyu Lingyu stood up. Empress Shen beckoned Jiyu Lingyu to sit beside her, patting her hand with a sigh. My dear you are indeed a commendable girl, yet it is unfortunate that Junner lacks the fortune to match you. However, it is a comfort that you are now the wife of Shonger, still making you my daughter-in-law." While speaking, Empress Shen discreetly observed Jiyu Lingyu's reaction, keen to discern whether the girl truly had moved on from her son Junner or was merely withholding her sentiments due to the company present. Jiyu Lingyu looked at her restrained hand, bemused by how people of this era seemed so fond of grasping one another's hands. She forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, mother, your daughter-in-law will remember your words." Uncertain of Empress Shen's true intentions, Jiyu Lingyu had anticipated the empress would be. Nevertheless, she was not one to shy away from challenges. Seeing Jiyu Lingyu's somewhat forced smile, Empress Shen mistakenly believed that she still harbored feelings for Xingwang. Suddenly, her earlier displeasure dissipated. As long as this simpleton still cherished her son, even if she were wed to Xingwang, she would remain of service to the empress. Concubine L, noticing Jiyu Lingyu's calmness, though puzzled by this unexpected behavior, realized that the day had lost its entertainment value for her. With a curl of her lip, she stood and declared, "Boring." Before taking her leave, the others, wishing to depart as well, found themselves in a predicament. Having concocted excuses to linger, Empress Shen paid them no heed, instead bestowing numerous gifts upon Jiyu Lingyu, which were to be delivered to Jingwang's residence, before finally escorting Jiyu Lingyu out of Jingwan Palace. Upon reaching the palace gates, Yi Xinyu sat in the carriage, bored, and upon spotting them, he complained, "Why did it take so long? I'm starving." Jiyu Lingyu cast him a fleeting glance, choosing to ignore his remark as she climbed into the carriage. Now it was late afternoon, and she felt ravenous and fatigued, not wishing to utter a word. Yun Jin, noticing Jiyu Lingyu's silence, recognized her mistress's exhaustion and shot a glare at Yi Xinyu. Since entering the palace that morning, Jiyu Lingyu had been bustling about, yet she had not once voiced her fatigue, unlike him who dared to complain. If young Master Yi is so eager to return, he may use his lightness of foot to do so. "This is our Wangfu's carriage, I can handle the driving," Yun Jin asserted as she stepped forward to take the reins from Yi Xinyu, but he evaded her grasp. He was aware that his words had been somewhat excessive, yet he felt too embarrassed to apologize, muttering under his breath, "You all came out late, anyway." As Yunjin was about to retort, Ji Yulingyu's voice called from within the carriage, "Yunjin, get in the carriage." Now, she was the true mistress of Jing Wangfu, naturally commanding Yunjin. Hearing her lady's call, Yunjin huffed, entering the carriage, and Yisinyu guided them toward Jing Wangfu. As the carriage rolled down the street, the enticing aroma of candied chestnuts wafted in from a vendor, prompting Ji Yulingyu. She was indeed quite hungry and could not retrieve anything from her space in front of them, so when Yunjin peeled the chestnuts and handed them to her, she accepted them without hesitation. Observing Ji Yulingyu in this state, Yunjin felt a pang of sympathy. Had their mistress's companions accompanied her, the ordeal would have been settled in no time. How could she endure such hardship? Unfortunately, even if their mistress had awakened now, she could not yet leave her quarters, let alone enter the palace. What Yunjin was unaware of was that had Long Shang not instructed Yisinyu to enter the palace to inform Jiao Ming of his awakening, Emperor Qianji would have likely not spared the Jiyu family. Meanwhile, at the Jiyu residence, Ji Yushor returned directly to Liu Shi's courtyard. Seeing her husband's furious expression, Liu Shi surmised that he had discovered the matter of the marriage exchange. Although a tremor of fear coursed through her, the knowledge that Xing Wang was aware of the matter and had consented to the exchange bolstered her confidence. Nevertheless, she summoned her personal maid to fetch the old lady Jiyu. Feigning a cheerful demeanor, she asked, "Husband, why are you home so early today? How dare you ask me such a question?" Ji Yushor glared fiercely at her. "I want to know if the mix-up with Yuer and Yanger was your doing." Liu Shi, taken aback, feigned innocence and exclaimed, "What do you mean?" "Yanger actually mixed up the wedding sedan with Yuer." Ji Yushor, enraged by Liu Shi's pretense of ignorance, struck her across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. He pointed an accusatory finger at her. "Stop playing the fool, who else could be responsible for this? You didn't want Yanger to marry Jing Wang, so you orchestrated this mix-up, but did you ever consider that this was a marriage granted by the emperor? By changing it without permission, you are defying his decree. Do you wish for the Jiyu family to perish?" As Ji Yushor vented his fury, the old lady Jiyu, supported by her maid, hurried over. Seeing Liu Shi on the ground, blooded, she inquired with concern, "What has happened here?" The maid who accompanied the old lady rushed to assist Liu Shi, who remained on the floor, covering her swollen face with her hand, crying, "Mother, you must stand up for me. He hit me." The old lady Jiyu turned her gaze to Ji Yushor, demanding, "Ashor, what on earth is going on? She is your wife and the mother of Shener and the others. No matter how angry you are, you cannot strike her. Mother, why don't you ask her what good deed she has done?" Ji Yushor seethed. Liu Shi was his cousin. On the day before his examination in the capital, they had been foolishly intoxicated and ended up as husband and wife, with his mother hastily arranging a simple wedding ceremony. During his journey to the capital, he fortuitously met his current wife, Tang Shi, and fell for her at first sight, only to later discover she was the daughter of the North Town Marquis. After earning his degree, he immediately sought to propose to her, and to his surprise, the Marquis agreed. Shortly after their marriage, Tang Shi became pregnant, but unfortunately, she suffered a miscarriage, which left her unable to conceive again. It was then that his mother revealed Liu Shi had given birth to a son during that time, who was currently residing at a village outside the city. After the initial shock, he accompanied his mother to the village to meet Liu Shi and the child. At that time, the boy was already 2 years old, and Ji Yushor's emotions were conflicted. He was elated to have a son while simultaneously fearing Tang Shi's wrath upon learning of this. During a meal, he inadvertently drank a bit too much, resulting in another night spent with Liu Shi. Upon waking, he felt regretful, believing he had wronged his wife, but looking into his son's eager eyes, he understood he could not turn a blind eye to them. He would have to bring them back one day. Thus, he frequently visited the village, and before long, Liu Shi fell pregnant again, while Tang Shi was 3 months along as well. Fearing Tang Shi might be angered and suffer another miscarriage, he kept the news from her. Eventually, both women gave birth to daughters. 2 years passed without any news from Tang Shi, and his mother pressured him, citing Tang Shi's inability to bear a son. Reluctantly, he brought Liu Shi back to the household, concealing the truth about the children, claiming Liu Shi was a widow with 2 children, thus elevating her to the status of a concubine. Not long after, Liu Shi bore him another son, and his mother insisted that her grandson could not be considered illegitimate and thus promoted Liu Shi to the status of a principal wife, seizing Tang Shi's authority over household affairs. Ironically, a few years later, Tang Shi miraculously gave birth to a son. Reflecting on this, Ji Yuxiu felt unwilling to continue down this path of thought. That boy was not his blood. He was a bastard, and how dare Tang Shi betray him? It was infuriating that she dared to claim the child was his. When he had questioned her, she had denied any wrongdoing, but once she became pregnant, she insisted the child was his. He felt foolish for believing her until the truth was revealed through blood testing. In an instant, Ji Yuxiu's mind was flooded with thoughts. He had initially felt guilty towards Liu Shi, and with his mother shielding her, he had turned a blind. Yet, he never imagined her audacity would lead her to defy imperial will. Were it not for the emperor's consideration of their long-standing relationship, the Ji family would have faced dire consequences. With a cold huff, he recounted the entire sequence of events to the old lady Ji, including his demotion to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights. The old lady, upon hearing this, looked at Liu Shi in disbelief. She could not fathom that Liu Shi would dare commit such a grave offense, endangering her son's position. Fuming, she pointed an accusing finger at Liu Shi, at a loss for words, eventually sighing, "You foolish girl." Liu Shi, stunned by the news of Ji Yuxiu's demotion, felt her heart sink. Her daughter Yang had assured her that the emperor cherished Xinguang, and he would never punish her husband for this matter. Alas, the damage was done, and it was too late to plead her case. Now, she dared not confess her involvement and could only weep, hoping to escape punishment. Observing Liu Shi in such a state, the old lady felt a twinge of sadness. After all, she was her niece, and had given birth to 3 children for the Ji family. Although Liu Shi's actions had cost her son his position, at least their lives were spared. Presently, both daughters of the Ji family were married to princes, and she believed her son's career would eventually recover. However, Liu Shi could no longer be allowed to retain control over household affairs. Turning to her son, she asked, "Ashura, what do you intend to do?" Liu Shi, though still sobbing, quieted her cries, eager to hear her husband's decision regarding her fate. Ji Yuxiu glared at Liu Shi, his teeth clenched in anger. Yet, what could he do? He could not simply divorce her, for they had 3 children together. Aside from Yang, the eldest had yet to be betrothed, and the youngest. If he divorced her, it would affect both sons, and more importantly, if news spread that the marriage mix-up was orchestrated by her, it would be seen as a blatant defiance of imperial decree. Finally, Ji Yuxiu declared with determination, Liu Shi's authority over household matters will be revoked. She will be punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for a month and will be confined to the house for 6 months. Without my permission, she is prohibited from setting foot outside. Should she hear again, I will directly divorce her. The old lady Ji understood that this was the extent of her son's forbearance. She glanced at the still sobbing Liu Shi and nodded, "Very well, let it be as you say." Liu Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her husband had not outright divorced her. Though her authority was stripped, she remained hopeful of reclaiming it in time. Yet the thought of kneeling in the ancestral hall filled her with resentment. What had she done wrong? Why should Tang Ningqian's daughter marry Xinguang while her own daughter was relegated to marrying a dying man? She resolved not to let them have their way, even if it meant defying the emperor. After all, her daughter had still entered the gates of Xinguangfu. Ji Yuxiu, seeing his mother acquiesce to his decision, cast a glance at Liu Shi before leaving, his back appearing desolate and forlorn. The old lady Ji, watching Liu Shi continue to weep, took a deep breath and addressed the maid by Liu Shi's side. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help your mistress up." Yes, the maid helped Liu Shi to her feet, and she turned to the old lady, her voice filled with grievance. "Mother, the old lady waved her hand, interrupting her. "As a mother yourself, why did you not consider the consequences of your actions?" Thankfully, the emperor has shown mercy and did not severely punish the Ji family this time, otherwise, we would have truly faced ruin. Liu Shi opened her mouth, thinking that it was precisely because she was a mother that she did not wish to push her daughter into the fire. Yet, seeing the stern expression on the old lady's face, she understood that today, she would receive no assistance from her. Bowing her head, she admitted, "The daughter-in-law was wrong. Please punish me, mother." The old lady took a deep breath. "Very well, go kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions." With that, she wearily allowed her maid to assist her as she departed. Meanwhile, Ji Yushore stood outside Tangsha's courtyard, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he stared at the tightly shut door, uncertain whether to step inside. "My lord, it seems the lady has not yet rested. Shall I go knock?" The steward suggested tentatively from the side. Ji Yushore sighed. "It's best not to, she does not wish to see me. I shall return to the study." With that, he turned and made his way to the study. At this moment, Ji Yulingyu's carriage swiftly returned to Jingwangfu. Ordinarily, she should pay a visit to Longshang. After all, he was her nominal husband, and since their wedding yesterday, she still had yet to see his face. However, feeling weary and unwashed after having been in the palace all day without a proper bath, she decided to wash up and have a meal first. He remained in a state of unconsciousness, so it mattered not whether she visited him now or later. Thus, she returned directly to her quarters. As soon as Chiutong spotted Ji Yulingyu and Yunjin returning, she rushed over with concern etched on her face, asking, "Miss, you've returned. Are you unhurt?" "Do not worry, your young lady cannot come to harm. Not only am I safe, but I also returned with a plethora of gifts. Soon, those from the palace will deliver them." Ji Yulingyu jested, having consumed a few chestnuts and feeling less hungry. Upon hearing this, Chiutong sighed in relief, happy for Ji Yulingyu, believing that the emperor was indeed a wise ruler who recognized her young lady's merits. After all, this matter was not Ji Yulingyu's fault, but rather the schemes of Liu Shi and the second miss. Yun Shu has already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. "I shall fetch water for you so you can wash up before dining," Chiutong said, making her way to the kitchen for water. "Have the kitchen send up more hot water, I wish to take a bath," Ji Yulingyu instructed, handing Chiutong a bag of candied chestnuts. "This is for you and Yun Shu." "Thank you, miss." Chiutong accepted the treat and headed toward the kitchen, while Ji Yulingyu and Yunjin entered the room. After taking a seat, Ji Yulingyu poured herself a cup of tea and finished it. Yunjin entered, holding the jewelry box gifted to Ji Yulingyu by the empress, and asked, "Wang Fei, where shall I place this?" At her words, Ji Yulingyu sat down. "I have yet to examine it closely." While in the palace, she had only taken a cursory glance, aware of its considerable value but not having inspected it thoroughly. Now was the perfect opportunity to admire it. She had a penchant for all things beautiful, whether they were people or objects. Yunjin quickly placed the jewelry box on the table before Ji Yulingyu and opened it for her. Ji Yulingyu picked up a jade bracelet. Examining it closely, she was particularly drawn to this bracelet, hoping it might also possess some hidden treasure, as she had one in her space. The bracelet shimmered with clarity, and Ji Yulingyu found herself quite taken with it. After all, how could a gift from the late emperor to the empress be of inferior quality? Ji Yulingyu slipped the bracelet onto her other wrist and compared both arms. Yunjin smiled and remarked, "Wang Fei, you look splendid in anything you wear." Ji Yulingyu chuckled and teased, "It seems our Yunjin's words are sweeter than honey. How much have you indulged in?" Yunjin flushed slightly at Ji Yulingyu's jest, her cheeks tinged with color as she replied, "I am merely speaking the truth." Ji Yulingyu shook her head with a smile, raising her wrist adorned with the empress's gift to admire it, only to catch a whiff of a faint medicinal scent. Chapter 13, The Malice of Humanity. The medicinal scent was faint, so subtle that had it not been for her long-term dealings with herbs, Ji Yulingyu would not have noticed it at all. Without suspicion, she leaned in closer to inhale the fragrance. To her surprise, she discerned that the aroma emanated from the bracelet adorning her wrist. Removing the bracelet, she held it under her nose for a meticulous examination. "Your Highness, is something amiss?" Yunjin inquired, perplexed. "I detect a fragrance reminiscent of herbs," Ji Yulingyu replied, furrowing her brow as she pondered the identity of the herb, noting a hint of spiciness within the scent. Yunjin, upon hearing this, sniffed vigorously. "I cannot perceive anything, my lady." Ultimately, she moved closer to Ji Yulingyu and took another whiff, yet detected nothing unusual. At that moment, Ji Yulingyu recalled the scent. It was that of the thunder vine. Her expression grew somber as she considered the implications of the Empress Dowager gifting her such jewelry. Was it a deliberate act, or was she genuinely unaware of its peril? Ji Yulingyu remembered the Dowager stating that the set was a gift from the late emperor when she first entered the palace. Had she uncovered the secret of this jewelry? If she had not, it meant that the dowager, having worn it all this time, would be incapable of bearing children. Yet, according to the memories of the original owner, the dowager had not only given birth to the current emperor but also to Prince Yang. This suggested that the dowager was either oblivious to the jewelry's toxicity or had intentionally poisoned herself. Gu Lingyu inspected the other pieces of jewelry, discovering that the entire set gifted by the dowager was indeed toxic. What a treacherous old witch, presenting herself with a facade of benevolence while being utterly hypocritical. It was no surprise that one who survived the intrigues of the harem and ascended to the position of Empress Dowager could be anything but kind-hearted. It was her own negligence. She must remain more vigilant in the future. Once entangled with the royal family, one must beware of those who would devour one whole, including the Empress. Observing her seemingly affectionate demeanor, Gu Lingyu mused that the Empress was likely plotting against her. Assuming she was oblivious to the machinations at play, she wished only to mind her own affairs and not become embroiled in their schemes. However, should they seek to trouble her, she would not be easily trifled with. Doubts began to creep in regarding her decision to become the Princess of Jing. Yet, what perplexed her further was that despite Prince Jing being in a deep coma, the dowager had still chosen to gift her jewelry soaked in poison. What could her intentions possibly be? Unable to fathom it, she decided to refrain from overthinking, trusting that the truth would eventually surface. Henceforth, she resolved to enter the palace less frequently. With that, Gu Lingyu returned the bracelet to its box and instructed Yun Jin, "Put this away, no one should touch it henceforth." Such a harmful object, prolonged contact could lead to ovarian failure in women. It was best avoided, even for her own maidservants. She hoped they would find partners they cherished, marry, and live a blissful life. Yun Jin, being a perceptive girl, understood from Gu Lingyu's words that the jewelry had been tampered with, and her expression darkened. She said nothing, but kept this revelation in mind as she carried the jewelry box away, intending to discuss it with her mistress later. At that moment, Chiutong entered with a basin of water, while Yun Shu followed with food, accompanied by two other maidservants carrying additional dishes. "Miss, please wash your hands before dining. The warm water will be ready shortly. Once you finish your meal, you may take a bath," Chiutong said. "Very well," Gu Lingyu replied. While washing her hands, Yun Shu and the other two maidservants set the table. The two maidservants stole a glance at Gu Lingyu before retreating. "Your Highness, do these dishes appeal to your palate? If there is anything you desire, please instruct me, and I shall have the kitchen prepare it," Yun Shu added. With mealtime approaching and her mistress still absent that morning, Yun Shu had taken the liberty of presenting various dishes. After drying her hands, Gu Lingyu handed the towel to Chiutong and approached the table, her gaze sweeping over the array of dishes thoughtfully. She had assumed breakfast was ample, yet the spread for lunch was even more extravagant. Counting, she noted there were 12 dishes in total, with 4 types of staple foods, complemented by an assortment of poultry, fish, meat, and several vegetable dishes. "If there is any food you desire, I can have the kitchen prepare it for you immediately," Yun Shu reiterated. Gu Lingyu shook her head. "I have no particular dislikes, I am not picky. However, I cannot possibly consume all this alone, you should sit and partake as well." As she surveyed the meal before her, she felt a wave of contemplation wash over her. Clearly, the prince's household needed a thorough re-evaluation. It was wasteful for one person to be served such a bountiful spread. This was merely the food. One could only imagine the excesses in other areas. When Prince Jing eventually passed, everything here would belong to her, and every ounce of waste would be a loss to her. "This is unacceptable," Yun Shu quickly protested. "You are the princess, the mistress of this household. How could we, your servants, dine alongside you?" At that moment, Yun Jin emerged from the inner chamber. Having heard Gu Lingyu's words, she quickly interjected, "Yun Shu speaks the truth, this is utterly inappropriate." Reluctantly, Gu Lingyu set aside a bowl of rice, 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup, allowing the 3 of them to carry away the remainder for their meal. Yun Jin regarded such a considerate mistress with growing admiration. "Our princess is indeed the lady of the house, she only left for dishes, while that woman in Haitang courtyard has 6 for every meal," Yun Shu murmured as she exited. Upon hearing this, Yun Jin quickly glanced at Gu Lingyu, who had begun to eat without casting her gaze their way, and whispered, "You ought to refrain from speaking so freely." She understood that the mother and daughter duo in Hightown Courtyard would inevitably learn of this, but with Ji Lingyu currently dining, she preferred her mistress remain uninformed, lest it spoil her appetite. Moreover, she believed that if there were matters to discuss, Ji Lingyu would voice them herself, and they should not meddle. Ji Lingyu frowned, pondering whether Prince Jing had taken a concubine. Yet, recalling her own ambition to secure the title of Princess of Jing for practical purposes, she felt a sense of acceptance. If Prince Jing remained in his comatose state or were to pass away, she would continue to hold the title, disregarding any concubines as long as they. Should he awaken, once her own affairs were settled, she would seek a divorce. This line of thinking brought her a measure of relief, especially given the condition she had secured from Emperor Qianqi. Initially, she had sought it for the sake of the original owner's mother, should she wish to divorce, but now it seemed a valuable safeguard. As for the original owner's mother, matters could be deliberated upon when they finally met. After finishing her meal, Ji Lingyu enjoyed a soothing hot bath before making her way towards Siju Pavilion, accompanied by Yun Shu and Chutong. Meanwhile, inside Siju Pavilion, Yisinyu was lamenting, "I am starving. Had I known, I would have sent Yunhao instead." Long Xiang observed Yisinyu devouring her food and pondered whether she had faced difficulties in the palace. Otherwise, why would she return only now? Yisinyu, noticing Long Xiang's distracted expression, felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that her senior brother harbored feelings for that simpleton? The thought was too unsettling, and she could no longer enjoy her meal. Yesterday, she had overheard her senior brother say he would not seek the emperor's presence, which indicated he did not despise that simpleton. Unfortunately, by the time she arrived at the main hall, the ceremony had already concluded, leaving her with no recourse. She had yet to inform her senior brother of this development, knowing that if he were to find out, he would surely punish her. Unbeknownst to her, Wannan had already acknowledged his own shortcomings and sought punishment from Long Xiang. With a strong desire for self-preservation, Yisinyu set her chopsticks down, musing, "Since you fell into a coma, our master has been searching for solutions, yet there has been no word. Yun Yi has not been heard from in nearly a month. I intend to personally journey to Shishu to investigate." This was not merely an excuse. Though her senior brother's affliction had been temporarily suppressed, it remained a threat that required resolution. Furthermore, their master was renowned for his formidable skills, rarely encountering worthy opponents. Yet, given that he knew her senior brother had been comatose for half a year without any updates, her concern deepened. Previously, when her senior brother was unconscious, she could not leave. Now that he had awakened, she felt compelled to find their master and, incidentally, to seek the host of the mother worm. Long Xiang understood that Yisinyu's intentions were for his benefit. Given his current condition, it was impractical for him to undertake the journey himself. Thus, he advised, "Bring along more people, do not be careless." "Understood, you need not worry," she replied. Tomorrow, she would depart, and even if her senior brother learned that a rooster had stood in for him during the ceremony, he would not punish her now. With this thought, she sighed in relief and resumed her meal. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "Madam Wei, please halt." "Guard Hao, Ying misses the prince, I have brought her to see him," a melodious and gentle female voice chimed in. Long Xiang furrowed his brow. He had completely forgotten about Wei. Chapter 14, The Tender Heart. It seems imperative to find a suitable place for the mother and daughter, as he is now married, and it would be prudent to avoid any misunderstandings. He had previously resided at the border, and when he dispatched someone to escort the Wei family back to the capital, Mrs. Wei expressed her concerns about their vulnerability as a mother and daughter in an unfamiliar city. Fearing they might be mistreated, he arranged for them to reside in the royal mansion. Considering he would be absent, it would raise no eyebrows. However, now that he has returned, having previously been in a stupor, it is time to assist them in finding another residence, lest it tarnish Mrs. Wei's reputation. Meanwhile, outside, Yunhao observed Mrs. Wei holding Wei Yingying, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "Madam Wei, the prince is in a state of unconsciousness and should not be disturbed. It would be best for you to return." Mrs. Wei was originally the wife of General Wei Yixin, a valiant commander under their prince. During a battle, their lord had only recently assumed command when the governor of Jing Mountain County betrayed them, leaving them besieged. In a heroic act, Wei Yixin took an arrow for their prince, saving his life. yet suffered grave injuries. On his deathbed, he entrusted his wife and their newborn daughter to the prince's care. Due to the chaos of war, Wei Yixin's body could not be recovered in a timely manner, and when the conflict subsided, it was impossible to locate his remains. The prince, burdened with guilt and honoring Wei Yixin's dying wish, arranged for Mrs. Wei and her daughter to return to the capital and reside in the royal mansion, as he seldom returned himself. Years passed in this manner, since the prince fell into a coma a few months ago. Mrs. Wei frequently used her daughter as an excuse to visit him, her intentions plainly written on her face, as if she believed no one would notice. It was evident that even if she were Wei Yixin's widow, the prince would remain unmoved, regardless of her status as an unmarried lady. I understand the prince is in a coma, but I wish for Ying to visit him often and converse with him. Perhaps he might awaken, she said, bouncing Wei Ying gently in her arms. The little girl gazed up with her big, watery eyes and said, "Uncle Yunhao." Ying misses her uncle and wants to talk to him. Yunhao, softened by the sight of her cherubic face, was about to speak when he suddenly noticed his new princess entering the room with her maid and Yunshu. He quickly stepped forward, bowing. A Yunhao greets the princess. Fearing that Jiu Lingyu might not recognize him, he mentioned his name as well. His assumption proved correct. Jiu Lingyu indeed did not know him. "No need for formalities," as she replied coolly. "Thank you, Your Highness. I have come to see the prince. Is it convenient?" She was aware that even an unconscious person had needs, and there were times when it was simply impractical to disturb him. "It is indeed convenient. The prince has just eaten," Yunhao hastily replied. "Eaten?" Jiu Lingyu halted, turning to Yunhao. "The prince has awakened. Could it be? Was she truly this unfortunate? Just after her marriage, the prince regains consciousness," Jiu Lingyu thought to herself. Mrs. Wei's face brightened with joy at Yunhao's words. Had the prince truly awakened? How wonderful. Yunhao chuckled awkwardly. It was a slip of the tongue. "I merely fed the prince." Jiu Lingyu sighed in relief. She had feared that upon marrying into the Jing royal family, the prince would awaken, and they would be far too fated. The notion of reviving a lifeless figure with her presence seemed far-fetched, even for a drama. Mrs. Wei, who had initially been elated, now wore a mask of disappointment. Why was her fate so cruel? She had thought that marrying a general would lead to a prosperous life, only to have him perish on the battlefield. When the Jing prince sought her out, she had intended to seize the opportunity, using her unfamiliarity with the capital as an excuse to reside in the royal mansion. She had hoped that once within, she might secure a position as a concubine or at least a minor wife, yet the Jing prince rarely returned to the capital, and even when summoned by the emperor, he did not return to the Jing estate. Now, after so long, he was still in a coma, and she saw no glimmer of hope. Was she destined to remain a widow at such a young age? As Jiu Lingyu continued forward, passing by Mrs. Wei, the latter hastily set Wei Ying down and bowed. "I pay my respects to the princess." She then urged Ying, "Quickly, greet the princess." The little girl obediently curtsied and shyly called out, "Ying greets you, Your Highness." Observing this, Yunhao cast a worried glance at Jiu Lingyu, fearing she might misinterpret the situation, while Yunshu muttered under her breath, "What bad luck, why did she have to show up?" "Yunshu, what did you say?" "I didn't catch that," Chiu Tong inquired. "It's nothing," Yunshu replied, unwilling to elaborate. Just as her sister had said, now that the prince had awakened, the rest would be taken care of by him. They merely needed to fulfill their respective roles. Chiu Tong pouted, choosing not to press further. She was certain Yunshu had uttered something, but she would not pry it out of her. Jiu Lingyu cast a glance at Mrs. Wei and Wei Ying. This must be the Jing prince's concubine, she thought, yet, he had a daughter. That was an unexpected revelation. Although she was the Jing princess, it was merely in name, for once the prince regained consciousness, she intended to divorce him. Thus, she not only refrained from making things difficult for Mrs. Wei, but also spoke kindly. "Please, no need for formalities." As she spoke, Jiu Lingyu looked at the well-behaved Wei Ying and reached out to touch her chubby little cheek. "You are quite lovely." After a gentle pinch, Yunhao watched in dismay, his lips twitching. He feared that his princess would misinterpret Mrs. Wei's presence and grow upset. yet to his surprise, she appeared genuinely pleased, seemingly unaffected by Mrs. Wei's influence. It seemed the princess's affection still lay with the Jing prince, showing no concern for his master. This thought darkened Yunhao's expression. Unbeknownst to Ji Lingyu, Yunhao was deep in his thoughts. She withdrew her hand from Wei Yingying's face, preparing to enter the room. Mrs. Wei quickly nudged her daughter. Wei Yingying hesitated slightly but then said, "Your Highness, Yingying wishes to see her uncle, may I?" Ji Lingyu paused, looking at Wei Yingying. Why call him uncle instead of simpler father? Wei Yingying instinctively lowered her head. Mrs. Wei, noticing the awkwardness, chuckled nervously. This child misses her uncle, but Sir Yun said the prince cannot be disturbed while in a coma. Ji Lingyu had seen Mrs. Wei push her daughter forward, but she ignored her and crouched down to gently inquire, "Would you like to go in and see your father?" Hearing Ji Lingyu's soft voice, Wei Yingying felt emboldened. She looked up at Ji Lingyu, her eyes sparkling with hope. Is that allowed? In truth, she was not very familiar with her father. He had only returned to the capital for brief visits, and now he lay in a coma, having stayed longer than ever before. Each time her mother brought her to see him, if they were unable to meet, she would face her mother's displeasure, and only after seeing him would her mother treat her kindly. "Very well, I shall take you in to see your father." With that, Ji Lingyu extended her hand towards Wei Yingying. Although she recognized Mrs. Wei's ulterior motives, she could not bear to crush the hopes of a little girl yearning to see her father. This resonated deeply with her own past. In her previous life, she had lost her parents in a tragic accident at a young age and was raised by her grandfather. Each time she saw others with their parents, she felt a pang of envy. Wei Yingying timidly glanced at her mother, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she cautiously reached out to Ji Lingyu. Ji Lingyu led Wei Yingying into the room, while Yun Shu and Qiu Tong waited outside. Mrs. Wei also wished to enter but was stopped by Yun Hao. "Madam Wei, please hold." Wei, finding Yun Hao unyielding, huffed and remained outside. Chapter 15, Doubt Outside. The events unfolding were keenly observed by both Longshang and Yi Sinyu. Thus, when Ji Lingyu entered, Yi Sinyu was seated, savoring her meal, while Longshang lay down, feigning unconsciousness. Upon entering the room, Ji Lingyu was taken aback to find Yi Sinyu dining in Longshang's quarters, as if a fleeting thought had crossed her mind. At that moment, Wei Yingying noticed Yi Sinyu's presence and instinctively hid behind Ji Lingyu. Momentarily forgetting her other thoughts, Ji Lingyu pulled Wei Yingying from behind her, releasing her hold and squatting down with a smile. "What's the matter? Aren't you thinking of your father? Go and speak to him, perhaps hearing your voice will awaken him." Poof! Just as Yi Sinyu lifted her soup bowl for a sip, she inadvertently spat it out upon hearing Ji Lingyu's words. Could she possibly be aware that my senior brother has awakened? With this thought, Yi Sinyu glanced at Ji Lingyu, eager to discern her expression, but alas, Ji Lingyu had already risen and was leading Wei Yingying toward the bedside. Yi Sinyu's heart raced. Meanwhile, Longshang, lying on the bed, felt a momentary disturbance in his breath upon hearing Ji Lingyu's words and Yi Sinyu's exclamation, though he quickly regained his composure. As Ji Lingyu approached the bed, she released Wei Yingying's hand and gently smiled at her, saying, "Go on." Encouraged by Ji Lingyu, Wei Yingying stepped to the bedside, gazing at the closed eyes of Longshang, her soft voice barely a whisper. "Uncle, it's Yingying. I've come to see you again." She fixed her gaze on Longshang, hoping he could awaken as the princess had foretold. In truth, since Longshang's coma, Wei Yingying had often been brought here by her mother, and had entered the room several times, yet each time she lacked the courage to speak, fearing she might disturb her uncle's rest, and thus remained silently observing him. Taking advantage of this moment, Ji Lingyu scrutinized Longshang as well. His features were exquisitely defined, with thick eyelashes and sensuously thin lips, though his complexion had turned a sickly pale from prolonged absence from the sun, and his physique appeared somewhat frail. However, this did not render him haggard, rather, it added a touch of rugged handsomeness and a hint of world-weariness. Ji Lingyu mused to herself. This man was evidently extraordinary. As the moments passed without any response from Longshang, Wei Yingying turned her head to Ji Lingyu, her face etched with sorrow. Ji Lingyu promptly approached, gently stroking Wei Yingying's head, offering reassurance. "It's all right, you've done wonderfully." Upon hearing Ji Yulingyu's tender voice and comforting tone, Wei Yingying obediently nodded. Thank you, princess. You may call me Sister Yu, Ji Yulingyu replied, finding the child both sensible and endearing. Hearing this, Wei Yingying's eyes lit up, and she sweetly called, a Sister Yu. Good girl, a Ji Yulingyu praised. And now step aside so that I may check on your father. With that, she moved closer, intending to take Longshang's pulse to ascertain his ailment. Truth be told, had she not encountered Wei Yingying today, she had no intention of attending to Longshang. To her, a deceased prince was preferable to a living one. Yet, witnessing the sorrow in Wei Yingying's eyes, she conceded her heart had softened, both for Wei Yingying and for her own childhood self. Just as her hand was about to make contact with Longshang, Yixinyu suddenly interjected, What are you doing? He had already positioned himself in front of Ji Yulingyu, his expression tense and displeasure evident. Ji Yulingyu cast a disinterested glance at Yixinyu. This seems to have nothing to do with you. Lacking fondness for Yixinyu, her words were blunt. How can it not be related? He is my senior brother, Yixinyu retorted with indignation. He is my man, Ji Yulingyu replied coolly, adding silently in her mind, for now. Yixinyu was momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes narrowed in frustration as he glared at Ji Yulingyu, unwilling to yield. Meanwhile, Longshang, upon hearing Ji Yulingyu's declaration, experienced a fleeting disarray in his breath, though it was but a brief moment. However, that instant was perceptively captured by Ji Yulingyu. Narrowing her eyes, she felt a flicker of suspicion arise within her, yet she said nothing, merely withdrawing her hand. At that moment, the voice of Wanyan resonated from outside. Princess, the palace has sent rewards. Upon hearing this, Ji Yulingyu chose to disregard Yixinyu, casting a meaningful glance at Longshang before extending her hand to Wei Yingying. Come, Yingying, let us step outside. Allow your father to rest properly, and we shall return to see him later. Really? Wei Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Ji Yulingyu, but thoughts of her mother dimmed her expression once more. Each time she visited her uncle's quarters, her mother would inquire about him extensively upon her return. Initially, she had been perplexed as to why her mother was so concerned about her uncle. Whenever she asked her mother, she would simply reply, "You are too young to understand." Later, by chance, she overheard a servant mention that her mother wished to make her uncle a concubine, prompting her to confront her mother. Though she cherished her uncle dearly, she still longed for her own father. It was then that her mother struck her for the first time, scolding her while doing so, "Your father is dead." You will henceforth be your uncle's daughter. If you cannot be his daughter, you are a child without a father. From that day forward, whenever her mother was displeased, she would strike her, and whenever her uncle returned, her mother would express her longing for him, taking her along to find him. Though she too genuinely missed her uncle, being compelled by her mother to seek him left her heart heavy with discomfort. Ji Yulingyu noted how, just moments ago, Wei Yingying had been filled with anticipation, yet now her eyes were clouded with sorrow. She presumed Wei Yingying feared being obstructed by Yunhao and others again, so she comforted her, "Rest assured, you are your father's daughter, no one can strip you of your right to see him." Saying this, she cast a significant glance at the man on the bed before leading Wei Yingying out of Longshang's chamber. Yixinyu, watching Ji Yulingyu's retreating figure, felt a mix of anger and frustration, turning to glance at the bed where Longshang lay, murmuring, "What does she mean by that?" Longshang offered no reply, opening his eyes and turning his gaze toward the door, deep in thought. Once outside, Ji Yulingyu released Wei Yingying's hand, gently encouraging her, "Go on, seek your mother." Wei Yingying glanced at Wei Shi, then nodded at Ji Yulingyu before darting toward her mother. Ji Yulingyu then turned to Wanyan, inquiring, "What of the palace's attendants?" "They await you in the front hall," Wanyan replied respectfully. "Let us proceed then." Chapter 16, each with their own motives. As Ji Yulingyu arrived at the main hall, accompanied by her entourage, she found Jiao Ming and the Goldlock matron, who were waiting with their own group. Upon seeing Ji Yulingyu enter, everyone bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "Your humble servant pays respects to the esteemed princess." "Please, everyone, rise." Jiyu Lingyu replied with an apologetic demeanor, "This humble one has arrived late, and I hope the esteemed gentleman and matron can forgive me. Your Highness is too modest." Jiao Ming maintained a constant smile, and a hint of amusement graced the matron's face, though her eyes discreetly scrutinized Jiyu Lingyu. This princess of Jing was not the simpleton that people often described. Today, Jiyu Lingyu wore a composed smile that made it difficult for the matron, who had served the empress for many years, to decipher her true character. Earlier, upon exiting, she had heard that the Prince of Qing had been punished by the emperor, so it was likely the empress was already aware of this news. Yet, regardless of the empress's presence, the Prince of Qing would likely face some hardship. At that moment, Jiao Ming announced, "This humble servant comes in the emperor's name to deliver a decree and bestow rewards upon your highness." With that, he produced the imperial edict, and Jiyu Lingyu, along with those from the Jing Wangfu, knelt down. Jiao Ming began to read, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, the eldest daughter of the minister of rights, possessing virtue and grace, both talented and beautiful, of impeccable conduct, is hereby granted in marriage to the Prince of Jing. Thus decreed. Thank you, your majesty, for your gracious favor." Jiyu Lingyu intoned, though her thoughts drifted back to the events that had transpired at Zizhu Pavilion. If her suspicions were indeed correct, she had inadvertently invited trouble upon herself. Presently, she found herself regretting her role as the Princess of Jing, but upon reflection, it seemed she had no authority to refuse, unless she were to abandon her original mother and brother and flee far away. Yet, such an act of betrayal was beyond her. She could not bring herself to despise her own actions. Once Jiyu Lingyu rose, the gold-lock matron smiled and added, "This humble servant also comes in the name of the empress to present rewards to the princess." At that moment, both Jiao Ming and the gold-lock matron stepped aside, revealing an array of lavish gifts behind them. Jiyu Lingyu had already caught sight of the treasures upon entering. While she knew the emperor and empress had bestowed many gifts upon her, she had not anticipated the sheer abundance. It dawned on her that the auditory news paled in comparison to the visual impact. Meanwhile, Chiotong's eyes widened in disbelief. She could understand the emperor's generosity towards her mistress, but why would the empress, the mother of the Prince of Qing, also bestow gifts? Was it to compensate her mistress for the prince's actions? Regardless, her mistress had received quite a bounty, and Chiotong felt genuine happiness for her. Yet, Jiyu Lingyu felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She had initially arrived with the mindset of becoming a widow, but now that the Prince of Jing might awaken, and with such lavish gifts from the emperor, her future separation seemed more complicated. If she chose not to part ways, she certainly did not wish to become a stepmother, competing with a host of concubines for a man's affection. "Princess," as Jiyu Lingyu was lost in thought, Chiotong softly called out. With the decree now issued, her mistress was indeed the true Princess of Jing, and she could no longer refer to her as mistress to avoid causing trouble. Jiyu Lingyu then expressed her gratitude, saying, "I thank you for the rewards, your majesty, and thank you, your imperial highness." After she finished speaking, she prepared to have Chiotong deliver the pouches she had prepared for Jiao Ming and the others, when Wang An suddenly pulled out 2 pouches from his robes, presenting one each to Jiao Ming and the gold-lock matron. "This is a small token of appreciation from our princess. Please be sure to accept it." Jiao Ming and the gold-lock matron smiled in response, saying, "The old servant thanks the princess for her generosity." "Of course." Jiyu Lingyu observed Wang An's unwavering smile and thought to herself how he truly excelled in managing affairs within the Wangfu. Once Jiao Ming and the others departed, Jiyu Lingyu instructed Wang An to store the gifts in the room where she had previously kept her dowry. At dinner, Jiyu Lingyu planned to prepare the rooster she had raised. Thus, she asked Yunjin to bring the slaughtered rooster to her courtyard, which had a small kitchen. Fearing it might not suffice, she also requested an additional 5 roosters, along with some seasonings. When the chicken arrived, it was already cleaned. As she added the seasonings, Jiyu Lingyu instructed, "Yun Chu, fetch some clay. Yun Jin, go find some lotus leaves and wine." Understood. Once the two left, Chiotong observed Jiyu Lingyu busily working and felt puzzled. When had her mistress learned to cook? Noticing Chiotong staring, Jiyu Lingyu chuckled, "Don't just stand there, give the chickens a massage like this." Demonstrating, she rubbed the seasonings onto the chicken, prompting Chutong to hurriedly imitate her actions. When Yoon Jin and Yoon Shu returned with the clay and other items, Ji Ling began to marinate the massaged chicken, then instructed Yoon Shu to light a fire while she prepared the filling for the chicken's belly. Once everything was ready, Ji Ling combined the wine and clay, stuffed the filling into the chicken, wrapped it in lotus leaves, and coated it in clay to commence roasting. When the beggar's chicken was finally done, they brought it directly to the table in the pavilion. As Ji Ling cracked open the first chicken with a stone, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, making Chutong and Yoon Shu salivate. Ji Ling tasted a bite and nodded in satisfaction. It tasted just as she had imagined. Try some yourselves. Chutong and Yoon Shu exchanged glances, ultimately surrendering to the mouth-watering scent, tearing off a small piece and stuffing. Upon hearing Chutong refer to her as princess again, Ji Ling did not contest it. She picked up 2 roasted beggar's chickens and placed them in the basket that had previously held the clay, smiling at Yoon Shu. Take these 2 to the steward. Yesterday, when she had borrowed personnel from the steward, he had readily complied without question, personally escorting them, which she appreciated. Today, she was saving him some expense. Though the chickens were not extravagant, they were personally made by her, serving as a token of gratitude to the steward. Yoon Shu nodded, picked up the basket, and glanced at the few bites of chicken she had consumed, swallowing hard. Ji Ling chuckled, "Do not worry, there will be enough for you. I will save one for you." She glanced at the remaining 3 clay lumps. Hearing this, Yoon Shu's eyes brightened with excitement. "Thank you, princess. I shall return shortly." With that, she dashed out. Ji Ling instructed Yoon Jin to crack open another chicken, and the 3 of them began to eat. She was acutely aware that every action she took within the wangfu was being observed, especially with Yoon Jin and her sister present. Additionally, there was the Prince of Jing. She could not discern whether he had truly awakened or was merely feigning unconsciousness. Nonetheless, she was determined to ensure her mother and brother were settled, seek vengeance for the original owner, and then part ways. She had no desire to be entangled in the royal family's power struggles. In her previous life, their Jiyu family had been a mere minor clan, embroiled in deadly rivalries. How much more perilous was it among royals? Meanwhile, within the chambers of the Prince of Qing, Long Jun lay pale against the bed, his trousers having been cut open by the imperial physician, revealing a blooded, battered rear. This was only due to the matron's prior warnings, otherwise, it would have cost him dearly. The physician was currently administering treatment, to which Long Jun repeatedly lamented, "It hurts, it hurts so much. Can you not be gentler?" The physician, upon hearing this, began to sweat, having already been careful with his movements, and now he was even more delicate. Ji Yang stood by, watching Long Jun sweat profusely from the pain, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Long Xian sat in a nearby chair, casting a dark gaze upon the Prince of Qing, making her too afraid to breathe, so she remained obediently silent. Although Long Xian appeared cultured, when he was truly angry, even the reckless Long Jun felt a pang of fear toward his elder brother. At that moment, Long Xian huffed in disdain, "Now you know pain. Did you ever consider the consequences when you defied the decree?" Long Jun opened his mouth to retort, but as he moved, the physician inadvertently brushed against his wound, causing him to inhale sharply. "Hiss, Your Highness, are you all right?" Ji Yang rushed forward in concern. Long Xian, also worried about Long Jun's injuries, felt a twinge of displeasure at Ji Yang's approach. If it weren't for her, his brother would not have been punished by their father. So he coldly commanded, "You should leave, I need to speak with my brother privately." Hearing this, Ji Yang glanced at Long Jun, cautiously calling out, "Your Highness." She wished to remain, for Long Jun was currently injured, and it was her moment to shine. With the Emperor forbidding her from having children, if she did not firmly secure Long Jun's heart, what would happen when he married a proper wife? Long Xian's expression darkened further. This woman was a calamity. While Long Jun felt pained for Ji Yang, he knew better than to let her stay when his elder brother was angry. Thus, he said, "Yanger, you should return to Tingyu Pavilion for now. Tomorrow is your family visit. With me in this condition, I cannot accompany you. I will have the steward prepare some gifts for you to take home, and once I recover, I will accompany you back to your family." Though Ji Yang was somewhat reluctant, she found solace in the fact that Long Jun still considered her despite his condition. "Then I shall take my leave." After speaking, Ji Yang cast a worried glance at Long Jun before exiting. Once Ji Yang departed, Long Xian's expression softened. At that moment, the physician finished treating Long Jun's wounds and left after providing a prescription. Now, only the two brothers remained in the room. Reflecting on his elder brother's earlier words, Long Jun recognized his mistake. He had acted too hastily without considering the consequences. He had relied on their father's favor, thinking that even if their father was angry, it would only be a mild reprimand. He never anticipated that the emperor would order him to receive 50 strikes. As he pondered this, he recalled the moment he had been left speechless by Ji Lingyu at the imperial study, ultimately straightening his neck and stubbornly declaring, "Regardless, I managed to rid myself of that simpleton, which was my ultimate goal. Otherwise, I would surely go mad having to look at her for a lifetime." Long Xian's expression darkened further. It is merely a position as a secondary consort, must it come to this? If you truly dislike her, then, he stopped abruptly, it was too late to discuss the matter further. Forget it, for now, focus on recuperating in the residence. We can discuss the rest later. With that, he rose and instructed a few personal guards attending to Long Jun before turning to leave. Long Jun watched his elder brother's retreating figure, understanding that both their mother and brother had arranged for him to marry that simpleton primarily due to her family's influence. Ji Yang, being a daughter of the minister, held equal status, but the difference lay in that the simpleton had a maternal grandfather who was a marquis, a steadfast supporter of the throne. Even if he refused to marry her, as long as Long Xian remained the crown prince, the marquis's family would not pose a threat to him. At the same time, Ji Yang returned to Tingyu Pavilion with Xinghua, sitting there in a daze, still contemplating the emperor's decree and pondering what her mother might think of her return home tomorrow. Additionally, with her father demoted, she was uncertain of what awaited her upon her return. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, anxiety began to creep in. She felt torn between wanting to go back and fearing the return, which made her oblivious to Xinghua's furtive actions. After much hesitation, Xinghua finally poured a cup of tea, turning her back to Ji Yang as she added the medicine from the porcelain vial into the cup before nervously offering it to Ji Yang. Having accompanied Ji Yang for many years, she could roughly guess her mistress's thoughts and reassured her, "Miss, do not worry, your father has always favored you, though he has been demoted this time. Compared to your lifelong happiness, I am sure he will not hold it against you." Ji Yang accepted the teacup from Xinghua and took a sip. While she knew this was merely Xinghua's attempt to comfort her, she told herself, "Let us hope that is the case." With that, she downed the contents of the cup in one go. Though she had successfully married the Prince of Xing, her day had been far from easy. Now that she finally relaxed, she felt both hungry and thirsty. Seeing Ji Yang finish the tea, Xinghua let out a sigh of relief and quickly took the cup from her mistress's hand. "Miss, you should rest a while. I will go to the kitchen and fetch you something to eat." Ji Yang waved her hand, fatigue overtaking her as she closed her eyes. In the Wangfu of Jing, Long Shang leaned against the head of his bed, holding a book he wasn't reading, quietly listening to Yun Jin report on the events that transpired after Ji Lingyu entered the palace. She was unaware of what occurred elsewhere, but she relayed Long Jun's threats towards Ji Lingyu at the imperial study. Of course, she also conveyed, word for word, Ji Lingyu's responses, fearing her master might misinterpret her. Once she finished speaking, she noticed her master fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Not daring to interrupt, she remained standing, waiting. After a while, Long Shang finally spoke, "I understand, you may leave." "Yes." After Yun Jin exited, Long Shang coldly asked, "Where is Long Jun now?" "According to our informants, the Prince of Xing should have returned to the residence. The emperor punished him with 50 strikes, and while the empress sent someone to mediate, it appears severe but is not critical," Yunhao informed him. In Yunhao's view, an external injury that required 10 to 15 days to heal was hardly a significant wound. "Not critical." Long Shang narrowed his eyes. "I recall you mentioned that the daughter of the former Minister of Revenue was kept by the Prince of Xing." "Indeed." 4 years prior, when his master had just returned to the royal family, the emperor had conferred upon him the title of Jingwang and granted him Xingzhou as his fief, along with command over nearly 100,000 troops stationed there. Xingzhou lay on the border of Tianqi and Morbei, a desolate region with short summers and long, frigid winters, sparsely populated and rife with bandits. Each autumn, the Morbei people would invade the border towns, seizing grain from the populace. To combat the Morbei forces, not only did they have Xingzhou's troops, but the Tang army also contributed significantly each year. Positioned at the northwestern border of Tianqi, the Tang army safeguarded against invasions from both Morbei and the southwestern regions. When his master first arrived in Xingzhou, it was just after autumn, following a light snowfall, and with no grass left on the prairie. Morbei launched a massive invasion of 30,000 troops against the border towns of Tianqi. The local governor publicly obeyed his master's commands but acted perfunctorily behind the scenes. Ultimately, due to insufficient reinforcements, his master and their forces found themselves encircled by the Morbei army, while the Tang army delayed their counterattack. That battle was their first and only defeat against Morbei. During that time, Wei Yishan shielded his master from a blade and urged them to escape. He had resolved to face death, pleading with his master to care for his wife and daughter should anything befall him. When the Tang army eventually arrived to reclaim their territory, there were hardly any of their people left, and Wei Yishan was lost, either alive or dead. The defeat was devastating, not only due to the governor's disobedience and the premature conflict, but also because the Tang army's delay in engaging the Morbei forces contributed significantly to their loss. They later discovered that Morbei had split its forces to simultaneously attack Tianqi's borders, while the troops of Shishu also mounted an offensive against the realm. This suggested some form of collusion between Morbei and Shishu, leaving the Tang army overwhelmed. The troops of the Prince of 1111, however, had delayed their movements due to supply issues, which exacerbated the situation. The court's logistical support to both the Prince of 1111 and the Tang army encountered complications, resulting in a delayed response that led to heavy losses. Even after ultimately repelling the Morbei forces from Tianqi's borders, it could not be termed a victory, as nearly 10,000 troops had dwindled to less than 30,000, with over half being injured. Upon returning to Xingzhou, his master executed the local governor without trial, while the official responsible for supplies was the Minister of Revenue, Luo Wenlong. Supplies not only arrived late but were also found to be mere carts of sand. The emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation, which eventually implicated Luo Wenlong in collusion with Shishu, trading genuine supplies for sand. While many doubts surrounded the incident, they lacked the energy to investigate further at the time. By the time his master had fully reclaimed Xingzhou and sought to address the issue, much evidence had already been destroyed, complicating matters significantly. Half a year prior, they finally discovered that the daughter of Minister Luo was alive and being sheltered by the Prince of Xing. When this information reached his master, he instructed them to monitor the situation without alarming anyone, but regrettably, his master fell ill shortly thereafter, causing the matter to be set aside. Now, hearing his master bring it up again, Yunhao quickly shared all he knew. Miss Luo is being sheltered at a manor outside the capital, and our people have infiltrated it to keep watch. Longshang smirked coldly. Have our people find a way to inform Miss Luo about the embezzlement scandal involving her father and the crown prince? Upon hearing this, Yunhao was momentarily taken aback before grasping his master's intent. Yes, I will arrange this immediately. As Yunhao reached the door, Longshang recalled, tomorrow is the day the princess returns home, correct? Yunhao, unsure of the significance of the question, replied earnestly, yes, tomorrow marks the princess's return home after 3 days. Inform Wangbo to personally escort the princess back, and select some gifts from the storeroom to take along, Longshang instructed indifferently. Though he was unconscious and could not accompany her, he could not allow her family to look down upon her. She must maintain her dignity. Yunhao, yes. After Jiyu Lingyu finished her meal, she visited the side hall to store her dowry and the gifts from the emperor and empress in her space, leaving behind only empty boxes before returning to her quarters to wash up and sleep. The following morning, Jiyu Lingyu rose early, tidied herself, and after breakfast, accompanied by Jutong and Yun Shu, made her way to the entrance of the Wangfu, where she found Wang An already waiting, along with several carriages parked outside. Chapter 17, The Return Visit. These carriages are, Jiyu Lingyu inquired with a puzzled expression. Wang An hurriedly stepped forward and replied, Your Highness, one of the carriages is for you, while the others contain the gifts you will bring for your return visit. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyu approached, lifting the curtain of one carriage to take a glance. Inside were numerous gift boxes of various sizes. Indeed, there was quite an abundance, surpassing even the betrothal gifts provided by the Xinguang. With such a plethora of items, could a mere steward truly make such decisions? This only served to reaffirm her suspicions that King Jing was not, in fact, in a state of unconsciousness. However, did he prepare these many return gifts solely for himself, or was it an attempt to win over the Jiyu family? Although Jiyu Shore had been demoted, he had once held the esteemed position of Prime Minister, and his connections remained intact. Moreover, his demotion stemmed from the uproar surrounding the marriage exchange, so it was not inconceivable that he could rise again. Reflecting further, she realized that had it not been for Liu's meddling, it would have been Jiyu Yang marrying into the Jing Wangfu, and she doubted she possessed the stature to warrant such an extravagant return gift from the king. Nevertheless, as the current Princess Jing, she contemplated severing ties with the Jiyu family. It seemed that Long Xiang's plans would ultimately come to naught. Would all these gifts merely serve to benefit Liu and her kin? With these thoughts in mind, Ji Lingyu suddenly recalled that if the return gifts were so plentiful, the betrothal gifts must be even more substantial. Now that she was the Princess Jing, those betrothal gifts were intended for her, no longer for Ji Yang. It was likely that those gifts were currently in Liu's possession. Clearly, she needed to devise a means to reclaim those betrothal gifts. Even if she could not secure them for herself, they should rightfully belong to her birth mother or be returned to the Jing Wangfu, rather than be allowed to benefit Liu. However, for the moment, it was best to address the immediate matter at hand. Ji Lingyu regarded Weinan and said, "Please remove the items from the carriages. I do not require so many gifts for my return visit." This, Weinan hesitated. These items had been specifically prepared by their lord for the princess's return visit. If they were all taken down, surely the princess could not go empty-handed. The lord could not accompany the princess, and if she were to go without return gifts, would that not invite scorn upon her? Noting Weinan's uncertainty, Ji Lingyu, understanding his inner turmoil, decided to clarify her intentions, considering he had assisted her the previous day. "In truth, aside from my mother and younger brother, my relationships with the other members of the Jiyu family are not very good. The primary purpose of this return visit is to bring my mother and brother out. If you wish to send gifts to the Jiyu residents in my name, it is unnecessary. If there are other reasons, then consider me not having said anything." After speaking, Ji Lingyu approached the carriage prepared for her and climbed aboard, with Chutong anxiously following her into the carriage. She had not anticipated her mistress harboring such sentiments. Indeed, her lady had been unhappy living in the Jiyu residence, and her health had considerably declined. However, no matter how one viewed it, her lady's maternal family was the Jinbei Marquisate. Could her master truly allow her to leave? Chutong remained skeptical. Yunshu glanced at the long line of carriages and contemplated saying something but ultimately remained silent, joining Ji Lingyu in the carriage. Observing this, Weinan ordered the remaining carriages laden with gifts to return to the Wangfu. It was absurd. Their lord had sent such an abundance of return gifts to enhance his wife's reputation. Since the Jiyu family had not treated the princess well, it was tantamount to opposing the Jing Wangfu, thus these gifts should not be allowed to benefit them. There were ample ways to uphold the dignity of their princess. Finally, Weinan, accompanied by over 10 individuals, personally escorted Ji Lingyu toward the Jiyu residence. Ji Lingyu raised the carriage curtain to take a look, understanding Weinan's good intentions, and decided not to say more. As they passed through the marketplace, Ji Lingyu instructed Chutong and Yunshu to purchase some pastries to bring along. Meanwhile, within the Jiyu residence, Liu's quarters were in disarray. Jiyu Yang had returned to the Jiyu residence early, accompanied by Xinghua. At this moment, her face was flushed, resembling an allergic reaction, with numerous small rashes dotting her skin. Even her hands occasionally scratched at her body through her clothing. "Mother, am I going to be disfigured?" Ji Yang asked anxiously. She had been perfectly well the day before, but upon awakening this morning, she discovered her body covered in itchy rashes. Summoning tremendous willpower, she resisted the urge to scratch her face, fearing it would mar her beauty. Initially, she had intended to forego the return visit due to the king's injury, planning instead to tend to him in the residence, but upon noticing the rashes on her face and body, she feared the king would find her repulsive and thus opted to return to the Jiyu residence to consult the physician. Liu, still irked by her daughter's previous disobedience, was now deeply concerned upon seeing the rashes on Ji Yuyan's face. "Do not worry, Aunt Xing has already summoned the physician," she comforted. After soothing Ji Yuyang, she turned her gaze to the downcast Xinghua. "You foolish girl, how could you let your mistress end up like this?" Xinghua, lost in her thoughts, was startled by Liu's reprimand. Her hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves, striving to maintain her composure. She knelt and wept. "Madam, forgive me, I do not know why the princess was well yesterday, and yet this morning she is in such a state," she sobbed pitifully. "Silence! How dare you cry when you have failed to serve the young lady properly?" Liu shot a fierce glare at Xinghua, who quickly silenced herself and lowered her head. At that moment, Aunt Xing entered hurriedly, accompanied by a slightly older, slender physician. "Greetings to the side princess and madam," the physician greeted. "Enough, come and examine the side princess at once," Liu urged. "Yes, madam." The physician approached Ji Yuyang and began a thorough examination, while Xinghua, still bowed, felt her heart race. After a moment, the physician furrowed his brows and reported, "Madam, the side princess is suffering from a deficiency in both liver and spleen, leading to insufficient liver blood and an excessive heart fire, which has caused her skin to itch. I shall prescribe some medicine for her to take, and prepare a topical ointment. In a few days, she will be well. Then hurry, this matter must not be allowed to spread, do you understand?" Liu warned sharply. The physician nodded, understood. Aunt Xing quickly procured ink and paper for the physician to write the prescription. Ji Yuyang, upon hearing that she would recover in a few days, sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Xinghua, still kneeling, wondered if it was truly possible to recover. Liu then addressed Xinghua, "You may rise now." "Thank you, madam, thank you, princess," Xinghua said, standing up and retreating to the side. After the physician wrote the prescription and took his leave, Liu turned to inquire about Ji Yuyan's situation in the palace. Ji Yuyang, feeling wronged, shed tears as she recounted the events that had transpired, finally stating, "Mother, what shall we do? The emperor's decree forbids a daughter from becoming pregnant unless the king has a legitimate heir." She had initially thought that once she entered the Xingwangfu, even as a side princess, she could eventually give birth to a son, and with her father being the prime minister of Tianqi, she would surely rise to a higher position. Who could have foreseen the emperor's intervention? Liu, gazing at her daughter with swollen eyes from crying, felt a deep pang of sympathy, yet she found herself at a loss for a solution. Were it not for her daughter's aversion to marrying the comatose Jing Wang, along with her reluctance to wed a man in such a state, she would not have risked her own life by agreeing to the marriage exchange that ultimately led to her husband's demotion. Now, not only had she lost her authority over the household, but she had also been punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall. Her absence from the hall today was due to her daughter and that good-for-nothing being allowed to return, and her husband had graciously permitted her to stay home today. Currently, her husband was angry with her, and her mother-in-law was also blaming her. Liu sighed and comforted, "Do not be too agitated, the situation is not as dire as you believe. After some time, when this matter has subsided, we will see. Even if you were to become pregnant, would the emperor truly have someone harm his own grandchild?" Ji Yuyang pondered and found her mother's reasoning somewhat valid. After all, there was no other course of action available, so they could only proceed slowly. Seeing Ji Yuyang's spirits lifting, Liu continued, "Now that the king is injured, he requires care. You should not linger here, return quickly." "I understand, mother. Yesterday, the king mentioned that due to his injury, he could not accompany me for the return visit, and instructed me to go back first and that he would come to visit my father and mother once he has recovered." As Ji Yuyang spoke, her face involuntarily flushed with shyness, but upon recalling her current condition, she felt a wave of annoyance. Thankfully, the physician had assured her that she would recover in a few days, otherwise, she would dread returning to the Wangfu. Liu felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. As long as the Xingwang held feelings for her daughter, that was sufficient. The emperor had not outright prohibited Ji Yuyang from having children forever. "Very well, go pay your respects to your grandmother and then return to properly attend to the king, as that is your foremost duty now," Liu urged, disregarding the fact that today was Ji Yuyang's return visit and the rashes on her skin. "I will heed your words, mother, but what about my father?" Given the rashes on her body, she had returned to the GU residence early that morning, entering quietly without alarming anyone, and it was only now that she remembered her father must be upset with her for having caused his demotion. "Do not concern yourself with that. I will handle everything," Liu reassured. Gu Yuyang embraced Liu's arm and cooed, "Thank you, mother, you are the best." Liu lightly tapped Gu Yuyan's forehead, shaking her head in resignation. Ultimately, as long as her daughter found happiness, her own grievances were trivial. Fearing that Gu Yuyang might face difficulties before the elder matriarch, she resolved to personally accompany her daughter to pay respects to the old matriarch. Gu Yuyang rose, donned her headdress, and together they exited. At this moment, outside the GU residence, the carriages from the Jingwangfu had already come to a halt. Wanyan dismounted and awaited Gu Lingyu beside her carriage. The gatekeeper, upon spotting such a procession at the Prime Minister's residence, hastily dashed to Gu. Wanyan surveyed the desolate scene at the GU residence, noting only a single carriage and its driver, his expression darkening with displeasure. The GU family, well aware that his princess was making a return visit today, had not even deemed it necessary to send anyone to greet them. It was as if they held the Jingwangfu in utter contempt. Unbeknownst to Wanyan, Gu Shoro was currently facing punishment from the emperor, having been demoted, and today marked the first day of his return to duty after the demotion. How could he possibly show his face at work, lest he become the subject of ridicule among his political adversaries? Thus, he feigned illness, remaining in the residence, and was presently in his study discussing with his eldest son, Gu Chenxian, on how to restore his official position. As for the old matriarch, she was incensed at Liu for making such a significant decision without consulting her, and although Liu had faced punishment, the old matriarch was genuinely unwell from the stress. Primarily, she had not regarded Gu Lingyu as a matter of concern. As Gu Lingyu descended from the carriage with Chutong and Yunshu bearing pastries, she noted the absence of any welcoming party at the entrance and merely scoffed before striding toward the Gu residence. Chapter 18, Are you reprimanding my princess? Wanyan instructed others to remain at the entrance, while he followed Gu Lingyu, Chutong, and Yunshu into the Gu residence. The group had not ventured far when they encountered Liu Shi and others approaching from that direction. Gu Lingyu instantly recognized Gu Yuyang, who was adorned with a veil. It appeared that Xinghua had succeeded, and a cunning gleam flickered in Gu Lingyu's eyes. At that moment, Gu Yuyang also spotted Gu Lingyu, which reminded her of the embarrassment she faced at the Imperial Studies entrance yesterday. Gu Lingyu, however, smiled and remarked, "Oh, has concubine Yang returned, wearing a veil in broad daylight? Are you too ashamed to face the world after yesterday's exertions?" Yunshu and Xiutong stifled their laughter, fearing they might burst into giggles. Beneath the veil, Gu Yuyan's expression darkened. Just as she was about to speak, she saw her father and elder brother, Gu Chenxian, hastening towards her. A thought crossed her mind. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger, and forced a semblance of a smile. Before Liu Shi could utter a word, she bowed to Gu Lingyu. "This humble one pays her respects to Princess Jing." "Yanger!" Liu Shi exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Gu Yuyang. Just moments ago, this foolish girl had mocked her, and now she was bowing. Why should her daughter lower herself before this imbecile? She had already humbled herself before that wretched woman's mother. Must her daughter also endure the indignities of this harlot? "Mother, Princess Jing speaks truly. We are now married daughters, and we must adhere to propriety. Sister is the princess, and I must pay my respects." Gu Yuyang spoke with downcast eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. The more she behaved this way, the more it pained Liu Shi. Her daughter was such a proud young woman, far superior to this fool, and now she was not only humiliated by this imbecile but also forced to bow. How could she bear it? With this thought, she glared at Gu Lingyu. "Girl, we are all sisters here. Even though you are now a princess, you cannot disregard the bonds of sisterhood. Is this not excessively unfeeling of you?" As Liu Shi's words fell, Gu Lingyu had yet to respond, but Wanyan, standing behind her, immediately bristled with indignation. "Are you chastising my princess?" he retorted, his tone turning icy. "Even if my lord has yet to awaken, it is not the place of a minister's wife to make demands, much less a concubine." His certainty that Liu Shi was not the mother of their princess stemmed from his prior encounter with the prime minister's wife, who bore no resemblance to Liu Shi, thus he concluded she was a concubine. "You Liu Shu did not recognize Wang An, but knowing he accompanied Ji Lingyu and spoke so boldly, she realized he was from the Jing Wangfu. She was momentarily speechless, incensed, and shot him a furious glare. Her greatest aversion was being labeled a concubine. She was the legitimate wife of Ji Shuo, yet had been brought into the household under the guise of a concubine. Though she had eventually been elevated to the status of a secondary wife, she still felt inferior. Just then, Ji Shuo arrived with Ji Chenxian in tow. They had been some distance away and had not clearly heard the unfolding drama. Upon approaching and seeing only his two daughters present, otherwise, people will say she lacks compassion. Hearing this, Ji Shuo turned to the speaker, recognizing him as the steward of the Jing Wangfu. He was astonished that, although the prince lay unconscious and could not accompany his eldest daughter home, the steward had come along. Despite being merely a steward, he was associated with the Jing Wangfu, which was favored by the emperor. Even in his current state of unconsciousness, the emperor still held the prince in high regard. Under normal circumstances, he would not have considered a steward from a royal residence worthy of his attention, given his own status as a prime minister, a high-ranking official. However, his recent demotion to a fourth-grade ceremonial deputy minister rendered the situation quite different. Thus, Ji Shuo forced a smile and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Wang An snorted, "Your concubine has stated that my princess's request for the concubine of Xingwang Tabo is lacking in compassion. This old servant cannot fathom why, even if the concubine of Xingwang herself were present, she would not extend her greetings to my princess. Why must it be deemed unfeeling when it comes to the concubine of Xingwang? I wish to ask the Prime Minister, does the Prime Ministerial household not observe the principles of etiquette and hierarchy? Our princess is of royal descent, representing the dignity of the imperial family. How can she not accept the reverence of a concubine?" Ji Shuo felt quite uncomfortable hearing Wang An address him as Prime Minister and refer to Liu Shi as a concubine, leaving him uncertain whether to respond affirmatively or otherwise. Ultimately, he cast a fierce glare at Liu Shi. Liu Shi, begrudgingly aware of her son's support, remarked, "I beseech the princess for forgiveness. I spoke hastily and did not intend any offense. Please do not take it to heart." Wang An let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further, and stood behind Ji Lingyu. Ji Lingyu regarded the white-clad man bowing before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ji Chenxian, the eldest son of Liu Shi, bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Shuo. Although he was ostensibly brought into the household by Liu Shi, he was actually Ji Shuo's biological son. Otherwise, Ji Shuo would not have harbored such high hopes for him. In the memories of the original host, Ji Chenxian was renowned as a talented scholar in the capital, albeit somewhat aloof, often distant from the other children of the Ji household. If he showed any warmth at all, it was primarily towards the original host, likely due to her persistent attachment to him. Ji Lingyu observed Ji Chenxian, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Brother, your words are overly flattering. Since Liu Yiniang claimed it was a momentary lapse, I cannot punish her for this, otherwise, it would appear I am lacking in compassion." Ji Chenxian frowned slightly, noting that Ji Lingyu usually referred to Liu Shi as second mother but now addressed her as Liu Yiniang. Moreover, she seemed somewhat different from her usual self. Ji Chenxian looked at Ji Lingyu again, but he did not discern anything unusual. "Thank you, Princess, for your magnanimity." Ji Lingyu sensed Ji Chenxuan's scrutinizing gaze upon her, yet she cared not. Could he truly perceive any change in her essence? She smiled faintly and turned to Liu Shi, saying, "This matter will not trouble me. After all, we are in our own home. Liu Yiniang may say what she wishes, but I would advise her to be cautious. If word of today's event spreads and the emperor learns of your disrespect towards the royal family, should he direct his ire towards you?" Ji Lingyu's words trailed off, yet Ji Shuo was already drenched in cold sweat. He had just been demoted by the emperor due to the marriage exchange, and should this foolish woman cause the emperor to accuse him of disrespect towards the royal family, the Ji family would be utterly doomed. What a disgrace! Hurry and kneel in the ancestral hall. Ji Shuo bellowed at Liu Shi. "My lord," Liu Shi attempted to protest, but the fierce glare from Ji Shuo left her speechless. Her complexion paled as she turned to Ji Lingyu, saying, "This humble servant takes her leave." As she departed, her face was cold, and she inwardly cursed, "Wretched girl," an ungrateful little wolf, you'll see. Ji Yang, witnessing her mother's reprimand and subsequent departure, sought to plead on Liu Shi's behalf. Father, mother, Princess Jing, please, this way. Ji Shuo gestured for Ji Lingyu and Ji Yang to proceed. Ji Lingyu maintained her smile. Father, there's no need for such formality, we are family. Ji Shuo, very well, the old servant understands. Ji Shuo felt a sense of relief. This girl had finally grown sensible. Little did he know, it would not be long before he wished he had never fathered her. Ji Yang, upon hearing this, felt her face beneath the veil contort with rage. This wretched girl was being deliberately provocative. Meanwhile, Yunshu and the others displayed smiles of amusement. Ji Lingyu then stated, I wish to visit my mother first. Although Ji Shuo was perplexed by this sudden closeness between Ji Lingyu and her mother, he readily agreed. Good, it is. I shall send someone to fetch you when the meal is ready. Thank you, Ji Lingyu replied, turning to Wangen. Uncle Wang, you, the servant, shall attend to the princess. Wangen interjected before Ji Lingyu could finish. He understood that it was inappropriate for a man to enter another's inner residence, yet as a eunuch and being beside his princess, no one could object. If he did not accompany her, these people might take advantage of their ignorance and bully his princess. Ji Lingyu sensed Wangen's concerns and, though aware he was being overly cautious, nodded, very well. After exchanging words with Yunshu and the others, Ji Lingyu departed, leaving Ji Shuo to gaze at Ji Yang, still veiled. Despite his anger at her causing his loss of position, she was still his beloved daughter. He could not help but inquire, what has happened? Why are you wearing a veil in the residence? Ji Yang, relieved that her father was not scolding her, was nonetheless reluctant to divulge her illness. With Ji Lingyu's return, she feared being ridiculed and humiliated if the latter discovered her condition, so she resolved to keep it a secret. Ji Yang shook her head, it's nothing. The weather is windy, and I feared catching a chill, so I wore a veil. Ji Shuo frowned at this, aware that Ji Yang was lying but chose not to confront her. Instead, he said, your grandmother is ill, go see her. Ji Yang had initially intended to visit the old matriarch, but, with Ji Lingyu's return, she worried about encountering her and being discovered regarding her illness. Thus, she replied, the prince is injured. I plan to return to the Wangfu to check on him first. I will visit my grandmother afterward. That is acceptable. The princess' health is of utmost importance. Although Ji Shuo was displeased, he permitted Ji Yang to leave. Chapter 19, The dire condition of the Tang family. At this moment, Ji Lingyu and her companions arrived at the entrance of the Tang residence. She instructed Wangen to wait at the door while she led Yunshu and Xiutong into the courtyard. The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, and intermittent coughing sounds emanated from the main house. Ji Lingyu furrowed her brow in concern. Just then, she spotted a middle-aged woman, dressed as a nursemaid, emerging from a small kitchen with a bowl of medicine in hand. Though not unattractive, the woman's face bore traces of hardship and weariness. Ji Lingyu recognized her as Wen Xiu, a maid who had accompanied the Tang family. She had married the steward managing the Tang estate, but returned to serve the family after her husband's death, having borne no children. Miss? Wen Xiu exclaimed with delight upon seeing Ji Lingyu at the door. At that moment, the coughing sounds had noticeably diminished, seemingly suppressed. Ji Lingyu nodded, saying, I have come to visit my mother today. Hearing this, Wen Xiu recalled the incident of Ji Lingyu being exchanged for marriage, and her eyes welled with tears. Liu Shi had been excessively domineering. In her attempts to prevent her daughter from marrying the Prince of Jing for a wedding of fortune, she had altered the engagement of their eldest daughter. Now, with their mistress ailing and the Tang family absent from the capital, there was no one to advocate for her, leaving her in a state of despair regarding her future. As she pondered this, she spoke, just now, the young lady was mentioning you. I never expected you to arrive so soon. The young lady will surely be overjoyed to see you. Is that you, Yuer? A frail, urgent voice called from within the room. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Lingyu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, unsure if it was the original owner's emotion still influencing her or the result of her own childhood devoid of maternal affection. Mother, it is I. I have come to see you. Ji Yuling replied, pushing open the door and stepping inside, while Chiu Tong and Yun Shu proceeded to the kitchen with the delicacies they had brought. The interior was not opulently furnished, but exuded a sense of taste and meticulousness, intermingled with warmth. Tang Shi lay on the bed, her frame gaunt and emaciated, her complexion waxen from the affliction of her illness. Upon seeing Ji Yuling enter, she struggled to sit up, when Xiu, noticing this, hurriedly placed the bowl of medicine on the bedside table and assisted Tang Shi into a sitting position, propping her up with a soft pillow. Gazing at Ji Yuling, Tang Shi's face broke into a smile. You have returned, cough, cough, cough. Her voice was barely above a whisper, cautious as if fearful of inciting Ji Yuling's displeasure, and she was soon overtaken by another fit of coughing. When Xiu quickly lifted the bowl from the table, urging, "Miss, please take your medicine before speaking with the young lady, she will not be leaving just yet." As she spoke, she cast a pleading glance at Ji Yuling. Tang Shi did not take the bowl, her eyes remained fixed on Ji Yuling, as if afraid that she might depart at any moment. Ji Yuling studied Tang Shi, and despite the ravages of illness, her features still hinted at the beauty she once possessed, her gaze filled with maternal affection. Ji Yuling was certain that Tang Shi genuinely cared for the original owner. "Please take your medicine, I will not leave," Ji Yuling assured her. With this promise, Tang Shi finally accepted the bowl from Wen Xiu's hands, drinking it in one go and then handing it back. When Xiu took the empty bowl and, with a cloth, gently wiped Tang Shi's lips, Ji Yuling wished to examine Tang Shi's health, but knowing the original owner lacked any medical knowledge, she struggled to find an excuse. Instead, she took a few steps closer to the bedside. "How do you feel now?" Tang Shi smiled, inviting Ji Yuling to sit beside her. "I feel much better, do not worry. It's just an old ailment." "But what of you, are you adjusting well in the prince's residence?" Although she felt somewhat fatigued, she cherished this rare moment of intimacy with her daughter and wished to converse with her as much as possible, uncertain if she would be able to endure until Ji Yuling's next visit. Ji Yuling was taken aback to discover that Tang Shi was unaware of her marriage being exchanged. She glanced at Wen Xiu, who shook her head gently when Tang Shi was not looking, her expression imploring Ji Yuling not to disclose the truth about the marriage swap. She feared that her mistress might not withstand the shock of her daughter being given to a near corpse for a wedding of fortune. Ji Yuling understood Wen Xiu's concern. Given Tang Shi's current state, she could hardly bear any further distress. "You need not worry about me. I am doing well in the prince's residence," Ji Yuling replied, taking the opportunity to hold Tang Shi's hand, the other resting naturally on her pulse. Tang Shi, without suspicion, welcomed her daughter's closeness. "That is good to hear," she nodded, her gaze dropping, concealing the sorrow within. Deep down, she disapproved of her daughter marrying into the royal family, yet with her daughter's willingness and the emperor's decree, she felt powerless, hoping only for her daughter's future happiness. At that moment, Ji Yuling had finished checking Tang Shi's pulse. To her dismay, Tang Shi's condition was worse than she had anticipated. Beyond the lingering effects of childbirth, her heart was burdened, her chest constricted, compounded by years of worry. Her situation had reached a perilous threshold. Ji Yuling frowned, contemplating the promise she had made to the original owner. Now that she inhabited this body, she resolved to care for her mother, fulfilling her filial duties and atoning for past transgressions. With a focused demeanor, she looked at Tang Shi earnestly and began, "Mother, Madam, something is amiss." A male voice from outside interrupted Ji Yuling's words. Previously, the original owner had not been close to Tang Shi, let alone her brother, so Ji Yuling was unfamiliar with the voice's owner. However, both Tang Shi and Wen Xiu recognized it as belonging to Chen Die, the coachman Tang Shi had hired for her son. Tang Shi turned to Wen Xiu, who nodded in understanding and stepped outside. "What is it? Why the commotion? Do you not know the madam requires peace for her recovery?" Wen Xiu's voice rang out. Please come quickly, the young master has been bitten by a snake." Ji Yuling's pupils dilated instinctively as she glanced at Tang Shi. Tang Shi's already pallid face turned ghostly white, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her lips moved for a moment but ultimately failed to articulate any words. Finally, with a sudden "phut," she expelled a mouthful of blood and fainted. Chapter 20, Treatment, Part 1. Upon witnessing the distressing scene, Ji Lingyu anxiously took Tang's pulse. Already weakened, Tang's condition was exacerbated by her agitated state. It seemed that her prospects were grim this time. And when Ji Lingyu called urgently, disregarding the fact that as she spoke, she retrieved a needle pouch from her spatial realm. Hearing the urgency in Ji Lingyu's voice, Wen Xiu immediately rushed into the room, followed closely by Yun Shu and Xiu Tong. Upon seeing Tang, who had fainted on the bed, Wen Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears. "Miss, what has happened?" Since moving into the residence, the young lady had insisted that Wen Xiu no longer referred to her as Madam, but instead as Miss, akin to their premarital days. This indicated that she had given up hope on her husband. The only reason for not seeking a divorce was her lingering concern for her elder sister. Now that the elder sister was married, only the young master remained, and it was unthinkable that he would be in peril. At this moment, Ji Lingyu had already begun to unfasten Tang's clothing, her hands moving deftly as she started to administer acupuncture. "First, use the screen to shield the bed. Call that person in. I have a few questions to ask him," she commanded. When Xiu and Xiu Tong were taken aback by Ji Lingyu's actions. When had their young lady acquired such medical skills, however? Yun Shu, who was less acquainted with the original owner, thought it not surprising that Ji Lingyu possessed medical knowledge, given her prowess. Yun Shu nudged Xiu Tong. "What are you standing there for? Come help." Only then did Xiu Tong snap back to reality and join Yun Shu in moving the screen. When Xiu, regaining her composure, looked at Ji Lingyu with concern, saying, "Miss, should I fetch a doctor?" She was not worried that Ji Lingyu would harm her young lady, but it was her first time witnessing Ji Lingyu's medical abilities. What if something went awry? "Have you not sought a doctor before? Can he truly cure my mother's ailment?" Ji Lingyu queried pointedly. She despised being questioned when treating others, though she acknowledged that Wen Xiu's concerns were not unfounded. Well, Wen Xiu found herself at a loss for words. They had indeed consulted numerous doctors, all of whom claimed that Tang was beyond saving. "Rest assured, I will not harm my mother. However, if you delay in allowing that person entry, and if the snake that bit Ruya is venomous, you are risking his life," Ji Lingyu cautioned. Wen Xiu, upon hearing this, acted swiftly and rushed out to summon Chen Die. Meanwhile, Yun Shu and Xiu Tong had already positioned the screen to separate the bed, allowing Ji Lingyu to stabilize Tang's heart pulse before pausing her movements. She stepped around the screen and addressed Chen Die. "Where was the young master bitten? Did you see what kind of snake it was? Where is he now?" Replying to the young lady, "The young master was bitten on the buttocks," Chen Die replied anxiously. "He was brought to the medical hall by the scholar from the academy. I saw the snake. It was black and white, less than 2 feet long. The scholar said it was a venomous snake, and it has already been captured." He had left his young master at the medical hall to report back, understanding that few survived a snake bite unless the bitten area was amputated immediately. However, the young master's bite was on his buttocks. It was unthinkable to sever that. Ji Lingyu's expression hardened upon hearing this. How could there be a venomous snake at the academy? It was evident that someone had orchestrated this incident. She wondered whether the attack was aimed at Ji Chenrui or someone else, yet it was he who had become the unfortunate victim. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such thoughts. The priority was to neutralize the poison as swiftly as possible. Black and white, venomous. It must be a silver-ringed snake. Fortunately, she had antivenom in her spatial realm, yet she was uncertain how much time had elapsed, and she could not leave this place. "How long has it been since the young master was bitten?" Ji Lingyu inquired. Chen Die pondered briefly. "I accompanied the scholar to deliver the young master to the medical hall, then returned to report. It has been about half an hour since then." Ji Lingyu contemplated her options. Going to the medical hall herself would be ideal, yet Tang was in a precarious state and required immediate attention. She reasoned that even if the medical staff could not neutralize the poison, they would have at least provided some initial treatment. As long as they could bring him back promptly for the antivenom, he would be fine. Thus, Ji Lingyu turned to Wen Xiu, her expression earnest. "Aunt Wen, I cannot leave here. You and Yun Shu must go fetch Ruya. I have a way to treat his poisoning." Wen Xiao, meeting Ji Yuling's resolute gaze, hesitated briefly, however, recalling the adeptness with which Ji Yuling had treated Tang. She nodded in agreement. Yes, young lady, I will go with this young lady to bring the young master back. To be on the safe side, Ji Yuling cautioned Yunshu, when you arrive, if the doctor has not treated Ruier for the poison, use a knife to incise the bitten area and expel the toxic blood. She was confident that Yunshu, being skilled in martial arts, could manage this task. I understand, Yunshu replied. Once Wen Xiao and the others exited the room, Ji Yuling returned to the bedside to continue administering acupuncture to Tang. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, beads of sweat began to form on Ji Yuling's forehead, and Tang was adorned with numerous silver needles. Princess Chiao Tong, observing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly fetched a handkerchief to wipe Ji Yuling's brow. I will rest on the nearby stool for a moment. Keep an eye on my mother. If she experiences any discomfort, call for me, Ji Yuling instructed. I understand, Chiao Tong replied. Ji Yuling maneuvered around the screen and sat on a nearby stool. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she retrieved a disposable syringe, an intravenous drip, a vial of antivenom, a bottle of glucose solution, some cotton swabs, and a bottle of iodine from her spatial pharmacy. Looking at the array of items before her, she furrowed her brow. What would they think of such an abundance of materials? They would undoubtedly question her medical expertise. However, there was no time for such considerations. She could not allow that young child to perish, for she had promised the original owner. Resolving to take things one step at a time, she decided that if discovered, she would simply claim to have a master healer who could come and go without a trace, leaving her free to explain herself. With her excuse firmly in mind, Ji Yuling found a piece of cloth in the room to wrap the items, setting them aside for later use. She then sat on the stool and closed her eyes to rest. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed outside. When Ji Yuling opened her eyes, Yunshu burst through the door, carrying Ji Yuchenrui, exclaiming, "Princess, come quickly, what has happened to young Master Ji Yu?" From behind the screen, Chiao Tong's voice rang out with surprise, "Madam. You reawake, don't move, the princess has just treated you, and the needles are still in place." At that moment, Ji Yuling felt her bracelet grow warm, emitting a gentle red glow, if only for an instant. She sensed the warmth, but had no time to investigate further. Place him on the soft couch, Ji Yuling commanded, quickly glancing at Ji Yuchenrui carried by Yunshu, before bypassing the screen to approach Tang's bedside. How is Ruya?" Tang, just regaining consciousness, was still processing Chen Die's words about Ji Yuchenrui's snake bite and had not heard what Chiao Tong mentioned. Seeing Ji Yuling approach, she anxiously inquired. "Do not worry, do not become agitated. He will be fine. You fainted earlier, and I administered acupuncture to you, which is still in place," Ji Yuling reassured her. Upon hearing this, Tang realized that her body was covered with silver needles. She struggled to compose herself. "All right, I will remain calm. Have the doctor you summoned attend to Ruya immediately," she said, tears streaming down her face. Ji Yuling understood that Tang was still tense, otherwise, she would have recognized that it was she who had treated her. Nevertheless, she refrained from offering explanations at that moment, instead reiterating her comfort, "Rest assured. I will attend to it right away." Chapter 21, Healing, Part 2. At that moment, Ji Yuling refrained from removing the needles from Tang's body and instead approached the soft couch, casting her gaze upon Ji Yuchenrui, who lay there. He was curled up, his eyelids drooping, and beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead due to the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Although his vision was clouded, rendering him unable to discern the identity of the person before him, his ears remained acutely aware, and thus he recognized that it was Ji Yuling who stood beside him. Ji Yuling crouched down, grasping one of Ji Yuchenrui's hands to take his pulse. Ji Yuchenrui instinctively resisted, glaring at her with a fierce intensity. What did she know of healing? Did she wish for his demise? He thought bitterly. She had never liked him to begin with, and now, having been bitten by a snake, she had arranged for him to be brought back from the medical hall. Was she not intent on his death? Alas, he was unable to voice his thoughts, and he could only imagine how worried his mother must be. Yes, his mother, had he not just heard her administering acupuncture to her? How could she possibly know how to do that? What was her intention? Did she wish to harm them both? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Ji Chunrui struggled even more violently, but he was utterly powerless to control his body. His attempts to move were mere figments of his will, as his body had succumbed to a state of utter immobility. The pulse was erratic and weak, his breath unsteady. It was evident that he had not only been poisoned by the snake but had likely been exposed to other toxins as well not long ago. Jiu Lingyu's brow furrowed in concern. She rose, gently urging him to turn onto his side, and then she pulled down his trousers halfway to reveal the wound on his posterior. Ji Chunrui's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shame. The wound was clearly inflicted by a blade, the surrounding area bruised and darkened with a sinister hue. I followed the princess's instructions when I left, but the poison was not fully expelled, Yun Shu explained, her tone calm and composed. To her, Ji Chunrui was merely a child, and in this critical moment of saving his life, she dared not let even a hint of negligence creep in. For Ji Lingyu, the healer's role transcended gender, especially when it came to her younger brother, a mere child. Very well, Ji Lingyu replied softly, pulling Ji Chunrui's trousers back up. Please fetch some warm water from the kitchen. Yun Shu hesitated for a moment before responding, understood, and she turned to leave. Once Yun Shu was gone, Ji Lingyu approached the table, extracting the syringe and serum she had prepared for Ji Chunrui's skin test. At that moment, when Xiao and a few others returned, and upon hearing the news, Ji Shuo hurried over, only to be halted at the entrance by Wen Xiao. Master, it may not be appropriate for you to enter right now, perhaps you should wait here, she suggested, recalling that when she had departed, her young lady was in the midst of administering acupuncture to the unconscious young master. She believed her young lady would not wish for Ji Shuo to see her stripped to the waist. Ji Shuo's expression darkened immediately. As a dignified court official, being barred from entering by a mere maidservant of his wife was a humiliating affront, one that would surely become fodder for ridicule if others were to learn of it. Step aside, Ji Shuo commanded coldly, when Xiao remained unmoved, replying flatly, Master, if you force your way in, the mistress will be displeased. Furrowing his brow, Ji Shuo insisted, I came to call you for dinner, and I heard that Chunrui has been bitten by a snake. It is only right that I see them. Chunrui is not in danger, is he? Thank you for your concern, Master, Wen Xiao replied, though she showed no inclination to yield. Where had he been when his concern was truly needed for her young lady and young master? She scoffed inwardly at the thought. When he had sought to marry her young lady, he had vowed a lifetime of devotion, yet he had turned around to bring Liu into the household, not to mention the existence of a son and a daughter who was merely 3 months younger than her young lady. Out of consideration for her young lady's youth, she had chosen to reside in this courtyard, hoping to preserve her reputation in the event of a separation. Who could have anticipated that one drunken night, he would force himself upon her young lady, only to awaken the next day with no memory of the incident? Her young lady, feeling utterly repulsed, had denied everything when questioned. Ironically, after desperately trying to conceive without success, her young lady had unexpectedly found herself pregnant from that encounter. After much deliberation, she resolved to carry the child to term. When she confided in the man, he had the audacity to suspect her of infidelity, and the most ludicrous part was when, after giving birth to their son, they conducted a blood test only to find that their blood did not match. This revelation had ignited a furious outburst from the man, who had nearly choked their son to death, and it was only through her young lady's desperate efforts that the child's life was spared. However, her young lady, already in frail health, had suffered greatly from the ordeal, leading to a critical deterioration of her condition, rendering her beyond the reach of remedies. Ji Shuo seethed, having never encountered such a stonewalling individual. When Xiao let out a cold snort, ignoring him, she was well aware that due to Liu's machinations, which had disrupted the betrothal of her young lady and her daughter, the emperor had already stripped him of his office. Did he truly dare to cause further trouble? Ji Shuo cast a glance at Wang An, the steward of the Jing Wangfu, who stood at the gate, his head bowed in contemplation. Wang An was pondering whether his lady could indeed resolve the snake venom, and if so, whether she might also be able to alleviate the poisons plaguing his lord's body. He felt fortunate to have accompanied them on this trip. Upon returning, he must inform the lord of his lady's medical skills. The more he thought about it, the more elated he became. At that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him and raised his head to meet Ji Yunshuo's eyes. He offered a slight smile, prompting Ji Yunshuo to suppress his simmering anger. He could not afford to err again. Failing to do so would not only cost him his fourth-rank position but also his very life. Having come to a resolution, Ji Yunshuo coldly declared, "You may enter and inform Yuer that dinner is ready and that she should join us in the main hall. I will relay the message to the young lady." When Xiu replied, still blocking the entrance without any intention of stepping aside. Ji Yunshuo shot her a disdainful glance before turning away with a flick of his sleeve. When Xiu rushed inside with urgency. At that moment, Ji Yulinyu had successfully completed Ji Yuchenrue's skin test. While awaiting the results, she resumed the task of removing the needles from Tang. In her eyes, alongside concern for Ji Yuchenrue, there was also a hint of astonishment. When had her Yuer learned the art of healing without her knowledge? Over the years, she had only been aware of Yuer's aversion towards her, but she had never fathomed the extent of her suffering. As she watched Ji Yulinyu deftly extract the needles, Tang's heart ached with overwhelming regret. It was her inadequacy as a mother that had subjected her two children to such hardships. When Xiu, seeing her young lady awake, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not utter a sound. Fearful of disturbing Ji Yulinyu, she turned and approached Ji Yuchenrue's side. At that moment, Ji Yulinyu had removed all the needles from Tang and reassured her, "Do not worry, Ruier is just behind the screen. I assure you he will be fine. You should lie here and rest well." She gestured to Chutong to assist Tang in adjusting her clothing. Despite it being spring, the room remained quite chilly. Gazing into Ji Yulinyu's sincere eyes, Tang felt an inexplicable trust in her daughter. Yuer had finally grown up. "Very well, mother will stay here with you both." At this point, she had realized that it was her Yuer who had administered the acupuncture and surmised that it would also be her daughter who would tend to Ji Yuchenrue's injuries. As her current state rendered her incapable of assisting them, she resolved to avoid becoming a hindrance. Ji Yulinyu then approached Ji Yuchenrue. Meanwhile, when Xiu was using a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon seeing Ji Yulinyu approach, she hastily rose. "Young lady," the young lady, though she was aware that her mistress had awakened, she couldn't help but ask. "My mother is fine, please go and keep her company. I will take care of Ruier," Ji Yulinyu instructed. When Xiu glanced at the semi-conscious Ji Yuchenrue, understanding that she would be of no assistance to her young lady in this moment. She nodded, understood. When Xiu made her way toward the screen, while Ji Yulinyu examined the area where she had conducted the skin test, finding no irregularities, and began to inject the serum into Ji Yuchenrue. Once the intravenous drip was set up, she addressed the dazed Ji Yuchenrue. "I am going to clean your wound now, so please remain still." Ji Yulinyu was aware that he was incapable of moving, yet recalling the hatred in his eyes earlier, she felt compelled to say something. In his foggy state, Ji Yuchenrue seemed to hear someone speaking to him, yet he could not grasp the words. He was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Tang, accompanied by Wen Xiu, and Xiutong, who had joined them, gazed in astonishment at the items in Ji Yuchenrue's hand, her eyes widening. What were these things, and how did her young lady possess them? Nevertheless, she remained dutifully silent. "Yun Shu has yet to return with the water. Please go check on her," Ji Yulinyu instructed as she prepared to pull down Ji Yuchenrue's trousers again, recalling something. In modern times, an 8-year-old child was simply a little one, and having their trousers removed for an injection was a commonplace occurrence. However, in this setting, while her memories told her that the people here were not overly rigid about propriety, the idea of a child of such an age being disrobed in public still felt awkward. She realized her momentary lapse had caused her to neglect sending Yun Shu away earlier. Understood. Chapter 22, by Chuan Academy. As Xiu Tong was about to step outside, Ji Yulinyu cautioned her, "After you prepare the water, please wait outside. Only come in when I call for you." "I understand, miss." Once Xiu Tong exited, Ji Yulinyu donned a pair of medical gloves retrieved from her space, then proceeded to lower Ji Yuchenrue's trousers once more. She carefully pressed on the wound to expel the venom, continuing until she deemed it satisfactory, after which she applied the medicinal dressing. Having completed her task, she dressed Ji Yuchenrue again, and stored everything she had taken out, save for the bottle and syringe, back into her space, including the remaining waste. She then navigated around the screen to approach Lady Tang. Before Ji Lingyu could speak, Lady Tang anxiously inquired, how is your brother? Ji Lingyu nodded reassuringly, rest assured, he will be fine. For now, let Aunt Wen watch over Ruier while I step out for a moment, you should get some good rest. Upon hearing this, Lady Tang exhaled in relief, struggling to sit up to catch a glimpse of Ji Lingyu. Aunt Wen comforted her, Madam, please listen to the eldest young lady and lie down. I will have someone remove the screen, and then you will be able to see young master. Seeing the validity in Aunt Wen's words, Lady Tang ceased her insistence. Aunt Wen followed Ji Lingyu to Ji Chunrue's side, her eyes widening as she beheld the items in Ji Chunrue's hand and the drip above him, leaving her momentarily speechless. What could this be? Ji Lingyu did not elaborate, but merely instructed her to call for her when the liquid in the bottle was nearly depleted. Once Aunt Wen comprehended, Ji Lingyu exited the room. Yunshu and Qiu Tong had been waiting by the door. Ji Lingyu instructed Qiu Tong to assist Aunt Wen and Ji Chunrue, while she turned to the worried Chen Die, who was anxiously watching the main house. He understood that with such a grave incident involving the young master, the lady of the house would undoubtedly have inquiries. Since returning with Aunt Wen, he had been waiting in the courtyard. Now, tell me, where was the young master bitten by the snake? Ji Lingyu asked coldly. Replying to the young lady, when the young master was bitten, someone called for me to enter the academy to fetch him. I met him at the door of the academy's hall, and the snake had already been killed and was left aside. The name of the academy. The original owner had been incited by Liu Shi and had never been close to Lady Tang, let alone her brother, and had no knowledge of where Ji Chunrue studied. Baichuan Academy. Understood, you may leave. But the young master, Chen Die, felt a heavy sense of guilt. The lady and young master had always treated him well, yet he failed to care for the young master properly. Do not worry, Ruier is safe. Hearing Ji Lingyu's assurance, Chen Die finally felt relief and retreated. At this moment, she could not afford to leave, and lacking capable individuals to assist her, Ji Lingyu looked up just in time to see Wang An peering into the courtyard. Realizing she had forgotten about him amidst the chaos, she smiled and called out, Uncle Wang. Old servant is here. Wang An hurried into the courtyard. What are your orders? Without hesitation, Ji Lingyu responded, I am currently occupied and would like to trouble you to send a few people to Baichuan Academy to investigate the origin of that venomous snake. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the incident, and it was uncertain if any traces could still be found, but sending someone was certainly prudent. Ji Lingyu did not elaborate further, and Wang An understood her intent. Baichuan Academy. Wang An hesitated for a moment, noticing his reluctance. I will dispatch someone to investigate immediately. As Wang An prepared to leave, Ji Lingyu called out, Uncle Wang, wait a moment, I have more to say. Please speak. Wang An halted and turned to face Ji Lingyu. You have seen the condition of my mother and brother. Especially my brother, he cannot be left alone for now. I plan to stay at my maternal home tonight. Please take the people outside back. Just inform me when you have news regarding the academy. Recalling Ji Shuo's demeanor upon entering the courtyard, Wang An quickly replied with a smile, of course. I will have them remain to serve the princess. I will leave on my own. No need, Yunshu will suffice here. Ji Lingyu replied earnestly. Seeing her resolve, Wang An nodded in agreement. Then please rest well. I shall take my leave. After Wang An departed, Ji Lingyu turned to Yunshu. Is Baichuan Academy well supported? Replying to the princess, Baichuan Academy was established with funding from Jukyu, who is the younger brother of the late emperor and held in high regard by him. Thus, the emperor treats this royal uncle with great respect. Oh. Ji Lingyu pondered, realizing the need for careful handling of this matter. Upon re-entering the room, she found Ji Chunrue still receiving for fluids, the screen having been removed, while Aunt Wen gently wiped Ji Chunrue's uninfused hand with a silk handkerchief, and Qiu Tong assisted her, while Lady Tang slept soundly. Ji Lingyu approached Ji Chunrue, and Aunt Wen quickly rose to give way. She had not anticipated that her young lady would possess medical skills. Though her methods differed from those of other physicians, it was clear that both her young lady and the young master were significantly better, particularly her young lady. Had her young lady not been present today, and when feared her lady might never awaken again, she couldn't help but feel grateful that heaven had finally opened its eyes. There was hope for her young lady. Unaware of Aunt Wen's thoughts, Ji Lingyu checked Ji Chunrui's pulse once more, ensuring there were no issues before she finally felt at ease. "Miss, how is the young master?" Aunt Wen whispered, cautious not to disturb Lady Tang. Her young lady had not slept so soundly in a long time. "Rest assured, he is fine. A few more days of four fluids, and he will be completely recovered," Ji Lingyu affirmed. Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Aunt Wen's face. "Thank heavens, he's finally safe." "Aunt Wen, thanking the heavens is unnecessary, it is our princess who is remarkable," Chiao Tong chimed in cheerfully. "Indeed, the young lady is the most exceptional," Aunt Wen said proudly, glancing at Ji Lingyu. At that moment, Ji Lingyu's stomach grumbled audibly. Aunt Wen suddenly recalled that Ji Shore had asked her young lady to dine in the front hall. "Miss, I forgot to mention that the master has requested you to dine in the front hall." Aunt Wen's expression was one of regret, not for failing to inform Ji Lingyu of Ji Shore's request, but for neglecting to arrange for food to be brought to her. "I shall prepare a meal for you right away. It will be ready soon." As she spoke, Aunt Wen made to leave, but Ji Lingyu stopped her. "Aunt Wen, no need. I will dine in the front hall. Please prepare some light porridge for my mother and Ruyer once they awaken. They should not consume anything too greasy at this time." "Understood. I have noted it." Once Ji Lingyu departed, Chiao Tong and Yun Shu followed, but Yun Shu glanced back at the items in Ji Chunrui's hand. She had been astonished upon entering the room but had felt it inappropriate to inquire further in that context. Now, she nudged Chiao Tong beside her and asked, "Do you know what that thing is that young Master Ji has hanging?" Although Chiao Tong was also unaware, she wanted to avoid drawing attention to her young lady, as it might cause trouble for her. Thus, she replied, "It is undoubtedly something that saved our young master. Come on, Yun Shu, we should hurry, the princess has gone ahead." Yun Shu responded. She realized her statement was somewhat redundant, and watching Chiao Tong run ahead, she decided not to dwell on it and hurried to catch up. After all, that item belonged to her princess, and she would have plenty of opportunities to inquire directly in the future. Chapter 23, The Biased Father. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Prince of Xing, Ji Yuyang returned to the courtyard after the physician assured her that the rash on her face would soon heal. Long Jun lay on the bed, frowning as he observed Ji Yuyang, who was accompanied by Mi Li. "Why did you bring Mi Li along?" Ji Yuyang hesitated for a moment before replying, "It's nothing serious. Just a few minor rashes that will be better in a few days." Upon hearing this, Long Jun expressed his concern. "Have you had a doctor examine it?" Ji Yuyang felt a sweet warmth in her heart at his concern and smiled, saying, "Yes, when I visited my mother's house just now, the family physician examined me and said a few doses of medicine would suffice." Satisfied by her words, Long Jun nodded. At that moment, Qing Shan entered the room, glanced at Ji Yuyang, and then turned to Long Jun. Recognizing that Qing Shan had something to discuss, Long Jun addressed Ji Yuyang, "Today, let Yang return to her mother's house. You must be tired, please rest in your room. If you desire anything to eat, inform the kitchen, and they shall prepare it for you." Ji Yuyang, having observed the interaction between Long Jun and Qing Shan, understood they had matters to discuss. Though a tinge of displeasure lingered in her heart, she obediently replied, "Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness, please take care of your health. I will wash up and return to serve you during your meal." Long Jun nodded, and Ji Yuyang exited the room. Qing Shan immediately whispered, "My lord, news has arrived from the estate. Miss Luo wishes to see you." Long Jun was taken aback and anxiously asked, "Is something wrong?" Since he had sent Luo Zhiyao to his estate, she had never sought him out, so why would she send someone to request a meeting today? Considering she was likely 4 months pregnant now, he hoped nothing was amiss. Qing Shan shook his head. "Everything is well at the estate. I inquired of the messenger, and she mentioned only that Miss Luo wishes to see you without elaborating." Long Jun sighed in relief. He attempted to rise, propping himself on his arm, but the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Noticing this, Qing Shan rushed to assist him. "Long Jun, enduring the pain, got out of bed and instructed Qing Shan, "Go fetch the carriage. We are leaving the city." "But your injury," Qing Shan hesitated. "It's nothing, I won't die," Long Jun replied dismissively. Qing Shan could only acquiesce and left. Liu Shi was being punished by Jiyu Shuo, kneeling in the ancestral hall, while the old matriarch was Jiyu Chen Xian, citing urgent matters, had departed, leaving Jiyu Shuo alone in the front hall of the Jiyu family. Jiyu Shuo was aware of Jiyu Chen Rui being bitten by a snake, so he used the excuse of calling Jiyu Lingyu for dinner to visit the Tang estate, hoping to comfort her upon learning the news. However, he was met with resistance, as Wen Xiu did not allow him entry, which left Jiyu Shuo fuming with frustration. A bastard child, dead or alive, what difference did it make? He had concealed the truth from his mother for years under the guise of being the legitimate son, allowing the child to bear the Jiyu surname. What more could she complain about? Wasn't he merely marrying Liu Shi? Although he had once promised her eternal fidelity, he hadn't realized she was already with child at the time. He couldn't let his own flesh and blood be cast out into the world, could he? After all, she had betrayed him, and he had forgiven her, hadn't he? For so many years, she had remained in her quarters, refusing to see him. Did she intend to die without ever laying eyes on him again? Jiyu Shuo slammed his cup onto the table, producing a sharp sound that startled the maidservant nearby, who bowed her head, afraid to make a sound. At that moment, voices echoed from outside. "I'm starving. Hurry up and serve the food." A plump young boy entered, dressed in luxurious brocade. His features were average, with slightly chubby cheeks, pouting lips, and an air of arrogance. He was Jiyu Shuo's youngest son, Jiyu Chen Yun. Jiyu Shuo, tall and handsome, contrasted with Liu Shi, who, while not stunningly beautiful, possessed a certain charm. Their eldest son resembled Jiyu Shuo, while Jiyu Yang took after Liu Shi. However, this youngest son had grown increasingly unrecognizable as he matured, diverging greatly from both parents. Jiyu Shuo had once harbored doubts and even conducted a blood test, which confirmed a bond between him and Jiyu Chen Yun, yet he struggled to comprehend how he could have produced such an unattractive son. As Jiyu Shuo gazed at the approaching Jiyu Chen Yun, his brow furrowed in displeasure. "Why are you only just returning now?" The previously cheerful Jiyu Chen Yun stopped in his tracks, sensing the absence of anyone else at the dining table, and sheepishly replied, "School let out late today." Though he often acted recklessly, he feared his father's fury, especially now that his mother was being punished and his grandmother sick. It was best to avoid his father whenever possible. Thus, Jiyu Chen Yun said, "I'll just head back to my room." Despite his hunger, he deemed it wise to make a hasty retreat given his father's dark demeanor. As he turned to leave, Jiyu Shuo called out, "Come back." Hehe, Jiyu Chen Yun forced a smile. "Father, do you need something?" Yet, his eyes darted away, unwilling to meet his father's gaze. Noticing his son's unease, Jiyu Shuo grew suspicious. "Speak, does your brother's snake bite have anything to do with you?" He was bitten by a snake." Jiyu Chen Yun feigned shock. "I had no idea." Jiyu Shuo was unconvinced by Jiyu Chen Yun. Just as he prepared to speak further, he spotted Jiyu Lingyu approaching with two maidservants, prompting him to cease mentioning the snake bite and instead say, "Your elder sister has returned today. Sit down and join me in dining with her." "That dimwit is back. What about my second sister?" Jiyu Chen Yun instinctively inquired. "You insolent wretch, how dare you speak like that? Have the lessons of etiquette failed to penetrate your thick skull? That is your elder sister." Jiyu Shuo reprimanded sharply, then turned to Jiyu Lingyu with an apologetic expression. Your second brother has been spoiled by his mother," speaking without thinking. "Please do not hold it against him." He shot Jiyu Chen Yun a glare. "You ought to apologize to your elder sister at once." Jiyu Chen Yun hadn't realized Jiyu Lingyu was right behind him, and he was taken aback. When had this dimwit appeared? Normally, he would shrug off such reprimands, secure in the protection of his grandmother, but today, feeling particularly anxious with both his mother and grandmother absent, he faltered. Elder sister," Jiyu Chen Yun stammered, avoiding eye contact with Jiyu Lingyu. Jiyu Lingyu glanced at him with indifference before turning her gaze to Jiyu Shuo. This so-called father of hers was indeed a disgrace. He paid no heed to his younger son, yet defended this spoiled brat. In her memory of the original owner, this boy had been quite arrogant, yet now he averted his gaze, perhaps because Gu Chenrui's snake-bite incident had something to do with him. They attended the same academy. Even if he had no direct involvement, he likely knew something. With this in mind, Gu Lingyu ignored Gu Chenyun and proceeded to the dining table. Seeing her retreat, Gu Chenyun felt a surge of anger, muttering under his breath, "What is there to be proud of? You're just the one my sister discarded." He believed Gu Lingyu wouldn't hear, but her senses were keen, and she caught every word. A cold smile crept onto her lips, her gaze icy and unyielding. Gu Shore noticed his daughter's expression and frowned. When had she developed such an imposing presence? Clearly, he had neglected the affairs of the inner chamber. "Come, sit down. You must be hungry," Gu Shore said with a tender smile, watching Gu Lingyu approach, taking the opportunity to scrutinize her. During their encounter in the imperial study, the emperor had been visibly displeased, yet after a few whispered words from eunuch Gao, his demeanor shifted upon regarding his daughter. Gu Shore understood that his demotion to Minister of Rites, rather than being dismissed entirely, was largely due to her, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. He realized he must seek a way to regain his former position through her. Previously, he had shown little concern for this daughter, believing her to be arrogant, unruly, ignorant of etiquette, and disinterested in learning. Aside from her good looks, he could not see any virtue in her that would warrant the emperor's special mention. Gu Lingyu seated herself at the table and glanced at the standing Gu Chenyun, then addressed Gu Shore. "Father is correct, he has indeed been spoiled by Liu Shi and my grandmother, lacking an understanding of etiquette and hierarchy. As your daughter, I am not only his elder sister but also a member of the royal family, representing the imperial lineage. His disrespect towards me and his insults are tantamount to disrespect towards the royal family. If this were to spread, according to the laws of our Qiangui kingdom, disrespecting the royal family and defying authority warrants the death penalty, and in severe cases, the punishment extends to annihilation of the 9 clans." Gu Lingyu emphasized the word. "What right do you have?" Area bang. Gu Shore slammed his palm against the table, interrupting Gu Chenyun's protests, and bellowed, "A silence." Gu Chenyun flinched at the sudden outburst, casting a pitiful glance at Gu Shore. He said anything wrong. This dimwit was threatening him, yet his father still scolded him. However, he wisely chose not to continue his defense. Gu Lingyu chuckled coldly, remaining silent as she awaited her father's response. "Bring the second young master to the ancestral hall for reflection. Let him kneel before the ancestral tablets. Until I permit it, no one is to release him or provide him with food. He shall remain there until he repents." Upon hearing this, Gu Chenyun panicked. Father, I was wrong. I was wrong, please forgive me." Gu Shore remained unmoved, addressing the steward. "Why are you not taking the second young master away?" As Gu Chenyun was escorted out, he called out desperately, while Gu Shore scrutinized Gu Lingyu once more. When had his daughter become so eloquent? Aware of her father's gaze, Gu Lingyu remained unperturbed, allowing him to appraise her. However, she found Gu Chenyun's punishment to kneel in the ancestral hall somewhat laughable. He was fortunate. It seemed this disgrace of a father had an unusual fondness for this son, but for now, she would let him revel in his arrogance, returning to deal with him later. At that moment, the maidservants began to bring forth the dishes. Observing the lavish spread, Gu Shore felt a pang of discomfort with only his eldest daughter remaining at the table with him. Gu Lingyu, however, paid no heed to his feelings and, having been hungry for quite some time, began to eat without reservation, even instructing Yun Shu and Xiu Tong to take 3 dishes to the adjoining room for their meal. Chapter 24, The Temptation. Observing the unruffled demeanor of Gu Lingyu as she devoured her meal with remarkable speed, Gu Shore could not help but marvel at the transformation of his daughter. Aside from mistakenly stepping into the bridal sedan, did anything else transpire at the residence of Prince Jing? Gu Shore inquired tentatively. Gu Lingyu paused momentarily, uncertain of the intent behind her father's question. Nevertheless, she remained indifferent to his thoughts. Her sole focus was on safeguarding the original owner's mother and younger brother, and ensuring that Liu Shi and Gu Yuyang met with dire consequences, thus fulfilling her promise to the original owner. Continuing to eat, she eventually replied, "What could possibly occur at Prince Jing's residence?" "Nothing at all." Ji Yushoro questioned, his expression rife with disbelief. He contemplated pressing further but noted Ji Lingyu's evident reluctance to divulge any information, prompting him to refrain from pursuing the matter. After all, it was a grave transgression for a subject to inquire about the affairs of a prince, especially after his recent demotion by the emperor. He could not afford any further mistakes. Meanwhile, within the confines of Suju Pavilion at Prince Jing's residence, Wang An, upon his return, excitedly relayed to Long Shang that Ji Lingyu possessed medical skills and had cured Ji Chunrui of his poisoning. "My lord, if the princess consorts with such expertise in snake venom, might she also be able to alleviate the poison afflicting you?" Yun Hao exclaimed with fervor. Long Shang remained silent, contemplating Wang An's revelations. He had presumed her capabilities were limited to mere bandaging and a basic understanding of medicine. He had not anticipated her proficiency in detoxification. A faint smile graced his typically stoic visage. It appeared that his princess harbored many secrets unbeknownst to others. "I am aware, you may leave," he commanded. "Yes, my lord." As Wang An prepared to take his leave, he suddenly recalled Ji Lingyu's request to send someone to Baichuan Academy to investigate the matter of the young master being bitten by a snake, and promptly inquired, "My lord, regarding Baichuan Academy, go and personally inform the old lord," Long Shang instructed. Upon hearing this, Wang An recognized that his lord had consented to dispatch someone to look into the matter, and he responded with a smile, "Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Should she issue any further commands, simply follow her instructions without seeking my approval. She is now the princess of this residence, and all affairs herein fall under her purview." Yun Hao, has my master truly been bewitched by the princess's beauty? Has he forgotten that she harbors a penchant for Xingwang? However, Wang An departed with a heart full of joy at receiving the directive. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu remained blissfully unaware of all that transpired. After finishing her meal, she informed Ji Yushoro of her intention to stay at the Ji residence for the night, before returning to the courtyard where the Tang family resided, accompanied by Yin Shu and Qiu Tong. At that moment, Tang Shi and Ji Chunrui had already awakened. Tang Shi was sipping porridge from her bowl, while Ji Chunrui was being fed by Wen Xiu, with the intravenous drip nearly finished. Tang Shi had learned from Wen Xiu that Ji Lingyu had gone to the front hall to dine with Ji Yushoro. Upon seeing Ji Lingyu enter, she poised her spoon mid-air, her expression softening as she asked, "Have you finished eating?" "Yes, how do you feel now?" Ji Lingyu approached Tang Shi, adopting the demeanor of a physician inquiring after a patient. Having lost her mother in her previous life, Ji Lingyu found it challenging to bridge the emotional gap with Tang Shi, who was the original owner's mother. Yet, as a doctor, she understood the importance of connecting with her patient. Tang Shi observed Ji Lingyu's demeanor. Though it was not cold, it lacked warmth. While a sense of disappointment flickered within her, she took solace in the fact that her daughter no longer regarded her with disdain or aversion. She believed that once she severed ties with Liu Shi and the Ji residence, her daughter would surely grow closer to her. Look, just a few days had passed, and not only had her daughter come to visit, but she had also saved both her and her younger brother's lives. "I'm feeling much better." "Please do not worry," Tang Shi maintained a gentle smile. Though both mother and son had narrowly escaped death, today marked the happiest day for Tang Shi since entering the Ji residence under Liu Shi's influence. Ji Lingyu understood that Tang Shi's recovery would not be instantaneous. However, she was confident she could heal her, given sufficient time. "Please, continue eating. I shall go and remove the four from Ruya." All right, Tang Shi responded, spooning another bite of porridge into her mouth. When Xiu paused in her efforts to feed Ji Chunrui, wiping her tears of joy as she exclaimed, "Miss has longed for the eldest young lady to keep her company for years. Her wish has finally been realized." Ji Chunrui observed the jubilant expressions of his mother and Aunt Wen, his emotions in turmoil. From the moment Ji Lingyu entered, his gaze remained fixed upon her. His sister had indeed come, and she had helped both him and their mother recover from their ailments. He had thought it was merely an illusion, even when Aunt Wen and his mother assured him that his sister had changed for the better. He assumed they were still shielding her, yet, it was undeniable, she had truly transformed. Ji Lingyu approached Ji Chunrui, a playful smile gracing her lips as she declared, I am here to remove thee for. At that moment, Ji Chunrui suddenly recalled that if it had not been a mere figment of his imagination, then she had indeed undressed him previously. The thought caused his face to flush with embarrassment, and he quickly averted his gaze, unable to meet Ji Lingyue's eyes. Seeing the awkwardness etched across Ji Chunrui's face, Ji Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. This lad was actually shy, however. She dismissed the thought. Finding Ji Chunrui amusing instead, she ruffled his hair before swiftly removing the for, advising, during this time, rest well, drink plenty of water, and leave everything else to me. Ji Chunrui was momentarily stunned, looking at Ji Lingyu in disbelief. What did she mean by that? Did she know something? What were her intentions? Would she revert to her former self? Observing his expression, Ji Lingyu smiled and reassured him, as of now, I know nothing at all. I only understand that your snake bite was certainly not an accident. Should you harbor any suspicions or possess knowledge on the matter, I encourage you to share. It would save us both from unnecessary detours. If you prefer to remain silent, that is acceptable as well. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, albeit it may take a little time. I will not allow anyone to bully you, not even myself. When she uttered that last statement, Ji Lingyue's expression turned serious. She emphasized this because the original owner had indeed committed numerous egregious acts against this child, such as pushing him into the water and claiming it was his own folly. This was all orchestrated in an effort to gain favor with the grandson of the Duke of Guo, with the promise of obtaining an item from Xingwang as leverage. If her memory served her correctly, that very item, a man's undergarment, still resided in the original owner's chamber, and the implications were evident. Furthermore, there was the incident when the original owner had ordered the removal of toilet paper from the outhouse while Ji Chunrui was inside, leaving him stranded for an entire afternoon until Tang Shi discovered his prolonged absence, and when Xiu eventually found him in the lavatory. Such occurrences were numerous, hence Ji Chunrui not only harbored aversion towards the original owner but also felt a deep-seated resentment. However, Tang Shi had always believed that had she raised the original owner by her side, Liu Shi would not have corrupted her daughter. Thus she continuously urged Ji Chunrui to show understanding towards the original owner, urging him to let go of his anger, as she was merely spoiled. One day, she would realize that her mother and brother were her closest kin. Ji Chunrui regarded Ji Lingyu, though still somewhat skeptical. He ultimately decided to voice his suspicions, remembering that she had saved him. I suspect it was Ji Chenyun and Shen Junbo who orchestrated this. Excellent. It aligned with her own conjectures, albeit with the addition of Shen Junbo. The rationale was self-evident. Ji Chenyun had consistently sought trouble with Ji Chunrui, and there was no need for further justification. Enough, do not concern yourself with it. For the time being, focus on recuperating within the residence, do not venture out. Do you believe in me? Ji Chunrui inquired, his mouth agape. Certainly. We are bound by blood, dear brother. If I cannot trust you, who else could I possibly believe? Upon hearing these words, warmth flooded Ji Chunrui's heart, accompanied by a sense of grievance. He finally had an elder sister who cared for him, Tang Shi, and when Xiu exchanged glances, tears of joy streaming down their cheeks, their daughter had finally matured, no longer the willful and headstrong individual she once was, and they felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet, Ji Lingyu found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the heartwarming atmosphere. Remembering the need to discuss matters with Tang Shi, she seized upon the opportunity presented by Ji Chunrui's snakebite as a pretext. Mother, Ji Lingyu hesitated before continuing, there is something I wish to hear your thoughts on. Chapter 25. Space upgrade. She was aware that Ji Chunrui was also unhappy living in this residence, so she did not avoid mentioning him. Tang Shi handed the bowl of porridge to Wen Xiu and smiled, saying, Child, why are you hesitating? What is it that you wish to say? Hearing this, Ji Lingyu directly inquired, I would like to ask if you wish to leave the Ji residence. Tang Shi and others were taken aback, gazing at Ji Lingyu in astonishment, while Chutong sighed inwardly. Oh, my young lady, do you think it is such a simple matter to separate the lady from the master? If the master could endure believing that the young master was not his son, how could he easily agree to part ways with the lady? Miss, do you mean you wish for the lady to separate from the master? Wen Xiu, noticing Tang Shi's agitation, still mustered the courage to voice her question. Over the years, the young lady had dreamed of separation, yet she had never mustered the resolve to do so, which, compounded by childbirth, had led to her physical decline. Now that the young lady could heal her ailments, if she were to successfully separate, there would be hope for the days to come. Gu Lingyu nodded, affirming, "Indeed, mother is not living happily at present. Why not part ways? This way, you can live the life you desire." Wen Shu immediately glanced at Tang Shi, calling out, "Miss." She had long advised her young lady, but her young lady had always been concerned for the eldest miss, which was why she had been reluctant to leave. Tang Shi cast a glance at Gu Lingyu, then turned her gaze to Gu Chenrui, lowering her head in deep contemplation. Today, her Yue returned to her maternal home, yet the Xingwang did not accompany her, evidently showing his disfavor towards her daughter. As for her son, though Gu Shou did not acknowledge the child, he still preserved his dignity in public, never openly declaring that Ruier was not his flesh and blood. If she were to separate from him, Yue would lose her maternal family support in the Wang residence, and the two siblings would become subjects of gossip. Seeing this, Gu Chenrui, fearing that his mother might hesitate to separate due to his refusal, urgently spoke up, "Mother, please do not worry about me. Even if you do not separate, he will never treat me as his own son, he has always referred to me as a bastard." In truth, he did not wish to share this with his mother, but he was concerned that if he remained silent, she might again endure for his sake. Upon hearing this, Tang Shi could no longer contain her tears, shaking her head and saying, I am sorry. It is all my fault that you have been misunderstood. Mother, please do not say that. As a young master of the Gu family, I disdain relying on him. I shall strive to earn a name for myself and protect you and my sister, without needing to depend on the Gu family status, nor would I desire his charity. Gu Chenrui spoke with the conviction of a young adult. Tang Shi listened, her heart aching, while Gu Lingyu felt equally distressed, surprised that such a young child harbored such profound thoughts. She vowed never to allow this little one to suffer even an ounce of injustice again. Very well, my dears, I shall heed your words and bring this up with him tomorrow. Tang Shi made her decision, and Gu Lingyu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the beginning was promising, and the subsequent matters would be easier to handle. Noticing the time was getting late, Tang Shi remembered that Gu Lingyu was now married. Since the Xingwang was already disinclined towards her daughter, keeping her in the Gu residence would only bring more trouble. Thus, she urged, it is getting late, you should return and not keep the Wang waiting. It is quite all right, I have already sent someone to inform them that I will be staying at my maternal home tonight. Though Ruier has taken the antidote, he still requires observation for a while. I feel more at ease staying here. Upon hearing Gu Lingyu's words, Tang Shi felt reassured. Gu Lingyu reminded Wen Xiu of a few matters, picked up an empty medicine bottle nearby, and bid farewell to Tang Shi as she returned to her quarters in the Gu residence. Once inside her room, she instructed Chutong to take Yin Shu to the adjacent room to sleep. While she herself reached for the bracelet on her wrist, she wanted to discover the cause behind the sudden warmth emanating from it not long ago. To her astonishment, instead of the expected images of a hospital, a string of words appeared before her. Do you wish to use merit points to upgrade the space? Beside it, a merit point bar displayed 1,000 points, alongside a clause for 1 million, with options for OK and a No beneath. Although Gu Lingyu was uncertain about the origin of these merit points, she surmised that the 1 million likely represented currency. Considering the possibility of upgrading the space, she thought, what significance does 1 million hold? Even without mastering the financial authority of the Gu family in her previous life, she was still a modestly wealthy individual. Thus, she clicked the OK button without hesitation. Her bracelet grew warm once more, radiating a faint red light. As the red glow dissipated, Gu Lingyu gently caressed the bracelet again, and in an instant, she found herself standing at the entrance of the hospital. Was this her returning again, or was it merely a dream she had manufactured? Gu Lingyu felt a momentary disorientation, yet something felt amiss. It seemed the hospital was shrouded in something, with nothing existing beyond its confines. No sky, no earth. She could only proceed into the hospital, with no other path available. Could it be she was within the space of the bracelet? Contemplating this, she tentatively focused on the room outside. In an instant, Gu Lingyu found herself within the room. So she truly had entered the space of the bracelet. It turned out the space upgrade allowed her physical body to directly enter the space, which delighted Ji Lingyu immensely. This was far superior to merely being able to retrieve items from within. In the future, should she encounter any danger, she could simply retreat to the space, providing her with an additional layer of protection. What exactly were the origins of the 1000 merit points? If she could ascertain this, would her future efforts allow for further upgrades to the space? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Ji Lingyu recalled her actions earlier that day. It seemed the warmth of her bracelet had begun after Tangsha awakened. Could it be that her healing efforts had garnered her merit points? Having reached this conclusion, Ji Lingyu decided not to dwell on the matter. Answers could be found in due course, saving lives could yield merit points, and all she needed to do was continue her efforts. As long as she amassed merit points, she could upgrade the space, and perhaps one day, the space might even reveal a hidden treasure. With thoughts of her family residing comfortably in her hospital, Ji Lingyu re-entered the space. Arriving in her room, all her belongings, including clothes and other items, remained intact, along with the computer and projector she had previously used for watching films. Approaching the window, she opened it to gaze upon the hospital's parking lot, but aside from her own vehicle, she saw no other cars. Although puzzled, she did not dwell on it. Her spirit could traverse realms, so the hospital appearing within the bracelet did not strike her as particularly strange. At that moment, Ji Lingyu noticed that the dowry given to her by her original mother's family, along with gifts from the Emperor and Empress, had vanished without a trace. Only a wooden box remained, quietly sitting there alarmed. Ji Lingyu thought to herself that those possessions constituted her entire wealth here. She had intended to use those funds to ensure a better life for Tangsha and her children. How could they simply disappear? As she contemplated the parking lot, in the blink of an eye, she found herself at the spot where her dowry had been placed. She paid no mind to anything else, circling the area, yet found no sign of her gold and silver treasures. Had her belongings truly vanished into thin air? Staring at the solitary wooden box on the ground, Ji Lingyu sighed, relieved that she had retained at least something, albeit uncertain as to what lay within. Opening the box, she discovered several land deeds inside. Realizing these deeds served as proof of ownership for properties outside, she pondered why her other possessions had disappeared in this space where no one resided. Could it be that the 1 million represented the value of these items, totaling 1 million taels of silver? With this thought, Ji Lingyu felt a pang of regret. Initially, she had believed the million to represent modern currency, only to discover it was actually 1 million taels of silver here. However, considering her position, had she known it was equivalent to 1 million taels of silver, would she have refrained from upgrading the space? The answer was no. Even if she had known, she would still choose to upgrade the space. Having reconciled her feelings, though saddened by the loss of her treasures, she was nonetheless thrilled at the prospect of the space being upgraded and her ability to enter it. Henceforth, she would strive even harder to earn money and save lives. Though she had her principles, those she did not favor would never receive her aid. With clarity in mind, Ji Lingyu recalled something Ji Chunrui had mentioned, and she resolved to venture out and discreetly gauge Ji Chunyun's sentiments in the ancestral hall. Ji Lingyu retrieved a set of night clothes she had worn in the modern world from her wardrobe, changed, and exited the space. The night was deep, and she found her way to the ancestral hall with ease. The Jiyu family's ancestral hall, aside from being cleaned during the day, was devoid of night watchmen. Yet, at this moment, Mistress Xing stood vigil outside the hall, scanning her surroundings. Cloaked in her night attire and concealed by the darkness, Ji Lingyu swiftly approached Mistress Xing from behind, executing a precise strike that rendered her unconscious. Ji Lingyu pulled her aside, then approached the window, poking a hole through the paper to peer inside. She beheld Liu Shi and her son seated on the floor, each clutching a chicken leg and a pig's trotter, devouring their food voraciously, with several food containers placed before them. I must be utterly foolish to have been punished by my father to kneel in the ancestral hall without food. Does he wish to starve us? Ji Chenyun mumbled through bites of food. Fortunately, mother has thought ahead, otherwise, I would surely starve. Liu Shi chewed a mouthful of chicken leg, gazing at her greasy son with concern. Your father punishes you for that little wretch. Does he not consider that you are in a growth spurt? What will happen if you go hungry? Ji Chenyun nodded in agreement. Exactly, I truly wonder if I am even his biological son. Just as he finished speaking, a flicker of panic crossed Lucia's face, causing her chicken leg to drop with a thud onto the ground as she instinctively turned her gaze towards the ancestral tablets of the Gu family. Mother Gu Chenyun observed Lucia's startled demeanor and curiously asked, "What is the matter with you?" Chapter 26. The ancestors' manifestation. Nothing at all. Liu picked up the fallen chicken leg from the ground and tossed it into a nearby food box. Casting a furtive glance at Gu Chenyun, she admonished softly, "You must never utter such words again, especially not in front of our ancestors. Otherwise, your father will break your dog legs." Gu Chenyun pouted. "I wasn't speaking out of turn, I was merely voicing a casual complaint." Outside, Gu Lingyu smirked inwardly, knowing full well that Liu, who had wielded the power of the household for so many years, would never allow her and her son to go hungry. However, after Gu Chenyun had spoken, Liu's expression had betrayed a palpable fear as she gazed at the ancestral tablet of the Gu family. Could it truly be as she suspected, that Gu Chenyun was not Gu Shore's son at all? Observing the likeness of the ancestor in the ancestral hole, which bore no resemblance to Gu Shore, Gu Lingyu cast another glance at the ancestral tablet, her eyes shimmering with a cold glint, revealing a trace of a sneer. She moved toward the wall of the courtyard, propelled herself upward, and grasped the edge of the wall, using her arms to hoist herself over. Then, she climbed onto the roof with the same agility. Once atop the roof, Gu Lingyu tread lightly to the center, crouched down, and carefully removed a tile. To her delight, she found herself positioned directly above the ancestral tablet. A sly smile curved her lips as she entered her space, powering on her computer and projector, selecting an ancient film and freezing a scene featuring an older man clad in garments reminiscent of the Chenchi era. With everything in place, she exited her space, brought out the projector, and directed the image through the gap she had created, ensuring it was perfectly aligned behind the tablet. After Liu and Gu Chenyun finished their meal and were preparing to tidy up, they were suddenly startled by a dim light emanating from behind the tablet, revealing the shadow of an elderly figure. Liu froze, her body trembling, her face turning ghastly pale as she murmured, "A ghost, there's a ghost." Gu Chenyun, equally pale, turned to flee but was struck in the leg by a small shard of tile that Gu Lingyu had flung through the opening, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Terrified, he felt a warm liquid trickling down his pants. "Woo, mother, I'm scared." Gu Chenyun, still young, cried out to Liu, too frightened to escape. Seeing this, Liu realized Gu Chenyun could not flee, and neither could she. Thus, she knelt before the ancestral tablet, bowing her head in repentance. "Esteemed ancestors, please spare our lives. We acknowledge our wrongs and shall never speak foolishly again." Gu Lingyu, observing Liu's cowardice, "What have we done wrong?" Liu stammered, grappling with the multitude of misdeeds she had committed. Was she to confess them all? Seeing her hesitation, Gu Lingyu seized another small shard of tile and shot it at Gu Chenyun's forehead. "Ours!" Gu Chenyun cried out, a large bump swelled on his forehead as though inflated. "If you do not speak, I could use another attendant down below, and perhaps he might serve me," Gu Lingyu said coldly, playing the poorest image, which showed the figure raising its hand. "Mother, if you don't speak now, the ancestors will take me away," Gu Chenyun moaned, clutching his head with one hand and dragging himself backward, fearful of being grasped by that hand. A wet mark was left on the ground. Seeing this, Liu repeatedly bowed her head. "I will speak, I shall speak, please, do not take my son, speak." The icy voice rang out again as Gu Lingyu reset the image to its prior position. Liu hastily recounted, 3 years ago, there was a maid who attempted to climb into the master's bed. Upon discovering this, I sold her off. Every year, I also set aside some money to support my maternal relatives. However, the old lady knew of this, though the master remained oblivious. I also, silence. Liu was interrupted as Gu Lingyu's voice sliced through her words. If you do not get to the point, I shall send you and your son down to serve me immediately. Liu trembled with fear, her teeth chattering. I do not know what the ancestors wish to know. Please enlighten me. Speak of how you have muddled the Gu family lineage." At this, Liu's eyes widened in shock as she lifted her gaze to the spectral figure behind the tablet. Though the elder appeared frail, his features were sharply defined, and his piercing, knife-like gaze bore into her, seeming to penetrate her very soul. Instinctively swallowing hard, she contemplated one final struggle, only to be struck in the eye by a shard of tile, causing blood to stream forth, and she fell back in pain. "It seems you have no intention of speaking. Very well, then you and your son shall." Before Ji Lingyu could finish her sentence, Liu, clutching her injured eye, scrambled to her feet, bowing repeatedly. "Please spare us, ancestors. Although Yun-er and Yang-er are not of the Jiyu family, Xian-er is indeed the master's offspring. I beseech you, for the sake of my bearing the firstborn for the Jiyu family, spare my life." With that, she bowed fervently to the ground. Jiyu Chenyun stared at Liu in disbelief, exclaiming, "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiyu Lingyu was equally astonished. She had believed only Jiyu Chenyun to be unrelated to Jiyu Shoror, not realizing that Jiyu Yuyang was also not his daughter. At this moment, Liu's forehead was smeared with blood, but she paid no heed to Jiyu Chenyun's protests. Gritting her teeth, she continued to bow. "I did not wish for this. I was lawfully wed to the master, yet he forgot me after a single trip to the capital. He went on to marry that wretched Tang. At this juncture, she ceased her bowing, her eyes ablaze with hatred as she said, "At that time, I had already borne him a son. How could he forget me?" I was unwilling to accept this and sort him out with Xian-er, but the old lady would not allow me to see him, sending me away to the estate instead. The old lady deceived me, claiming that Tang, being the daughter of the Northern Town Marquis, would aid the master's career, urging me not to cause a scene. So I endured. But who knew that wretched Tang would soon become pregnant? This was unacceptable. If she bore a son, what would become of my Xian-er? I bribed the servants in the manor to administer her potion, and as I expected, she soon miscarried and was left unable to conceive again. 2 years passed with no pregnancy, and the old lady brought the master to the estate. I knew my chance had come. I got him drunk, hoping to bear another child, but lo and behold, he was too inebriated to fulfill his duties. Such a rare opportunity could not be squandered, so when he awoke the next day, I feigned that we had been together. As she recounted this, Liu's demeanor relaxed, as if shedding a heavy burden. Yet, a moment later, her expression soured. "It's all Tang's fault. That wretched woman, why did she have to reveal her pregnancy at such a time? Had she not been with child, I could have gradually won the master's heart and made him acknowledge Xian-er as his son." With each word, her countenance grew more furious, but that wretched woman became pregnant again. What would happen to me and my son? The master seldom visited the estate, and in my desperation to conceive, I had no choice but to seek out someone. Liu continued her ramblings, her fear forgotten, as if she were intent on venting every grievance and indignation that had built up within her. Jiyu Chenyun stared at Liu in terror, muttering, "Impossible, impossible. I am my father's son." Jiyu Lingyu furrowed her brow. So it was Liu who orchestrated Tang's first miscarriage, while Liu portrayed herself as a victim. Jiyu Lingyu felt no sympathy for her. It was evident that those who are pitiful must also possess their own flaws. No matter the circumstances, Jiyu Shoror was the one who betrayed her, and Tang was a victim as well. How could Liu project her wrath onto others? Just then, Jiyu Lingyu heard a noise behind her and swiftly turned. A masked man stood before her. "People say that the esteemed Miss Jiyu is willful and unreasonable, a mere fool. Yet unbeknownst to the world, she possesses such remarkable abilities. This piques my curiosity. What other secrets might Miss Jiyu hold?" Chapter 27. I shall make my sincerity known to you. The newcomer, adorned with a black mask embellished with golden patterns, concealed his entire face and the upper part of his nose, revealing only a sharply defined chin and sensuously thin lips, along with a pair of deep, obsidian eyes that gazed, astonished, at the feet of Jiyu Lingyu. His voice, noticeably lowered, suggested a desire not to disturb those within the ancestral hall. Jiyu Lingyu sensed that this individual was no ordinary visitor, and her vigilance heightened considerably, though her expression remained unchanged. She too lowered her voice, retorting coldly, "Pray tell, sir, what brings you to the rooftop of the Jiyu residence at such an hour? I must admit, I am quite curious about your intentions. Might you be inclined to satisfy my curiosity?" The masked man, perceiving that Jiyu Lingyu did not recognize him, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon hearing her words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a low chuckle escaped from his throat. "What a sharp-tongued young lady." Jiyu Lingyu provocatively raised her lips. "And what a bold and reckless thief you are." "A thief?" the masked man inquired, a smirk gracing his lips. If not a thief, then surely a flower snatcher. As she spoke, Ji Lingyu scrutinized the man. Despite his efforts to maintain an upright posture, he appeared somewhat frail and weak. Ji Lingyu scoffed, "If you truly wish to pluck flowers, I suggest you find a more suitable locale, perhaps a brothel where the maidens would be delighted to offer their charms to such a timid rogue as yourself." At her words, a flicker of indulgence and resignation flashed in his eyes, too swift for Ji Lingyu to notice. Fearing further provocation from her, he hastily said, "I have heard that Miss Ji possesses the skill to detoxify. I have come to humbly request your assistance." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyu regarded him with a probing expression. The original owner of her body had no medical expertise, and she had only recently displayed her healing abilities while rescuing the Tang family and Ji Chenrui. Aside from Wen Xiu, only Qiu Tong, Yun Shu, and Chen Die knew of her skills, and the steward of the Jingwang residence, Wen Xiu and Qiu Tong, would not divulge her secret without her consent, leaving only Yun Shu, the steward, and Chen Die among them. She suspected that Yun Shu and Wan'an had shared her abilities with others. As they were affiliated with the Jingwang, it was likely that they informed him. As if he had divined her thoughts, the masked man remarked, "It is widely known that the third young master of the Ji family was bitten by a snake at the academy. When examined at the medical center, the doctor declared there was no hope, yet the third young master remains unharmed. I came to see which esteemed individual managed to cure him. Upon encountering you, I surmised that you must be that distinguished healer." Although Ji Lingyu was skeptical of the masked man's claims, there was a kernel of truth in his words, though she could not rule out the possibility of his affiliation with the Jingwang. "Ancestor, what did you say? Speak up, for I did not hear you." Just then, Liu Shi from within the ancestral hall interjected, realizing that their conversation had drawn Liu Shi's attention. Ji Lingyu shot the masked man a warning glance to silence him, then continued in a hushed tone, "Now, do not speak. I wish to pose a question to your son." "Ancestor, please ask, I will not speak falsely," Ji Chenyun replied hastily, fearful of being dragged into the underworld by his family's ancestor. HMPH. Ji Lingyu scoffed, "Why did you have someone provoke a snake to bite Ruya? He is a descendant of the Ji family." Hearing this, Ji Chenyun quickly retorted, "Ji Chenrui is not a descendant. My mother claims he is the illegitimate child born of his mother's affair with a wild man." His words came out too quickly, leaving Liu Shi unable to intervene. "Do you wish to join me in the afterlife?" Ji Lingyu was incensed by Ji Chenyun's insult towards Ji Chenrui, but she held off on pressing for the answer she sought, allowing him to continue his outburst for now. The masked man observed Ji Lingyu's whimsical demeanor with amusement, surprised by this endearing side of her, which made him eagerly anticipate further revelations she might unveil. Ji Chenyun trembled in fear and quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Speak quickly." Ji Lingyu chided him. It wasn't me who had someone provoke a snake to bite him. It was Shinjunbo, the snake was his," Ji Chenyun blurted out. "Why?" Understanding the implication of the question, Ji Chenyun spoke hesitantly. "Shinjunbo said Ji Lingyu wishes to marry his cousin, yet his cousin looks down upon her, likening her to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat." This was overheard by Ji Chenrui, who reported Shinjunbo's careless remarks about the royal family, leading to Shinjunbo being punished by the teacher to copy texts, and ultimately, as Ji Chenyun's voice dwindled to a whisper, he fell silent altogether. However, Ji Lingyu was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly been complicit in the scheme. He and Shinjunbo had always acted in concert. Moreover, she was astonished to learn that this incident had stemmed from her own circumstances. How dare Shinjunbo, that scoundrel, refer to her as a toad aspiring for swan meat? Har, a swan, he is not worthy. She would ensure he never amounted to even a mere water duck. Ji Lingyu resolutely refused to accept that Shinjunbo's words referred to her. After all, only the original owner, with her lack of discernment, could have harbored such feelings for Long Jun. The masked man had also heard Ji Chenyun's words, and his expression darkened beneath the mask, radiating an icy fury. It seemed he needed to act swiftly, otherwise, anyone would dare to bully her. Ji Lingyu sensed the chilling aura emanating from the masked man behind her. She turned to look at him, and he immediately reined in his malevolence, adopting a composed demeanor once more. Yet, the fleeting hint of grievance in his eyes left her questioning whether she had misjudged him. Surely, it was a mere misunderstanding. Nevertheless, she recalled having seen the mask he wore before, though she couldn't quite place it. Her memories were muddled, a jumble of her own and the original owner's. It must have been the original owner who recognized it, yet she could not recall clearly, leaving her with a vague impression. What she could ascertain was that, for now, he was not her enemy. Having come to this conclusion, Ji Lingyu contemplated her abilities. Her powers could only be enhanced by saving lives or acquiring treasures. Both were essential. This man seemed to seek her out for her detoxification skills, indicating that he or someone within his circle was poisoned and sought her help. Although uncertain of his character, she had always been one to help those in need, regardless of their moral standing, as long as they piqued her interest. You wish for me to detoxify? Ji Lingyu asked affirmatively but softly. The masked man nodded. Ji Lingyu bent down to switch off the projector, ignoring the commotion inside the ancestral hall, and returned the tiles to their original place. Cradling her projector, she looked at the masked man and remarked, with a glint in her eye, "If you desire my agreement, it shall depend on your sincerity." With that, she cast a glance at her feet. The masked man understood immediately, smiling as he replied, "I will make my sincerity known to you." With that, he leapt away to another rooftop, disappearing into the darkness. Ji Lingyu stored the projector in her space, curling her lips in disdain, as she retraced her steps back to her courtyard. Chapter 28. Must you drive him to his death before you are satisfied? Not far from the ancient residence, a carriage was stationed in a narrow alley, where Yunhao sat atop, anxiously scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure descended onto the carriage yoke. Upon recognizing the visitor, Yunhao hurriedly leaped down from the roof and lifted the carriage curtain to allow the person to enter. If Ji Lingyu were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly recognize the figure as the masked man who had just spoken to her, the Prince of Jing, Longshang. Once Longshang entered the carriage, he removed his mask, revealing a pallid complexion, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Observing this, Yunhao expressed his concern. "Allow me to assist you in suppressing your internal energy." "There's no need," Longshang replied, leaning against the carriage wall for respite. His legs had long since lost sensation, rendering him unable to walk. His earlier visit to Ji Lingyu had been sustained solely by a sliver of true energy he could muster to ascend the rooftop and stand before her. Yet, the energy he expended was meant to suppress the toxin. Prolonged use would risk the poison breaking through the sealed acupoints, turning him into a mere puppet. "Master, you must never do this again." "What if something were to happen to you? How could I explain it to Master Yi?" Yunhao lamented. He had initially claimed he was seeking the princess, but his master insisted on coming in person. Should anything occur, he would be unforgiven, no matter how many lives he had. "It matters not," Longshang replied nonchalantly. "Have someone fetch 2 venomous snakes." Snakes? Yunhao exclaimed, perplexed. What on earth did his master want with snakes? Was he contemplating gifting them to the princess? He had heard of presenting women with flowers and jade, but never snakes. "What are you thinking?" Longshang shot him a glare. Did not Ji Chenrui get bitten by a snake? Consider it a tit for tat. In truth, he had gone to the ancient residence to inform her of Ji Chenrui's snakebite and to ascertain whether she still remembered him. Unfortunately, she had completely forgotten him, unaware of his existence. As for Ji Chenrui's poisoning, she had learned of it through her own means, rendering any further explanation unnecessary. At that moment, Longshang felt a sense of frustration. While he harbored gratitude for her life-saving grace, she had utterly forgotten him. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that it was not Ji Lingyue's fault. Who could possibly remember a dream from over a decade ago? "Yes, I shall arrange it at once," Yunhao said, lowering the carriage curtain. He then called forth a hidden guard, whispered a few instructions, and set off toward the prince's residence. The following morning, before Ji Lingyu had even risen, she was startled awake by hurried footsteps outside, followed by Yunshu's cheerful voice. "Why are you rushing back with a basin of water? Are you being chased by wolves? Has the princess risen?" Chiutong asked, barely pausing for an explanation, urgency evident in her tone. "Not yet. What has happened?" Noticing Chutong's anxious expression, Yunshu sensed something was amiss. Liu Shi has caused a commotion in the ladies' courtyard, and both the master and the old lady have gone there. Come in and explain clearly, Ji Yuling said, having awakened when Chutong returned. As she dressed, Chutong hurriedly entered, placing the basin on the table, with Yunshu following to assist Ji Yuling in her attire. While helping, Chutong relayed, I overheard while fetching water that the second young master was bitten by a snake this morning. A doctor was summoned, but he was at a loss. Liu Shi went to the ladies' courtyard, demanding to know who treated the third young master for the snake poison. The lady refused to disclose this and had her thrown out, prompting her to summon the old lady and the master to the ladies' courtyard. As Chutong finished her account, Ji Yuling had completed her dressing. She had not anticipated that the individual would act so swiftly. This indicated urgency, and with urgency came leverage for negotiation. She was in dire need of funds. After a brief grooming, Ji Yuling, accompanied by Yunshu and Chutong, made her way to the Tang family's courtyard. Meanwhile, in the Tang residence, Liu Shi was lamenting to Ji Yushor and the old lady, Mother, Father, you must save Yuner. He is a descendant of the Ji Yu family. You cannot simply stand by and watch as misfortune befalls him. Initially, their master had punished them by making them kneel in the ancestral hall, but after experiencing disturbances there, the mother and son had quietly returned home. Just before dawn, a servant attending to her son had rushed in to report that the second young master had been bitten by a snake. How could this be? There was no way a snake could have entered Yuna's room. Yet, upon her arrival, she found that the snake had already been dispatched by a servant. While her Yuna sat weeping, clutching his leg.at first, she had hoped to avoid alarming the master and old lady, reasoning that if Ji Yu Chenrui was unscathed, her son would surely be fine as well. However, when the doctor summoned to treat Ji Yu Chenrui declared himself helpless, she had no choice but to seek assistance from the Tang family. Yet this wretched woman not only refused to divulge who had treated her son but also had her ejected from the premises. Calm down and tell me exactly what happened, Ji Yushor interrupted, his irritation mounting. Why were both of them entangled with snakes? Hadn't that scoundrel been kneeling in the ancestral hall? How had he ended up in his courtyard? The old lady, too, was anxious. What of Yuner? How is he? How could there be a snake in his courtyard? Liu Shi felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively glanced at Ji Yushor, aware that the disturbances in the ancestral hall must remain concealed. Otherwise, her own misdeeds would be unearthed. Thus, she carefully sidestepped the main issue. The master ordered Yuner to kneel in the ancestral hall until he recognized his errors. Eventually, he did realize he should respect his elder sister. Seeing this, I permitted him to return to his courtyard for rest. However, just as dawn approached, a servant came to inform me that Yuner had been bitten by a snake. Considering that mother is unwell, I did not dare disturb her and sought a doctor for Yuner, but he was utterly at a loss. I heard that Ruyer was also bitten by a snake yesterday, so I came to inquire whether my sister had sought the same doctor for him. Yet, she not only refused to tell me but also had me chased away. With no other option, I had to summon you both. Master, please speak to my sister and save Yuner, she implored, her voice breaking into tears. Only then did the old lady realize that her precious second grandson had been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall by her son. Although she felt a pang of sorrow, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. She turned to Tangshi, her anger palpable. Tangshi, there should be a limit to your nonsense. Yuner is a descendant of the Ji Yu family. Even if you harbor resentment towards Ashur and Liu Shi, you cannot take it out on Yuner's life. Ji Yushor looked at Tangshi with disappointment. I understand you are upset with me. Over the years, you have chosen to reside in this courtyard, avoiding me, and I have complied. You have wronged me, and while I acknowledge my faults, I have chosen to forgive you. But Yuner is my son. Why must you be so cruel as to drive him to the brink of death before you find satisfaction? Chapter 29, Separation, Part 1. He had thought that after so many years, Tang had resolved her inner turmoil, yet to his surprise, she remained obstinately fixed in her ways, even going so far as to vent her frustrations on the child. Ji Yu Chenrui was feeling considerably better today. He stood vigil at Tang's bedside, his hands clenched tightly, his expression one of alertness as he fixed his gaze on Ji Yushor and the others, while his mind wandered to the question of who had released the snake in his room. At that moment, he recalled Ji Yulingyue's words from yesterday. Could it truly have been her doing? Wen Xiu harbored concerns for her young mistress, fearing that the commotion stirred up by these individuals might exacerbate her condition. However, the young mistress had kept her medical skills a secret for so many years. Surely there was a compelling reason for this discretion. How could they possibly press her to reveal it? Moreover, the second young master had caused her young master to be bitten by a snake. If not for the young mistress's intervention, her young master would have been in grave danger. The second young master deserved his fate, as it seemed heaven had finally opened its eyes. Master, madam, my young master was indeed treated by that doctor at the medical hall. It's just that the maidservant beside the young mistress forced the poison out of him. He is now fine, which I believe is related to this. Instead of seeking help for the second young master, you come here to pressure my mistress. Are you trying to drive her to her death? Wen Xiu exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing this, Ji Yushou frowned. Could it really be that the little wretch from the Jingwang's residence had saved him? He had indeed seen no doctor enter this courtyard yesterday, nor was there any mention of the snake. How was it that the little wretch was bitten, and yet Yuner encountered trouble? Could it be the little wretch's doing? He glanced at Ji Yuchenrui, who was standing beside Tang, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at him. Ji Yushou felt uncertain, but could it really be such a coincidence? At that moment, Liu shouted at Wen Xiu, "You, a mere servant, have no place to speak here." She had always despised this servant girl who accompanied Tang, feeling that she was too brazen to speak to her in such a manner. Silence! Ji Yushou scolded upon hearing Liu's outburst. How could this foolish woman be so utterly devoid of sense? Regardless of whether the little wretch had been saved by the Jingwang's residence, insulting them would not yield any favorable outcome. Truly a simpleton. After reprimanding Liu, Ji Yushou turned to Tang, his expression one of incredulity as he asked, "Ningqin, tell me, was it really that maid from the Jingwang's residence who forced the poison out of Ruya?" He had never expected that the Jingwang's residence would hold such regard for his daughter, providing her with a maid skilled in martial arts. Liu and the old madam both gazed at Tang with anxious expressions, eager to discern the truth of the matter. Tang observed the loathsome expressions on their faces, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Particularly repugnant was the man who once professed to her eternal devotion. How had she been so blind as to marry him? He cherished Liu's son as a treasure, while constantly referring to her own as a bastard. Liu's son was bitten by a snake, and he was in a frenzy, yet when her son was poisoned, he remained indifferent. How foolish she had been to hope that he would treat her son better in the future. Tang scoffed coldly. "I do not know if that is the case, but that maid indeed forced the poison out of Ruya. That is all I can tell you. Beyond this, I am powerless to assist. Instead of wasting your breath here, you would do better to seek someone outside to treat him. Perhaps there is still a chance to save him." "You, Tang Ningqin, how could your heart be so cruel? Yuner is, after all, a descendant of the Jiyu family. How can you wish such ill upon him?" Liu raged, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang. She was convinced that this wretched woman could not bear to see her do well. The more she pondered, the more she felt that the snake had perhaps been released by Tang's order, avenging her son for being bitten. Thus, Liu rushed towards Tang's bedside, lunging forward and demanding, "Did you send someone to release the snake? How could there possibly be a snake in a perfectly good residence?" Quick-witted, Wen Xiu swiftly restrained Liu, exclaiming loudly, "What are you doing? How could my mistress have released a snake to bite your son? Do not assume that everyone is as wicked as you." Since her mistress had already resolved to separate, she was unafraid of incurring enmity, and she retorted without reservation. The old madam, witnessing this, was infuriated, exclaiming, "What a calamity! How could my Jiyu family have married such a vile woman? You wish for my Jiyu family to be extinguished, do you? Had I known, I would never have allowed you to enter the Jiyu family." Listening to the mutual insults from the old madam and Liu, Tang smirked derisively, her gaze icy and piercing. "If that is the case, then let your son be the one to separate from me." The old madam was momentarily stunned by this proclamation, before erupting in furious rage. "You wicked woman! You know very well how my son has treated you. Now, when the Jiyu family is in distress, you wish to separate. Do you possess any conscience at all?" The old madam was nearly beside herself with fury. Tang had truly lost all sense of propriety to propose such a separation. Upon hearing that Tang intended to separate, Liu ceased her ruckus and cast an expectant glance at Ji Yushore. Agree to it, quickly agree to it, Liu internally urged. Ji Yushore, however, looked at Tang in disbelief. You wish to separate from me? Indeed, separation. Tang asserted resolutely. I do not agree. Ji Yushore spat through clenched teeth, his expression filled with disappointment. Yet as he regarded Tang, he considered not only his feelings for her but also the current predicament of the Ji family. If he were to separate from Tang, restoring his official position would become exceedingly difficult. Tang's cold laughter echoed, You have no say in this matter. If you do not agree, I shall report you. Report me. Ji Yushore responded as though she had uttered a fantastical notion, his anger flaring. What will you report? That I acknowledged the bastard you bore with another man, or that all these years of affection for you were merely lies. I will report your bigamy, your deceit regarding my affections, your slander against me. Ji Yushore. He had not anticipated that she knew everything. She was fully aware of his marriage before he wed her, and thus she loathed him for deceiving her feelings. Tang, are you even human? Has my son not treated you well enough? You actually wish to report him? Do you desire the ruin of our Ji family? The old madam trembled with rage, pointing at Tang as she berated her. Has your son treated me well? Tang scoffed, and since separation was inevitable, she did not wish to linger on the matter. Turning to Ji Yushore, I will prepare the separation decree for you. All you need to do is sign and affix your seal. From now on, we shall sever all ties and each go our separate ways. With that, Tang closed her eyes, unwilling to utter another word to them. The old madam, seeing Tang shut her eyes and ignore them, struck the ground with her cane, creating a loud thud. A misfortune upon our family, a misfortune upon our family. Just then, Ji Yulinyu entered with Yunshu and Shutong. Glancing around the room at the gathered individuals, she inquired, I heard that Ji Chenyun was bitten by a snake. Why are you all here instead of attending to him? Ji Yulinyu had come as soon as she heard the old madam lamenting the marriage to such a vile woman, and had refrained from entering until now, eager to hear how Tang planned to respond. She did not expect Tang to be so resolute, boldly threatening to report Ji Yushore if he did not agree to the separation, which brought her a sense of relief. Upon seeing Ji Yulinyu enter, the expressions of the others varied, especially Ji Yushore, whose face turned ashen. He was uncertain how much Ji Yulinyu had overheard and felt mortified at the thought of his mother and Liu knowing that Tang wished to separate. He could not bear for his own daughter to find out. The embarrassment was profound, given their already tenuous relationship. If she learned that her mother wished to separate, would she not choose to side with her mother? That would further diminish his hopes of restoring his official position. Hearing Ji Yulinyu's voice, Tang opened her eyes, her expression softening with maternal affection. Why not rest a little longer? Chapter 30. The Separation, Part 2. I was originally asleep, but upon hearing that someone had come to disturb you early this morning, I came to take a look, Ji Yulinyu said with a faint smile directed at the Tang family, then cast a knowing glance at Liu. Liu, having failed to gain the upper hand before Ji Yulinyu yesterday, dared not provoke her again today and reluctantly stated, Who says I am here to cause trouble? I merely wish to inquire about the physician who treated Rui's injuries. The old matriarch, still irked that Ji Yulinyu had entered without acknowledging her, suddenly recalled what Wenxiu had mentioned. Glancing at the girl behind Ji Yulinyu, she surmised that this young lady must be the one who had extracted the poison from that boy. The old matriarch commanded Ji Yulinyu in a tone reminiscent of an order, Your second brother has been bitten by a snake. Quickly instruct the girl behind you to extract the poison for him. Upon hearing the old matriarch's order for Ji Yulinyu to have Yunshu extract the poison for Ji Chenyun, Tang's brow furrowed. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Yulinyu shook her head at her, signaling her to remain silent. Tang had no choice but to close her mouth, though she felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Ji Yulinyu might revert to her pre-marriage demeanor. Ji Yuchenrui also gazed at Ji Yulinyu with a complex expression, eager to discern her thoughts. Ji Yushore mused to himself, this girl no longer possesses the naivety that made her easily manipulable. Moreover, it is evident that the emperor regards her quite differently. Having served as prime minister for many years, he could still decipher the emperor's intentions, or else he would not have maintained this position for so long. Your grandmother did not mean it that way. She intended to say, Shoror. Just as Shoror was about to speak, the old matriarch interrupted him. Do not forget that Yunur is still waiting for help. Shoror. The old matriarch turned her gaze toward Tang and spoke sternly. If you still wish to be a daughter-in-law of the Jiyu family, then allow Yura to dispatch someone to extract the poison from Yunur. Previous matters shall be forgiven, otherwise, I will take it upon myself to have you dismissed. Our Jiyu family cannot afford a daughter-in-law who is disobedient and unfilial. Mother, Jiyu Shoror exclaimed anxiously. Be silent. Jiyu Shoror. After reprimanding Jiyu Shoror, the old matriarch turned to Jiyu Lingyu. Although you are now the princess consort of Jing, the Jing prince, she had intended to say a living corpse, but upon glancing at Yunshu, she altered her words, is currently in a coma. You have no children by your side. If you were to lose the support of your maternal family, your life would become quite difficult. For the sake of your future, it would be prudent to have someone extract the poison from Yunur as soon as possible. As soon as the old matriarch mentioned the Jing prince, both Jiyu Lingyu and Wenxiu anxiously turned to Tang, with Jiyu Lingyu already at Tang's side, bending down to grasp her hand. Gazing into Tang's tear-filled eyes, she softly reassured her, do not worry, trust me, I am doing well. I will explain everything once I have dealt with them. All right, Tang replied, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes filled with resentment as they fixed on Jiyu Shoror. He was pushing his own daughter into a pit of fire. How could there be such a cruel father in this world? He was nothing but a beast. Jiyu Lingyu straightened up, casting a cold smile at the old matriarch. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. Rather, you should focus on your precious grandson. If you do not seek a physician for him soon, he may truly become a lifeless husk. You, mother, let us leave. Just as the old matriarch was about to retort, Jiyu Shoror quickly interjected, I will send someone to the Xing prince's residence to fetch Yanger and have her find a skilled martial artist to come over. Upon hearing this, Liu immediately declared, I will send someone right away. She hurriedly exited, and the old matriarch huffed and followed suit. Jiyu Shoror glanced at Tang and Jiyu Lingyu, wanting to say something but unsure of what to express. As he turned to leave, Jiyu Lingyu coldly called out, Father. Hearing this, Jiyu Shoror paused and turned around, appearing as if he had been drained of all vitality, looking particularly disheartened. I hope you can separate from my mother. It would be for everyone's benefit. Jiyu Shoror looked at Jiyu Lingyu, his face filled with reluctance. Why, if I were to separate from your mother, would you not fear others speaking ill of you? But if you do not separate from my mother, my brother will forever remain as Liu's adopted son. Jiyu Shoror. She had indeed heard everything. My brother is set to participate in this year's autumn examination. You cannot allow him to bear the title of adopted son indefinitely, can you? Jiyu Lingyu's words struck a chord with Jiyu Shoror. His eldest son was his most cherished child. Although he had elevated Liu to the status of a primary wife, he had continuously declared that Xianer and Yanger were children brought into the household by Liu. If he were to separate from Tang, he could freely declare Liu as his concubine without concern for appearances, which, though somewhat unsavory, was far preferable to raising someone else's children. Jiyu Shoror's resolve began to waver, yet he still felt a twinge of reluctance. He glanced at Tang, who was looking at him with eyes full of hatred, and he understood. If he refused to agree to Tang's separation, she would indeed take him to the authorities. At that point, he would not only lose his position but might also face exile. Having come to this realization, Jiyu Shoror finally said, separation is acceptable, but she can only take that little wretch with her. You are a descendant of the Jiyu family, and I will not allow her to take you away. Tang had long anticipated Jiyu Shoror would impose such a condition and was about to refute him when Jiyu Lingyu quickly interjected, of course. Tang exclaimed anxiously. How could she leave her daughter behind? Ignoring Tang, Jiyu Lingyu continued speaking to Jiyu Shoror. Once my mother has drafted the separation letter, she will bring it to you for your signature and seal, and then take it to the authorities for stamping. Upon hearing about the authorities' stamp, Ji Yushuo's expression darkened, and he coldly snorted before turning to leave. Tang urged, "Yuer, what is going on? How did you end up marrying the Jing prince?" Considering there was still Yunshu present, Tang refrained from discussing further details. However, even without leaving the room, she knew that the Jing prince had been injured and unconscious for nearly half a year. He was practically a living corpse, and her daughter marrying him meant she would be living as a widow. Ji Yuchenrui stepped aside to allow Ji Yulingyu to sit at the bedside. "Mother, you need not worry about me. I am truly doing well," Ji Yulingyu reassured, her face alight with a smile. "The people of the Jing prince's residence treat me with great respect, and being the Jing prince's wife means I am a princess consort. However, if I were to marry the Xing prince, I would only be a secondary consort." "But there is no but," Ji Yulingyu, aware of what Tang wished to express, cheerfully interrupted. "Perhaps it is simply that your daughter is fortunate. It may not be long before the Jing prince awakens." "You!" Tang exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. She had to admit that if the Jing prince truly awoke, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome compared to marrying the Xing prince. Yunshu, overhearing Ji Yulingyu's words, looked on in astonishment. Could it be that the princess consort already knew her master was awakening? Having listened to Ji Yulingyu, Tang ceased to dwell on her daughter's marriage to Long Xiang. She realized that it was too late to change anything. All she could do was hope that the Jing prince would awaken, for it would be exceedingly cruel for her daughter to live as a widow. At that moment, she recalled Ji Yulingyu's agreement to remain, and disapproved, saying, "Yuer, how can you agree to stay? Do not be deceived by the old matriarch's words, they are like leeches that will suck your blood dry." Beside her, Wenxiu also urged, "Indeed, miss, you must not be fooled by that old hag. She is no good person." Since her young mistress had married into the Jiyu family, that old woman had continually tormented her, and Wenxiu had long harbored a dislike for her. Ji Yuchenrui furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "I will study diligently and strive to achieve success in my examinations as soon as possible. I will become your support." Hearing the concern voiced by those around her warmed Ji Yulingyu's heart. The original owner of this body had been foolish, failing to cherish such a wonderful mother and brother. However, now that she had crossed over, she would treasure the bond of kinship with her mother and brother. "Calm yourselves," Ji Yulingyu consoled them. "The most important thing now is to help mother and brother escape from the Jiyu residence. Once you have left, I will not return. They may wish to drain me, but they will not reach me. Moreover, should they dare to attempt to siphon my vitality, I shall take a piece of their flesh in return. If they are unafraid, let them come and try." Tang still felt somewhat uneasy and was about to say something when Ji Yulingyu smiled and said, "All right, mother, let us not dwell on this any longer. Please check to see what belongings are yours. Have Chutong and the others assist Aunt when in packing, and later, I will have that scoundrel of a father remove Rui's name from the Jiyu family genealogy. I will find us a place to stay temporarily." Chapter 31, The Miraculous Healer, Curing All Ailments. Seeing that Ji Yulingyu had diverted the topic, Tang did not pursue the matter further. Now that Yuer had finally grown closer to her, she had no desire to revert to the past. However, as Yuer was now married, even if the Liu family and the old matriarch of the Jiyu family had intentions, there still remained the Jing Wangfu. All she needed was to exercise a bit more vigilance. After coming to this realization, Tang said, "You need not trouble yourself regarding the house. Although your maternal grandfather and the others are not in the capital, the late emperor granted your grandfather a residence, the town North Marquis Mansion, in consideration of their past bond. This was to facilitate your grandfather's return to the capital whenever he desired. However, they have been stationed at the border of Tianqi, and it was only when your mother married that your grandmother brought your two uncles and aunt back to stay for a short while." At this point, Tang paused, her eyes glistening with tears. It had been quite some time since she had seen her family. Over the years, the Tang family had endured many tribulations. Her second brother had perished on the battlefield, and her elder brother had been gravely injured, never to rise again. The burden of the family had fallen solely upon her father, who was now aging. Fortunately, her nephews had grown to an age where they could share some of the responsibilities, yet her father's health had deteriorated significantly due to years of guarding the border. How could she bear to share her own misfortunes with them when Xiu understood that her young mistress longed for her family? Gu Lingyu empathized with Tang's sentiments. She too missed her grandfather and wondered how he would cope upon learning of her fall from the cliff. Gu Lingyu comforted, once we have settled matters here, we shall visit our grandfather in Yuzhou. Observing the interaction between Gu Lingyu and Tang, Ji Yuchenrui felt somewhat excluded and awkwardly interjected, I want to go too. Seeing his uncomfortable expression, Ji Lingyu chuckled, we wouldn't forget about you. Ji Yuchenrui huffed, turning his head away, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. He knew they wouldn't leave him behind, he merely felt the need to contribute to their joyous conversation, when Xiu, witnessing the three of them in such high spirits, chimed in, it's getting late. I shall go prepare the meal, after breakfast, I will tidy up. Very well. It had been many years since Tang had experienced such happiness. You two should also assist, and when in the kitchen, Ji Lingyu suggested to Chutong and Yunshu. Yes. After Wenxiu and the others departed, Ji Lingyu, wearing a mysterious expression, said to Tang, Mother, I need to step out for a bit. You needn't wait for me to eat. With that, she dashed outside without waiting for Tang to inquire further. This child? Tang shook her head helplessly, while Ji Yuchenrui gazed thoughtfully at Ji Lingyu's retreating figure. Once outside the Tang residence, Ji Lingyu did not head towards the main gate but instead sought a secluded spot. Swiftly scaling the wall to exit the Ji estate, she emerged into a narrow alleyway, devoid of passers-by. Quickening her pace, she reached the street and entered a nearby tailor shop, purchasing several sets of male and female attire. Noticing that the shop also sold Taoist robes, Ji Lingyu's eye sparkled with mischief as she acquired 2 robes as well. Finding a deserted area, she entered her spatial realm to apply some makeup, preparing to treat Ji Chenyun's snakebite. He could not afford to perish so easily, otherwise, he would avenge the grievances suffered by the original owner and Ruya. Meanwhile, at an estate outside the capital, Long Jun sat opposite a remarkably beautiful woman. Despite her stunning features, there was a hint of weariness in her demeanor, her hands clenched into fists as her gaze fixed intently on Long Jun. Wang Ye, may I inquire about the progress of my father's case? The woman's voice trembled slightly, laced with caution. Long Jun hesitated for a brief moment. He had assumed Luo Jiao was here due to his recent marriage to a secondary consort, yet she was solely concerned about her father's case. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Your father's case is rather complex and far-reaching. My men are still investigating, and there has been no significant progress thus far. However, rest assured, Yaoer, I will inform you as soon as the situation clarifies. Upon hearing this, the hopeful glimmer in Luo Jiao's eyes gradually dimmed. Finally, she took a deep breath and lowered her head, murmuring, I thank you, Wang Ye. Yet, within her lowered gaze lay a coldness. Long Jun, his expression gentle, remarked, You are a woman I hold dear, so there is no need for formality between us. As he spoke, his eyes drifted to Luo Jiao's abdomen. How have you been eating during this time? Has the little one been restless? Mentioning the unborn child, Luo Jiao placed a hand on her still flat belly, her expression softening considerably. He is very well behaved, I have been feeling much better lately. Previously, she had suffered from morning sickness, unable to keep any food down, but in recent days, her appetite had improved significantly. Hearing her words, Long Jun smiled with satisfaction. Yaoer, you have worked hard. Once you give birth to our child, I shall bring you into the Wangfu, so I can care for both you and our little one. A trace of sarcasm flickered in Luo Jiao's eyes, though she feigned shyness, replying, I shall heed your words, Wang Ye. At this moment, within Ji Lingyu's spatial realm, she styled her hair into a Taoist bun, darkened her complexion slightly, and affixed some faux facial hair to her chin before donning the Taoist robes. She then fashioned a wooden mop handle, cut a strip of white cloth, and inscribed the words Miraculous Healer, curing all ailments, with a brush, securing the cloth to the mop handle. With all preparations complete, Ji Lingyu exited her spatial realm and returned to a street not far from the Ji estate's entrance. Clearing her throat, she began to sing loudly, I revel in my carefree days, surpassing even the immortals. In this life of joy, one must indulge fully. If you fall ill, seek me out swiftly, for I am the miraculous healer. ensuring you live like an immortal. As she sang, her gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the GU residence. Despite her lack of musical talent in her past life, she was now fully immersed in her performance. Having altered her appearance, her antics immediately drew the attention of passers-by, including the household servant stationed at the GU estate. "What is going on?" a servant called out from a distance. Seeing her bait taken, GU Lingyu halted her song, grinning mischievously as she thrust the makeshift banner forward. "Can't you see, miraculous healer, curing all ailments?" Upon hearing this, the servant approached, scrutinizing the figure before him. "Do you possess medical skills?" GU Lingyu nodded confidently. "And for snake bites? Can you treat those as well?" the servant asked eagerly. They had sought numerous doctors for the second young master who had been bitten by a snake, all of whom claimed they could not help. The madam had even gone to the Xing Wengfu to find the second young miss, hoping to enlist someone skilled in martial arts to extract the venom. However, the Xing family was not at home, and now their master was in a state of frantic anxiety. If they did not act soon, the second young master would truly be lost. GU Lingyu stroked her faux beard, brimming with confidence. "Of course, with my miraculous skills, even if he were at death's door, I could bring him back." The servant, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Then come with me quickly. Our second young master has been bitten by a snake. You must help him at once. We cannot afford any mistakes." With that, the servant eagerly grabbed GU Lingyue's arm and led her into the GU estate. Chapter 32, What difference does it make compared to killing my son? Inside GU Chenyun's room, several physicians had been summoned but were at a loss, bidding farewell and leaving only the household physician to attend to GU Chenyun. GU Chenyun lay on the bed, his once plump face now as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and froth escaping from the corners of his mouth. GU Shoro sat there, his expression dark and brooding, lost in thought. Liu Shi, weeping, implored, "My lord, you ought to speak with Miss Yu, have her summon a maid to extract the snake venom from Yuner. Otherwise, Yuner," she cast a glance at GU Chenyun, who was on the brink of unconsciousness, "if anything were to happen to Yuner, I would not wish to live anymore. Such cruelty. Such cruelty." The old matriarch struck her cane against the floor, the sound echoing ominously. GU Shoro turned his gaze from GU Chenyun to the household physician, who was preparing to administer another acupuncture treatment with trembling hands and a sheen of cold sweat on his brow. "Do you believe you can save the second young master?" GU Shoro suddenly inquired. The household physician quickly turned, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, replying to "My lord, I can only administer more needles to buy some time." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi shouted furiously at the physician, "Incompetent fool! You cannot even cure a mere snake bite. What purpose does the household spend money on you for, if you cannot save the second young master? Do not blame me for being unkind." "Enough!" GU Shoro suddenly rose, shouting at Liu Shi. He understood that it was not the physician's fault. Even the best doctors in the capital could do nothing, so what could the household physician achieve? "Are you shouting at me?" Liu Shi erupted. "Who do you think I am doing this for, if not for the offspring of the GU family? Why does that illegitimate child remain unharmed while my son suffers? I shall go find her." With that, Liu Shi rushed toward the door. "Yes, I will seek her out. Stop right there," GU Shoro commanded. Liu Shi halted abruptly, turning back. "Why, you still care for her even now? She intends to divorce you, and yet you still side with her." "Silence," GU Shoro retorted angrily. "I shall go to the palace at once and implore the emperor to send a royal physician to examine Yuner." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi finally quieted down. The old matriarch urged, "Then hurry, and if possible, request the emperor to send several more physicians." GU Shoro, did his mother think he was still the former chancellor? "Very well, I shall depart at once." Just as GU Shoro was about to leave, a household servant rushed in. My lord, my lord." "What now?" GU Shoro glared at him irritably, his tone laden with warning. The servant, panting heavily, replied, "My lord, a Taoist priest has arrived at the entrance, claiming to be the divine immortal of salvation, possessing miraculous skills to cure all ailments." Liu Shi, upon hearing this, anxiously inquired, "Where is he?" "I brought him inside." "He is waiting outside now," the servant explained. Then why have you not invited the Taoist in? Commanded the old matriarch. Yes, old matriarch, the servant responded. Gu Shoror, who had initially intended to leave, sat back down. Soon, the servant returned, escorting the disguised Gu Lingyu, who appeared as a Taoist priest. The onlookers regarded the emaciated, dark-featured figure with skepticism. Could he truly possess medical skills? Are you the divine immortal of salvation? Gu Shoror scrutinized Gu Lingyu with piercing eyes. Indeed, it is I, the humble Taoist, Gu Lingyu replied, her voice hoarse yet composed. If you dare proclaim yourself as a miraculous healer capable of curing all ailments, then save my son. Afterward, I assure you, I shall not neglect your reward, Gu Shoror stated, fixing his gaze upon her. The old matriarch concurred, yes, if you can restore my grandson to health, the Gu family shall reward you handsomely, but should you fail to revive him, she left her sentence hanging, the implication clear. Since this humble Taoist dares to claim the ability to cure all ailments, I shall undoubtedly succeed, Gu Lingyu declared. However, I must first examine the patient. Gu Shoror furrowed his brow and instructed the household physician standing by the bed, step aside and allow him to assist. The physician, already at a loss, gladly retreated, eager to let another take on the burden. Gu Lingyu approached the bedside, observing Gu Chenyun, whose breathing was rapid and nearing unconsciousness, and let out a cold smirk. When he had set the snake upon Ruya, did he ever consider that he himself might fall victim to its bite? Gu Lingyu began to take Gu Chenyun's pulse, and after a few breaths, she pried open his eyelids for inspection, noting that his pupils were beginning to dilate. Next, she examined the wound. The injury was located on his ankle, which had become red and swollen, blisters forming, and dark blood oozing forth. What is the verdict? Liu Shi, anxious at the Taoist's prolonged silence, implored. Gu Lingyu feigned contemplation before nodding and shaking her head. What exactly is your diagnosis? Your nodding and shaking are only confusing me further, Liu Shi complained irritably. Gu Lingyu disregarded Liu Shi's unreasonable outburst, instead stating coolly, my nod signifies that he can be saved, while my shake implies that you may not agree with my method, hence it is better left unsaid. What method? As long as it can save my grandson, we shall agree to anything, the old matriarch urged, with Liu Shi nodding in agreement. Gu Lingyu lifted her gaze to Gu Shoror, subtly seeking his opinion. An ominous feeling gnawed at Gu Shoror's heart, but with Liu Shi and his mother both fixated on him, he could only say, if it can save my son's life, I am open to any method. Seeing that everyone consented, Gu Lingyu stroked her chin. Due to the prolonged nature of the poisoning, the only viable solution now is to amputate the leg and combine it with my exclusive secret remedy, which will ensure the safety of your esteemed son. The faces of all present paled at her words, and Liu Shi gasped, what? Amputate the leg? How is this any different from killing my son? This way, your esteemed son shall live, Gu Lingyu replied matter-of-factly. Living like this means he will be a cripple. How can he then pursue a career? Liu Shi shrieked, you must be sent by Tang Ningqing to harm my son. No, I cannot allow you to kill my son. The old matriarch also found the situation bewildering. Gu Shoror, his face darkened, challenged, is this your proposed method, your so-called miraculous healing that can cure all ailments? Gu Lingyu retorted coolly, this approach ensures his survival. Of course, if you have a better alternative, feel free to disregard my suggestion. Are you suggesting that simply amputating the injured leg will suffice? The old matriarch asked, her brow furrowing. She knew her second grandson's capabilities well and had never expected him to achieve any scholarly success. Her indulgence stemmed from the fact that her eldest grandson had not grown up by her side, and she was unsure if the third was truly her son's child, hence her particular favoritism toward him. To her, as long as he lived to carry on the Gu family line, that was sufficient. Everything else, the Gu family could afford to manage. Old matriarch, it seems you may have misheard. I said the leg must be amputated, accompanied by my exclusive secret remedy, to ensure your esteemed son's safety. Gu Lingyu emphasized the words exclusive secret remedy with particular weight. At this point, Liu Shi was weeping uncontrollably. Mother, please do not heed his nonsense. He is here to harm Yuner. Turning to Gu Shoror, she urged, my lord, please persuade mother. Ji Lingyu found the situation amusing. She hadn't expected Liu Shi to be so perceptive this time. Unfortunately, if she did not administer the antivenom, Liu Shi's son was destined for death. Enough, Ji Shuo interrupted Liu Shi's lamentations, turning to Ji Lingyu. Amputation is out of the question. You need not heed my advice. I shall take my leave now. As she prepared to exit, the same household servant rushed in once more. My lord, my lord. Ji Shuo shot him a glare, causing the servant to shrink back. Speak. Ji Shuo was filled with frustration. The steward from the Duke of Guguo's household has arrived, the servant quickly relayed. What does he want? Ji Shuo queried, perplexed. Could it be he has heard about Yunar being bitten by a snake and has come to pay a visit? Liu Shi whispered, as her son usually maintained a good relationship with the Duke's grandson. Where is he now? Ji Shuo inquired. I have brought him to Lord Ji. At that moment, a voice belonging to an elderly man resonated from the courtyard outside. Chapter 33, The Consultation fee. Ji Shuo hurriedly exited, leaving Ji Lingyu with a furrowed brow, pondering the purpose of the Shen family's visit. Could it be? Liu Shi, observing the situation, turned to the old matriarch and pleaded, Mother, let us send the master to the palace to summon the royal physician. Surely, the physician can heal Yunar without resorting to amputating his leg. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. If Yunar's leg is severed, what shall he do in the future? The old matriarch hesitated. If they could preserve Ji Chenyun's life without amputation, she would certainly prefer that. Liu Shi, sensing the moment, shouted at Ji Lingyu, You should leave at once, get out, forward soon. My husband will go to the palace to fetch the physician, and Yunar will not allow you to treat him. Ji Lingyu merely pursed her lips and replied, Farewell, before stepping out of the room. Meanwhile, outside, a somewhat portly, middle-aged man with a round face was bowing to Ji Shuo, saying, Lord Ji, I beg your pardon for intruding without your consent. It was quite presumptuous of me. Not at all, Ji Shuo replied. Steward Neo, disregarding pleasantries, hastily stated, I have heard that a Taoist priest has arrived at your esteemed residence. May I inquire where he might be found? I would very much like to meet him. Ji Shuo, perplexed. Understanding the situation, Ji Lingyu realized her initial intuition was correct. Ji Shuo frowned. It was quite the coincidence that the young master of the general's residence was also afflicted by a snake bite. A suspicion arose within him, yet he dismissed it as improbable. Given the Tang family's resources, it was feasible for them to release a snake in his estate, but to do so at the general's residence seemed implausible. With spring upon them, snakes were indeed more active, and perhaps it was merely a chance occurrence. However, why would they summon a Taoist priest if a royal physician could cure the poison? Curiosity piqued, Ji Shuo inquired, Steward Neo, did the general not summon a physician to the palace? Steward Neo sighed, the queen has dispatched 2 physicians to treat the young master, but regrettably, their efforts have yielded no results. Ultimately, one physician recommended amputation as a last resort. However, given the duration of the poisoning, even severing the limb did not rouse him from unconsciousness. Thus, the general has sent me to beseech the Taoist priest. Ji Shuo understood. It was a case of treating a live horse as if it were dead. If the queen's physicians could not heal the general's young master, how could he expect to summon a physician to save his own son? The answer was undoubtedly no. He glanced at the Taoist, realizing he too had no other recourse but to treat his son as a last-ditch effort. Steward Neo turned to Ji Lingyu, awaiting her response. Before she could speak, Ji Shuo interjected, To be candid, my son has also been bitten by a snake. Since the Taoist is present in our home, let us first have him attend to my son before he proceeds to treat the young master. His words were directed at both Ji Lingyu and Steward Neo. The steward's face fell. How long would that take? If they delayed, his young master's life might be lost. Ji Lingyu regarded Ji Shuo with a smirk. I apologize, but your wife just labeled me a froward and told me to leave. I was indeed preparing to take my leave. Then it is fortuitous. Come to our general's residence. If you can revive our young master, you shall be a great benefactor, and the general's household will express their gratitude accordingly, Steward Neo exclaimed excitedly. Ji Lingyu feigned disinterest. Please refrain from raising your voice, I am not hard of hearing. Yes, yes, I shall be more mindful, Steward Neo replied quietly. A satisfied smile spread across Jiyu Lingyu's face as she remarked, your words echo those of the Jiyu family, but when I proposed a solution to save a life, they dismissed me as a charlatan. I would prefer not to be shooed away again. That will not happen, I assure you. As long as you can revive our young master, we shall comply with your requests, Steward Neo promised earnestly. Very well, let us discuss the consultation fee. I would prefer not to arrive only to be told that no treatment will be provided, thus wasting my time, Jiyu Lingyu stated. Jiyu Shoro, Steward Neo, is the Taoist also so fond of wealth? The fee is negotiable, Steward Neo quickly replied. As long as you can awaken our young master, we shall not forget your generosity. No, let us establish a firm agreement, Jiyu Lingyu insisted. Then name your price. How much do you require? Steward Neo asked helplessly, thinking that the general's household would surely not suffer a loss in this matter. Jiyu Lingyu raised a finger. Very well, please follow me. He could still manage 100 taels. Can you truly make that decision? Shouldn't you consult your master? Jiyu Lingyu reminded him. Not necessary, is it not just 100 taels? I shall decide on behalf of my master, he replied confidently. Jiyu Lingyu shook her head, it is 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels of silver? Steward Neo asked incredulously, finding the fee exorbitant. Jiyu Lingyu, however, smiled and clarified, I meant 10,000 taels of gold. Steward Neo was left speechless. 10,000 taels of gold was an amount beyond his wildest dreams. Even if he had the audacity, he would not dare to negotiate such a sum on behalf of his master. Jiyu Shoro was equally astonished. What manner of person was this Taoist, daring to demand 10,000 taels of gold? Disregarding their shock, Jiyu Lingyu coolly stated, if you cannot agree, then return to consult your master. I am off to dine at Fulong Courtyard across the street, however, do hurry, for while I may have the patience to wait, your young master may not. As she prepared to leave, the sounds of Liu Shi and the old matriarch's cry suddenly echoed from within. Yuner, what is the matter? Do not frighten your mother. Quickly, someone come, the old matriarch shouted. Steward Neo, fearing for the young master's well-being, hastily declared, please wait, I shall return to inform my master at once. Very well, Jiyu Lingyu began to leave but was suddenly halted by Jiyu Shoro's grip. You cannot leave. Jiyu Lingyu let out a cold laugh, glancing at his hand clutching her garment. Are you attempting to extort me? I have not yet prescribed any medicine for your esteemed son. No, it is a misunderstanding. Jiyu Shoro quickly released her hand, explaining, I merely wish for you to assist in treating my son. Oh. Jiyu Lingyu retorted with a smirk, are you no longer afraid I am a fraud? If you were truly a fraud, you would not be aware of Steward Neo's identity and would not dare to demand 10,000 taels of gold, Jiyu Shoro replied earnestly. Moreover, should you decline to treat my son, I would be powerless to compel you. Jiyu Lingyu cast a disdainful glance at Jiyu Shoro. You are rather astute, yet if you wish for me to treat your son, it is indeed possible, but the consultation fee, I understand. 10,000 taels of gold. Though it seemed steep, it was a small price to pay for the life of his son. Chapter 34, Have you ever killed someone? No, it is 15,000 taels. Why has it increased by 5,000 taels? Jiyu Shoro asked, perplexed. 5,000 taels of gold equates to 50,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels is the consultation fee, and 5,000 taels is the compensation for the emotional distress caused by your wife's slander against me, Jiyu Lingyu replied coolly. Jiyu Shoro chuckled bitterly. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of emotional distress compensation, he speculated it must be the sum demanded by the priest for the insults hurled at him by the Liu family. Fine, 15,000 taels it is. If you can save my son, I will pay you immediately. Jiyu Lingyu set aside the banner in her hand and stepped into the room, with Jiyu Shoro following closely. Inside, chaos reigned. Liu was preparing to search for Jiyu Shoro when she spotted Jiyu Lingyu entering. Terror streaked her face as she glared fiercely, why haven't you left yet? I am a priest summoned by your lord with 15,000 taels of gold, Gu Lingyu retorted deliberately to irritate her. At that moment, she noticed Gu Shoro entering behind the priest. Anxiously glancing behind him and seeing no one else, she turned to Gu Shoro and asked, "My lord, where is the physician?" The old matriarch also looked at her son, disbelief etched on her face. How could her son not have summoned a physician, but instead allowed this priest to treat her grandson, and even agreed to pay him 15,000 taels of gold? Although her son had accumulated some wealth during his years as a prime minister, that sum was still no trifling matter. "I did not summon anyone," Gu Shoro replied irritably, glancing at Gu Lingyu. Without needing further words from him, Gu Lingyu coldly stated, "Leave the household physician, you all may exit. I prefer to treat patients without anyone present." Liu was incensed. "My lord, how can you allow him to treat Yuner?" Silence, Gu Shoro interrupted her. Were it not for her, he would not have had to part with that extra 5,000 taels of gold. The young master of the Shen family was also bitten by a snake. The queen sent 2 physicians, but despite amputating the hand, they could not revive him. Steward Nyo just came to find the priest to treat young Master Shen. Liu and the old matriarch fell silent, both at a loss for words. Gu Shoro led the way outside, with Liu and the old matriarch following. "I would appreciate it, Lord Gu, if you could convert my gold into silver notes. Carrying gold on my person is rather inconvenient," Gu Lingyu added as Gu Shoro hastily exited. Gu Shoro stumbled, almost losing his balance, and after a moment steadied himself, saying, "Rest assured, the silver notes will not be less than 150,000 taels." "That is satisfactory," Gu Lingyu acknowledged with a nod of approval. The household physician, observing Gu Lingyu, sparkled with intrigue. The priest had requested his assistance, and thus he could learn how to counteract snake venom. Gu Lingyu noticed the physician's expression and found it amusing. He was reveling in secret delight, but soon he would have much to endure. "Have you ever killed someone?" Gu Lingyu inquired while discreetly retrieving her silver needle pouch from her space, preparing to administer acupuncture to Gu Chenyun to safeguard his heart pulse, preventing him from succumbing before she secured her payment. The physician paused momentarily, then hastily shook his head. "As medical practitioners, it is our duty to heal and save lives. If we fail, it is one thing. How could we ever resort to killing?" "Oh," Gu Lingyu replied with feigned seriousness. "Well then, it all depends on you, as we are here to save your household's young master." The physician felt an uneasiness at her words, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Inexplicably, he shivered. "Do you know what type of snake bit him?" Gu Lingyu inquired casually. "A bamboo viper." "Very well, go fetch a sword, a candle, and a jar of strong liquor." "What do you need those for?" The physician, recalling the priest's previous mention of amputation, felt an ominous premonition and instinctively asked. Gu Lingyu smiled mysteriously. "You will understand soon enough." After a moment of hesitation, the physician left to gather the items, while Gu Lingyu reminded him to prepare bandages for wrapping. Once he departed, she retrieved the antivenom and needles from her space, performed a skin test on Gu Chenyun, and then administered a local anesthetic to his leg, storing the remaining items back in her space before using silver needles to protect his heart pulse. Just as she finished, the physician returned with the requested items. Gu Lingyu sighed. "Earning money is no easy task. Allow me a moment of respite, and then you may take over." "Huh." The physician's face turned pale with fear as he began to suspect what the priest intended. "I need to conserve my strength for the blood stoppage and detoxification. Surely, this laborious task should fall to you. Or shall we switch roles?" Gu Lingyu queried as if negotiating. The physician was left dumbfounded. "If you are hesitant, I could inform your lord, and he might find another physician to assist me." "I doubt he would refuse. However, should that occur, it may be difficult for you to remain here in the future." With that, Gu Lingyu began to walk toward the door, prompting the physician to hastily exclaim, "No, I will do it." He still wished to work in the household. If the priest were to spread word of this, his position would be jeopardized. Gu Lingyu revealed a sly smile. "Excellent, let us begin. The sore should be new, do not use a dull one, or your young master will suffer. The physician, terrified, nearly collapsed, his face ashen. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and approached the bed with trepidation. Gu Lingyu commanded with a smile, light the candle, heat the sore to sterilize it, and pour the liquor over the injured leg, soaring 2 inches away from the wound. Jiyu Chenyun remained unconscious, and with the added anesthetic, he felt no pain. As the physician soared through his leg, Jiyu Chenyun lay still as a corpse, while the physician, drenched in sweat, appeared as if he had just emerged from a deluge. His face was as pale as if all blood had been drained from him, and he collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he implored Jiyu Lingyu, "Priest, I cannot bear this. I beg you to spare me." He was genuinely terrified. Blood had gushed forth the moment he began to soar, splattering his face, which had made him nauseous, and in this brief interval, he was uncertain how many times he had vomited. "Enough, I shall take over from here," Jiyu Lingyu stated indifferently, though her gaze turned icy as the physician lowered his head. "Is this fair?" Jiyu Lingyu scoffed internally. From the original owner's memories, the household physician had been complicit under Liu's direction, having made numerous attempts against the Tang family, though they had remained cautious enough to evade any successful attempts. Jiyu Lingyu now suspected that the original owner's miscarriage was also linked to this physician. Regrettably, she had not connected the dots last night due to the masked man. Perhaps she would inquire with Liu when the opportunity arose. Chapter 35, The IOU. Upon hearing the words, the court physician hastily propped himself up, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Jiyu Lingyu, before making his way outside, the stench of blood within the room rendering him breathless. Once he exited, Jiyu Lingyu retrieved suturing needles and thread, hemostatic agents, and serums from her spatial storage. She first staunched the bleeding from Jiyu Chenyun's severed leg, administered an injection of viper serum, and then skillfully stitched the wound, applying medicine and bandaging it in one fluid motion. After completing the procedure, she returned the items to her spatial storage and walked outside, leaving Jiyu Chenyun's severed leg discarded beside him, not even casting a glance, let alone tidying it up. As Jiyu Lingyu opened the door, everyone in the courtyard turned their gaze towards her, including the recently returned Jiyu Chenxian, who had come back unnoticed, along with Jiyu Yuyang, who was accompanied by Mi Li, as well as the court physician, who sat there like a heap of mud, and Niu Guanjie from the Duke of Fugua's household. "Where is my Yuner? How is he?" Liusha questioned anxiously as she rushed towards the room. Jiyu Lingyu deftly sidestepped Liusha's oncoming body and exited the room, allowing her to enter. The old matriarch of the Jiyu family also attempted to go inside but was stopped by Jiyu Shoro. "Mother, you are of advanced age. Please wait here. I will go in and check on him." "All right, go quickly, see how Yuner is doing," the old matriarch urged. At that moment, Jiyu Yuyang hesitated briefly before also walking towards the room, while Jiyu Chenxian remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on Jiyu Lingyu. Niu Guanjie cast a glance into the room before making his way towards Jiyu Lingyu. Suddenly, Liusha let out a startled "R" followed by the sound of something crashing to the ground. Hearing this, Jiyu Yuyang dashed inside, and upon seeing Liusha collapsed on the floor, she hurried to her side, pinching Liusha's acupoint and calling out, "Mother, mother, what is wrong?" At that moment, Liusha slowly regained consciousness, bursting into tears. "Oh, my son. You died such a tragic death. What happened to Yuner?" the old matriarch inquired, flustered. Jiyu Yuyang quickly covered her mouth and rushed outside, retching uncontrollably, while Jiyu Chenxian frowned, and the court physician stood in stunned silence. The second young master was dead. Niu Guanjie halted his steps, glancing at Jiyu Lingyu before looking into the room. Inside, Liusha, having risen from the ground, charged out, shouting, "Liar, murderer, I will kill you." Jiyu Shoro glanced at the severed leg of Jiyu Chenyun on the bed, trembling as he cautiously placed his fingers beneath Jiyu Chenyun's nose. Upon detecting a faint breath, he let out a sigh of relief and turned towards the doorway. At that moment, Liusha had already lunged at Jiyu Lingyu. "Return my son's life. I will fight you." Jiyu Lingyu, exuding an air of cold indifference, sidestepped, causing Liusha to miss her and nearly fall, only to be caught by Jiyu Chenxian. Seeing her eldest son, Liusha, with eyes aflame, urged, "Xianer, kill him." Quickly, he killed your brother. Jiyu Chenxian merely steadied her without making a move, his expression one of keen scrutiny as he regarded the Daoist before him. There was something familiar about this person's eyes, as if he instinctively dismissed the thought. How could it be she lacked such capabilities? At that moment, Jiyu Shore stepped out, exclaiming, "Stop, Yuner is still alive." After saying this, he cast a complex gaze at Jiyu Lingyu. He couldn't shake the feeling that she had done this intentionally, otherwise, why would she leave the severed leg untreated, laying it beside his son? Any mother would find such a situation unbearable. Upon hearing that Jiyu Chenyun was still alive, Liu Shu regained her composure and rushed back inside. Jiyu Lingyu regarded Jiyu Shore with a frigid demeanor, stating, "This humble Daoist has already neutralized the snake venom in your young master. By nightfall, he shall awaken. I wonder if Sir Jiyu has prepared my fee. The fee is ready, but my son has yet to awaken. How can I trust you?" Jiyu Shore inquired in a low voice. "Are you suggesting that this humble Daoist should wait here until your esteemed son awakens before I receive my payment? That would be unthinkable. Daoist, you have promised to treat my young master. I have already informed my lord, and he has agreed to offer 100,000 taels of gold as payment," Niu Guanjie interjected hastily. He had been waiting here for quite some time. His young master could no longer afford to wait. Jiyu Chenxian and Jiyu Yuyang were taken aback by the exorbitant fee. "But with such a large sum, what if we pay it and my brother still doesn't awaken?" Jiyu Yuyang voiced her concerns politely, given that Niu Guanjie was merely a steward from the household of the Duke of Fuguo. Jiyu Shore concurred with his daughter's sentiments, echoing, "You are right, my dear, this is indeed a concern I share." Niu Guanjie, anxious, pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. Why not have Sir Jiyu write an IOU for the Daoist? "If your young master awakens, you shall pay the Daoist." The remainder of his suggestion was left unspoken, yet everyone grasped the implication. Both Jiyu Lingyu and Jiyu Shore agreed to Niu Guanjie's proposal. Before long, Jiyu Shore had penned the IOU, and Jiyu Lingyu took it and followed Niu Guanjie out. However, the old matriarch regarded Jiyu Shore disapprovingly. "You truly wrote it for him. Setting aside everything else, he has taken a leg from Yuner." Jiyu Shore furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to say more, simply stating, "I shall go in and check on my son. You should return home and wait for Yuner to awaken before discussing this further." At that moment, the old matriarch indeed felt somewhat fatigued, compounded by the pervasive stench of blood emanating from the room. She nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall return home first. Make sure to send someone to notify me when Yuner awakens." "Yes, I will remember, mother." As the old matriarch was assisted by her maid past Jiyu Chenxian, she couldn't help but glance at her grandson, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her son. She wanted to say something, but seeing Jiyu Chenxuan's unwavering gaze on the departing Daoist, she ultimately remained silent and left. Jiyu Lingyu was directly led by Niu Guanjie to Shinjunbo's chamber. The room was filled not only with two imperial physicians but also a number of people, all of whom Jiyu Lingyu recognized. This was largely due to the original owner's diligence. Her admiration for the Xingwen led her to pay close attention to anyone or anything associated with him, thus making her familiar with the personnel within the general's residence, even to the extent of knowing about the family dog's romantic escapades and its offspring. Niu Guanjie addressed a middle-aged man, saying, "Master, this is the matchless celestial Daoist." Turning back towards Jiyu Lingyu, he added, "This is my lord, and also the father of the young master." Jiyu Lingyu glanced at the burly man, already possessing information about him in her mind. The formidable General Shen Fengyu was the eldest son of the Duke of Fuguo, Shen Jiyuan. His wife was the sister of the Minister of War, and they had two legitimate sons and one legitimate daughter, with Shen Junbo being his youngest son. Jiyu Lingyu clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards Shen Fengyu, before directing her attention to the unconscious Shen Junbo on the bed. "General, may I inquire if I could examine your esteemed young master?" It had been quite some time since Shen Junbo was bitten by the snake. Although the imperial physicians had attempted to sever the limb to halt the spread of the toxin, the prolonged unconsciousness raised concerns about his condition. Jiyu Lingyu was not particularly worried about whether he would live or die. Rather, she lamented the loss of potential earnings should he pass away. Shin Fenyu looked at the frail Daoist before him with skepticism, wondering if this individual truly had the ability to save his son. The two imperial physicians had been scrutinizing Ji Lingyu since her entrance, skeptical that this Daoist could surpass their own expertise. "My lord," at that moment, Shin Fenyu's wife, Xie interjected, "let this Daoist take a look at Boa first. Who knows, he may indeed have a chance of survival." Shin Fenyu took a deep breath and nodded at Ji Lingyu. Chapter 36 should be titled, The Princess. Ji Lingyu approached the bedside and found Shin Junbo's complexion flushed and he had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. She reached for his uninjured wrist to take his pulse, while the others held their breath, intently watching her. The expressions of the two imperial physicians revealed their disdain. What was this celestial matchmaker? Merely a charlatan from the martial world, could he possibly surpass the expertise of their imperial medical institution? Within a few breaths, Ji Lingyu had grasped the essence of Shin Junbo's condition. He was in a significantly better state than Ji Chenyun. The physicians had promptly sealed several major acupoints and had amputated the arm that had been bitten by the snake, resulting in minimal toxins remaining in his body. The only issue was that improper treatment at the site of the amputation had led to inflammation, which consequently caused a high fever. As long as the fever was reduced and the inflammation treated, there would be no serious complications. Ji Lingyu raised her hand and turned to Shin Fenyu. "Might I inquire if your esteemed housekeeper has informed the general of the fee I require for my services?" "Rest assured, as long as my son can be cured, is it not merely 10,000 taels of gold?" "The fee will be exact," Shin Fenyu replied. "What, 10,000 taels, in gold, is that not exorbitantly high?" someone interjected from the side. Ji Lingyu turned to see that it was Shin Chunyu, the illegitimate son of General Shin Jiyuan. Though he was a mere bastard, his mother was favored by the general, and he had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, often displaying a sharp tongue and a caustic demeanor. Ji Lingyu replied with a faint smile, "Does the life of your esteemed young master not hold the worth of 10,000 taels of gold?" As her words fell, Shin Fenyu suddenly glanced at his younger brother, his eyes reflecting discontent. Shin Xinyu chuckled derisively, "That is indeed a valid point." At that moment, Steward Nyo interjected, "Second master, the fee for the diagnosis from the second young master of the Jiyu family is actually 15,000 taels of gold." He had invited this physician and could not allow anyone to claim he had hired an exorbitantly priced doctor. Shin Xinyu was left speechless. After the fee was settled, Ji Lingyu addressed the assembly, "While I perform my healing, I prefer not to have anyone present. I kindly ask you all to step outside and wait." "Why can't we remain here?" "We are equally concerned for Bowler," Shin Xinyu immediately objected. "My method of acupuncture is a unique skill of our Daoist temple. If others are present, it would mean imparting this knowledge to them. Such esoteric techniques are reserved solely for our disciples. If you are willing, I would not mind accepting you as a pupil," Ji Lingyu stated. Shin Xinyu was taken aback, snorted coldly, and departed, followed by the others. As the Xie matriarch exited, she glanced back at the bed and implored Ji Lingyu, "Daoist, I beseech you, please save my son." Tears streamed down her face. Ji Lingyu sighed inwardly, such is the heart of a parent. Even if her child were to misbehave, a parent's love remains unwavering. "Do not worry," Ji Lingyu assured her. Once everyone had left, Ji Lingyu conducted a skin test for penicillin and a venom serum test on Shin Junbo, cleaned his wounds, and reapplied the dressing. Observing no redness or swelling at the site of the skin test, she administered the penicillin and serum, followed by an antipyretic injection. By the time all was completed, half an hour had passed. Ji Lingyu stretched her weary body and sighed, "I am utterly exhausted." She had never worked so hard even during her time in the modern world, and now she toiled for the sake of money, which was quite disheartening. She wondered how much silver she would need for the next upgrade of her space. Alas, it truly felt like a bottomless pit, but the thought of what surprises the next upgrade might bring filled her with anticipation. After loosening her muscles, Ji Lingyu approached the door and opened it. At this moment, only Shin Fenyu and his wife, along with the two imperial physicians, remained in the courtyard. Everyone else had departed. "Daoist, may I inquire about my son's current condition?" Upon seeing Jiyu Lingyu, Xiexia hurried forward, anxious. Rest assured, your esteemed young master's fever has subsided, and he shall awaken soon, Jiyu Lingyu replied. Hearing this, Xiexia hastily moved towards the room. Shen Fengyu looked at the two physicians beside him, who understood his intentions. One of them followed her inside. Jiyu Lingyu pretended not to notice their interaction, allowing them to conduct their examination. Inside, Yusha observed Shen Junbo, whose complexion appeared less flushed, yet her heart remained uneasy. Just then, she saw the physician enter and quickly said, I trouble you, Physician Li, to check on my son once more and see if he is truly well. Certainly, I too had the same intention, he replied, stepping forward to take Shen Junbo's pulse. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. How had this been accomplished? Not only had the fever been alleviated in such a short time, but there were also no toxins remaining in Shen Shegongong's body. Physician Li, how is my son? Xiexia's heart raced with anxiety. The young master has indeed recovered from the fever. If he awakens today, his life will be spared, the physician affirmed. Thank you for your efforts, Xiexia said, taking a seat by the bed and wiping the sweat from Shen Junbo's forehead with a handkerchief as Physician Li exited. Your medical skills are truly admirable, Daoist. I am humbled, he remarked, turning to Shen Fengyu. General, your son's fever has subsided. If he awakens today, all should be well. I shall now return to the palace to report to Her Majesty. Much obliged, Shen Fengyu said, and after sending the two physicians away with Steward Niu, he turned to Jiyu Lingyu with a smile. Daoist, you truly live up to the title of Celestial Matchmaker. It is well deserved. I have arranged a modest banquet for you to enjoy. Jiyu Lingyu surmised that Shen Fengyu wished to wait until his son regained consciousness and confirmed his well-being before discussing further matters. As she was also feeling hungry, she readily replied, then I shall gladly accept your invitation. Shen Fengyu was delighted and personally led Jiyu Lingyu toward the main hall of the estate. Meanwhile, within the Jingwang Manor, Yunhao was reporting the events occurring at the Jiyu residence. Master, should we summon this celestial matchmaker to examine you? Yunhao tentatively suggested. Long Xiang, however, countered with a question, are you implying that my mother intends to divorce Jiyu Shor? Yunhao felt somewhat weary. He had been referring to the matter of detoxification. It seemed his master was not at all concerned for his well-being. Indeed, he affirmed, yet remained undeterred. Master, should I go and invite that Daoist back to examine you? Yunhao assumed his master was worried about the Daoist's methods of detoxification and attempted to reassure him, surely not every toxin requires amputation. Moreover, if he does suggest such a thing, we can simply refuse treatment. Hearing this, Long Xiang cast him a disdainful glance. Surely one would not expect such coincidences to occur in this world. Nearby, Weinan seemed to have an inkling of the situation and smiled as he explained to Yunhao, that should refer to the princess. Yunhao. Long Xiang disregarded him and turned to Wangan, take a few men to the Jiyu residence and inquire if the princess requires assistance, also, bring her back. Weinan smiled and replied, yes, I shall do so immediately. As Weinan was about to exit the room, Long Xiang suddenly recalled something and said, find a residence for Wei Yishe and have her move out. Now that I have awakened, it is inappropriate for her to remain here. Understood, Weinan acknowledged. In his heart, he thought that his master was finally going to have Wei Yishe move out. He had previously advised his master that it was inappropriate for Wei Yishe to stay in the Wang Manor. However, his master was sentimental and held onto promises. Just a few cries of Wei Yishe's name and claims of fear of being bullied upon moving out had led his master to relent. Now, with the new princess, circumstances had indeed changed. His master must be concerned about any misunderstandings the princess might harbor. After Weinan departed, Long Xiang inquired of Yunhao, where are Shen Yu and the others at present? Young Master Yi has sent word. They have arrived at the border of Tianqi and Shishu, Yunhao reported. Send a letter instructing him to exercise caution, not to be overzealous, and to inform us promptly of any issues that arise, Long Xiang commanded. Yes. Chapter 37. Be prepared to pay the price. Jiu Lingyu had not yet finished her meal when Xieshe entered with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Master, Boer has awakened." "Really?" Xieshe nodded, wiping away a tear of joy. Shinfenyu joyfully called out, "Bring forth the diagnostic fee prepared for the Daoist." "Please, no," Jiu Lingyu quickly interjected. "If it is not too much trouble, I would prefer it to be exchanged for silver notes." Shinfenyu chuckled, "Very well, as the Daoist wishes, bring forth 100,000 taels in silver notes." In truth, if he chose not to provide the money now, the Daoist would not be able to do anything to him. 100,000 taels, though a considerable sum, paled in comparison to the expertise of a skilled physician. Sometimes, money cannot buy life, but a good doctor can indeed save it. Seeing Shinfenyu so agreeable, Jiu Lingyu, despite Shinjunbo having bullied Ruya, decided to forgive him, as he had already faced punishment. As for whether Jiu Chenrui would forgive him, that was his own affair. She resolved to ensure he would not be bullied and would live well. Thus, Jiu Lingyu solemnly stated, "Although your esteemed son has awakened, his wound has become inflamed. If the inflammation is not addressed, he will suffer from a high fever. What shall we do?" Xieshe inquired with concern. "Do not fret, madam, for I possess some anti-inflammatory medicine, as well as remedies for high fevers." But Jiu Lingyu hesitated, glancing. Additionally, the external ointment is 1,000 taels per bottle. Upon hearing this, Xieshe mused that if that were the case, the total would amount to 1,150 taels, which was negligible for them. Just as she was about to speak, Jiu Lingyu interjected, "I meant one dose. Given your esteemed son's current condition, he will require at least 1 month's worth of anti-inflammatory medication, 2 doses a day, totaling 60 doses. As for the fever reducer, it should be taken every 2 hours when a fever arises, and not at all when he is well. The external ointment should be applied twice daily, and once the wound heals, it will no longer be needed. This will also take about a month, likely requiring 2 bottles." After speaking, Jiu Lingyu looked at Shinfenyu and his wife, awaiting their response. Xieshe was astonished to learn that it was not merely 1 dose that would suffice, but rather a substantial quantity. Shinfenyu maintained his composure, calculating in his mind. If that were the case, the anti-inflammatory medication alone would cost 6,000 taels, plus 2,000 taels for the external ointment, along with the fever reducer, bringing the total to nearly 10,000 taels. "And what of the efficacy of this medicine?" Shinfenyu inquired. "Rest assured, esteemed general, the medicines I administered to young Master Shin earlier included these very remedies. There is no need for the other medicines. You have witnessed their effectiveness. Take the fever reducer, for instance. It brought down the fever in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Jiu Lingyu maintained a placid exterior, yet inwardly mused. "Do not blame me for taxing you, for I have no choice. After all, I am in need of funds." She felt that her future endeavors would oscillate between earning money and saving lives. "Very well, I shall purchase them," Shinfenyu declared, turning to his wife. "Madam, please retrieve an additional 10,000 taels in silver notes to be given to the Daoist along with the previous 100,000. Xieshe felt somewhat burdened by the expense. They had already disbursed 100,000 taels in diagnostic fees, and now an additional 10,000 for the medicine weighed heavily on her heart. However, as it was for their son's health, no matter how reluctant, they had to comply. "I shall go at once," Xieshe replied. She was swift in her return, coming back with a stack of silver notes, which she handed to Shinfenyu. Shinfenyu accepted them and presented them to Jiu Lingyu, stating, "Daoist, this is your diagnostic and medicine fee." Jiu Lingyu received the notes, tucking them into her sleeve, having already stored them in her spatial pocket. Noticing that Jiu Lingyu did not even glance at the notes, Shinfenyu jested, "There is no need for the Daoist to count. It would be unfortunate if a note were missing." "Not at all, I trust the general," Jiu Lingyu replied with a chuckle, thinking to herself, "Should you dare to shortchange me, I shall empty your family's treasury." This provided her with a perfect excuse to amass wealth. "Please await a moment, esteemed general and madam, I shall fetch the medicine now," she said, pointing towards a nearby screen, smiling apologetically, "as some of these medicines are rather precious, I carry them closely." Not at all, Shen Fengyu replied, though he was unsure of the Daoist's intentions. He understood this was merely a pretext. But what of it? He was in his own home. Would he fear the Daoist fleeing? Ji Lingyu stepped behind the screen and retrieved 3 boxes of anti-inflammatory medication, 1 bottle of fever reducer, and 2 bottles of external ointment from her spatial pocket. Fortunately, as a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, they typically stored herbal medicines in porcelain bottles, and she had an ample supply of such vessels in her spatial pocket. Ji Lingyu swiftly transferred the anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicines into the respective porcelain bottles, sealing them with different stoppers. She then removed the labels from the external ointment bottles before rejoining the others. I apologize for the delay. It was cumbersome to gather everything, Ji Lingyu said, placing the 4 bottles on the table. The bottles were small and had fit easily within her clothing, so Shen Fengyu and his wife genuinely believed the medicine had been concealed within her garments. Furthermore, the exquisite craftsmanship of the bottles led them to believe that even without the medicine, the vessels themselves were quite valuable. They realized then that the medicines were indeed pricey, for such fine bottles would not be used otherwise. Their narrow-mindedness had clouded their judgment. Ji Lingyu explained the contents of each bottle before taking her leave. Upon exiting the Shen residence, she soon discovered she was being followed. With a cold smirk, she paid no mind and continued toward the Ji residence. Meanwhile, at the Ji residence, Ji Chenyun had awakened. He was acutely aware of his broken leg, which throbbed with pain, leading him to ponder why he had not truly perished and why he was still enduring such torment. As he wept, he bellowed, "Who sawed off my leg? I will kill him, I will kill him." Ji Chenyun was drenched in sweat, his demeanor frenzied. "Father, mother, grandmother, you must help me exact revenge. You must avenge me." Liu Shi wept incessantly, cursing, "It is all that accursed Daoist's fault. He said your leg had to be severed to save your life, and he even demanded 1,500 taels of gold from our family. We cannot give it to him. We cannot give it to him." Ji Chenyun exclaimed, agitated, and attempting to rise from his bed. "He is here to take my life. If you give him money, I will take my own. Calm down, calm down. We will not give him anything. You must rest and recover from your injuries," Ji old madam comforted, while Ji Chenxian observed the scene with indifference. At the entrance of the Ji residence, the same gatekeeper stood watch. Ji Lingyu smiled at him, saying, "Could you kindly inform them that the Daoist has come to collect his diagnostic fee?" The gatekeeper regarded Ji Lingyu with a complex expression before promptly replying, "Please wait a moment. I shall report this at once." When the gatekeeper reached Ji Chenyun's chamber and conveyed the message, Ji Chenyun shouted, he has come, quickly, seize him, I will kill him." Ji Shore frowned, about to speak, when Ji old madam interjected, "Go, drive him away. We have not sought trouble with him, yet he dares to demand money from us." "Mother!" Ji Shore protested. "What, do you wish to forsake your son's life?" Ji old madam retorted sternly. "Did you not hear Yuner? If you dare to give that Daoist money, he will take his own life. But there are no buts in this matter." A Ji Shore attempted to interject but was cut off by Ji old madam. "I have lived for many years and have never heard of a man sawing off someone's leg, only to then demand payment from their family." With that, she shouted towards the outside, "Are you not leaving? Did you not hear my words?" "Yes, I shall depart immediately," the gatekeeper responded, returning to the entrance. He looked at the Daoist standing there and said, "You should leave, do not return here again." "What do you mean?" Ji Lingyu interjected, blocking the door with her foot. "Is your master refusing to pay the Daoist?" The gatekeeper sighed. He had brought her in, and now that the treatment was complete without payment, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, he was merely a servant, what could he do? "Please heed my advice and depart," he urged, attempting to close the door. Ji Lingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. If they dared to shortchange her, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Chapter 38. This is just the beginning. Departing from the main entrance of the ancient residence, Ji Lingyu walked a short distance before noticing a narrow alley beside her. Without hesitation, she turned into it and entered her own space. Moments later, a figure clad in black emerged in the alley, scanning the surroundings while muttering, "Where is he? I clearly saw him enter this dead-end alley." The cloaked individual nearly overturned the alley in his search but, finding nothing, was compelled to leave. Meanwhile, within her space, Ji Lingyu discovered that her merit points and monetary balance had unexpectedly manifested there, displaying 20 merit points and 110,000 in currency. She had not anticipated that treating those two individuals would yield merit points, albeit a modest amount of merely 10 points each. When she had treated her mother and Ruya, she had received a substantial 1,000 points. Could it be that the familial bond had influenced this? Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ji Lingyu pondered how long it would take to accumulate enough points at this rate of 10 points per person. It seemed imperative to seek out more patience. With a sigh, she removed her makeup, changed her attire, and exited her space. After scanning her surroundings and confirming no one was present, she stepped out of the alley. Having left in the morning, she noted that the sun had already begun its descent in the west. Following the same route she had taken earlier, she scaled the wall back into the ancient residence. Inside the courtyard occupied by the Tang family, everyone was bustling about, diligently packing their belongings. Although Tang was still resting in bed, she appeared considerably better than the previous day's pallor. Holding an account book, she looked up upon hearing footsteps. Upon seeing Ji Lingyu return, she sighed in relief and expressed concern. "You must be famished. Let Xiutong prepare something for you. You needn't bother with me. I have already eaten outside," Ji Lingyu replied with a smile. "Where is Aunt Wen?" "Aunt Wen has gone to gather Ruya's belongings," Tang replied. Ji Lingyu nodded. "How is the packing coming along?" "Almost finished," Tang said, glancing at the various bundles on the ground, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "There are just a few accounts left to settle." Previously, her shop had been managed by Wenxio's husband. After his passing and her subsequent illness, she had retained only her dowry. While the shop's earnings had long been monopolized by Liu, she found herself willing but unable to act. When her daughter married, she had offered most of her dowry as a bridal gift, including 3 reasonably profitable shops, leaving Ruya with just a few shops and enough wealth to see him into adulthood. Now that her health had significantly improved and she was poised for divorce, it was essential to account for her shop's income over the years. Ji Lingyu observed the heaps of packages in the room and mused that if only she could draw from her space, she could transport items worth many times more than this, yet she was limited to finding several carts to carry them. "Yunchu," Ji Lingyu called. Yunchu, who was busy organizing items, hurried over. "Princess, you have returned." "Yes, please find a few carts. We will transport these items to my maternal grandfather's residence shortly." Yunchu smiled. "Princess, there is no need to look. The steward sent someone recently to inquire if you wish to move today. If so, he would send help." Ji Lingyu felt no curiosity about how the Jin Wangfu was aware of her mother's impending divorce from Ji Shoro, considering Yunchu's presence and the fact that Long Xiang was no ordinary individual, someone who could draw the attention of both the Empress and the Dowager Empress. It was hardly a mystery to him, especially since she had openly discussed it with Wang and. Ji Lingyu turned to Tang. "Mother, when shall we move?" "As soon as we finish packing," she replied, eager to leave this place that had troubled her for over a decade. Understanding her mother's sentiment, Ji Lingyu instructed Yunchu, "Go inform the steward to send someone over." With available labor at hand, she had no intention of wasting money unnecessarily. "I shall go at once," Yunchu affirmed. After she departed, Ji Lingyu approached the bedside and inquired, "Mother, have you prepared the divorce document?" "Yes," Tang produced the written document for Ji Lingyu to see. "I initially intended for Wenxio to deliver it, but I heard there is chaos in the front courtyard. I feared sending it now might bring trouble, so I thought it best to wait." At that moment, Xiutong entered, carrying a neatly packed bundle, and noticed Ji Lingyu's cheerful demeanor. "Princess, did you hear? The second young master has broken his leg and is causing quite a stir," she said, her face betraying a hint of schadenfreude. "Is that so?" Ji Lingyu chuckled softly, murmuring, "This is merely the beginning." "What did you say, princess?" "I didn't quite catch that," Xiutong admitted bashfully. Nothing of consequence, carry on with your tasks, the Wangfu will soon send someone to assist with the moving, Ji Lingyu reassured her. Are we moving today? Chiutong asked, wide-eyed. Indeed, today. In that case, I must hurry, she exclaimed, dashing out. Though Chiutong had not comprehended Ji Lingyu's words, Tang had, concern etched on her face. She gazed at her daughter. While she was elated that her daughter had changed, she feared for her safety. Noticing Tang's worried expression, Ji Lingyu felt at a loss for words to comfort her and thus changed the subject. Mother, may I have the divorce document? I will take it to father for his signature. Tang hesitated. Given the turmoil of her marriage, she felt guilty for involving her daughter in her plight. Understanding her mother's concerns, Ji Lingyu grasped her hand and reassured her. Mother, trust me. It must be I who goes. Antoine may not secure father's signature. Tang, gazing into Ji Lingyu's resolute eyes, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Her daughter was so mature for her age. Very well, Tang relented, handing over the divorce document to Ji Lingyu. With the document in hand, Ji Lingyu stepped outside. Meanwhile, in the sinew pavilion of the Xingwangfu, Ji Yang, adorned with a veil, scratched her body through her clothing, then slipped her hand beneath the veil to scratch her face, feeling somewhat relieved before looking at the opposite side where Xinghua stood. Have you discovered where the prince has gone? Yesterday, she had intended to wash up and join the prince for a meal, but her discomfort had deterred her. Fearing embarrassment before Xingwang, she had claimed illness and stayed behind. It was only today, when her mother sent someone to seek a martial artist for Xingwang, that she learned he had left the city last night. What kind of business could compel him to venture out, even injured? I have heard that the prince seems to have left the city, Xinghua reported. Left the city? Ji Yang furrowed her brow beneath her veil. What could he possibly be doing outside the city? Xinghua hesitated. I have yet to uncover the details. Useless. You cannot even manage such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Ji Yang, vexed, hurled a teacup from the table toward Xinghua. Xinghua bowed her head, not daring to move, as the cup struck her head, causing a trickle of blood to run down her cheek. Noticing Xinghua's silence, Ji Yang felt a measure of relief. Go, continue your inquiries, discover what the prince is truly doing outside the city. How could he risk his life? Yes, Xinghua replied. Chapter 39. Do not forget to affix your handprint at this moment. Ji Shou was sulking in his study, having not even touched his meal. Among his several children, although the eldest son was a source of relief, he was elusive, appearing only sporadically. The other two sons were disappointing. One was inept, while the other was not his biological child. Among his daughters, the eldest, who had previously caused him concern, was now overshadowed by the second daughter, who was universally recognized as a talented individual. However, following the recent incident, Ji Shou found himself disillusioned by his seemingly gifted daughter, while the one disparaged as a simpleton had unexpectedly courted the emperor's favor, though she remained distant towards him. With a loud smack, Ji Shou slammed his palm against the desk, gritting his teeth and muttering, "None of them are a source of comfort." At that moment, Ji Lingyu approached the study, calling out, "Father, may I come in?" Hearing her voice, Ji Shou exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his agitation, and replied, "Come in." His tone was flat, clearly indicating he was aware of Ji Lingyu's purpose for visiting. Upon seeing her father's grim expression, Ji Lingyu pursed her lips. She could only imagine the chaos that would ensue if he discovered that Liu Shi had deceived him, that his most cherished daughter and son were not his own. Ignoring her father's mood, she placed the divorce papers on the table. "Father, please sign this. My mother intends to leave shortly." Ji Shou's already darkened expression deepened further as he glared at the divorce papers, forcing out through clenched teeth, "Do you truly wish for me to part ways with your mother?" Ji Lingyu, amused by his reaction, replied, "Father, how can you speak so? No child desires their parents to separate, and I am no exception." She sighed, continuing, "However, this is not a matter of what I desire. Your wife is disappointed in you, feeling deceived, and her heart has grown cold. If you refuse to sign, and she decides to take legal action against you, wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment for you? Besides, given the recent incident of the arranged marriage in our family, if the emperor were to learn that you are seeking to remarry. Enough. Ji Yushou interrupted her, picking up a pen and signing the divorce papers she had brought. Observing this, Ji Yuling added, "Do not forget to affix your handprint." Ji Yushou shot her an exasperated glare but nonetheless retrieved his seal and stamped it onto the papers, tossing them to Ji Yuling. "Return and inform your mother that even should she regret her decision, I shall never allow her back into the estate." "Rest assured, father, my mother will not regret," Ji Yuling remarked, glancing at the signed divorce papers with satisfaction, vowing to shield the Tang family from further indignities. At that moment, she thought of Ji Yuchenrui. "Father, since you do not acknowledge Ruier as a member of the Ji family, please remove his name from the family register." Without hesitation, Ji Yushou took Ji Yuling to the ancestral hall of the Ji family, retrieved the family register, and struck Ji Yuchenrui's name from it. As he witnessed the name obscured by ink, Ji Yushou felt as though something precious had been wrested from him. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling casually inquired, "Father, did mother not claim that Ruier is my biological brother? How can you be so certain that she lies?" Recalling Tangsha's betrayal, Ji Yushou scoffed coldly, "I have conducted a blood test with that illegitimate child, our blood does not merge." Ji Yuling, astonished, responded, "Is that truly why you assert Ruier is not your son? Yet I have heard that blood tests can be inaccurate." "Nonsense," Ji Yushou retorted, "the world has long relied on blood tests to establish kinship, how could they be erroneous? If they were, he would become the subject of ridicule. Do you not believe?" Ji Yuling pressed, seemingly intent on proving her point. Just then, she noticed a maid peering into the hall. Knowing the maid served Liusher, she commanded, "You, fetch a bowl of water, and summon a few others." The maid instinctively glanced around. "What are you looking at?" "I'm referring to you," Ji Yuling chided. The maid looked to Ji Yushou for guidance. Noticing Ji Yuling's insistence, Ji Yushou frowned and gestured for her to hurry. The maid promptly dashed out. Soon, she returned with a bowl of water, accompanied by several other maids and servants. Ji Yuling instructed the maid to place the bowl on a nearby table and turned to Ji Yushou. "Father, whom do you wish to test for paternal or maternal relationships among them?" "Ji Yushou." The others. Ji Yushou regarded the young maids and servants, no older than 20, and disapproved. "What nonsense is this? How could they possibly be father and son or mother and child?" The servants, indifferent, but the maids blushed with embarrassment, for they were unmarried young women, unaccustomed to the notion of having sons older than themselves. "Father, do not be hasty. If you wish to establish a blood relationship between any of them, let them each drop a drop of blood into the water, and they shall become father and son or mother and child." Seeing Ji Yuling's serious demeanor, though skeptical, Ji Yushou reluctantly selected 2 servants to drop a drop of blood each into the bowl. As the 2 drops fell into the water, they did not maintain their blood droplet form, nor did they converge but instead dispersed into irregular shapes. At that moment, one servant remarked, "The blood does not merge." "Absurd," Ji Yushou scolded, furrowing his brow. He had had enough of this nonsense. These 2 servants were neither brothers nor related, so how could their blood possibly merge? With a darkened expression, he strode toward the hall's entrance, when suddenly a maid exclaimed, "It merged." "Could it truly have merged?" Another added. "Are you truly father and son?" "Do not speak such nonsense." Hearing this, Ji Yushou halted his exit and turned back. The group gathered around the bowl quickly parted. Stepping closer, Ji Yushou observed that the 2 drops of blood had indeed blended. His mind raced with astonishment, yet he maintained an air of composure. "How did you do this?" he asked. Ji Yuling scoffed, "It is nothing, any blood that drips into water will gradually disperse, it is merely a matter of time." Unconvinced, Ji Yushou took a needle from the servant and pricked his finger, allowing a drop of his own blood to fall into the bowl. To his shock, his blood also merged with that of the 2 servants. Ji Yushou's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? If the blood of everyone could merge in water, then did the fact that his blood did not merge with that of the wild Ruya indicate that it was merely a matter of time. If so, could it be that Ruya was indeed his son? At that moment, he recalled Tangsha's assurances that her child was his. What had been his state of mind then? Indeed, he had been furious, smashing the blood test bowl and failing to witness the subsequent results. Moreover, at that time, he had nearly harmed the child, only for Tangsha to desperately intervene, threatening her own life to ensure he kept the child. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ji Yushou considered Ji Chenyun. The boy bore no resemblance to him, yet if not for the blood test revealing their blood's compatibility, he would have believed him not to be his son. Now, with this revelation, was he indeed his son? Ji Yushou's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and realization as Ji Lingyu observed him with a cold smile, turning to exit. Upon returning to the courtyard where Tangsha resided, she found Wang An personally overseeing the relocation of their belongings with a group of over 20 people. As she entered, everyone paused their work to greet her. Your subordinate old servant pays respects to the princess. Seeing the gathered crowd, Ji Lingyu smiled warmly. Please, continue your work. With that, she stepped into the house. Everyone was present, including Wen Xiao and Ji Chenrui. Miss, how did it go? Wen Xiao inquired anxiously. Did he sign? The others turned their attention to Ji Lingyu, and Ji Chenrui's small hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeve. Ji Lingyu nodded affirmatively, replying, he signed. She then turned to Tangsha, handing her the divorce papers. Mother, hold onto this. Once you leave the Ji estate, there will be no turning back. Do you still wish to depart with us? I do, of course, Tangsha replied, tears glistening in her eyes. For me, you and Ruya are everything, only your well-being brings me joy. As her words settled, a collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the room. If that is the case, is everything packed? Once it is, we shall set off. Everything is ready. I have packed all of Mrs. belongings, Wen Xiao exclaimed with joy. We can finally leave this dreadful place. Laughter filled the air as they realized even their Wen aunt could possess such innocence. Soon, their belongings were loaded onto the carriage, and they departed from the Ji estate, while the servants dared not impede their exit, and not a single master emerged to protest. Chapter 40. I shall be responsible for you. As the group arrived at the gates of the Northern Marquis's residence, Wen Xiao dismounted from the carriage and approached the door to knock. After a brief moment, the heavy gates creaked open, revealing an elderly man limping out. His eyesight was evidently poor. After glancing at Wen Xiao, he squinted and peered behind her. Upon noticing the multitude of carriages parked at the entrance, he inquired with a hint of suspicion, whom are you seeking? The entire family of the Marquis was in Yuju, and visitors rarely graced the marquisate. Thus, the sight of so many carriages aroused his wariness. Qin Bo, it is I, Wen Xiao, she exclaimed with excitement. Hearing her voice, Qin Bo focused his gaze, recognizing her at last, and joyfully replied, it is you, Miss Wen. But why have you returned alone? Where is the young lady? She is inside the carriage. Wen Xiao indicated towards one of the vehicles. No sooner had her words faded than Qin Bo had already made his way towards the carriage. At that moment, Ji Lingyu had instructed Qiutong to lift the carriage curtain. Madame Tang, observing Qin Bo's approach, felt tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, Qin Bo. You have returned, he exclaimed, stepping forward cautiously. Upon seeing the frail figure of his young lady, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart, though he managed to force a smile. Qin Bo recalled how he and his son had once served under the Marquis. An unfortunate injury sustained in battle had left him with a limp, leading to his forced retirement. The meager severance pay, coupled with layers of exploitation, had dwindled to almost nothing. With his son now deceased on the battlefield, their situation had grown increasingly dire. At that juncture, the Marquis had sought him out, expressing concern for the young lady's impending marriage to the capital. He wished for Qin Bo and his family to return to the capital to guard the estate, a place where the young lady could seek refuge should she feel aggrieved. Qin Bo understood that the Marquis's compassion for the vulnerable and frail had prompted such a request, yet, Upon arriving in the capital, they found shelter and sustenance, but ultimately failed to fulfill the Marquis's wishes, allowing the young lady to suffer indignities. "My lady, you have endured hardships," Chinbo lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Chinbo, let us discuss matters inside. It is inappropriate for so many to linger at the door," Wen Xiu gently urged. Indeed, Chinbo hastily stepped aside. "In my joy, I neglected this matter." Ji Yuling commanded that the carriage be driven into the courtyard. As they walked, Chinbo called out, "Wife, come see who has returned." Wen Xiu assisted Madame Tang down from the carriage while Ji Yuling directed others to unload their belongings. Yun Shu and Qiutong shared a carriage with Ji Yuchenrui. Qiutong alighted first and moved aside, followed by Yun Shu, who jumped down, preparing to offer her hand to Ji Yuchenrui. Suddenly, he sidestepped, evading her reach, his ears tinged with crimson as he remarked, "It is improper for men and women to have physical contact. You must refrain from such familiarity in the future." Yun Shu was perplexed. What was he on about? She merely sought to ensure he did not stumble from the carriage. "I shall take responsibility for you," Ji Yuchenrui muttered softly, his face now flushed as well. "Yun Shu, young Master Ji Yu, are you unwell?" she questioned, suspecting that the prince's brother might still be feverish and dazed. Otherwise, how could he utter such words? "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Ji Yuchenrui retorted with a haughty snort. Strutting away, Yun Shu found his behavior amusing. Why had this impudent boy suddenly spoken to her in such a manner? Unbeknownst to her, while Aunt Wen was tidying up Ji Yuchenrui's belongings, she had recounted the incident where Yun Shu had forcibly removed his trousers to extract the poison. He believed that as a man, allowing a woman to touch him in such a manner sullied her virtue, and thus he felt compelled to take responsibility. At that moment, Qiutong called out, "Sister Yun Shu, come help us." "I am coming," she replied. Meanwhile, due to Qinbo's summons, old Mrs. Qin, her daughter-in-law Qinshe, and grandson Qin Lan gathered in the main hall. They regarded Madame Tang with astonishment, exchanging pleasantries before old Mrs. Qin and Qinshe moved to prepare a meal, with Qin Lan assisting them. Madame Tang, seeing no reason to intervene, allowed it, as they had yet to eat. Noticing the presence of the Jingwan's people, Ji Yuling asked Qiutong and Wen Xiu to help with the unpacking while she and Yun Shu headed to the kitchen. Upon glancing at the sparse ingredients, Ji Yuling realized there were too many people for such a meager supply. "Please, take a seat, I shall step out for a moment," she instructed. "It is quite all right, we can manage here, you focus on your tasks," old Mrs. Qin reassured her. The kitchen was already greasy. How could the young lady possibly be expected to toil in such a place? Yun Shu understood that her mistress was not trying to evade work, rather, she was unaware of her intentions. As Ji Yuling departed, she noticed a woven willow basket nearby, which she casually grabbed before stepping into an unoccupied area, entering the space of the cafeteria. She first entered the temperature-controlled pantry, hesitant to take anything too extravagant, as it would be difficult to explain. Instead, she gathered various dishes readily available in this realm. Unable to procure meat since it was frozen solid, she opted for some prepared foods like roast duck, pork hock, and braised beef, ensuring she collected a generous quantity of each. After all, the meat in this realm was plentiful, albeit with varied preparations. Having unwrapped the packaging, she wrapped the items in paper and bundled them in cloth, filling the basket to the brim before exiting the space. Faced with the pile of provisions before her, Ji Yuling realized she could not carry it all alone and called out, "Yun Shu, come assist me." Before long, Qinshe emerged with her son and Yun Shu. Qinshe's son was of similar age to Ji Yuchenrui, robust in build yet somewhat shy, likely due to his limited social interactions. He was the first to approach Ji Yuling, a bashful expression adorning his face as he offered, "Cousin, I shall help you carry that." Bending down to lift the basket, Ji Yuling smiled. "It is quite heavy, are you sure you can manage?" "I can," he declared, effortlessly hoisting the basket and striding forward. At that moment, Yun Shu and Qinshe joined them. Upon seeing the basket of provisions he carried, Yun Shu marveled, "Your Highness, where did you find such an abundance of food?" Ji Yuling smiled mysteriously. "From the Ji residence, Yun Shu." When had her mistress gathered supplies from the Ji residence, she had seen nothing of the sort. Qinshe, she hadn't anticipated that her cousin would be so considerate as to have anticipated the household's limited provisions. Ji Lingyu, sensing their overthinking, chose not to clarify, instead instructing Yunshu to carry the cloth bundle while she remarked to Qinshi, "This young man possesses considerable strength. He has easily lifted that entire basket of provisions." Qinshi smiled in response. "Lan'er has always been strong. He has long expressed a desire to enlist like his father and grandfather." At this point, she fell silent, her expression dimming. Ji Lingyu refrained from pressing further as they entered the kitchen. Old Mrs. Qin had already begun washing the vegetables brought in by Qin Lan. Yunshu placed the cloth bundle on the ground. Upon opening the bundle, the four of them exchanged incredulous glances towards Ji Lingyu. With a chuckle, Ji Lingyu remarked, "The Ji residence has an abundance of meat. I feared they might not be able to consume it all, so I just brought some along." Well, it seemed their princess cousin truly had thought ahead. Chapter 41. She wishes to meet His Majesty. After finishing their meal, Wanyan took his leave to return home. Initially, he had intended for his esteemed wife to accompany him, so that their lord might behold her, but he hesitated to voice this desire, remembering that the lady's mother and younger brother had just moved. Instead, it was Tang who suggested to Ji Lingyu, "Please return with the steward and others. You may come back whenever you wish." Their Yuer had already spent the night at her maternal home, and if she were to linger another day, not only would idle talk ensue, but it would also be difficult for the emperor to explain the situation. Ji Lingyu hesitated briefly, yet did not refute the suggestion, simply stating, "I shall return after administering your treatment." Hearing Ji Lingyu's consent to return, Tang made no further comments, while Wanyan bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, madam. You are too courteous, steward. It is only proper, however. I hope you will take good care of Yuer in the future at the palace," she replied. "Madam speaks too highly. It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the princess," Wanyan affirmed. As Wanyan and the others awaited in the main hall, Ji Lingyu accompanied Tang back to the courtyard of the Tang family at the northern Marquis residence, when Xiao and the others had already tidied the place, and after Ji Lingyu extracted her silver needles to treat Tang, she instructed Wen Xiao to prepare a prescription. "Please gather the herbs according to this prescription for my mother to brew tomorrow." "Of course, I will procure the medicine at first light," Wen Xiao assured, blowing gently on the still wet ink. Ji Lingyu then turned to Chiu Tong, saying, "You should remain here with Aunt Wen to care for my mother. Once the household has acquired sufficient servants, you may return to the palace." At that moment, the northern Marquis residence had only Qin Bo and his family, clearly lacking in manpower. Although Chiu Tong felt reluctant to part from her young mistress, she understood the current circumstances and nodded in agreement. Once arrangements were made, Ji Lingyu removed the needles from Tang and then departed with Yunshu and the others back to the Jingwangfu. By the time they returned, it was quite late, and she went directly to her own courtyard. Wanyan hesitated, his thoughts unspoken, before turning to head towards the Zhuxian. "Princess, you have returned," Yunjin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Ji Lingyu and her sister. "Yes, you may all leave now. There is no need to fuss over me." "Understood." Once the sisters were alone, Ji Lingyu ensured there were no observers before entering her private space. After taking a bath, she prepared to practice the ancestral techniques of the Ji family. At that moment, she glanced up to see the frames of merit and wealth above her head, causing her to frown. She had busied herself all day, yet it appeared she had been cheated. Originally, she had planned to visit the Ji residence in a few days, but upon seeing the wealth frames, her impatience grew. Thus, donning her night attire, she exited her space and headed straight for the Ji estate. She did not take care to evade the hidden guards of the Jingwangfu, so Longshang soon learned that Ji Lingyu had departed the palace once more. In Longshang's chamber, Wanyan reported that the princess had returned but had left again, and this time, she was alone. Wanyan felt a twinge of anxiety as he looked at Longshang, hoping his lord would send someone to protect her. "I will go myself," Longshang replied, his expression one of resignation. "No," Yunhao interjected, "you used your internal energy yesterday, which has disturbed your seal. If you were to use it again and something happened to the princess, it would be troublesome." Wanyan also opposed the idea of his lord taking such risks. Longshang paused for a moment, then said, "It matters not. Had it not been for her, I would have perished 6 years ago. How could I have lived to this day?" But there is no but, she seeks me, your presence would only complicate matters. Could it be that the princess knows the identity of yesterday's visitor? Yunhao asked, puzzled, as their mistress was unaware that her master had awakened. Not necessarily. It could be 50-50, however, she must have suspected that I have regained consciousness, Longshang asserted. He pondered that her lack of evasion from the hidden guards might be a test to determine whether the person from yesterday was indeed him. He was not afraid that she would discover he had awakened and was afflicted by poison, but he was uncertain whether her feelings for Xingwang had truly faded or if she was merely deceiving herself. Even if he were to die, he could not allow it to happen through her, for if she remembered him, what if resentment were to blossom within her? Seeing that he could not persuade Longshang to change his mind, Yunhao suggested, then I shall remain with the carriage in that alley. This way, you will expend less internal energy. Very well. Longshang understood their concerns for him, yet he was not as fragile as they imagined. At that moment, Jiyu Lingyu had already arrived at the Jiyu estate. With familiarity, she approached the corner near the storeroom, concealed by the cover of night. Peeking out, she noticed 2 watchmen loitering at the storeroom entrance. Jiyu Lingyu pursed her lips. Was this not akin to announcing to thieves that there were valuables within? It was a classic case of "there's no silver here." She swiftly retrieved a cloth from her space to cover her face, then bent down to pick up a small stone from the ground, tossing it a short distance behind her, which produced a sharp thud. What was that sound? One of the men inquired. The other halted, straining his ears to listen, but after a prolonged silence, no further noise emerged. What sound? You are easily startled, he replied. No, I distinctly heard something fall just now. Enough, you check around. I am going to sit for a bit, this day has been exhausting. The last speaker settled down at the storeroom entrance while the first, undeterred, walked toward the source of the noise. Upon reaching the corner and seeing nothing, he turned to head back, only to be met by Jiyu Lingyu emerging from the shadows, swiftly striking him unconscious with a precise chop. He did not even utter a sound. Jiyu Lingyu supported him from behind, grabbing his arm and gesturing to the seated watchman. You were told to patrol, yet you refuse, insisting I come to you. How inconsiderate, yet I still thought of you when I had something good to share. Despite his grumbling, the man stood and approached her. Jiyu Lingyu dragged the unconscious watchman to the corner and discarded him, waiting for the other to approach. By now, she had retrieved a wooden stick from her space, and as the watchman drew near, she struck him on the head. He had no time to react before collapsing to the ground. Jiyu Lingyu stored the wooden stick back in her space, stepping over the fallen watchman to the storeroom entrance. Observing the copper lock on the door, she smiled and produced a wire from her space, easily unlocking it. Assessing her surroundings, she confirmed there were no dangers and stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Inside, boxes, porcelain, and scrolls lay stacked high. She casually rummaged through the boxes, discovering silver coins and medicinal herbs, indeed, all valuable items, revealing that her disreputable father had not refrained from accepting bribes. Jiyu Lingyu beamed with delight as she swiftly stored everything in her space, leaving not a single coin behind. Chapter 42. Didn't you already guess it? After collecting the items, she thought to herself that since she was already here, she might as well take a stroll through the Liu family's courtyard, as she presumed there must be a considerable amount of hidden wealth there. As Jiyu Lingyu reached the entrance and opened the door, she found the masked man from yesterday standing in the center of the courtyard, a smile radiating from his face as he gazed at her. She furrowed her brow slightly, then stepped outside, calmly turned around to securely close the storeroom door, locking it before finally facing the man. When did you arrive? Though the question seemed light and airy, Jiyu Lingyu's heart raced. Just as you went inside to close the door, Longshang replied, his tone cheerful, a fleeting glimmer of affection in his eyes. What he did not mention was that upon his arrival, he noticed someone who had been knocked unconscious beginning to show signs of waking up, which he promptly dealt with. This oversight was due to Jiyu Lingyu's carelessness. During her time in the modern world, she had practiced ancient martial arts and possessed inner strength. A single strike from her blade would suffice to ensure her opponent did not perish. However, in her current body, devoid of such power, the effectiveness was significantly diminished. Upon hearing his words, Jiyu Lingyu instinctively asked, "So you saw everything?" I only saw the person you knocked out and you when you came in and out, Longshang chuckled. He spoke the truth. On his way over, he had only glimpsed her back as she entered the room, and now he had seen her exit. He was somewhat curious about what she had done inside. Ji Lingyu let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, having closed the door, how could he possibly know what she had done unless he possessed X-ray vision? With this thought, Ji Lingyu turned her gaze towards Longshang, only to find him watching her intently, his gaze deep and penetrating. This made her feel a twinge of discomfort, and she shot him an annoyed glare. What do you want? Was she overthinking it? Why did it seem to her that he was teasing her? Seeing her growing irritation, Longshang refrained from further jesting and stated directly, "Did you not say yesterday that you would only help me with the antidote after seeing my sincerity? Do you think my sincerity is sufficient?" Ji Lingyu understood he was referring to the matter of Ji Chenyun and Shen Junbo being bitten by a snake. "Well, it's acceptable, but if you are unwilling to reveal your true identity, what if I end up saving a heartless demon or my enemy? Wouldn't that be akin to shooting myself in the foot?" Ji Lingyu feigned reluctance. In truth, she had already resolved to save him, as she possessed a space that accumulated merits and wealth. If she refrained from saving others, her space would never upgrade again. Her intention in stating this was merely to confirm her suspicions. Longshang sighed, exasperated. "Haven't you already guessed it?" "That was merely a guess. I cannot guarantee its accuracy," Ji Lingyu retorted resolutely. "Very well, since you wish to see, then for a enough, stop right there." Ji Lingyu. "Furthermore, I am no longer interested in seeing. You need not remove your mask. I keep my word. Come back tomorrow for treatment. I have matters to attend to today, so please take your leave." With that, she swiftly dashed towards the courtyard where the Liu family resided. Goodness, so he truly is the Prince Jing. Not only did he awaken, but he also referred to her as Yuer. While she did not feel repulsed, it struck her as peculiar. It seemed as though his calling her that established some sort of connection between them. However, they had only met 3 times in total, one of which he had feigned unconsciousness. What kind of connection could exist? Ji Lingyu felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Longshang watched her retreating figure, reflecting on how abruptly he had been cut off, feeling a sense of disappointment. Could she possibly still be thinking about Long Jun? With this thought, a wave of displeasure surged within him, and he called out into the shadows, "Where is Prince Jing now?" "Still outside the city," came the reply. Longshang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he murmured, "Is he in good health?" The shadowy figure dared not respond. "Go find someone to loosen his muscles and joints." "Yes." Thus, Prince Jing was ambushed on his way back to the capital from outside the city. Not only did his nearly healed wounds reopen, but his injuries were now worse than those sustained in the palace, a story for another time. Once Longshang could no longer see Ji Lingyu's figure, he recalled her irritated expression and left the Ji residence, returning to his carriage. "Keep a distant watch on the princess. As long as she remains unharmed, let her be," he instructed. Upon finishing, Longshang closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the turmoil in his chest. "Yunhao, does this mean that his princess is aware of her lord's identity?" Noticing Yunhao's lack of action, Longshang coldly stated, "What, do I need to formally invite you to proceed?" No, I will go at once," Yunhao replied, handing the reins to a shadow guard before swiftly entering the Ji residence. After Yunhao departed, Longshang opened his eyes, his obsidian-like irises shimmering with an indomitable aura and fierce determination. Since she was now married to him, she was his princess, and he would not allow anyone to jeopardize their union. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu had arrived outside the courtyard wall of the Liu family. She quietly approached the corner of the wall and surveyed her surroundings. Her night vision was exceptional, and with her heightened senses, she noted what trickery was the Liu family up to. Ji Lingyu pondered suspiciously. Could it be an illicit rendezvous? Good grief, wasn't her son incapacitated? How could she still have the audacity to meet with a man? Was she completely out of her mind? Ji Lingyu swiftly climbed over the wall to enter the courtyard, preparing to ascertain which room housed the Liu family's storeroom when she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Quickly, she hid behind a tree. "Manager Qi, the madam is waiting for you inside. You may enter on your own. I will keep watch outside." Ji Lingyu recognized the voice of Mama Xing. Shortly thereafter, a man's voice responded, "All right." The courtyard gate was soon closed, and footsteps approached the main room, followed by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" Lucia's voice echoed from within. "It's me." As the man spoke, Lucia opened the door and immediately threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "You finally made it. Do you know that Yunner has become a cripple?" As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, though her voice was kept low, as if fearing others might overhear. "Calm down. Don't cry just yet, let us go inside and discuss how this happened. How did he get bitten by a snake?" The man enveloped Lucia in his arms as they entered the room, and the door was closed behind them. Ji Yuling pondered thoughtfully, feeling that the man's voice sounded somewhat familiar, though she could not quite place it. Perhaps seeing his face would trigger her memory. However, she was here to seek out Lucia's hidden wealth. Returning empty-handed was not her style. Ji Yuling searched through several rooms in the courtyard, aside from the main house where Lucia currently resided, yet found no trace of her hidden riches. Could it be that Lucia had no personal wealth? Ji Yuling mused, but that seemed highly unlikely. Even if she lacked personal funds, the betrothal gifts from the Jing prince's residence must exist. When she had rummaged through the storeroom earlier, she had not noticed any containers meant for the betrothal gifts, indicating that they must have been stashed away by Lucia. Ji Yuling formed a bold hypothesis. Lucia's hidden wealth was likely in her own room. She glanced at the two swaying figures inside and, with a clever glint in her eye, smiled. Her scoundrel of a father was in for a busy night. Chapter 43. Do I want you to kill her? As Ji Yuling approached the window, she overheard a man inside heaving a sigh. With Yunner in this state, it is impossible for Ji Yushore to allow him to inherit the family business. We must think of a way. Lucia interjected, after all, Yunner is Shenna's biological brother. I believe he will never mistreat Yunner. It is only a pity for Yunner, who has become a cripple. At this point, she gritted her teeth and added, this must be the doing of that wretched Tang Ningqin. Otherwise, why would a mere child, just bitten by a snake, have one appear in our Eunice room so quickly? The man remained silent, lost in thought. Hearing this, Ji Yuling couldn't help but scoff internally. This woman was truly shameless, exhibiting a classic case of hypocrisy. Furthermore, when a person reaches a certain level of shamelessness, they can indeed invert right and wrong. Had it not been for her son and someone else releasing a snake upon Ruya, would she have dared to have a snake placed in her own son's room? This was simply a case of returning evil for evil. At that moment, the man spoke. I doubt it. The Tang family does not possess such capability. If they did, how could we have had the upper hand all these years? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuling poked a small hole to peer inside. The man's voice sounded particularly familiar, yet she could not recall why. She was determined to discover his identity. When she finally discerned the man within, she realized he was Chi Chong, the manager of their pawn shop. No wonder his voice felt so familiar. I believe this matter is related to the young lady, Chi Chong suggested. Ji Yuling, that wretch. Lucia exclaimed in astonishment. How could that be? She is so foolish, having been toyed with by me for years. How could she possibly? As she spoke, Lucia recalled Ji Yuling's recent changes since her return, and a hint of uncertainty crept in. Could it truly be her? Do not forget, she is now the princess of Jing, Chi Chong reminded. But the prince of Jing is now practically a living corpse. What significance does a newly married princess hold? Lucia dismissed. A dead camel is larger than a horse. Before his comer, the Prince of Jing was a figure of great valor. Although he is now a mere shell, his subordinates are all exceptionally skilled martial artists. Placing a snake in a room is but a trivial matter. Could it really be that wretch? Lucia seethed. How dare she? Her position as Princess of Jing was bestowed upon her by Yanger. She actually repays kindness with malice, harming my Yunner. I shall see her pay with her life. Ji Yuling nearly laughed in exasperation. It was astonishing that such shameless individuals existed in the world. Her daughter did not wish to marry into the Prince of Jing's household, so she engineered a switch with the original host, and now she claimed it was a gift to the original host. Such a brazen character, since heaven would not claim her, she would act as heaven's agent and eradicate her. At this moment, Chi Chong remarked, "Your agreement to Yanger's switch was not a wise move." He paused and continued, "Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, we can only deliberate long term." "What do you suggest?" Liu Shi inquired. Although Shener and Yuner are brothers, Shener is Ji Yushuo's son. What if one day he discovers that Yuner does not share the same father? Would he still care for Yuner? Chi Chong expressed his concerns. This Liu Shi momentarily found herself at a loss for words, having never considered this issue. If he does not care for Yuner, then we must rely on Yanger, but she has married the Prince of Xing as his concubine. She cannot act freely. What if the Prince of Xing forbids her from intervening? Liu Shi became anxious. What then for my Yuner? We cannot simply abandon him, can we? Therefore, we must bear another son. In that case, they will be true brothers and will undoubtedly look after Yuner in the future, Chi Chong asserted confidently. Liu Shi was somewhat swayed by his words but still harbored concerns. Chi Chong sweet-talked her a few more times before lifting Liu Shi and carrying her towards the partition. Since one of his sons was incapacitated, he would have another, allowing Ji Yushuo's son to care for his own. What a joke! Did he lack sons? What he truly lacked was a son to vie for the Ji Yu family's inheritance. Soon, the room was filled with sporadic gasps and ambiguous moans. Ji Yu Ling Yu, standing outside and eavesdropping, wore an expression of disgust. This man and woman were utterly despicable, even worse than beasts. The two of them, with their son in such a state, still had the audacity to engage in such activities. They deserved to be thrown into a cesspit for a cleansing. However, Ji Yu Ling Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She could certainly add some spice to their situation. She approached the door, retrieved a dagger from her space, gently unlatched the door, and quietly pushed it open. First, she glanced inside, then stealthily stepped in, stowing the dagger back into her space. Ji Yu Ling Yu produced a packet of aphrodisiac from her space and made her way toward the partition. In the throes of passion, Liu Shi and Chi Chong were utterly oblivious to her entrance. Suddenly, Chi Chong let out a roar, trembling, before collapsing onto Liu Shi. Liu Shi, clearly unsatisfied, remarked, "Does anyone still want more? Be good, let me rest for a moment before continuing." After speaking, he rolled off Liu Shi, only to see a figure clad in black and masked standing not far from them. Who are you?" Liu Shi, now aware of the intruder in her room, hastily covered herself with a blanket and asked anxiously, "How did you get in?" "Of course I walked in," Ji Yu Ling Yu rasped, casting a disdainful glance at Chi Chong on the bed. "What a waste." As she spoke, she hurled the aphrodisiac at the two of them. "Wretch, what did you throw?" Liu Shi instinctively cursed. At that moment, panic surged within her. If her husband learned of her infidelity, it would be the end of her. "Who are you calling a wretch?" "I'm calling you a wretch," Liu Shi retorted. "You truly are a wretch, otherwise, how would you betray your own husband?" Upon hearing this, Liu Shi felt a twinge of guilt. How did this person know she was not with her husband? Chi Chong, unaware of what the cloaked figure had thrown, sensed an ominous premonition and pleaded, "Hero, tell us what you desire. As long as you spare us today, we will comply with any request." "Anything?" "Yes, anything." At this moment, Chi Chong only desired to escape quickly. Should Ji Yushuo discover him, it would be the end. "Then, I want you to kill her," Ji Yu Ling Yu declared, pointing at Liu Shi. This, Chi Chong found himself in a dilemma. Being discovered by Ji Yushuo meant death, yet killing Liu Shi would lead to his own demise. Moreover, killing Liu Shi would not absolve him of his fate. Liu Shi, now aware of her precarious situation, began to plead desperately, "Hero, spare my life. I was wrong, I will give you all the silver I have, just please do not harm us." Ji Yu Ling Yu coldly snorted, "Then let us see how much silver you possess." Liu Shi trembled as she pointed to a small box on her bedside table. "This contains all my savings. I offer it to you, pleading for your mercy." Ji Yu Ling Yu opened the box with a finger to reveal some women's hair ornaments and similar trinkets. "Har, is this all?" Ji Yu Ling Yu mocked, "Your life is worth so little." "But I have nothing more." Liu Shi dared not lift her head, speaking in a low voice. "Your husband was once a chancellor, how could you not have a stash of private savings? Furthermore, where did the betrothal gifts for your two daughters go? Do not tell me you gave them as dowries." Ji Yu Ling Yu's voice turned icy, causing both of them to tremble uncontrollably. No, no, that was public property, it is not in my possession, Liu Shi lied. It seems you truly wish to die, Ji Yuling narrowed her eyes, a dagger now appearing in her hand. At that moment, the effects of the drug began to take hold. Both Qi Chong and Liu Shi felt an intense heat enveloping their bodies. Qi Chong, having previously taken an aphrodisiac, realized his predicament. He could not remain there any longer, or they would all be doomed. Thus, he urged Liu Shi, "You must speak quickly, money can be earned later, but if you do not speak now, we are all finished. Think of Yanger, think of Yuner, do you want them to perish with us?" Liu Shi, now suffering greatly, only wanted to rid herself of the intruder and gritted her teeth. "There, the valuables are under the bed." Ji Yuling was taken aback. Liu Shi had hidden her private savings under the bed. Just then, Liu Shi let out a soft, plaintive cry. At that moment, she felt utterly weak, unable to control her body, and began to moan uncontrollably. Millimeter. Qi Chong, already struggling to contain himself, lost all reason upon hearing Liu Shi's cry, and soon the two were entangled once more. Ji Yuling rolled her eyes, swiftly leaping onto the bed and kicking both of them down. With no one left on the bed, she lifted the bedboard only to discover a hidden passage beneath, complete with steps. After inspecting the area and finding no immediate danger, she descended. The space was as large as a room, filled with boxes, including those containing betrothal gifts. Ji Yuling thought to herself. Liu Shi is far more skilled at hiding things than her scoundrel father. She promptly stowed all the items into her space. Meanwhile, outside, Yun Hao, sent by Long Shang to protect her, observed curiously as his princess had been inside for quite a while. What could she possibly be doing? Driven by curiosity, he used his qi to fly onto the roof of Liu Shi's house, carefully lifting a tile, only to be greeted by the sight of two naked bodies intertwined on the ground, producing sounds that sent blood racing. Just then, his princess emerged from a hole in the bed. Chapter 44, Are you not coming down, waiting for this king to embrace you? Inside the room, Ji Yuling sensed that someone was watching her. Following her instinct, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Yun Hao. A sheepish expression adorned Yun Hao's face as he smiled awkwardly at Ji Yuling below, hastily rising to cover the hole with a tile. Recognizing Yun Hao, Ji Yuling, upon hearing the discordant sounds within the room, pouted her lips, descended from her bed, navigated past them, and retrieved a pair of disposable gloves from her space. She then picked up the discarded clothes and a quilt that Liu's people had left behind and exited the room. At that moment, Yun Hao had already returned to the carriage, his face flushed as he recounted the events in the room to Long Shang in meticulous detail. The shadow guard beside him wore a look of astonishment, while Long Shang's expression darkened. The audacity to gaze upon another man's form ignited a flicker of irritation within him. With a sardonic smile that barely concealed his displeasure, he fixed his gaze on Yun Hao and coldly remarked, "I tasked you with protecting the princess, yet you have neglected your duty. Return and receive 20 strokes of the military cane." Yun Hao replied, his face a picture of grievance. But the princess was not in any danger, was she? In fact, she had dealt with his father's concubine, he thought, though he dared not voice it. Still daring to argue. At another 10 strokes. Yun Hao fell silent, fearing further repercussions. Meanwhile, Ji Yuling poured several bottles of alcohol onto the clothes and quilt, striking a match and tossing it onto the pile. Instantly, flames erupted, engulfing the garments and bedding in fire. Ji Yuling vaulted over the wall, retracing her steps while shouting, "Fire, fire!" Outside, the doorkeeper, Granny Xing, was dozing off when the alarm roused her with a start. Upon witnessing the flames emanating from Liu's courtyard, her legs turned to jelly. She thought to herself, "This is it, the lady's secret will be exposed." With that, she hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed into the courtyard. The rest of the Jiyu family, who had been deep in slumber, were awakened by Ji Yuling's cries. Panic ensued as everyone sprang into action, fetching water and arming themselves, running back and forth. What caused the fire? Where is it burning? Granny Jiyu, supported by a maid, stormed towards the source of the flames. Her face a mask of fury. Jiyu Shoror and Jiyu Chenxian quickly arrived, urging, "A mother, do not go over there. Xian Yuan and I will handle it." At that moment, a steward dashed over, exclaiming, "Master, old madam, it is Liu Madam's courtyard that is ablaze. Granny Jiyu was taken aback, her composure faltering. Quickly, extinguish the fire. Jiyu Shor and Jiyu Chenxian wasted no time, hurrying toward Liu's courtyard. Meanwhile, Jiyu Lingyu, after making a commotion around the Jiyu residence, leapt onto the back wall of the estate. As she prepared to jump down, she noticed a carriage parked below. Furrowing her brow, she lingered on the wall, unperturbed by the absence of onlookers since the family had all rushed to douse the flames. Yun Hao, feeling quite awkward, smiled sheepishly at Jiyu Lingyu. "Princess, the master is waiting for you in the carriage." With that, he lifted the curtain of the carriage, and in an instant, Jiyu Lingyu's gaze met Longshang's inside. Longshang had removed his mask, his expression one of stormy ire directed at Jiyu Lingyu. She furrowed her brow, pondering his sudden change. What was this about? Did he no longer wish to maintain the pretense? And why, pray tell, was he so angry? At whom? Me? In the span of a heartbeat, she contemplated much. Longshang, observing her glare from atop the wall, found himself both amused and vexed. Why was she not coming down? Was she attempting to provoke him? Did she have the audacity to scrutinize another man's physique and still claim righteousness? Thus, Longshang retorted with irritation, "Are you not coming down, waiting for this king to ascend and embrace you?" Jiyu Lingyu mused, surely this man must be out of sorts. Otherwise, why such a temper? Hadn't he everything been fine just moments ago? Despite her thoughts, she leapt down from the wall and boarded the carriage, stating, "I would not dare trouble your highness." With the carriage at her disposal, she was not inclined to walk. Longshang snorted, instructing Yun Hao to set off, while Jiyu Lingyu, indifferent, closed her eyes. By the end of the day, she was indeed fatigued and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Longshang sighed, draping the brocade blanket that had covered his legs over Jiyu Lingyu's form. At the Jiyu residence, Granny Xing rushed into the courtyard and, despite the fierce flames, saw they were confined to the yard. She quickly grabbed a broom, attempting to douse the fire to divert others' attention. However, the flames only grew more ferocious. With no other option, she bolted towards the door, her mind racing with concern over the commotion. Why hadn't he? The lady and manager Qi emerged. Just as she opened the door, Jiyu Shor and Jiyu Chenxian charged in, colliding with her. Startled, Granny Xing fell to the ground. The others stood bewildered, questioning why the fire was solely within the courtyard, leaving the house untouched. Jiyu Shor felt a gnawing sense of dread, but amidst the cacophony of flames and chaos, he heard nothing. Jiyu Chenxian, observing Granny Xing's expression, grasped the situation and his face hardened. He had known since childhood of his mother's infidelity with another man. When he was young, plagued by loneliness and desiring his mother's presence, he had sneaked into her chamber, intending to surprise her. Yet, upon returning, he found not just her, but another man's voice accompanying hers. The painful sounds that followed were seared into his memory. Peering through a crack in the wardrobe, he witnessed an intimate scene he could not comprehend at the time. He had thought the man was harming his mother, but the look of pleasure on her face as she urged him on revealed otherwise. It wasn't until later that he learned of his mother's betrayal, leaving him bedridden with illness for days. As Jiyu Chenxian lost himself in those memories, the stewards had already extinguished the fire in the courtyard, and Jiyu Shor reached the entrance of the house. The door stood ajar. Though he did not enter, the sordid sounds from within permeated the air. Jiyu Shor's head buzzed, his body swaying dangerously as rage coursed through him. Kicking aside Granny Xing, he stormed inside, his eyes landing on Liu and Qichang entwined together. With a roar he bellowed, "Wretched woman!" Seizing a nearby stool, he hurled it at the two. Qichang, already weakened, could not withstand Jiyu Shor's fury. The stool struck him squarely in the back, and he collapsed onto Liu, rendered unconscious. The commotion jolted Liu awake, and upon seeing Jiyu Shor's murderous glare, she screamed and promptly fainted. Jiyu Shor cast a disdainful glance at the two sprawled on the floor before turning to leave. As he passed Granny Xing, he kicked her twice in anger, saying, "You wretched servant, I will settle this score with you later." Just then, Granny Jiyu arrived, having learned of the scandalous events within. Consumed by fury, she nearly spat blood. "How shameless! How dare you engage in such disgraceful acts?" Jiyu Shor ordered that Liu be confined to the ancestral hall until the full extent of the situation was clarified. Yet, Fearing her sullied presence would tarnish the family's honor, he commanded that Liu and Qichong be bound and cast into the woodshed instead. Gu Chenxian remained motionless, silently observing the absurdity unfolding around him. At that moment, a blooded steward rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Master, it's bad, it's terrible." Chapter 45, A Beauty Exceeding Blooms. Speak, Gu Shor commanded, his gaze icy and predatory. The servant trembled, his legs quaking. "Master, the storeroom has been robbed." "What?" Gu Shor spat blood in his fury, while the old matriarch fainted from the shock, plunging the Gu household into chaos. Meanwhile, Gu Lingyu, nestled comfortably in the carriage, inadvertently leaned against Longshang. Outside, Yunhao stifled yawns, having circled the royal residence several times, praying for the princess to awaken. As if heaven had heard his plea, Gu Lingyu opened her eyes. To her embarrassment, she realized she had been resting against Longshang. My apologies, I was simply too weary," she stammered as she sat up. "I am your husband," Longshang replied with a smirk. Gu Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. With a sigh of resignation, Longshang said, "I am your husband, my shoulder is meant for you to lean upon, there is no need for embarrassment, feel free to rest against me." Gu Lingyu blinked in surprise before letting out a soft laugh. She was perplexed by this sudden flirtation from him. At that moment, she pulled back the carriage curtain and peered outside, exclaiming, "Oh, we've arrived." Yunhao thought to himself, "My princess, we've been circling here for ages, and only now do you notice." Longshang merely nodded, "We've just arrived." He then addressed Yunhao, "Let us enter the estate." Yunhao, "Your Highness, how can you speak such falsehoods with a clear conscience?" Sensing something amiss in the atmosphere, Gu Lingyu instructed Yunhao to halt the carriage as she rushed towards her quarters. Observing her retreating figure, Longshang remarked, "The princess is to treat my ailments tomorrow. The current quarters of Qiulanju are too distant for convenience. Let her move to Baiboxian." Baiboxian? Yunhao mused, "Isn't he that right next to the prince's quarters?" Understood. The following morning, as Gu Lingyu awoke, Yunshu and Yunjin entered to assist her with her grooming and dressing, stating, "Mistress, please join the princess for breakfast at Zijushian." "Millimeter," Gu Lingyu replied. The sisters, noticing her calm demeanor, could not discern whether she was upset. Once everything was prepared, they knelt before her, apologizing, "We failed to inform the princess promptly of your awakening. Please punish us." Gu Lingyu hesitated, observing their earnest expressions. Seeing their sincere remorse, she waved her hand, "It's of no consequence, rise." The two maids exchanged uncertain glances, unsure if they had been forgiven or if it was merely indifference. They remained kneeling. Gu Lingyu chuckled lightly, "What, do you expect me to assist you in standing?" After a brief pause, she felt a sense of deja vu with her words. "We dare not," they replied. "Then rise, Gu Lingyu. You are loyal servants of the prince, and it is natural to heed his commands. However, I do not appreciate divided loyalties. If you cannot pledge your unwavering loyalty to me, it would be best for you to depart." Though she had not wished to voice such sentiments, she felt it prudent to make her expectations clear, especially as she would eventually leave the Jingwangfu. Both maids were taken aback, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Finally, Yunjin said, "Thank you, princess, for your understanding. We know what to do." With that, they rose and followed. Zijushian was a serene and elegant setting, perfect for a patient's recovery. Upon their arrival, they found not only Longshang and Yunhao present, but also Wei Shi and Wei Yingying. Wei Shi bowed to Gu Lingyu, "I pay my respects to the princess." "Millimeter," Gu Lingyu responded coolly. At that moment, Wei Yingying gleefully approached Gu Lingyu, grasping her hand, Sister Yu, come quickly, my father has awakened." Dressed in a pink silk gown and adorned with golden hairpins, she appeared irresistibly charming, making it hard for Gu Lingyu to refuse her. Everyone in the room instinctively turned their gaze towards Gu Lingyu, especially Longshang, whose heart raced with apprehension. Surely, she does not misunderstand the situation. He regretted not having clarified the matter with Gu Lingyu beforehand, yet this was not the right moment for explanations. I see that your father has awakened, Ji Lingyu replied with a smile. I am happy for you. With that, she followed Wei Yingying into the room. Yun Shu, standing behind Ji Lingyu, shot a glare at Wei Yishe, muttering under her breath, shameless. Wei Yishe immediately looked wounded, casting a glance at Long Shang. Observing Long Shang's unwavering focus on Ji Lingyu ignited her jealousy, yet she could not express it, clenching her fists in frustration. Long Shang, watching Ji Lingyu enter, instructed Yin Hao, serve the meal. Yes. Once Yin Hao departed, Long Shang gestured for Ji Lingyu to take a seat beside him. Ji Lingyu glanced around before sitting opposite him and inviting Wei Yingying to sit next to her. Long Shang remained unfazed, knowing that patience was key. He would wait for the day when she would willingly sit beside him. Wei Yishe felt awkward as Long Shang had allowed Ji Lingyu and her daughter to sit, yet not her. Long Shang, however, paid her no mind, his attention solely on Ji Lingyu. This caused Ji Lingyu to feel slightly vexed. Do I have something on my face? People are lovelier than blossoms. None can compare to you, Long Shang replied. Ji Lingyu was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly speaking sweet nothings to her in front of others, though she recognized his words as mere flattery? Repeated exposure had dulled her defenses, and she found his compliments strangely pleasing. Long Shang noticed her cheeks flush and felt a surge of joy. This scene did not escape Wei Yishe's notice, inciting a jealousy that nearly shattered her teeth in frustration. Why had he never looked her way despite her years of waiting in the royal residence, yet he was so tender with someone deemed a fool by the city. At that moment, the dishes were served. Long Shang personally ladled bowls of porridge for Ji Lingyu and Wei Yingying, asking, how does this meat porridge taste? Unable to contain herself, Wei Yishe suddenly knelt before Ji Lingyu, pleading, I implore you, princess, do not cast us mother and daughter away. I promise I will never allow Yingying to disturb the prince again, nor cause you any trouble. Please, show us mercy. As she spoke, she prostrated herself. Just days prior, the steward had informed her to pack their belongings, as another residence had been arranged for them. She suspected this was the doing of the eldest daughter of the Jiyu family, especially since the prince had yet to awaken and had been finding excuses to delay. Upon hearing that the prince had awakened, she hastily prepared and brought her daughter to see him, hoping to gauge his attitude and whether he was aware of the elder Gu's intentions to expel them. Chapter 46. If you continue like this, I will feel pressured. Upon hearing this, Long Xiang's expression turned cold, while Ji Lingyu, in stark contrast, smiled. She had yet to take any action, yet the accusation of wanting to expel the mother and daughter duo was leveled at her. Was this an attempt to frame her in front of Long Xiang? Alas, as she had no intention of keeping Long Xiang, how could she possibly fear such a baseless accusation? Casting a glance at Wei Yishe, she set down her chopsticks and lightly remarked, so you are Wei Yingyang, are you? One may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. When have I ever declared my intent to expel you and your daughter? Perhaps you have misunderstood something. If outsiders were to hear your words, they might think I lack the capacity for tolerance, unable to even accommodate the king's progeny. No sooner had her words left her lips than Long Xiang's expression darkened as he interjected, that is not the case. Ji Lingyu found herself perplexed by Long Xiang's meaning. Did he imply that her words were indeed true, or that she was not a person of tolerance? Consequently, she shot an irritated glance at him and queried, what do you mean by that, your highness? Do you also believe that I wish to drive away your concubine and daughter? Wei Yishe, however, turned pale, realizing that Long Xiang's not referred to her not being the king's concubine, and her daughter was not his offspring either. Previously, he had never bothered to clarify such misunderstandings, fearing it would sadden Yingying, yet now he was inexplicably setting the record straight for her. Wei Yingying was taken aback when her mother knelt and uttered those words. Was what her mother said truly the case? Was Sister Yu intending to expel them from the royal residence? But why? Was it possible that she was not truly her father's daughter? Tears welled in Wei Yingying's eyes at that moment. Long Xiang glanced at Wei Yingying beside Ji Yu Lingyu, feeling an unease within. Nevertheless, there were certain matters he felt compelled to clarify. In a gentle tone, he instructed, "Yingying, dear, go with your sister Jin and play outside for a while. Your father has something to discuss with your sister Yu and your mother." Like a little adult, Wei Yingying stifled her tears, nodding, "All right, Yingying will listen to father. Please don't abandon me." "Who said that father would abandon Yingying?" Long Xiang affirmed. "Yingying will always be father's daughter." Upon hearing this, a semblance of joy returned to Wei Yingying's face as she was led away by Yun Jin, and the others followed suit, leaving only Ji Yu Lingyu, Long Xiang, and Wei Shi in the room. After casting a piercing glance at Wei Shi, Long Xiang turned his attention to Ji Yu Lingyu, his gaze deep and earnest as he stated, "Yingying is not my biological daughter, she is Wei Shen's child, and Wei Shi is his wife." Wei Shi, feeling utterly humiliated, collapsed onto the floor. He had spoken, he had truly uttered those words, yet, Long Xiang paid her no mind and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events. Ji Yu Lingyu was taken aback. Was the situation truly as such? Her emotions were now a tangled web. Logically, this matter was of no concern to her, nor had she intended to remain in the Jingwang residence indefinitely, yet inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over her. Nevertheless, she found herself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent, allowing the master of the Jingwang residence to handle the situation. Noticing Ji Yu Lingyu's reticence, Long Xiang, unable to decipher her thoughts, turned to Wei Shi with a cold demeanor, saying, "Madam Wei, you may rise." Trembling, Wei Shi stood up. "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Princess." After rising, she lowered her head, remaining rooted in place while contemplating the possibility of staying. "The decision to have you relocate is mine alone. It has nothing to do with the princess." Ji Yu Lingyu pursed her lips, thinking to herself, "Why not clarify if you intend to move her out, leaving me to bear the brunt of this misunderstanding?" Wei Shi, however, gazed at Long Xiang with a crestfallen expression, pleading, "My daughter and I have resided in the royal residence for many years and have grown accustomed to life here. If you were to force us to leave now, we would be utterly lost in the outside world and unable to survive." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Xiang replied coldly, "You are merely being asked to reside in another courtyard, and the servants who tend to you will accompany you. You need not worry about your livelihood. I shall ensure that silver is sent to you regularly. As for your presence in this royal residence, it was manageable when I was stationed at the border, but now that I have returned, your continued stay here would be detrimental to your reputation." Upon hearing this, Wei Shi realized that her hope of remaining had vanished. Should she continue to plead, it would only serve to further alienate her from the king. Thus, she lowered her head, respectfully acquiescing, and slowly made her exit. After Wei Shi departed, Ji Yu Lingyu thought of Wei Yingying and raised her gaze toward Long Xiang, contemplating speaking but faltered as she met his dark, penetrating eyes. Her gaze flickered, and ultimately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, lowering her head to pick up her chopsticks and prepare to eat. Long Xiang, however, intoned solemnly, "This matter is my oversight. I did not anticipate that she would suddenly trouble you. You have suffered a grievance." Previously, when he was not in the capital, he would occasionally return but never stayed at the royal residence. He merely came to see Wei Shen's daughter and had not given this situation much thought, never expecting Wei Shi to harbor inappropriate feelings. He had always lacked interest in women. Even if he remained unmarried, he would never covet his brother's woman. Moreover, the woman he longed for was now his wife. "I am not particularly troubled, it's just," Ji Yu Lingyu paused before continuing, "how do you intend to explain this matter to Yingying?" Although Wei Shi's actions had incensed her, she held a fondness for Wei Yingying. If possible, she wished to shield Wei Yingying from harm. Long Xiang furrowed his brow slightly. He had no intention of concealing Yingying's origins. He had originally planned to explain everything to her gradually, but Wei Shi had ruined that. "Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately." Upon hearing this, Ji Yu Lingyu chose to say no more. After finishing their meal, the servants cleared the dishes, and Ji Yuling instructed Long Xiong to rest his arm on the table as she began to take his pulse. The moment her fingers brushed against Long Xiong's wrist, his body tensed instantly, and he even held his breath. Ji Yuling sensed the change in his demeanor and furrowed her brow. At that moment, Yun Hao and others were present, even Wang An was there, all eyes fixated on Ji Yuling's expression, anxious not to miss anything. Amused, Ji Yuling remarked to the onlookers, "Why do you all stare at me like that? Your scrutiny puts me under pressure." Despite her words, her demeanor bore no semblance of nervousness. Hearing Ji Yuling's playful comment, Long Xiong made an effort to regulate his breathing, gradually relaxing his body. Noticing that everyone was still observing them, he cast a disapproving glance at the crowd, saying, "What are you all doing standing around? Don't you have anything else to do?" We do. We'll get to work right away," the others replied, scurrying about the room in search of tasks, though their eyes remained glued to Ji Yuling and Long Xiong. Observing their antics, Ji Yuling went along with them. She understood that their concern stemmed from their worry for Long Xiong, and her earlier comment was merely an attempt to ease their tension. Time slipped by in small increments, unlike previous occasions when Ji Yuling had swiftly treated other patients. This time, she took nearly the duration of an incense stick to check his pulse, occasionally furrowing her brow or relaxing it. Long Xiong remained patiently still, allowing her to continue without interruption. Chapter 47, Severing Ties at Long Last. Ji Yuling let out a long sigh, withdrawing her hand from Long Xiong's wrist, and gazed at him earnestly, stating, "You have been afflicted by a curse." Upon hearing this, the others looked at Ji Yuling with expressions of astonishment. Their lady had indeed discerned the truth. Even Elder Chiu had taken considerable time to reach this conclusion, while their lady had made the determination with remarkable swiftness. "Then, my lady, are you able to cure this poison?" Wang An inquired cautiously, and the others watched Ji Yuling with rapt attention. Even Long Xiong held his breath in anticipation. Ji Yuling shook her head before nodding. "Whether I can dispel the poison or not requires further examination." "Then please assist our master with the examination," Yun Hao urged anxiously. Although Ji Yuling found Yun Hao's manner of speaking somewhat displeasing, she understood his urgency was not born of malice, so she refrained from rebuking him. "Conducting the examination is quite complex and will take some time. Furthermore, it cannot be done in the presence of others. Therefore, if the prince has any matters to attend to, he may wish to arrange them first," Ji Yuling explained. Having encountered curses in her modern life, she was able to identify this swiftly, but a curse was not like ordinary poison. It possessed a life of its own and required utmost caution. The immediate priority was to locate the source of the venomous creature, and she needed to ascertain her chances before proceeding with any surgical intervention. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a surge of hope, yearning for their lady to find a resolution. Yun Hao, more fervent than ever, insisted, "My master is unharmed, you may begin the examination at once." Long Xiong shot him a glare, silently questioning how he could possibly know whether he was well. Nevertheless, he too was eager to ascertain whether his lady could indeed assist him in dispelling the poison, so he chose not to voice his thoughts. Yun Hao chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had momentarily forgotten his station in his excitement. He had been ordered to receive 30 lashes the previous night, but learning that his lady had agreed to treat his master, he had pleaded for leniency, hoping to delay his punishment. Ji Yuling had no objections to this arrangement. Since Long Xiong consented, they could proceed with the examination now. The others, displaying keen insight, discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind them. Ji Yuling turned to Long Xiong, saying, "During the examination, I will require you to enter a state of slumber. What do you think?" "Very well, I shall comply with whatever my lady deems necessary," Long Xiong replied, adopting a demeanor of complete submission, which elicited a suppressed smile from Ji Yuling. Without further ado, she drew forth silver needles from her sleeve and expertly pierced his tranquilizing acupoint. Long Xiong soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Ji Yuling mused to herself, pondering the audacity of this man. Did he not fear the potential harm she could inflict upon him? As she mentally chastised him, she guided Long Xiong into her spatial realm. Little did she know, within Long Xiong's heart, he believed his life was already saved by her, and should she wish to take it, he would willingly acquiesce. However, he too was gambling, wagering whether her heart still harbored feelings for Long Jun after all. His time was limited. Should he lose this bet, it would merely mean an early conclusion to his wretched existence. If he won, well, then she would never be rid of him. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the GU residence, aside from the elderly matriarch, who was too enraged to rise, the remaining members of the GU family had gathered. Liu Shi and Qi Chong were bound and left in a pitiful state, Liu Shi having managed to drape a garment over her shoulders, while Qi Chong lay exposed, on the verge of death from his injuries. Additionally, Granny Xing trembled as she knelt, her forehead swollen and her gaze filled with despair. After being carried over, Jiyu Chenyun and Jiyu Shoro were unceremoniously thrown to the ground, the blood from Jiyu Shoro's severed leg staining the floor anew. He wept uncontrollably. "Father, it hurts, I beg you, let me go back, I am in agony." Liu Shi regarded her eldest son with indifference, then looked at her youngest son in disarray, her heart aching as if it were being torn apart. Jiyu Shoro had spent the entire night dealing with the theft of supplies, reporting the incident to the authorities and assisting in their investigation, yet, after a night of questioning, the officials had found no clues and could only depart temporarily. As for the missing items, Jiyu Shoro had summarized the situation, mindful that many of them were of questionable nature. Exhausted, he sat on a stool, glancing between the weeping Jiyu Chenyun and the bound Qi Chong, realizing the undeniable truth before him. These two were unmistakably father and son, and no blood test was needed to ascertain their relation. Turning his gaze to his eldest son, he looked at the face that bore his own likeness and felt a slight relief before directing his piercing gaze at Granny Xing, demanding, "Speak, whose child is the second miss?" Granny Xing shuddered at his words, and before she could respond, Liu Shi interjected vehemently, "Do not speak." Revealing this would spell disaster for her daughter Yanger. Granny Xing, initially prepared to divulge the truth, lowered her head in resignation. "Will you not speak?" Jiyu Shoro pressed, his voice laced with malice. "You are servant of the Jiyu household. Your contract is held here, along with the lives of your children and grandchildren. Do you not wish to save them?" Granny Xing, upon hearing this, could no longer maintain her earlier composure. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty as she struggled internally before finally gritting her teeth and declaring, "The second miss is the child of the madam and manager Qi. She might die for the madam, but she could not condemn her innocent children and grandchildren. I beseech you, master, spare them." "They know nothing," Granny Xing implored, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Liu Shi, upon hearing Granny Xing's words, erupted in a frenzy, shouting, "You lie! Yanger is clearly the daughter of the master. You vile servant, do you wish to bring ruin upon my Yanger? I shall not forgive you." She attempted to charge at Granny Xing, but her bindings rendered her immobile. Jiyu Chenyun continued to wail, "Mother, I am scared. Father, it hurts, please show me mercy." Yet Jiyu Shoro remained unmoved, his eyes aflame with rage as he commanded, "Bring forth this treacherous servant and strike her to death, this pair of illicit lovers, and this little bastard, cast them into the pond. Father, spare me. Please, do not kill me." "Woo-woo, mother," Jiyu Chenyun cried in terror, while Granny Xing quaked in fear, pleading, "Master, I beg you, spare me." Both Jiyu Chenyun and Granny Xing were on the brink of losing their sanity, with Jiyu Chenyun desperately trying to retreat while continuously begging for mercy. Liu Shi, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, "How dare you!" She struggled against her restraints, while Qi Chong remained as still as a corpse. Jiyu Chenyun maintained an icy demeanor, yet seeing Liu Shi's desperate struggle softened his heart. He approached Jiyu Shoro and knelt before him. "What do you intend to do?" Jiyu Shoro exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury at this rebellious son kneeling for the sake of a harlot. "Father, I implore you, spare her," Jiyu Chenyun pleaded, his voice filled with anguish. Jiyu Shoro, enraged, shouted, You stand up, I assure you, you will not prevail." Yet Jiyu Chenyun remained steadfast on the ground. Jiyu Shoro trembled with rage, "Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Stand up at once." His hatred for Liu Shi had reached its zenith. Had it not been for her, neither he nor Ning Qian would be in this predicament today. The betrayal she had shown was intolerable, and the revelation that both of his children were the offspring of a lecher was more than he could bear. Father, I understand she has erred, but no matter what, she is still my mother. I cannot stand idly by while she faces such a fate. I implore you, for my sake, spare her life, cast her aside and allow her to fend for herself, and I promise to sever all ties with her. In a desperate bid to save Liu Shi, Ji Yuqian uttered the harshest of words, but Liu Shi did not express gratitude for his plea. She glared fiercely at him, exclaiming, Ji Yuqian, you ungrateful wretch, you wish to sever ties with me, get away from me, I would rather die than endure such humiliation, I would rather die. Chapter 48. Who says you are burdened? Ji Yuqian knelt there, indifferent to Liu's incessant calls, not once glancing back at her. Ji Yushi chuckled in anger, would you rather die? You seem willing to do so. Today, I shall witness your resolve. He cast a glance at the kneeling Ji Yuqian and continued, since you wish for me to spare her life, I shall grant your wish. From this day forth, you shall sever all ties with her. She will no longer be your mother. Are you willing to accept this? At present, the Ji family boasted but a few descendants, setting aside the question of whether Tang's son was truly his. Even if he were, he had been cast out from the family tree. The only remaining heirs were this son before him and the eldest daughter who had become the princess of Jing. As for Ji Yuyang, she was not his daughter at all. She was the illegitimate child born of that wretched woman and her lover, utterly unworthy of the Ji lineage. The more Ji Yushi pondered, the angrier and more resentful he became. He had cherished that illegitimate child, while he derided what could very well be his own son as a bastard. He felt like a fool. Were it not for the desire to preserve his son's feelings, he would have taken it upon himself to rid the world of that shameless woman. No? I do not agree, Liu shrieked frantically. I refuse to sever our relationship. Ji Yushi, you coward, on what grounds do you accuse me? I was your wife, yet you cast me aside to take another, leaving me, the legitimate wife, to enter your household as a concubine. It is you who has forced me to seek solace in other men. Her heart brimmed with bitterness towards Ji Yushi, and she felt the weight of the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. She had expected a life of luxury upon marrying him, but she had been sorely mistaken. After bearing him a son, he had taken another woman as his wife, leaving her to languish on a distant estate. Ji Yushi glared at her, his face contorted with rage. You mad woman, do you not recall how our marriage came to be? Had you not drugged me, would we have ever been together? If I had not been ensnared by you, I would be living a blissful life with Ningqin. You should be grateful for the status of a legitimate wife. For someone like you, who rushed into a marriage, even a concubine's position is a high honor. With that, Ji Yushi hurled the teapot from the table at Liu, who, already weakened by her past experiences, was knocked unconscious by the blow. Seeing this, Ji Yuqian declared without hesitation, I am willing. Upon hearing this, Ji Yushi commanded a servant to fetch paper and ink, and he penned a divorce decree, ordering Liu and Ji Yuqian to be unceremoniously expelled from the premises. He then commanded that Qichong be thrown into the pond. Thank you, father, for your kindness, Ji Yuqian said, bowing deeply as he watched the mother and son being cast out. Ji Yushi said nothing further. In the span of a night, he appeared to have aged several years, turning away in silence. Meanwhile, in Ji Lingyu's space, she conducted a CT scan on Longxiang and discovered a Ji worm nestled within his brain, motionless at present. Ji Lingyu surmised that someone must have sealed the Ji worm, and if she were to extract it, the greatest challenge would be ensuring that it did not awaken during the procedure. Should it awaken, surrounded by delicate brain neurons, the consequences would be unfathomable. He could either fall into a coma once more, becoming a true living corpse, or perish outright. Nevertheless, despite the inherent dangers, she believed she could manage it for the future heir of the Ji family. The Ji family possessed a unique technique known as the phantom needle, which could instantaneously pierce acupoints and transform into an invisible needle. This would allow her to administer anesthesia to the Ji worm without disturbing it, thereby facilitating its eventual extraction. Having discerned Longxiang's condition, Ji Lingyu brought him out of the space and laid him upon the bed. She resolved to seize this opportunity to propose a divorce, intending to leave the capital with him once Tang's health improved. Thus, she employed a silver needle to prick his philtrum, and soon, Long Xiang awakened. Upon opening his eyes, the first sight that met him was Ji Yulingyu's exquisitely beautiful face. Awake. Ji Yulingyu smiled brightly upon noticing his consciousness returning. Long Xiang nodded but remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, reluctant to disrupt the moment. Noticing his silence, Ji Yulingyu instinctively waved her hand before his eyes. Are you all right? I am fine, Long Xiang replied, propping himself up on his arms and inquiring, was the examination completed? Yes, Ji Yulingyu confirmed, relieved that he was unharmed. She rose and took a seat on a nearby stool, pouring herself a glass of water. I wish to discuss something with you, she said, taking a small sip. All right, Long Xiang replied, a sense of foreboding creeping in, though he could not discern what Ji Yulingyu intended to say. If I can help you remove the poison, would you agree to one condition? Upon hearing that Ji Yulingyu could assist him, a flicker of hope ignited within Long Xiang. However, the mention of a condition caused an inexplicable unease to wash over him. He neither agreed nor declined, instead replying, what condition do you wish to impose? Speak freely. Ji Yulingyu believed her condition to be reasonable, confident that Long Xiang would acquiesce. I will help you with the poison, but once it is resolved, we shall divorce. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, turning stiflingly tense. Long Xiang's demeanor darkened, and he ground his teeth, asking, why? Ji Yulingyu responded, bewildered. In her mind, Long Xiang and she had scarcely crossed paths, let alone developed any feelings. She had assumed he would readily accept her offer of poison removal in exchange for a divorce. What was there to question? She could hardly confess that she did not harbor any affection for him, that her marriage was merely a means of securing a widow's status while enjoying the privileges of a princess. Ji Yulingyu forced a laugh. Oh, it's nothing really. I simply feel that we are not well acquainted and lack any emotional bond. I do not wish to prolong. Do you still harbor feelings for Long Jun? He is not your true match. Ji Yulingyu had intended to phrase her thoughts delicately, but unexpectedly, Long Xiang's abrupt interjection caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Once she comprehended his implication, Ji Yulingyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Who told you I liked him? Which of your eyes witnessed any sign of affection on my part? Ji Yulingyu believed she had been clear enough, but in that fleeting moment of surprise, Long Xiang interpreted her silence as a sign of deceit. He darkened his countenance and pressed, if you do not like him, why pursue a divorce? Here we go again. Ji Yulingyu found herself at a loss for words. Is it impossible for me to divorce you simply because I do not like him? What kind of absurdity is that? Besides, there are countless men in this world. Why must I be enamored with a scoundrel? Long Xiang longed to remind her that she had indeed once held feelings for him, pursuing him shamelessly. However, seeing Ji Yulingyu's displeased expression, he opted for silence, wishing to avoid further conflict. Noticing Long Xiang's sudden quietude, Ji Yulingyu pressed on, consider this carefully, it is undoubtedly advantageous for you. Not only can you rid yourself of my troublesome presence, but you will also be free of the poison. What is there to lose? Who says you are a burden? Long Xiang could not help but glare at Ji Yulingyu. She was, in truth, the person he cherished most dearly, the one he could never bear to harm. How could she be anything but a treasure? Chapter 49. Did you not hear what I said? Must I repeat myself? Long Xiang's thoughts were inscrutable to Ji Yulingyu. Observing their apparent inability to communicate, she decided to provoke him a little, thinking it might yield results. Is it not a bother? Or is it that you are fond of someone else? Indeed. Ji Yulingyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing his response. Goodness, could it be true? She had merely spoken offhandedly. The last thing she desired was to become Long Xiang's princess. If he were to perish, she could assume the role of a widow, with no one to contest her claim to the throne, thus avoiding the competition with other women for his affections. Yet, he remained alive and well. Consequently, her presence in the royal residence became untenable. During his unconscious state, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress had been wary of him. Now that he had awakened, the Jing Wangfu was surely a far more perilous place. Seeing her not only displeased but also seemingly anxious, Longshang felt a pang of disappointment. He sighed inwardly, realizing he had been too hasty. It appeared he must proceed with caution, lest he truly frighten her away. He softened his tone and said, "Very well, I shall cease my teasing. Our union was decreed by His Majesty. Obtaining a divorce is not a trivial matter. First, we must seek the Emperor's decree, followed by an examination by the Imperial Clan Affairs Office, which will determine whether the divorce is permissible. Furthermore, all gifts bestowed by the Emperor must be returned." "What gifts must be returned?" Ji Lingyu exclaimed in astonishment. The treasures granted by Emperor Qianqi had long been utilized to enhance her spatial abilities. How could she possibly return them? Was this not a cruel predicament? Her expression fell into one of dejection. Longshang misinterpreted her demeanor, believing she was simply reluctant to relinquish the gifts. This realization brought him a sense of joy. The little one had desires. This provided him with an excuse to avoid a divorce and afforded him more opportunities to be in her presence. He was confident that, given sufficient time together, she would inevitably come to appreciate him. Clearing his throat, he stated, "A royal protocol is such. I have no choice in the matter. However, aside from the divorce, what conditions might you propose?" "I shall grant any request within my power." Ji Lingyu shot him a glare, pondering that Emperor Qianqi still owed her a condition. Perhaps she could leverage that to obtain a divorce decree. Yet, considering the return of the bestowed gifts, she sighed. It seemed she would have to wait for a more opportune moment. Even if she managed to secure a divorce decree, she had nothing to return to the Emperor. Had she known earlier, she would have demanded several conditions from him, thus establishing both the terms for the decree and the exemption from returning gifts. Alas! Ji Lingyu sighed once more, then looked at Longshang and declared, 100,000 taels of silver." Since a divorce was no longer feasible, who could predict what other events might unfold? Given the considerable risk she was undertaking, asking for 100,000 taels seemed quite reasonable. "Agreed." Longshang readily acquiesced, a smile gracing his features. For him, 100,000 taels was a trifling sum. Securing her presence was worth far more. He would gladly part with all his possessions if it meant keeping her by his side. Observing Longshang's unwavering agreement, Ji Lingyu felt as though she had overlooked something, yet she could not grasp what it was. When faced with uncertainties, she preferred to set them aside, believing that clarity would eventually emerge in due time. Having settled the terms, she recalled that the use of the phantom divine needle required internal energy. The ancient martial arts she had learned in her previous life would likely come back to her quickly with practice. Hence, she turned to Longshang and said, "My lord, please take some time to prepare and delegate the necessary. I, too, must make my arrangements, and once I am ready, I will inform you." Longshang complied with her wishes, agreeing to everything she proposed. After their discussion, Ji Lingyu felt there was nothing more to say and stood to take her leave. At that moment, Yunhao and Wangen were eavesdropping at the door, and when Ji Lingyu opened it, they stumbled inside. Unable to regain their balance, they exchanged awkward smiles and hurriedly got to their feet. Ji Lingyu cast a dispassionate glance their way before departing, while Yunshu and Yunjin laughed and quickly followed her. Once Ji Lingyu had left, Yunhao excitedly inquired, "My lord, can the princess truly cure your poison?" Longshang snorted derisively, "Did you not hear what I said? Must I repeat myself?" Though his words were brusque, his spirits were high. After all, he had managed to keep her with him, at least for the time being. Not long after Ji Lingyu returned to Chulan residence, Wangen arrived with a group of people. "Greetings, princess." Wangen's face bore a hint of discomfort, a remnant of the recent incident in which Ji Lingyu had caught him eavesdropping. At his advanced age, it was indeed embarrassing to resort to such behavior. Ji Lingyu noticed Wangen's expression, prompting her to feign ignorance of the previous events. "Uncle Wang, since Chulan residence is rather distant from Zizhu Pavilion, he instructed me to bring people to assist you in moving to Baibo Pavilion." Baibo Pavilion? Ji Lingyu frowned. Upon hearing this, Yunshu and Yunjin promptly began to assist Ji Lingyu with her belongings, while she took the opportunity to return to the Duke of Shenbei's residence. She needed to administer another acupuncture treatment to the Tang matriarch and inform her that she would be quite busy for a while. advising her to send someone to Jingwangfu should any matters arise. Upon arriving at the estate, she spotted Jiyu Shoror standing awkwardly by the door, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing her, a strained smile crossed his face as he hoarsely asked, "You've come?" Your mother, feigning ignorance of the situation, Jiyu Lingyu observed the toll the night had taken on Jiyu Shoror, and feigned concern as she replied, "Father, what brings you here? Has something happened? Why do you look like this?" Seeing Jiyu Lingyu's apparent concern warmed Jiyu Shoror's heart. It reaffirmed that his daughter still cared for him. You were right, blood relations. Among them were Jiyu Chenrui and the Tang matriarch, who were leading the group. The Tang matriarch donned a peach-colored dress adorned with embroidered peony patterns, her hair styled elegantly, adorned with a jeweled hairpin. Her complexion was rosy, and she exuded a vibrant aura, almost as though she had transformed into a different person. Jiyu Chenrui was dressed in a newly tailored blue robe, exuding an air of maturity, his posture straight, and a smile gracing his face, a picture of a young gentleman. As they chatted amiably, their smiles remained intact upon noticing Jiyu Lingyu at the entrance. "Sister." Jiyu Chenrui called out awkwardly, then glanced behind Jiyu Lingyu. Upon failing to locate the person he sought, disappointment washed over his face. The Tang matriarch, wearing a tender expression, remarked, "Ewer is here. Why not come inside?" Feeling significantly better today, she had taken the time to prepare and intended to personally see her son off to school. After giving birth to him, her health had been declining, and she had not accompanied him to the study on his first day. Thus, today, on his first day back after falling ill, she resolved to escort him herself. Everyone greeted Jiyu Lingyu with smiles. "I was just about to enter," Jiyu Lingyu replied cheerfully, glancing at Jiyu Shoror, who stood off to the side. Only then did Jiyu Shoror. The smiles on everyone's faces instantly vanished. "How unfortunate," Wen Xiu remarked. "Had I known, I would have consulted the almanac before venturing out today." The Tang matriarch shot Jiyu Shoror a look of disdain, then turned her gaze to Jiyu Lingyu, wondering why her Ewer was in the company of this man. Jiyu Chenrui's previously cheerful expression also turned cold. Surely she would not revert to her former self. Jiyu Shoror, equally taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the Tang matriarch and others, had approached with a tentative attitude, never anticipating he would actually encounter her. His face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. Jiyu Lingyu offered an awkward smile, attempting to explain, "I just arrived and saw her," as she left the rest unsaid, yet everyone understood. Chapter 50, That is not our home. At this moment, Chen Die approached with a carriage from the back door. Tang glanced at Jiyu Chenrui and adjusted his clothing, saying, "Get in the carriage. Otherwise, you'll be late for school." After that, she turned to Jiyu Lingyu, "You go into the mansion first. I will take your brother to the study and return shortly." "All right," Jiyu Lingyu replied and walked towards the northern marquis's residence, while Tang and Jiyu Chenrui headed for the carriage. Ningqin, Tang hesitated for a moment but did not pause, continuing to move forward, with Jiyu Chenrui closely following. Ruier Jiyu Shoror, seeing that Tang ignored him, called out to Jiyu Chenrui, "Can you forgive your father? I was wrong, I should not have called you a bastard." Jiyu Chenyun and Jiyu Yuyang are the true bastards. No, they do not bear the Jiyu surname, they are the illegitimate children of that vile Liu and her paramour. Jiyu Shoror became more agitated as he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving violently. Jiyu Chenrui halted his steps, yet stubbornly did not turn back. The tears in his eyes betrayed his feelings at that moment. He felt wronged, and he harbored hatred. He could not comprehend why, being his child, Jiyu Chenyun received his father's concern while he was treated with disdain and labeled a bastard. Now, the very man who had insulted him with such a term dared to claim him as his son while asserting that the one he favored was the true bastard. How could the world harbor such absurdity? Tang also halted, turning around to face the small, stubborn figure before her, her own tears streaming down her face. Her dear Ruya, such a tiny person, had endured so much suffering and injustice. All these years, as a mother, she remained oblivious to the pain he had silently borne. Even being called a bastard, she longed to slap this man hard, to make him repent for his actions, yet she ultimately restrained herself upon seeing his disgustingly vile face. Indeed, he had come seeking their forgiveness. If she struck him, would he not feel less guilt? if he wished for that, she would rather not acquiesce to his desires. Ningqin, that vile Liu, Ji Yushor choked out, she deceived me from the very beginning. Apart from Xianer, the other two are her and her lover's illegitimate children. How dare she? She caused a rift between us, made you bedridden for so many years. I have already divorced her and expelled her from the GU residence. Upon finishing, he gazed at Tang with deep affection. Ningqin, please come back, will you? You, I, and Ruier, let us reunite as a family and start anew. I promise to be entirely devoted to you, ensuring no one bullies you. With you married into the Jingwang's residence and the prince currently in a coma, without support from her family, her future will be challenging. As for Ruier, if he wishes to pursue an official career, it will be arduous without the backing of the GU family, but with that support, it would be much smoother. After speaking, Ji Yushor looked at Tang expectantly, hoping she would reconsider. Tang gazed at the man she once admired, now feeling revulsion to the point of nausea. Get lost, she shouted in anger, furious at this shameless scoundrel. The one who caused our estrangement was never Liu but you. You are not only foolishly filial but also profoundly stupid, unable to recognize the woman lying beside you. At this point, Tang's gaze turned icy. You have continuously called Ruier a bastard, accusing me of betrayal. Do you truly not understand? You merely wish to use this to manipulate me, yet, at that time, for the sake of the children, to shield them from scorn, I endured. Now that Liu has genuinely betrayed you, you have faced your retribution, regretting your actions, and thus you come seeking us. But have you ever considered that the harm you've inflicted on Ruier cannot simply be mended with a mere I am sorry? You needn't come here to lament, since you have already cast Ruier out of the GU residence and removed him from the family tree. I shall not permit him to return. As for me, I have escaped from my cage. How could I be foolish enough to return to the snare? Upon hearing this, Ji Yushor's face stiffened, disbelief etched across his features. Ningqin, are you truly this heartless? We still have 2 children, will you not consider their future and well-being? Fearing Ji Yushor might sway Tang with talk of her and Ji Yuchenrui's future, Ji Lingyu spoke gently. Father, I forgot to mention that the prince has awakened. My future will be taken care of by him, so there is no need to trouble you. Originally, she had refrained from telling Tang about the prince's awakening, wishing to avoid entanglements with the royal family. However, now that the prince had shed his disguise of unconsciousness, she felt it was no longer an issue to share. Everyone present rejoiced at Ji Lingyu's news, and Tang repeatedly exclaimed, "Wonderful! Truly wonderful!" Yet Ji Yushor's expression darkened. The prince's awakening seemed rather timely, did it not? He could not help but glance at Ji Lingyu, suspecting her of having done this intentionally. Ji Yuchenrui held back his tears, lifting his head to look at Ji Yushor, mocking him. Since you chose to abandon me in the past, now I disdain to be a member of the GU family. My future is not your concern. I shall protect my mother myself, so there is no need for your worry. And I too. Ji Lingyu stepped beside Tang and Ji Yuchenrui, placing her hand on Ji Yuchenrui's. He was still so young and should be carefree, unburdened by such matters. Tang looked at Ji Lingyu and Ji Yuchenrui with gratitude, her 2 children displaying such understanding. Her health was improving gradually, and her future days promised to be increasingly filled with happiness. What more could she desire? Ji Yushor glared at the 3 with a dark expression. You truly do not wish to return to the GU family? Ji Yuchenrui cast a disdainful glance at him. That is not our home. Very well, very well. Ji Yushor gritted his teeth, staring at Ji Yuchenrui. You shall not regret your words today. One day you will beg me to acknowledge your return to your roots. He was not utterly dependent on them. He still had Chen Xian. Since they were so ungrateful, they would face the consequences in due time. That day will never come. HMPH. Ji Yushor glared at Ji Yuchenrui and the others before turning to leave. Watching his furious retreat, Ji Lingyu felt contempt in her heart. He had never mentioned the theft of the GU residence, evidently wishing to keep it hidden. Once Tang returned, he would surely use her wealth to remedy the current plight of the GU family. His plans were indeed meticulous, but unfortunately, no one would fall for his schemes again. Tang looked at Ji Lingyu and quietly asked, "Yuer, is it true that the prince has awakened?" "Yes," Ji Lingyu nodded, smiling in response. Then Tang began to say something, but Ji Lingyu interjected, "Mother, let Ruier go to school first. Otherwise, he will be late. We can talk more when he returns." Tang agreed, acknowledging that this was not the place for such discussions. She led Ji Chenrui into the carriage, with Wen Xiu following along. Ji Lingyu and the others waited until the carriage had moved far away before entering the residence. Chapter 51, Who Enticed the Prince? At the entrance of the Prince Xing's residence, Liu, carrying the severely injured Ji Chenyun, struggled to arrive at the gates. However, the guards stationed there refused her entry. Ji Chenyun, suffering from an infected wound, had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Water, water," Ji Chenyun murmured, barely coherent. "Esteemed sirs, I beseech you, we are indeed the mother. Please allow us to enter," Liu implored desperately. "Begone." One of the guards sneered, glancing disdainfully at the prostrate Ji Chenyun and the disheveled Liu. "Our consort is the legitimate daughter of the current prime minister. How could you possibly be her mother, a mere beggar? Depart at once, or face our wrath." Seeing that the guards dismissed her entirely, Liu's anxiety escalated, and she cried out, "Kind sirs, we truly are who we claim to be. Please have mercy. If you must, go inside and fetch your consort for us." The guard, irritated by Liu's persistence and her insistence that they fetch the consort, was about to forcibly remove them when another guard intervened, grasping his arm. "What are you thinking? Do you genuinely believe she is the consort's mother?" the second guard remarked, taking note of the tattered clothing worn by Liu and Ji Chenyun. Despite their disheveled appearance, the quality of their garments suggested they could not belong to ordinary folk. "I cannot ascertain the truth, but she raises a valid point. If we refuse her entry and summon the consort, and should the consort deny knowing her, we may then expel her. However, if she truly is the consort's mother, and we dismiss her, the consort may hold us accountable," the first guard conceded, recognizing the merit in his companion's reasoning. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." After a thorough examination of Liu, he continued, "You shall wait here while I inform my lady consort." Thank you, kind sir," Liu replied, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Accustomed to a life of comfort, she had never endured such hardship, carrying the 12-year-old Ji Chenyun, who was already stout and now with a broken leg, from the Ji residence to the prince's abode had taken an immense toll on her. In this moment of respite, Liu's thoughts turned to the mysterious figure who had invaded her chamber the previous night. She felt a deep-seated resentment. If it weren't for his treachery, taking her money without providing the antidote and subsequently igniting the flames that led to Ji Shuo's demise, she would not find herself in this dire situation, and her son would still be alive. Her hatred brewed. If only she could uncover his identity, she would ensure he met a grim fate. Meanwhile, within the listening rain pavilion of the prince's residence, Jiu Yuyang sat bare, while Xinghua applied ointment to her wounds. She intermittently scratched at her inflamed skin and face, which bore a disconcerting array of crimson streaks. "Cursed physician, how dare he deceive me? Did he not claim swift recovery? Yet, my condition has worsened. Jiu Yuyang said, "If I encounter him again, he shall pay dearly." The family physician had fled after amputating Jiu Chenyun's leg, fearful of retribution. Jiu Yuyang, despite her desire to confront him, found him elusive. Xinghua, her head bowed, diligently applied the ointment, too afraid to breathe a word, lest she incur Jiu Yuyan's wrath. "Have you located the divine healer?" Jiu Yuyang abruptly inquired. "Not yet," Xinghua replied cautiously. "However, I have dispatched someone to inquire. I anticipate news shortly." "Good," Jiu Yuyang nodded. "It is imperative to find him promptly, or I shall be left disfigured." She dared not glance into a mirror, and had the prince been present over the past few days, she would have struggled to conceal her condition. Contemplating the prince, Jiu Yuyang asked, "What progress has he made?" "The estate is under tight surveillance. I could not gain entry, however. I have learned they are seeking a midwife." Xinghua's voice dwindled until it faded into silence. "What did you say?" Jiu Yuyang exclaimed, her gaze piercing into Xinghua. "A midwife? What business does the prince have with a midwife?" Realizing the implications, Jiu Yuyang's eyes darkened with malice. "Who is it? Is that wretched woman the one who has seduced the prince?" "I cannot say for certain." Xinghua quickly lowered her head. "Incompetent fools, you cannot even handle this trivial matter. What use are you to me?" Ji Yang glared at Xinghua, then commanded, "Go, find a midwife and arrange for her to be sent to the estate. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the identity of that wretched woman." "As you wish," Xinghua acknowledged. However, recalling the events at the Jiyu residence, she hesitated before adding, "Your Highness, there has been an incident at the Jiyu estate. What kind of incident could possibly occur?" Jiyu Yoyen's mind preoccupied with the implications of the woman's pregnancy, she dismissed the concern. "Surely you refer to the matter of the young master's leg. I am already aware." Xinghua frowned, poised to speak, when a loud announcement echoed from outside. "Your Highness, a lady and a young master have arrived, claiming to be your mother and brother. They are insisting to see you at the gate." "Who did you say?" Jiyu Yuyan exclaimed. Disbelief edged across her face. What was her mother doing at the prince's residence? Was she aware of her affliction and come to offer solace? Yet, if that were the case, why bring Jiyu Chenyun, who was still wounded? Surely, the guards had made an error. Xinghua, recalling the earlier claims, speculated that the visitors were indeed the lady and the young master. Having been expelled from the Jiyu estate, they likely sought refuge with her. The guard outside interjected once more, "It is indeed a lady and a young master with a broken leg, claiming to be your mother and brother." This Jiyu Yang was taken aback. It truly was her mother and brother, but what could they possibly want? Noticing Jiyu Yan's bewilderment, Xinghua hurried to inform her of Liu and Jiyu Chenyun's expulsion from the Jiyu estate, omitting the reasons for their dismissal. Jiyu Yan's temperament was volatile. Xinghua feared that her words might provoke her ire. "Are you saying my father has divorced my mother and expelled both her and Jiyu Chenyun from the Jiyu estate?" This was unfathomable. Her father had always favored her mother, and her grandmother was her mother's sister. Such actions were inconceivable, especially towards Jiyu Chenyun, a scion of the Jiyu family. "The information I received was as such." Xinghua spoke softly, and Jiyu Yang fell into silence. The guard, receiving no response from within, asked again, "Your Highness, shall I invite them in?" "No need," Jiyu Yang replied hastily. "Leave the rest to me. I shall handle it." Understood. Chapter 52. Is it still feasible in that regard? Jiyu Yang donned a garment, hesitated briefly, then retrieved a 1,000 tael silver note from a nearby box and handed it to Xinghua. "Please step outside and ascertain whether the individuals at the entrance are indeed my mother and Yuner. If they are, deliver this silver note to my mother and inform her that I am currently unable to venture out. Advise her to find a place to stay with this money, and we shall discuss other matters later." "Yes, I shall remember," Xinghua replied. Just as she was about to leave, Jiyu Yang cautioned, "Inquire discreetly upon your return regarding the reason my father expelled my mother and Yuner from the residence." Deep down, she harbored suspicions. She had once stumbled upon the fact that someone had been in her mother's quarters, but she had chosen to depart quietly without entering. Perhaps this was related, or perhaps Yuner was not her father's biological child. Otherwise, why would he have cast her out as well? At that moment, Jiyu Yang remained oblivious to the truth that not only had her mother been caught in an act of infidelity, but that Jiyu Chenyun was not her father's progeny, and neither was she. Xinghua hesitated momentarily before responding, "I understand." Meanwhile, at the entrance, Liu Shi gazed back at the guard who had just exited. Upon realizing that no one followed him, she anxiously inquired, "Young man, where is the concubine? Why hasn't she come out?" Another guard displayed a look of confusion. Had he misjudged the situation? The guard who had gone to report wore a complex expression as he glanced at Liu Shi and the unconscious Jiyu Chenyun, replying in a nonchalant tone, "Just wait." The other guard quickly approached and whispered, "What is the situation? Is it true?" The guard who had entered shook his head. "It's hard to say." The other guard found this somewhat amusing. What kind of answer was that? It was either true or false. How could it be hard to say? In truth, the guard himself was puzzled. The concubine had merely instructed them not to concern themselves with the matter, without clarifying whether the claims were valid. Soon, Xinghua emerged. Upon seeing her, Liu Shi assumed that Xinghua had come to escort her and her son, exclaiming joyfully, "Yuner must have sent you to fetch us." Without waiting for a response from Xinghua, she turned and made her way toward the prone Jiyu Chenyun, exclaiming as she walked, "Come help me. Yuner is too heavy. I barely managed to carry him here. We must hurry inside to find a doctor for Yuner." Having reached Jiyu Chenyun's side, she prepared to bend down and assist him. Noticing that Xinghua had not followed, she glanced up only to find Xinghua standing there, utterly astonished. Xinghua had anticipated Liu Shi's disheveled appearance after being expelled, yet she had not expected her to look this way. Liu Shi wore only a thin outer garment, was barefoot, and appeared disheveled, her complexion pale, hair unkempt, with blood at the corners of her mouth. Was this truly the same woman who usually adorned herself so splendidly? Liu Shi was acutely aware of her own disarray. It was a source of great embarrassment, however. Being in front of the prince's residence, she could not afford to lose her temper and was compelled to endure it. "You little wretch, how dare you look down on me? Just wait until we get inside, I'll show you. Hurry up, why are you still dawdling?" Liu Shi shouted impatiently. Xinghua quickly stepped forward, producing the silver note from her sleeve and offering it to Liu Shi, saying, "Madam, the concubine is currently unable to meet with you. She instructed me to give you this, so you can find temporary accommodation. We can discuss other matters later." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. She could no longer contain her anger at the entrance of the prince's residence, exclaiming, "How could my daughter possibly refuse to see me? You are trying to sow discord between us, aren't you? Just wait, I'll deal with you." Liu Shi shouted as she raised her hand, preparing to slap Xinghua's face. However, having not eaten or drunk anything since the previous night, and having endured immense physical and emotional torment, she could muster only a feeble swing. Before her hand could land, Xinghua deftly dodged, causing Liu Shi to lose her balance and fall to the ground, face first into the dirt, her teeth drawing blood. "Ouch! That hurts, you little wretch, how dare you evade me?" Liu Shi struggled to rise, sitting on the ground and spitting out blood. Seething with rage, Xinghua cast a cold glance at Liu Shi, saying, "Madam, I still advise you to take the silver note and leave." Making a scene at the prince's residence not only tarnishes the concubine's reputation, but it may also implicate the prince himself. If the prince were to become enraged, even if the concubine wished to protect you, she might find herself powerless to do so. Liu Shi glared venomously at Xinghua, gritting her teeth and hissing, "Are you threatening me?" Xinghua replied coolly, "I speak only for your own good. You should ponder this." With that, she placed the silver note beside Liu Shi and turned to re-enter the estate. Liu Shi watched Xinghua's retreating figure, lost in thought. She realized that a mere servant would not dare to act on her own accord. Xinghua's words must have originated from her daughter. A wave of bitterness washed over Liu Shi. It became clear that even in her time of dire straits, her own flesh and blood held her in disdain. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the silver note from the ground and examined it, noting that it was indeed a 1,000 tael note. A bitter smile crossed her lips. Her daughter had chosen to dismiss her with such a sum. In the past, she would casually purchase a piece of jewelry for her daughter that cost 100 or 80 taels, not to mention the more valuable items. Even when it came to her daughter's dowry, though she had not been able to match that vixen Tang Ningqian's lavish gifts, she had done her utmost to provide, ensuring it was not lacking. After all, when Tang Ningqian married, her family had generously bestowed a substantial dowry, while her own family had offered her nothing. Liu Shi glanced at her son, who lay not far off. Her immediate priority was to find a doctor for Yuner. Everything else could wait. With this 1,000 tael note, they would be able to sustain themselves for a while. With that thought, she took the silver note away and made her way to Jiyu Chenyun, struggling to lift him onto her back before departing. Unbeknownst to her, the two guards at the entrance of the prince's residence watched their retreating figures, their eyes glimmering with greed. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Jinbei's residence, Tang Shi soon returned, carrying a cloth bundle that appeared to contain books. Jiyu Lingyu, upon seeing it, assumed it was Jiyu Jinrui's books and thought little of it. Tang Shi summoned Jiyu Lingyu to her room and inquired about the Prince Jing's condition. Jiyu Lingyu understood that Tang Shi was not one to gossip. Her detailed question stemmed from genuine concern for her. Thus, Jiyu Lingyu answered openly, including details about Long Xiang's illness. Upon learning of Long Xiang's poisoning, Tang Shi was particularly anxious. However, when she heard that her daughter could cure the prince's affliction, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She gazed earnestly at Jiyu Lingyu, saying, "Now that Prince Jing has awakened, you both should live your lives well. I don't know much about Prince Jing, but I have heard that he once saved your grandfather's life. Previously, I harbored selfish desires, not wanting you to live as a widow at such a young age. But now that he has awakened, that is a different matter altogether. Moreover, compared to the Prince of Xing, Prince Jing is indeed far superior. I believe that being with him will not lead to your misfortune. Should he ever mistreat you in the future, just tell me, and I shall teach him a lesson. Our Duke of Xingguo's residence will certainly protect you. Having said that, I should have taught you these things before your marriage, but, here, she paused briefly before continuing, it is all due to my own frail constitution. Thankfully, it is not too late. It is always beneficial for us women to have a child by our side. As she spoke, Tang Shi reflected on her own situation. Though she had been cast aside, she was blessed with 2 obedient and understanding children. She felt a sense of fulfillment, yet she couldn't help but wonder about the prince's well-being after such a prolonged period of unconsciousness. Gu Lingyu regarded the cloth bundle, her mind speculating whether her mother had gifted her something like a Spring Palace illustration. Chapter 53. Are you certain he can wait until you find a doctor? As she hesitated whether to return the cloth bundle, Mrs. Tang remarked, I will not pressure you. After all, you have only just been married and the prince has only just awakened. You may take this back and peruse it at your leisure. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu felt she could no longer refuse and reluctantly accepted the parcel, saying, Thank you, mother. In her modern life, she had perused risk literature and viewed explicit films. Since her arrival in ancient times, she had witnessed reality shows, yet she had never encountered ancient Spring Palace paintings, which piqued her curiosity. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Lingyu commenced administering acupuncture to Mrs. Tang, informing her that this would be the final session of the treatment. Mother, I have matters to attend to in a few days, and I may not be able to return. If you require anything, please send someone to the Wangfu to find me. All right, I understand, you go attend to your affairs. Do not worry about me, I am doing well with Ruya. As Mrs. Tang mentioned Jiyu Chenrui, Gu Lingyu recalled his recent snakebite and said, I wish to find a martial arts instructor for Ruya. Firstly, it will strengthen his body. Secondly, should an incident similar to the one a few days ago occur again, he would not be entirely defenseless. What do you think, mother? Upon the mention of her son, Mrs. Tang felt a pang of affection. You are quite right, Ruya should indeed learn some self-defense techniques. The Tang family had always been a lineage of martial generals, yet Jiyu Shoro was a civil official, and due to her previous illness, this matter had been delayed. Once this was settled, Jiyu Lingyu withdrew the needles, just as when Xiu arrived to summon them for dinner. After their meal, as Jiyu Lingyu prepared to leave with the cloth bundle, Mrs. Tang instructed Xiutong to accompany them. It was still early, and as they exited the town North Marquis residence, Gu Lingyu intended to wander the streets with Xiutong, contemplating how to find some patients to examine. Her space awaited the accumulation of merit points for an upgrade. Gu Lingyu placed the cloth bundle into her bosom and, using the concealment of her clothing, stored it within her space. The streets were bustling with activity, vibrant and lively, lined with a plethora of vendors selling various wares. This was Gu Lingyu's first venture into the marketplace since her arrival, and everything appeared novel to her. As they strolled, they indulged in shopping. Despite having eaten, they purchased an abundance of snacks and trinkets. Xiutong's hands were overflowing, and even Gu Lingyu found herself juggling a candied fruit skewer in one hand and a fox mask in the other. Remembering the mask worn by Longshang, she found it amusing and seized the opportunity to buy one from a vendor. Your Highness, as she considered the inappropriateness of addressing the princess in such a crowded setting, Xiutong quickly amended, Miss, shall we find a place to rest for a while? I can scarcely continue. Xiutong looked at Gu Lingyu, who was walking ahead, with a weary expression. Gu Lingyu turned to regard the items in Xiutong's hands, feeling slightly embarrassed for having indulged excessively in her excitement. Very well, let us take a moment to rest. She scanned the surroundings and suddenly her eyes brightened as she pointed towards a nearby tea house, exclaiming, there is a tea house ahead. Let us go in for a cup of tea and rest our feet. Xiutong nodded in agreement, and they made their way to the tea house. Inside, the establishment was quite busy. Upon noticing new patrons, the waiter hurried over. Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you prefer a private room or a table in the main hall? Observing Gu Lingyu's exquisite attire, The waiter assumed she hailed from a wealthy family. Gu Lingyu replied with a warm smile, "A table in the main hall will suffice. We would like a pot of fine tea and a plate of peanuts." Her beauty was striking, and her smile even more radiant, drawing the attention of those around them. The waiter, unable to resist, stole a glance at her, his cheeks flushing slightly. After regaining his composure, he said, "Please have a seat, I shall prepare your tea momentarily." The two chose a table by the window, and Chutong set her belongings aside. Soon, the waiter returned with the tea and peanuts. "Here is your tea, esteemed guest," he said respectfully, placing the teapot down. "Is there anything else you require, madam?" "Please do not hesitate to ask." Gu Lingyu replied, "Not for now, thank you." "Very well." With that, the waiter departed. Chutong poured a cup for Gu Lingyu and one for herself, as they both felt parched after their earlier snacking. Just as they were about to sip their tea, a commotion erupted from upstairs. "Quick, hurry! Wu Xinyuan, do not frighten your sister." The cries from above grew increasingly urgent, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. "Make way! Make way, clear the path!" A man rushed down the stairs, cradling a 5- or 6-year-old boy, pursued by two young women who were crying and following closely behind. Gu Lingyu recognized them. They were members of the royal family. The man, holding the boy, was named Chang Jinyor, son of the Grand Minister of Rites, with his mother being Princess Chaoyan. If the original owner of this body had been a woman of ill repute in the capital, then he was the infamous scion among the men. The two women trailing him were his sister, Chang Xingshan, and his cousin, Long Yushi. The boy in Chang Jinyor's arms was Long Yushi's younger brother, Long Ruoxuan. Intrigued, Gu Lingyu stood to get a better look at Long Ruoxuan in Chang Jinyor's embrace. She noticed that he was clutching his throat, his expression one of great distress, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Gu Lingyu discerned that something was lodged in his throat. Just as Chang Jinyor reached the door, Gu Lingyu called out, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, including Chang Jinyor and his companions. Upon realizing it was Gu Lingyu, Chang Jinyor's expression darkened, while Long Yushi and Chang Xingshan also appeared displeased. "Gu Lingyu, what trouble are you stirring up now? Can't you see we are in a hurry? If anything happens to Xinyuan, I will hold you accountable." After hurling an accusation, Chang Jinyor attempted to push past her, but Gu Lingyu had already positioned herself in his path, obstructing his way. "He has something lodged in his throat, does he not? I have a way to save him." Chang Jinyor dismissed her claim entirely. He found it absurd that a good-for-nothing like her, who lacked any skills, would dare assert she could rescue Xinyuan. "Get out of the way. Our Xuanyuan's life is at stake, we cannot afford to listen to your nonsense." Chang Xingshan and Long Yushi glared at Gu Lingyu, panic-stricken as they cried, "Gu Lingyu, move aside, just because you married Prince Jing does not mean we fear you. If you do not step aside, and if anything happens to Xinyuan, I will report you to the emperor." The onlookers in the tea-house were captivated, particularly by Gu Lingyu. Initially, they failed to recognize her as the notorious good-for-nothing. They merely found her beautiful. It was only after others pointed it out that they realized the infamous good-for-nothing was indeed so lovely. Gu Lingyu understood they would not readily believe her, so she pointed. "They are turning purple, are you certain he can wait until you find a doctor?" "Even if we cannot find a doctor, what can you, a good-for-nothing, possibly know?" retorted Chang Xingshan angrily, while Long Yushi glared at Gu Lingyu, and Chang Jinyor looked down at Long Ruoxuan in his arms. The boy's complexion had turned a deep shade, indicating he was struggling to breathe, as if he might perish at any moment. "Xinyuan, hold on," Chang Jinyor gritted his teeth, then looked up at Gu Lingyu, saying, "If you manage to save Xinyuan, I owe you a favor. I will do everything in my power to assist you in the future." "Agreed," Gu Lingyu responded readily. "Brother," Chang Xingshan exclaimed worriedly, and Long Yushi's heart raced with anxiety. "Xinyuan will not wait for a doctor," Chang Jinyor added as an explanation. "If you fail to save Xinyuan, even if you are the Princess of Jing, we will not let you off." Chapter 50. For this posture is a trivial matter. Ji Lingyu detests being threatened. She cast a cold glance at Chang Xingshan and said, "If I were to save him, what would you do?" Save? Chang Xingshan was momentarily bewildered, but quickly grasped the implications of Ji Lingyu's words. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, "If you save Zwanger, I will definitely cease my harassment of you. How does that sound?" Ji Lingyu smirked with irony, "Your regard for me is of no consequence. Thus, I am indifferent to your threats." Chang Xingshan seethed with fury, glaring at Ji Lingyu with gritted teeth, yet found herself powerless to act. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu had chosen to ignore her, having instructed Chang Jinyo to lower Long Ruoxuan, before positioning herself behind him. She adopted a bow stance, encircling her arms around his waist, using a scissor grip, fists, and cloth to establish her hold. She first located the navel, placing 2 fingers upon it, while her right hand formed a fist, the base of her palm aligning with the previously identified pressure point. Her left hand wrapped around her right in a cloth-like manner, and then she applied force upwards and backwards. Chang Jinyo furrowed his brow, while Chang Xingshan and Long Yushi stared in astonishment. The onlookers were equally taken aback. This incompetent fool is utterly shameless. What on earth is she doing? The child is still so young, her actions are exceedingly unrefined. Indeed, it is utterly disgraceful. The crowd murmured, and Chang Xingshan anxiously shouted, "Ji Lingyu, what are you doing? Stop this at once." Long Yushi added with concern, "Let go of my brother, you might strangle him." She rushed forward, intending to intervene, but was halted by Chang Jinyo. "Cousin." Long Yushi looked at Chang Jinyo in confusion. "Sire, wait a moment," Chang Jinyo said with a complex expression as he observed Ji Lingyu, whispering, "Zwanger's life is at stake." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I doubt she would dare to do anything reckless. At that moment, Ji Lingyu was entirely absorbed in performing the Heimlich maneuver, oblivious to the commotion around her. Had she heard Chang Jinyo's words, she would have undoubtedly retorted, "What does it matter? He is just a little brat. I am merely holding his waist. What harm can I possibly do?" At the staircase on the 2nd floor, 2 men stood observing the scene with keen interest. "Your Highness, this Miss Ji does not seem to be the fool that people claim. It appears the King of Qing has misjudged her," one of the men remarked. The other man remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixated on Ji Lingyu, lost in thought. If Ji Lingyu were to glance back at that moment, she would recognize the silent man as the current crown prince, Long Xian. Suddenly, a small object expelled from Long Ruoxuan's mouth prompted Ji Lingyu to release her hold on him. At that moment, she felt a slight warmth in her wrist adorned with a bracelet, realizing that her merit points had indeed increased. Cough, cough, cough. Long Ruoxuan coughed violently, his lips regaining color and his breathing becoming significantly easier. Long Yushi rushed forward. "Zwanger, how are you feeling now?" Long Ruoxuan shook his head, and the Chang siblings breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. The crowd wore expressions of astonishment. So, she truly was saving that little boy. It seems that Miss Ji is not as incompetent as people have claimed. After coughing for a while, Long Ruoxuan felt much better. Though small in stature, he exhibited great decorum. He stood up and bowed to Ji Lingyu, saying, "Zwanger thanks you, sister-in-law, for saving my life." He had overheard the earlier remarks and understood that the person before him was the so-called fool of the Ji family and also the new bride of his elder brother. Regardless of her identity, she had saved his life. Observing the young boy's polite demeanor, Ji Lingyu affectionately ruffled his hair and said with a smile, "Since you have called me sister-in-law, there is no need for formality." Her nature was such that when others attempted to be domineering, she would outdo them in defiance. Conversely, when others showed weakness, she often found herself at a loss. Thus, witnessing the little Long Ruoxuan express gratitude brought forth a gentler side of her. Chang Jinyo was equally astonished. She could practice medicine. Nevertheless, he addressed Ji Lingyu, "I owe you a favor. Should you need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Ji Lingyu smiled, "Very well, I shall not hesitate to call upon you when necessary." Chang Xingshan and Long Yushi exchanged glances, each wearing different expressions as they regarded Ji Lingyu. They had not anticipated that this woman would genuinely save Ruoxuan. She seemed to have changed considerably, seeing that Chang Junior had spoken in favor of Ji Lingyu. Long Yushi stepped forward to express her gratitude. Thank you for saving Ruoxuan. I will inform my father and mother upon our return, urging them to personally thank you at the Jingwangfu. Ji Lingyu replied with a smile, no need for thanks, it was a mere trifling effort. Disregarding them further, Ji Lingyu turned to the nearby Chutong, asking, have you rested well? If so, let us return. I have rested sufficiently. Then let us go. With that, she gathered the items from the table and headed outside, while Chutong hurriedly picked up the remaining belongings, casting a glare at those who had previously spoken ill of Ji Lingyu before following her. Chang Xingshan, seeing that Ji Lingyu had completely ignored her, stubbornly declared, I will uphold my promise. At that moment, Ji Lingyu had already exited the tea house, and upon hearing Chang Xingshan's words, she replied coolly, it matters not. By the time Ji Lingyu and Chutong returned to the Jingwangfu, the lights had begun to illuminate the evening. Ji Lingyu led Chutong towards Chulan residence, but halfway there, she recalled that she had moved, thus, she redirected towards by Bo Xian. Yun Jin and Yun Shu had already arranged the interior, and upon seeing Ji Lingyu and Chutong return, they both approached eagerly. Princess, you have returned. Yes. Ji Lingyu smiled at them, thank you for your hard work. It was no trouble. It is what we servants ought to do. As they spoke, the two took the items from Ji Lingyu and Chutong. Princess, please rest for a while, I will fetch some water for you to wash up, and dinner will be ready shortly, Yun Jin said. Just then, Chutong let out a loud burp. Yun Shu and Yun Jin both turned to her. Chutong grinned foolishly, earlier I went shopping with the princess, and we had some snacks on the street, and now I am still quite full. Ji Lingyu chuckled, I am not hungry at all. You three go ahead and eat, just have Chutong bring me some water. Understood. The three exited, allowing Ji Lingyu to take this opportunity to enter her space, eager to check if her merit points had increased. She discovered that her merit points had indeed increased by 10, realizing that treating those unrelated to her had granted her that amount. Contemplating that Chutong would soon bring her water, she exited the space and sat on a chair to wait. Feeling a bit bored, she pulled out the cloth bag that Tang had given her. Unwrapping it, she found an illustrated book inside. As she casually flipped through its pages, it provided her with a more direct understanding of ancient erotic art. Observing the postures and positions depicted, Ji Lingyu could not help but exclaim, so, the ancients engaged in such wild pursuits as well. As she continued to look and comment, this posture is a trivial matter. I could manage that, this one seems a bit challenging, this position is quite good, I shall have to try it someday if I have a man. Ji Lingyu chuckled to herself, what is it like to stand in such a way? I can hardly imagine. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ji Lingyu assumed it was Chutong returning with the water and, laughing, called out, come in. Chapter 55, To Use Me as a Stepping Stone. How delightful. Just then, the door swung open, and footsteps echoed as someone entered. Just place the water there, I will wash up shortly. As she spoke, she turned another page, her lips murmuring, not bad. Not bad. The smile on her face remained unbroken. What captures your attention so thoroughly? Hearing the voice, Ji Lingyu was taken aback and looked up. Upon realizing it was Long Xiong approaching her, she instinctively closed the book in her hands, her expression betraying her guilt as she said, why are you here? How did you get in? Did you not invite me in? Long Xiong gazed at Ji Lingyu, curiosity piqued about what she had been reading. I thought it was Chutong, Ji Lingyu said, nonchalantly wrapping the book in the cloth she had used before. What were you reading just now? Long Xiong inquired, eyeing the wrapped bundle. A martial arts manual. Ji Lingyu feigned indifference, adding silently in her heart, yes, a manual for the two of us to cultivate. Long Xiong recognized her deception, yet he chose not to confront her. Ji Lingyu, disregarding whether he had guessed her secret, looked at Long Xiong standing there and cautioned, you should refrain from using your internal energy. Once the Ji worms awaken, matters will become troublesome. Upon hearing Ji Yulingyu's words, Long Xiang mistakenly interpreted her concern for him, beaming, "You are worried about me." Ji Yulingyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Isn't that obvious? If you had died from the outset, it would have been better. Now everyone knows you have awakened. If you were to die again now, I might not even be held accountable, but who knows what they might say. Furthermore, I truly value my own life." However, Ji Yulingyu did not wish to dwell on this topic. She feared it would lead to discussions about feelings, so she shifted the conversation, asking, "Is there something you need?" Long Xiang sighed inwardly, wondering when Yu would comprehend his feelings. He thought this but dared not press the issue, simply stating, "As someone from the palace came today, father wishes for me to visit tomorrow." "Your visit to the palace has nothing to do with me, does it?" Ji Yulingyu replied, appearing disinterested as she poured herself a glass of water and began to drink. Long Xiang shook his head helplessly. She was so blatantly dismissive, not even attempting to feign interest. "It doesn't concern you, but the Empress also sent word, summoning you to the palace." "Not going." "I am ill," Ji Yulingyu retorted without a moment's hesitation. It was easy to guess the Empress's intentions for summoning her to the palace. She merely wished to extract information regarding Long Xiang's awakening. Not to mention, even if she knew something, why would she share it? Did she truly think she had feelings for that scoundrel son of hers? Long Xiang chuckled lightly, saying, "Feigning illness is fine, but you cannot do so indefinitely. If she wishes to see you, she will find reasons to compel you. It would be better to meet sooner rather than later, and do not worry, I will handle everything. You take Yun Jin with you, and if she gives you trouble, send someone to find me." Ji Yulingyu pondered for a moment. He had a point. If the Empress was determined to summon her, avoiding this time would only lead to another. She could not keep pretending to be ill. Indeed, it would be wiser to face it sooner rather than later. "Very well, I shall enter the palace with you tomorrow, but what occurs once inside is beyond my control." So, Ji Yulingyu intended to convey that if anyone sought to trouble her, she would retaliate without mercy, for she had confidence in her abilities. With her medical skills and the precious space she possessed, if she were still bullied, it would be truly disgraceful. However, Long Xiang misunderstood, believing Ji Yulingyu was concerned for his safety. Thus, he reassured her, "I will come find you after I meet with father, rest assured." "All right," Ji Yulingyu replied without further explanation. At that moment, Chiotong returned with water, prompting Long Xiang to take his leave. Ji Yulingyu washed up briefly before allowing Chiotong to depart, then she entered her space to concoct some medicine before beginning her cultivation. Meanwhile, at a certain inn, Liu Shi had summoned a doctor to tend to Ji Yu Chenyun's injuries. The doctor, upon examining Ji Yu Chenyun's wounds, could do little more than rebandage them and provide a few prescriptions before taking his leave. Liu Shi had no choice but to take the prescriptions to the pharmacy to procure the medicines. On her way back, as dusk fell and the path grew desolate, an eerie atmosphere enveloped her, prompting Liu Shi to quicken her pace. Suddenly, two figures emerged from a nearby alley, blocking her path. Clad in black and wearing masks, their features were concealed from Liu Shi's view. "Halt, hand over everything of value, or it will cost you your life," one of them rasped. Liu Shi trembled in fear. "Masters, please, I beg you, do not kill me." I will comply. Trembling, she produced a few copper coins and some small silver pieces, carefully placing them on the ground. "Here, this is all I have." The masked figure sneered at the meager offerings. "Are you mocking us?" No. This truly is all my money. It is what remains from buying medicine for my son." To reassure them, Liu Shi even lifted the medicine pouch for their inspection. "You refuse to heed our warning," the man declared as he lunged toward Liu Shi. In that moment, Liu Shi, an unarmed woman, stood no chance against two men, especially those trained in combat. Before she could utter a sound, she was knocked unconscious. The assailants wasted no time, rifling through her belongings, ultimately discovering several banknotes concealed within her new shoes. TCH. One of them removed his mask and spat at Liu Shi. "What a disgrace. How dare you be so brazen?" Had they not witnessed her receiving 1,000 taels note earlier, they might have been fooled. "Let us go, we must leave before we are discovered," urged the other. With that, they disappeared into the night, leaving Liu Shi sprawled alone on the street. A beggar, who had been sleeping around the corner, witnessed the entire scene, after waiting for some time, and seeing the assailants had not returned, he bravely approached Liu Shi. He placed his hand beneath her nose to check for breath and, upon finding she was still alive, chuckled, alive. With that, he hoisted her up and hurried away. Ultimately, Liu Shi was discovered in a dilapidated temple, but by then, she had succumbed, her body stripped bare and marred by the evidence of violation. This was a tragic aftermath. The following morning, Ji Yulingyu emerged from her space after a refreshing bath. After dining, she set out for the palace with Yunjin and Longxiang in a carriage. As they parted, Longxiang reminded Ji Yulingyu in front of the palace maids, "Stay safe. If anything arises, let Yunjin find me. I will come to you after meeting with father." "Rest assured," Ji Yulingyu replied with a gentle smile, as though they were a loving couple. The palace maids, intimidated by Longxiang's presence, kept their heads bowed, astonished at how well he seemed to get along with the newly awakened prince. Longxiang was accompanied by a wheelchair, pushed by Yunhao as they made their way to the study, while Ji Yulingyu and Yunjin were escorted by a maid from the Empress's palace to Qingwan Palace. Upon arriving at Qingwan Palace, the maid instructed Ji Yulingyu and Yunjin to wait outside while she went in to report. Soon, Mama Jin emerged, her gaze lingering on Ji Yulingyu, who appeared even more radiant than their last encounter, leaving her to reflect on the prince's poor judgment. The Empress was well aware of Liu Shi's dismissal and had expressed her outrage at the time. Not only had her son's promising union been ruined, but he had ended up marrying a bastard child, which was infuriating. Mama Jin bowed to Ji Yulingyu. "This old servant pays her respects to the princess." "You are too kind, Mama Jin," Ji Yulingyu replied with a smile. "Please, follow me," Mama Jin gestured. "Very well." As Yunjin attempted to accompany her, Mama Jin stopped her, saying, "The Empress has instructed that only the princess may enter." Ji Yulingyu furrowed her brow. "You stay here. If I do not return within a stick of incense, go find the prince." With that, she followed Mama Jin inside. Yunjin watched Ji Yulingyu's retreating figure, worry etched on her face. Once inside the hall, Ji Yulingyu found Empress Shen reclining on a soft couch, a maid attending to her temples. Upon seeing Ji Yulingyu enter, the Empress's brow creased slightly. Ji Yulingyu bowed respectfully. "Daughter-in-law pays her respects to Mother Empress." Empress Shen waved her hand, signaling the maid to withdraw, forcing a faint smile. "Our Yuer has arrived. Come, sit." "Yes." Ji Yulingyu rose and took a seat at a respectful distance. Empress Shen regarded her and said with a smile, "Have you been comfortable residing in the prince's residence?" "Quite well," Ji Yulingyu replied. The Empress nodded. "I have heard that Xiang'er has awakened. This brings me great relief. You have endured much hardship due to Jun'er in the past. Now that Xiang'er has awakened, let bygones be bygones." At these words, Ji Yulingyu's eyes flickered, though she remained silent. "I never brought it up. You are the one incessantly discussing your scoundrel son," Ji Yulingyu thought. Seeing Ji Yulingyu's lack of response, Empress Shen continued, "Xiang'er is no longer a child. You both ought to consider having a child soon." Ji Yulingyu still did not reply, simply listening quietly. Empress Shen, noticing Ji Yulingyu's demeanor, became puzzled. If she held any feelings for her son, she would surely feel aggrieved at this moment, yet this foolish girl appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that she genuinely harbored feelings for the prince? But that could not be. He had only just awakened. Had they perhaps known each other previously, or was it possible that the prince had never truly been comatose, but had deceived them all along? Contemplating this, Empress Shen sighed and continued, "I wonder how Xiang'er is faring now. Previously, his ailments were treated by external doctors, but now that it concerns the royal lineage, it would be best for the imperial physician to examine him." Ji Yulingyu remained silent, her heart scoffing. This is clearly a ploy. "You arrange for no one to enter the prince's residence, yet wish to use me as a stepping stone. How naive of you." Observing Ji Yulingyu's continued silence, Empress Shen's expression darkened. Chapter 56. Is the queen also trying to find her a man? "When you leave the palace, I shall send 2 imperial physicians with you to thoroughly examine Xiang'er. It is best if all is well, but if there are issues, a person's fate should always be in their own hands." The Empress Shen's tone turned stern. "Your words ring true, mother, but I fear that the prince may not heed my advice, thus rendering your good intentions futile." Ji Yulingyu responded on the surface while secretly holding disdain for Empress Shen. If you wish to ascertain the health of Prince Jing, why not issue the order yourself? Why must you involve me? Little did Ji Lingyu know, Empress Shen also wished to command the physicians to examine Longshang, but not even Longshang nor those around him would listen to her. Otherwise, she would have dispatched someone during his coma. Regardless of Shang's agreement, this matter must be executed, the Empress Shen declared, dropping the pretense and speaking with authority. Ji Lingyu sighed, since mother insists, I shall comply. However, if the prince does not heed my counsel, I am powerless, for I cannot command him. Seeing her goal achieved, Empress Shen noted Ji Lingyu as somewhat perfunctory attitude, yet deemed the outcome satisfactory. Bring tea for Miss Yu, she commanded. As her words echoed, a palace maid approached with a teacup, but stumbled, spilling the tea onto Ji Lingyu. Though Ji Lingyu reacted swiftly, some water inevitably splashed on her. The maid immediately knelt in apology. This servant deserves punishment. I beseech the princess for forgiveness. Empress Shen scolded sharply, you foolish girl, if you cannot even serve tea, what else can you manage? Despite her reprimand, a thread of suspicion lingered in Empress Shen's mind. The individuals within her palace were meticulously trained, each astute and clever. How could one make such a blunder? Drag her away and administer 20 strokes, the Empress Shen commanded in a low voice. Your Majesty, spare me, the maid cried as she was taken away. Observing Ji Lingyu's damp attire, Empress Shen turned to Jin Mama, send someone to take Miss Yu to change her clothes. Although the weather is not cold, it is unseemly to remain wet. Thank you, mother. From the moment the maid splashed tea on her, Ji Lingyu suspected a conspiracy. It wasn't her own cleverness, but rather the predictable plot seen in modern dramas and novels that made her wary. She was curious, what scheme was afoot? Surely, the queen was not attempting to arrange a match for her. Ji Lingyu deemed it highly likely, as such plots often revolved around infidelity. She was eager to discover who the queen had in mind for her. Unbeknownst to Ji Lingyu, she had wronged Empress Shen. Even the queen herself was bewildered, questioning who had the audacity to manipulate her palace attendants. Jin Mama sent a maid to escort Ji Lingyu to change clothes, and once they stepped outside the empress's chambers, Ji Lingyu noticed the absence of Yun Jin at the entrance. The maid led Ji Lingyu to a secluded room, somewhat distant from the empress's palace. Princess Jing, please enter, I shall fetch you a garment, the maid said. Very well, Ji Lingyu replied with a smile, but her expression hardened once the maid left. Her suspicions were confirmed. The room was perfumed with incense, yet a faint sickly sweetness lingered in the air. After the maid departed, she closed the door, and Ji Lingyu tugged at it, only to find it locked. With a cold smirk, she realized she was trapped inside. Ji Lingyu retrieved a detoxification pill from her space and swallowed it before sitting on a stool, awaiting the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, after Ji Lingyu's departure, Empress Shen turned to Jin Mama. Have we interrogated anyone who dared to act under my nose? Empress Shen was genuinely furious. She had no intention of dealing with that incompetent fool just yet, as she still found her of considerable use. Mother, there is no need for questioning. Before Jin Mama could say more, a male voice interrupted, and Long Xian entered. Xianer. Empress Shen looked at Long Xian in disbelief. She never imagined it was the crown prince who had orchestrated this. With Jin Mama having withdrawn, only mother and son remained in the room. Why? Empress Shen inquired. Surely, mother has noticed a change in her demeanor these past few days. Empress Shen nodded and hesitated. Perhaps it is because your brother has not married her, which has affected her. Indeed, she too sensed that Ji Lingyu had transformed. She was no longer as impulsive as before and had become much calmer. However, she still perceived Ji Lingyu as a fool, believing that a few kind words could easily placate her, just as earlier. Thus, she did not take it to heart. Seeing his mother still hesitant, Long Xian recounted what he had witnessed at the tea house yesterday. You mean to say she possesses medical knowledge and saved the grandson of the Yu prince? Empress Shen exclaimed in surprise. In truth, she had already begun to formulate a plan. If what the crown prince said held true, she must prevent Ji Lingyu from becoming involved with Prince Jing. After all, not only was she Ji Shuo's legitimate daughter, but she also had the backing of the northern general's estate, which commanded the trust of the emperor alongside a formidable force of 200,000 troops. This thought brought her back to the matter of Long Jun's marriage exchange, causing her a headache. Long Xian's gaze deepened, and he whispered a few words into Empress Shen's ear. Very well, you shall handle it. Just be cautious not to let it reach your father's ears, Empress Shen said, pinching her forehead. I understand, do not worry, Long Xian replied. Simultaneously, in the imperial study, Emperor Chenji glared at Long Shang, saying, after being beside him, Jiao Ming quickly interjected, Your Majesty, it is vital to ensure Long's health. HMPH. Emperor Chenji snorted coldly, recalling that although Long Shang had awakened, he was still poisoned, and thus suppressed his anger. Did Xiao Lao not mention when the poison in your body could be resolved? He had intended to summon Xiao Lao to inquire about his fourth son's health after Long Shang awoke, but unfortunately, by the time he sent for him, Xiao Lao had already departed. He cannot resolve it, Long Shang stated coldly. However, I am not in immediate danger, so you need not concern yourself with this matter. Do not speak such nonsense. His inability does not mean that others cannot help. I shall issue a public notice offering a reward for anyone with medical skills to come and treat your poison, Emperor Chenji declared, feeling anxious upon hearing that even Xiao Lao from Yagu could not assist. His anger flared again at Long Shang's dismissive comments. Long Shang refrained from retorting, choosing instead to leverage this opportunity to uncover the mastermind behind the plot. Just then, faint voices could be heard from outside. Though quiet, Long Shang distinctly caught the words, Princess. Remembering Ji Lingyu was with Empress Shen, a sense of worry crept into Long Shang's heart. He turned to Emperor Chenji and said, If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he turned his wheelchair and rolled away, leaving Emperor Chenji staring blankly at Long Shang's retreating figure, perplexed by his son's erratic behavior. Chapter 57. An Eye for an Eye. As Long Xiang exited the imperial study, he spotted Yun Jin engaged in conversation with Yun Hao. What brings you here? Where is the princess? A foreboding sensation gripped Long Xiang. Could it be that Yu was truly in peril? Upon seeing Long Xiang, Yun Jin hurriedly explained, I was waiting for the princess outside the Empress's chamber, but one of the palace maids emerged, claiming that the princess's garments had become damp, and instructed me to fetch her a change of clothes. I thought to myself, how could the princess possibly have gotten her clothes wet? Fearing something amiss, I came to seek your presence. You shall procure garments for the princess. I will personally go to retrieve her, Long Xiang replied coldly. Should the Empress harbor any ill intentions towards his Yuer, he would ensure she faced dire consequences. With that, Long Xiang allowed Yin Hao to assist him towards Xingwan Palace, while Yin Jin hurried to the carriage to fetch clothing for Ji Lingyu. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyu, growing increasingly impatient, heard footsteps approaching from outside and promptly laid her head on the table, feigning unconsciousness. At that moment, the door swung open, and the palace maid re-entered, accompanied by a man. Upon seeing Ji Lingyu sprawled on the table, the man waved his hand and stepped inside, leaving the maid outside to close the door behind them. The newcomer did not immediately approach Ji Lingyu, but rather extinguished the incense burning within the room before moving closer to her, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion. Ji Lingyu, lying on the table, pondered the identity of this man and his intentions. As he remained still, she felt it prudent not to reveal her ruse of pretending to be drugged. Noticing her lack of movement, the man called out, Younger sister. Dismay washed over Ji Lingyu upon recognizing the voice. It was none other than Long Xian. She had anticipated that the Empress would merely attempt to disrupt her budding relationship with Long Xiang by sending a man to seduce her, but she never imagined she would be confronted by such a significant figure. Did she truly consider her so worthy? If her younger son was inadequate, she would send the elder son instead. As Ji Lingyu inwardly criticized the Empress, Long Xian, perceiving her stillness, assumed she had succumbed to unconsciousness, and spoke gently, Fear not, for today I shall claim you. Once the deed is done, as long as you remain pure and unblemished, I will grant you a rightful title. He then bent down, preparing to lift Ji Lingyu. What audacity! Was he intending to take advantage of her while she feigned unconsciousness? And what was this business of remaining pure? How could he speak of purity after such an act? In that fleeting moment, as thoughts raced through her mind, Ji Lingyu suddenly opened her eyes and swiftly produced a pouch of powder from her spatial storage, hurling it at Long Xian's face. Yu Longxian gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ji Lingyu was merely pretending to be unconscious. He had sensed that she was no ordinary woman. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the powder had already begun to infiltrate his nostrils and mouth. He barely managed to utter a word before collapsing with a resounding thud. At the same instant, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Ji Lingyu instinctively turned to the entrance, where she beheld Longxiang standing there, exuding an air of cold menace, his frosty eyes surveying the room. His gaze was filled with anger and concern. As he caught sight of Ji Lingyu seated there, he rushed to her side, anxiously inquiring, Are you unharmed? He scrutinized her from head to toe, fearing any slight imperfection. He chastised himself for being so careless. He had assumed that the Empress would employ Long John to lure Yue for her own purposes, believing she would not act against her. Yet he could never have anticipated Longxian's involvement and such vile tactics. Seeing the worry etched on Longxiang's face caused Ji Lingyu's heart to flutter, but she quickly regained her composure, rising with a smile. Fear not, he could never breach my defenses, not even if his parents were to conceive him anew. Upon saying this, she recalled that Longxian's father was also Longxiang's father, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. I didn't mean your father, please do not take offense. Realizing the awkwardness of her statement, she opted for silence, thinking to herself, I am not the one who should feel embarrassed. That honor belongs to others. Seeing her unscathed and even able to jest, Longxiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He chuckled helplessly before turning his attention to the unconscious Longxian, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Bring him forth, if he is so brazen, let him be cast into the sacrifice chamber where he may find suitable company. Ji Lingyu regarded him in disbelief, raising her thumb in admiration. Had she been in his position, she would have merely intended to send the palace maid to Longxian. It seemed her mercy had been misplaced. Now that Longxiang had taken such decisive action, she felt compelled to contribute in some manner, lest she appear amiss. At that moment, Yunjin and Yunhao entered, the latter carrying an unconscious palace maid, the very one who had escorted Ji Lingyu to this place. Yunjin rushed to Ji Lingyu's side, relieved to find her unharmed, and knelt to plead, I beseech you, my lady, forgive this servant for her negligence that placed you in jeopardy. Enough, rise, Ji Lingyu replied with a smile. Did you not summon the prince? She surmised that Longxiang's swift arrival must have been the result of Yunjin's actions. Otherwise, the timing would have been too fortuitous. Thank you, my lady. Ji Lingyu glanced at the unconscious Longxian and the palace maid, retrieving a porcelain vial from her sleeve and presenting it to Yunhao with a mischievous grin. This is for you, ensure you add it to their dose before they are cast into the sacrifice chamber. I guarantee it will earn them notoriety. Yunhao shuddered at the thought, realizing why his master was so enamored with the princess. They were indeed kindred spirits, vengeful and relentless. He resolved never to provoke her. The thought of Longxian's fate sent a shiver down his spine. With Longxian having cleared the area of onlookers, Yunhao and Yunjin easily escorted the two out of the side hall. We should depart, it would be troublesome if others were to arrive, Ji Lingyu remarked as she watched Yunjin and Yunhao lead the way. She took a few steps forward but, upon noticing the absence of footsteps behind her, turned to find Longxiang's complexion pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Ji Lingyu rushed to support him, her voice laced with concern. Are you unwell? As she grasped his wrist, she realized the seal had loosened, and the poison was beginning to take effect. Longxiang forced his eyes open, meeting Ji Lingyu's worried gaze. He wished to comfort her, but as he opened his mouth, a stream of poisoned blood erupted from his lips, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 58. Do not indulge in joy. Upon witnessing this, Ji Lingyu had no choice but to lead Longxiang into the spatial realm. Although she possessed a modicum of internal strength within her, she was still unable to fully utilize the phantom divine needle to its utmost efficacy. Nonetheless, she could slightly suppress the poison from the Jiu, albeit with limited effectiveness and for a short duration. Originally, Longxiang could have endured for a while longer, but given the circumstances, she had to expedite the antidote process for him while also intensifying her own cultivation. Ji Lingyu retrieved a silver needle and protected Longxiang's heart meridian, then commenced her efforts to suppress the Jiu poison. At this juncture, the hour was nearing the Sai hour, and with the palace bustling with people, it would not be an easy feat to transport two living individuals to the sacrificial altar. However, given her master's orders, Yun Hao and Yun Jin had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, they had allies within the palace. Yun Hao and Yun Jin first concealed the two individuals in a storage area. Subsequently, Yun Hao summoned two accomplices stationed in the palace to assist in disguising Long Xian with eunuch attire, darkening his complexion, while he and Yun Jin donned similar garb. In a manner both brazen and unassuming, they carried Long Xian and the maid toward the sacrificial altar. When questioned, they brandished Long Xian's royal pendant, claiming they had offended the crown prince and were thus punished, which dissuaded any further inquiries. Thus, they effortlessly cast Long Xian and the maid into the pigpen of the sacrificial altar, administering the concoction provided by Jiyu Lingyu, the eunuchs responsible for overseeing the sacrificial altar, upon seeing the crown prince's insignia, were more than willing to indulge in the spectacle. Soon enough, Long Xian and the maid regained consciousness, yet they had devolved into a frenzied state, resorting to their most primal instincts, engrossed in the raw display before them. Seeing that their scheme had succeeded, Yun Hao and his companions discreetly withdrew, instructing their eunuch allies to exit the palace as well. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Prince of Xing, Jiyu Yuyan became flustered upon hearing the news relayed by Xinghua. How could she not be her father's daughter? She could entertain the notion that Jiyu Chenyan was not her father's son. After all, he bore no resemblance to him, but she looked exactly like her mother. If she were no longer her father's daughter, she would not only lose her claim to being a princess but might even find it difficult to retain her position as a consort. No, she must seek her mother to clarify this misunderstanding. There had to be some mistake. She was undoubtedly her father's daughter. Thus, Jiyu Yuyang, accompanied by Xinghua, made her way to the inn where Liu Shi resided. After inquiring with the innkeeper, she learned that her mother had not returned since leaving the previous night, and her brother was still lying within the inn. As Jiyu Yuyang prepared to leave without finding anyone, she was intercepted by the innkeeper. At that moment, Jiyu Yuyang, veiled, was indistinguishable as either a lady or a maiden to the innkeeper, who could only say, "Amiss, given your inquiries about those two, they must be their kin. Kindly take the young man with the broken leg away, I shall waive the rent." The innkeeper was in a predicament. He had initially taken pity on the mother and child and allowed them to stay, but since the woman left, she had not returned. If the young man with the broken leg were to perish in his establishment, even if it were eventually proven unrelated to his inn, it would still tarnish his business. Jiyu Yuyang quickly shook her head. "They are not related to me." "Are you truly not related?" The innkeeper was skeptical. Would she seek them out if there were no connection? "Even if there is no relation, you must know them. Hurry and remove him, otherwise, I shall report to the authorities." The innkeeper remained resolute. Jiyu Yuyang trembled with anger. "You are unreasonable." Xinghua, feeling equally indignant, retorted, "And so what if we do know them? You cannot impose such unreasonable demands merely based on that." "Unreasonable?" The innkeeper scoffed. Having run the establishment for many years, he prided himself on his keen judgment of character. Observing the expressions of the two, it was clear that their connection to that mother and child was far from simple. "Since you deny any association with them, I shall have no choice but to notify the authorities. However, I must trouble you to wait a bit longer until the officials arrive to clarify matters before you depart." Upon hearing the innkeeper's intention to report to the authorities, Jiyu Yuyang was taken aback. If the officials were to arrive, their identities would be revealed. It mattered little if their identities were known, but given their current predicament, which was already disgraceful, if her disfigurement were to be exposed, she would be utterly ruined. After much hesitation, she ultimately chose to concede. "Very well, I shall take him away." The innkeeper sighed in relief and promptly ordered for Jiyu Chenyan to be carried out and assisted him onto a carriage. Jiyu Yuyang, hesitant to bring Jiyu Chenyan into the Prince of Xing's residence, was fortunate that among her dowry, there was a courtyard, to which she delivered Jiyu Chenyan and instructed Xinghua to send someone to locate her mother. At that moment, within the imperial palace, after successfully completing their task, Yun Hao and Yun Jin stealthily returned to the side hall where Jiyu Lingyu and the princess had been, only to discover that their master and the princess were no longer inside. They hastened toward the palace gate. Meanwhile, within Jiyu Lingyue's spatial realm, she had finally succeeded in protecting Longshang's heart meridian and sealing the Jiyu poison once more, yet she was utterly exhausted. In times past, such exertion would have posed no challenge, but her current state was a mere fraction of her former strength, and in order to restore Longshang, she would have to wait a while longer. She believed that Longshang would awaken soon, and it was prudent for them to depart the spatial realm first. Thus, Jiyu Lingyu exited the space, finding the side hall empty of occupants. She approached the entrance, cast a glance outside, and seeing no one, she quickly made her exit. As she was stealthily navigating her way, she stumbled upon the wheelchair Longshang had been seated in, which she promptly stored within the spatial realm. Unfamiliar with the palace and uncertain of her next move, she sought out a secluded spot, retrieved the wheelchair from the space, and then brought Longshang out as well. Having completed her tasks, she collapsed onto the ground, resting while awaiting Longshang's awakening. In the Queen's chamber, Empress Shen grew increasingly anxious as time passed without news of Longxian's return. However, recalling his youth, she reassured herself that a delay was to be expected. When Xianer arrives, I must remind him to exercise restraint in matters of the chamber, to avoid indulgence, lest it compromise his health, Empress Shen remarked to Granny Jin. Granny Jin chuckled, massaging Empress Shen's shoulders. Your Majesty need not worry, the Crown Prince is aware of such matters. I dare say he will not be long in returning. Indeed. Empress Shen nodded, mentally hoping that the foolish boy would refrain from causing any disturbances. If he were to attract the Emperor's ire, Longxian would surely face repercussions, yet, if he could successfully rally the forces of the Marquis of Xinbei, it would be worthwhile. At that moment, a palace maid rushed in, her demeanor flustered. Empress Shen furrowed her brow. What is the cause of your agitation? The maid, breathless, replied, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's attendant, Qingbai, reports that the Crown Prince has gone missing. What? Empress Shen sprang to her feet, her complexion paling. Wasn't Xianer in the side hall with that foolish girl? How could he suddenly vanish? Summon Qingbai to report back at once, Empress Shen commanded in a grave tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 59. Whoever touches dies. After the palace maid exited, Qingbai swiftly entered. Empress Shen regarded Qingbai with a frosty demeanor and inquired, What on earth is happening? Qingbai knelt down and replied, Your Majesty, when the Crown Prince arrived at the side hall, he did not permit me to follow. It was only when I sought him for a matter that I discovered he was absent from the side hall altogether. Upon hearing this, Empress Shen's anxiety heightened. What of the Princess of Jing? Is she not present either? Qingbai shook her head. There is not a soul inside. Empress Shen pondered if the Crown Prince had taken Jiyu Lingyu elsewhere. She could hardly believe that Jiyu Lingyu possessed the capability to incapacitate Longxian. Nonetheless, regardless of their whereabouts, it was imperative to locate them first to prevent any potential chaos. Quickly dispatch someone to search for them, Empress Shen commanded. Understood. As Qingbai prepared to leave, Empress Shen cautioned her, Be discreet. Do not alert His Majesty. I comprehend. After receiving her orders, Qingbai departed, and Empress Shen contemplated, Jin Suo, accompany me for a stroll. Her heart was unsettled, and she deemed it best to see things for herself. Yes. Meanwhile, Jiyu Lingyu sat idly, feeling both weary and drowsy under the sun, her eyes beginning to droop. When she heard footsteps and opened her eyes, she was surprised to see several concubines approaching, led by the favored consort L, who had clearly noticed her and Longshang. There was no longer any means to conceal themselves, and entering the spatial realm was out of the question. With Longshang still unconscious, if Consort L discovered his state, it would lead to trouble. In a moment of desperation, Jiyu Lingyu promptly sat upon Longshang's lap, engaging in a misaligned kiss with him. When Consort L and her companion strolled by, they did not expect to encounter the Prince and Princess of Jing. As they prepared to greet them and inquire about the prince's condition, they were taken aback by the sight of the princess behaving so indecorously with the prince in broad daylight. While they looked down on Jiyu Lingyu's lack of shame, a tinge of jealousy stirred within them for the affection she received from Longshang. Dear sisters, I believe it would be best if we refrained from approaching, lest we disturb this sweet moment between the young couple, Consort L jested. Though the others found it distasteful, they felt it inappropriate to voice their thoughts, for after all, they were married. Being caught in such a situation was merely a matter of decorum. They left, exchanging light-hearted banter. Gu Lingyu remained vigilant, and when she heard their footsteps fade, she exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Just as she prepared to rise from Longshang's lap, she was startled by the penetrating gaze of his deep, dark eyes. You are awake. Gu Lingyu stammered. She had been so focused on Consort L and her entourage that she had failed to notice Longshang had regained consciousness. Longshang pulled her into his embrace, his deep, sultry voice resonating in her ear. You are playing with fire. Gu Lingyu chuckled awkwardly. Just now, when Consort L and the others approached, I feared they would discover your unconsciousness. In a moment of panic, I truly did not mean to. Oh. Longshang replied, a mixture of exasperation and amusement in his gaze. Is it not that you sought to take advantage of me? Gu Lingyu widened her eyes in protest. Who wishes to take advantage of you? Even in dire straits, she would never impose herself upon someone in a state of unconsciousness, especially not in broad daylight. At that moment, she realized she remained seated on Longshang's lap, his hand still encircling her waist, her face flushed with embarrassment. Release me. You accuse me of wanting to take advantage of you, yet it seems you are the one seizing the opportunity, he teased. Well, you court me. Longshang's voice was low and magnetic, laced with temptation. Gu Lingyu shot him an exasperated glance. His audacity was beyond measure. If Longshang were privy to her thoughts, he would likely muse, what is the point of modesty when one can have a wife? Nevertheless, he released Gu Lingyu, wary of truly provoking her ire. He had awakened just as Consort L approached, yet when he sensed her presence, he could not bear to let her go, opting to wait until he was certain they had departed before opening his eyes to her. Gu Lingyu rose from his lap, her demeanor somewhat awkward. She cleared her throat and asked, shall we return? Yes, he replied, having already met with his father, there was no need to linger in the palace. Gu Lingyu nudged Longshang forward, following his lead as they made their way towards the palace exit. Midway, they unexpectedly encountered Consort L and her companions. After saluting Consort L and the others, she greeted, the prince and princess of Jing departing the palace. The others regarded Gu Lingyu with expressions of intrigue. Gu Lingyu maintained a nonchalant demeanor, unfazed by their scrutiny. Meanwhile, Longshang's expression darkened, responding coolly, indeed. He disliked the way they regarded his viewer. The others were taken aback by the chill emanating from Longshang, instinctively retreating a few steps, leaving only the smiling Consort L and Gu Lingyu. Consort L continued with her cheerful demeanor. I have heard that there has been an incident at the sacrifice site. We were about to investigate, and if the prince and princess are not in haste, why not accompany us? Upon hearing this, Gu Lingyu's heart raced. Had they been discovered so soon? The images of Longxian with those brutes flooded her mind, heightening her curiosity. She had never witnessed such a scene before. She glanced at Longshang, and seeing no objection, she smiled. Very well, then I shall accompany the prince to join in the excitement. Longshang furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Upon arriving at the entrance of the sacrifice site, Empress Shen and Jin Suo hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Consort L and the others, her expression shifted drastically, particularly at the sight of Gu Lingyu and Longshang, which sent her heart into a panic. She felt an ominous premonition. With the crown prince missing, she had intended to glean information from the emperor, to ascertain how much he knew, and to stabilize him if necessary. However, halfway there, she received word that an incident had occurred at the sacrifice site, where the crown prince had punished 2 servants by casting them into the site. Initially, she assumed her virtuous son had thrown this imbecile into the pit, but now, with the imbecile and the Prince of Jing present, where was her virtuous son? With so many people around, she could not directly interrogate this imbecile, so she fixed her malevolent gaze on Gu Lingyu, trying to discern something from her expression. Unfortunately, Gu Lingyu maintained her smile, revealing nothing. Sister, did you come upon hearing of the incident here? Consort L inquired with a smile, her tone laced with malice. Empress Shen's complexion drained of color as she prepared to respond, but Consort L interjected with a scornful laugh. "Oh, how foolish of me, I heard that the individuals here were sent by the Crown Prince." "Thus, sister, you must have known of this matter long before. However, I must say, even if the Crown Prince wished to punish those servants, such a method is quite improper. If this were to leak, it would ruin His Highness's reputation. Since you are aware of this, why did you not intervene, instead choosing to come here for amusement?" Empress Shen's eyes reddened with fury. The Crown Prince would never act in such a manner. Someone has framed him. As she spoke, she shot a wrathful glare at Jiyu Lingyu, wishing she could eliminate her with just a look. Long Xiang's expression darkened, silently squeezing Jiyu Lingyu's hand in comfort, his voice cold as ice. "Let us enter and ascertain the situation." His woman was his most sensitive point. No one could harm her, not even Empress Shen. Whoever dared to lay a hand on her would meet their demise. "Indeed, we should first enter to take a look," Consort L added, moving to step inside, but Empress Shen interjected, "Wait." Her instincts warned her that today, she must not allow these people to enter. Chapter 60, Accompanying my wife, sister, is there something else? Liu Guifei was the first to speak, and the others turned their gaze towards Empress Shen. With a long exhale, Empress Shen endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "This palace believes the scene inside must be quite unbearable. It is best not to enter, lest it tarnish the eyes of my esteemed sisters and Princess Jing." The others dared not voice any objections. A look of derision crossed Liu Guifei's face. She clearly wished to prevent them from witnessing the events within. What could possibly be happening inside? If it were merely a few servants, why was she so fearful? This only heightened Liu Guifei's curiosity, compelling her to seek the truth. Jiyu Lingyu felt uncomfortable as Long Xiang grasped her hand. Although she understood it was due to Empress Shen's glare that he held her hand, she discreetly exerted force to extricate herself from his grip. Long Xiang glanced at his empty palm, his eyes flickering momentarily, yet he said nothing further. At that moment, Emperor Qianji approached with Jiao Ming, his expression darkening upon seeing the group assembled by the entrance of their sacrifice chamber. Upon noticing Emperor Qianji's arrival, Empress Shen's vision blurred, and she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, with the support of Granny Jin, she managed to steady herself. After the group paid their respects to Emperor Qianji, Long Xiang, however, cast a cold glance towards the interior of their sacrifice chamber. Emperor Qianji regarded them. "What are you doing here?" The others remained silent, and Empress Shen, fearing the emperor would learn the truth, remained mute as well. It was Liu Guifei who offered an explanation. "We heard reports of an incident at the sacrifice chamber and came to take a look." Emperor Qianji turned his gaze to Empress Shen, snorting disdainfully before addressing Long Xiang. "Are you also here to watch the commotion?" It was uncommon for his son to linger in the palace. What brought him here today? His thoughts then drifted to Jiyu Lingyu, who was positioned behind Long Xiang's wheelchair. Long Xiang did not disappoint him, coolly responding, "Accompanying my wife." Jiyu Lingyu felt a rush of embarrassment, shooting a glare at Long Xiang before turning to Emperor Qianji, awkwardly chuckling, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Liu Guifei interjected, "When we arrived, we encountered Prince Jing and Princess Jing, and thus invited her to join us." Emperor Qianji felt a headache coming on. Could they not remain quiet for a moment? At this juncture, Empress Shen cast a pleading look towards Emperor Qianji. After all these years as husband and wife, Emperor Qianji understood her unspoken plea and did not wish to embarrass her. "I care not for your reasons." Aside from the Empress, everyone else must leave immediately. His tone was forceful, and none dared to oppose him. Jiyu Lingyu began to push Long Xiang away, while Liu Guifei shot a meaningful glance at Empress Shen as she departed. As the group distanced themselves, Empress Shen let out a sigh of relief. Emperor Qianji, observing the pallor of her complexion, coldly remarked, "Has Long Xiang gone mad, to cast someone into this place? Does he no longer wish for the position of Crown Prince?" Empress Shen trembled, insisting, Xian would never do such a thing. He must have been framed. At that moment, she could only hope her fears were unfounded and that those inside were not as she imagined, while her son was truly a victim of deceit. Emperor Qianji chose to ignore her, striding into their sacrifice chamber. Empress Shen, supported by Granny Jin, followed closely behind. Upon entering, they found all the servants kneeling, heads bowed, too fearful to meet the emperor's gaze. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, they beheld a dark-faced man clutching a small sow. Beside him lay the lifeless body of a woman, her clothing disheveled and her death a tragic sight. Recognizing their son instantly, both Emperor Qianqi and Empress Shun were struck with horror. "You wretched fool!" Emperor Qianqi's fury erupted as he kicked a nearby servant, who fell, spitting blood. Empress Shun clutched her chest, her heart torn between terror and rage. How could her son have become this way? She staggered forward, only to be restrained by Granny Jin. "Your Highness, you cannot go there, it is dangerous," Granny Jin urged urgently. "Impudence, who dares obstruct me? Kill without mercy." Empress Shun struggled, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury. "Your Highness, please," Granny Jin cried, desperately pulling at her. At that moment, Emperor Qianqi's countenance darkened further as he commanded, "Bring him to me. Knock him unconscious and take him away." Two figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly subduing Long Xian, who was then taken away. Empress Shun, witnessing this, felt her vision fade and succumbed to unconsciousness. Emperor Qianqi ordered the news to be sealed. All servants within their sacrifice chamber were to be executed, leaving no survivors. Though the Crown Prince's punishment of the servants is not without merit, his methods were somewhat excessive. Thus, he is to be confined for 1 month as a warning. Once the decree was issued, he discreetly instructed his secret guards to investigate the matter, suspecting it was somehow linked to Long Xiang. Long Xiang, aware that the happenings within the palace would not escape his father's scrutiny, had no intention of hiding the truth. As the Crown Prince of the realm and his elder brother, the fact that he coveted Long Lingyu was enough to warrant his life. The fact that he had not killed him on the spot was due to his father's influence. Emperor Qianqi's actions effectively obscured the incident, making it appear as though the Crown Prince was merely punishing the servants, concealing the true nature of the events. While some harbored suspicions, none dared voice them openly. As for the murmurs behind closed doors, Emperor Qianqi could not control them. Meanwhile, Jiyu Lingyu had already wheeled Long Xiang out of the palace, and upon exiting, Yun Hao and Yun Shu, who had not seen them, awaited by their carriage. "Master, Princess, are you both unharmed?" Yun Jin and Yun Hao inquired simultaneously. "We're fine." "Let's head back," Jiyu Lingyu replied as she and Long Xiang boarded the carriage, which Yun Hao then steered towards the Jingwangfu. Inside the carriage, Jiyu Lingyu lifted the curtain to glance at the bustling street outside, her mind occupied with thoughts of the palace's turmoil, before turning her attention to Long Xiang, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Do you think news of Long Xian's incident will leak out?" "It will not," Long Xiang replied with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing his response, Jiyu Lingyu suddenly seemed to recall something, sitting upright with a look of anxiety as she fixed her gaze on him. "Are you suggesting the Emperor will?" As she could not finish her sentence, but the implication in her eyes was unmistakable. Long Xiang nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. "The royal family permits no scandals, especially not involving a prince. My father will not allow even the slightest slip-up." As his words lingered in the air, Jiyu Lingyu felt a chill wash over her. So many lives had been lost due to her momentary whim. Guilt welled up within her. Sensing her distress, Long Xiang reached out, intending to take her hand, but ultimately withdrew, speaking softly, "Do not dwell on it. It is not your fault. Even without your medicine, had I cast Long Xian inside, once he awakened, he would not have left a single survivor." Jiyu Lingyu sighed, offering a faint acknowledgement. She knew he spoke the truth, yet her heart remained heavy with remorse. Upon returning to the Jingwangfu, they found a carriage adorned with the emblem of the Yuwangfu waiting at the entrance. Long Xiang furrowed his brow in confusion. What business did the Yuwangfu have at their residence? Jiyu Lingyu comprehended immediately. Long Yushi had mentioned that her father and mother would personally come to express their gratitude, and it seemed that promise had been fulfilled. At that moment, Wanyan emerged to greet them, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Princess, the heir and his consort have been awaiting you for some time." "Very well," Long Xiang replied coolly, as Yun Hao pushed him toward the main hall, with Jiyu Lingyu trailing behind. She remained preoccupied with thoughts of the unfortunate servants in their sacrifice chamber, her spirit low. Long Xiang instructed Yun Hao to pause, and when Jiyu Lingyu approached, he expressed concern, "If you are weary, you may return to rest." I can meet them alone. Ji Lingyu shook her head. It's all right, we should go together. Ruier was still at the school they had established, and she could not appear entirely oblivious to social niceties. Long Xiang regarded her determined expression and chose not to insist further. Chapter 61. I am at odds with you. Upon their arrival at the main hall, Ji Lingyu beheld a middle-aged couple seated comfortably, engaged in conversation. As soon as they spotted her, both rose with warm smiles, greeting her with amiable gestures. Uncle Wang, Aunt Wang, Long Xiang politely addressed them, and Ji Lingyu followed suit. Yesterday, I heard that Prince Jing had awoken. I must admit, I was somewhat skeptical, but seeing him here in good health is truly a cause for celebration, remarked Prince Ai with a jovial demeanor. Indeed, indeed, the princess echoed in agreement. Thank you, Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, for your concern, Long Xiang replied, gesturing for Yunhao to assist him further into the room. Please, take a seat. Once Prince Ai and the princess settled into their seats, Long Xiang was pushed into the main position by Yunhao, while Ji Lingyu followed suit, taking a seat beside him. It was then that Prince Ai stated, Today, my wife and I have taken the liberty of visiting your residence to express our heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance you rendered to our son yesterday. As he finished speaking, the princess signaled to a maid behind her, who placed a box beside Ji Lingyu's table. Since you saved our son's life, we, as a couple, have no means to repay you. This is but a small token of our appreciation. We sincerely hope you will accept it. You flatter me, Ji Lingyu responded, observing as the maid opened the box to reveal 5 lustrous, translucent jade beads, clearly of considerable value. She hastily declined, saying, Such a precious gift is beyond my means to accept. I merely lent a helping hand. Long Xiang then realized that during her outing yesterday, Yuer had rescued the son of Prince Ai, and he gazed at Ji Lingyu with tenderness, feeling a sense of pride. Yet, without your timely intervention, my son's life would have been in grave peril. Do not be so humble, Princess Jing, please accept it, insisted Prince Ai. Indeed, you saved our son's life. Aside from these worldly gifts, we are at a loss as to how else we might repay you. Please, do not stand on ceremony, accept it, the princess urged as well. Ji Lingyu glanced at Long Xiang, feeling a strong desire to accept the gift. However, she was acutely aware that she was in the residence of Prince Jing, and although it was a token of gratitude directed toward her, the weight of the gift made her hesitate. Long Xiang noticed the sparkles in her eyes and chuckled softly, realizing that she genuinely cherished treasures. If Ji Lingyu were to know his thoughts, she would surely retort that it was not treasures she adored, but money. Money, with a space that relished wealth, how could she not? In that case, I shall shamelessly accept it, Ji Lingyu declared, closing the box. Quite right, Prince Ai responded with hearty laughter. The couple engaged in further conversation with Ji Lingyu and Long Xiang, casually mentioning the incident involving Ji Chunrui and the snake bite. Prince Ai informed them that the matter had been thoroughly investigated, revealing that it was the young master of General Shen and the second son of the Ji family who had released the snake. Although these two had not attended school for several days, a notice had been issued expelling them. Ji Lingyu expressed her gratitude, and after a brief exchange, the couple took their leave. Once they departed, Long Xiang wore a faint smile, his gaze fixed on Ji Lingyu. How was I unaware that Yuer had rescued the young master of the Sai family? Ji Lingyu shot him a look. Why should I report my affairs to you? It's not as if you disclose everything about yourself to me. As for Long Xiang calling her Yuer, she had grown immune to it. Regardless of her protests, he would continue to address her as he pleased, and she found it too bothersome to contest. Rest assured, should you wish to know, I will gladly recount every detail, Long Xiang replied with a smile. Do not, Ji Lingyu hurriedly interjected, I have no desire to hear it. I shall not indulge in the perilous curiosity that befalls cats. With that, she stood, clutching the box from the table as she made her way outside. Do not call for me at mealtime, I intend to thoroughly research the antidote, she declared as she exited the main hall. Long Xiang shook his head in exasperation, watching her retreating figure, murmuring, considering the time, Xin Yu and the others should have arrived in Shishu by now. Yes, indeed, Yunhao replied respectfully, young Master Yi has already sent word, they have reached Shishu and are currently endeavoring to locate Master Yi. Long Xiang nodded, replied to him, stating that I have found a means to counteract the poison, and he need not concern himself further. The priority is to locate his master, and he must exercise caution. Understood. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Empress Shun slowly regained consciousness, her gaze fixed blankly on the bed curtains. After a moment, a flicker of hatred crossed her eyes. What has become of the crown prince? At this, Jinsu hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, His Majesty has ordered the execution of all individuals within the sacrifice chamber and has placed the crown prince under house arrest for a month, citing that although the crown prince's punishment of the servant was not without cause, the methods employed were somewhat excessive. As for the crown prince, the physician has yet to return, and I am unable to ascertain whether he has awakened. Upon hearing this, Empress Shun smiled, albeit with a sinister edge. I never imagined that after years of navigating the intricacies of the harem, I would ultimately fall victim to the hands of one I hold in such contempt. Well, very well. Your Majesty, please do not be angered, Jinsu quickly consoled her. Currently, the crown prince is injured and unconscious, and has been confined. Prince Xing is also wounded. It is imperative that you remain steadfast, Your Majesty. Jinsu's words successfully calmed Empress Shun's agitated emotions, and she nodded repeatedly. You are right. I must seek vengeance for Xian I will ensure that the incompetent fool and Longshang meet a most unfortunate fate. I shall devise a plan, a meticulous plan. At that moment, Emperor Qianji also received reports from his secret guards. As he had suspected, the incident was indeed orchestrated by his fourth son, though the motive stemmed from the crown prince's coveting of his concubine. Emperor Qianji was nearly driven to the brink of fury, yet he understood the rationale behind the crown prince's actions. His fourth son already wielded military power, and had he remained in a state of unconsciousness as before, it would have posed no issue even if Ji Lingyu married him. However, now that he had awakened, the situation had shifted dramatically, with an army of 100,000 under his command and another 200,000 led by Tang Jinhong. Together they comprised half of Emperor Qianji's forces. How could the crown prince not be concerned? Not only was he troubled, but he himself felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, he was aware that Tang Jinhong was fiercely loyal to him and would never betray him. However, with such an incident unfolding, it not only concerned his two sons but also involved Ji Lingyu, who was Tang Jinhong's granddaughter. Any misstep in resolving this matter could sow discord between them. Thus, he could only proceed with the narrative that the crown prince had punished a servant. Meanwhile, within the crown prince's residence, Long Xian had awakened. The crown princess was perplexed by the events that had transpired, gazing at the crown prince's somber visage, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, what has happened? Please, do not frighten me. Long Xian turned, glaring coldly at the crown princess, his voice harsh as he barked, Get out. His revulsion toward women surged, compounded by an inexplicable sense of panic. The crown princess was taken aback by the sudden ferocity of the crown prince. Taking a moment to regain her composure, trembling, she stammered, I shall leave at once. As she exited, the sound of Long Xian's teeth grinding echoed within the room as he shouted, Long Shang, I am at odds with you. Chapter 62. I can teach him. At the prince's residence on his way back from the outskirts of the city, Long Jun was suddenly enveloped in a sack. To avoid drawing attention when he left the city, he had brought no one but Qingshan with him. He returned under the cover of darkness. However, shortly after he re-entered the city, 5 or 6 cloaked figures emerged to block his carriage. Not only did they outnumber him, but each was also a skilled fighter. Poor Qingshan was swiftly knocked unconscious, while Long Jun was subjected to a brutal beating, resulting in the reopening of his injuries and inflicting even greater harm upon him. His face was left bruised and battered, rendering him unfit to be seen by anyone. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Ji Yuyang came to visit with Emily. Long Jun's anger simmered as he recalled that he had returned out of concern for her feelings, only to be assaulted. Seeing her with Emily only fueled his ire. You wear that veil even in the palace. How much do you wish to avoid my presence? He questioned, suppressing his rage. At that moment, he had entirely forgotten that Ji Yuyang had mentioned wearing the veil due to a rash on her face before he departed. Ji Yuyang, sensing his misunderstanding, explained with a hint of grievance, Your Highness, you are mistaken. I do not wish to avoid you. Silence. Long Jun interrupted her sharply, Remove that thing from your face, or do not appear before me again. Your Highness, Ji Yuyang's voice trembled with suppressed tears, and despite her distress, she felt too ashamed to remove the veil. She could only wish him well and promise to visit once she was better. After her departure, Long John, overwhelmed by his frustration, overturned the teacup on the bedside table in a fit of rage. Ji Yang, hearing the commotion, dared not return but turned to Xinghua beside her and asked, "Have you found the divine immortal yet?" Xinghua shook her head. Ji Yuyan's tone turned icy. "And my mother? Do not tell me you have not found her either." Recalling a recent piece of information, Xinghua hesitated before saying, "We have located Madame Liu, but what? Take me to see my mother at once." Ji Yang was desperate to uncover the truth about her father. Xinghua glanced at the darkening sky, sensing a storm brewing. Just as she was about to speak, Ji Yang had already begun walking ahead, annoyed by Xinghua's delay. She urged, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for?" With no choice but to follow, Ji Yang froze in disbelief. Her mother was dead. How could that be? After confirming the news from Xinghua once more, Ji Yang gritted her teeth and murmured, "Why did it have to happen now?" She then turned toward her courtyard, abandoning any thought of seeking out Madame Liu, while Xinghua glanced toward Long John's quarters before heading to the kitchen. Days passed, and during this time, Ji Yu dedicated herself to regaining her former strength. Aside from eating and attending to nature's call, she immersed herself in training, even foregoing sleep to maintain her cultivation state. Heaven does not forsake the diligent, and although she had yet to reach her previous prowess, she was now capable of performing surgery on Longshang. Meanwhile, Longshang busied himself gathering evidence of Longxian's embezzlement of military funds. With the help of Luo Jiao, who possessed her father's old account books, he sent word for her to present everything to the Ministry of Justice, well aware that the minister was an ally of Prince Yi, Longfu. Longfu would not allow Longxian to evade consequences. As expected, the Ministry of Justice presented the evidence to Emperor Qianji, who, in a fit of righteous indignation, denounced Longxian for his corrupt practices and disregard for human life, ultimately stripping him of his title as crown prince and confining him to the great prince's residence. This move not only punished the crown prince but also served to protect him, as his crimes were punishable by death. Consequently, he was no longer pursued. Securing his life, seizing the opportunity, Longfu eliminated many of Longxian's supporters, rendering the empress and Longxian too preoccupied to concern themselves with Longshang and Ji Yu, thus granting Ji Yu the time she needed to cultivate. Though they resided in adjacent quarters, Longshang and Ji Yu had hardly crossed paths in the ensuing days due to their respective commitments, let alone shared a meal. Now that their schedules had eased, Longshang instructed Yun how to invite Ji Yu for breakfast at Zizhu Pavilion. Coincidentally, Ji Yu intended to discuss the matter of the antidote with him. Before long, Ji Yu arrived with Yun Hao, and Longshang hastened to have the dishes served. At the dining table, Ji Yu stated directly, "If you are not busy today, I plan to administer the antidote to you tomorrow." "Very well, I shall arrange everything accordingly," Longshang replied. Ji Yu nodded, recalling her promise to find a martial arts instructor for Ji Yuchenrui, yet her recent business had delayed this task. She turned to Longshang and asked, "Do you have anyone under your command who is skilled in martial arts but not overly occupied?" Originally, she had intended to teach him herself, but given her lack of familiarity with the capital and the original owner's ineptitude, she found herself in need of Longshang's assistance. "Indeed, what do you require?" Longshang inquired, puzzled. "I wish to find a martial arts instructor for Ruya. I do not expect him to become exceptionally skilled, but at the very least, he should be able to defend himself against bullies." Upon hearing her request, Longshang responded earnestly, "I can teach him." He viewed this as an opportunity to bond with his. Deciding to pay them a visit and share the news of the martial arts instructor, she said, "I need to return to the town North Marquis's residence to see my mother and Ruya." "Very well, I shall accompany you," Longshang replied without hesitation. "Why do you wish to come?" Ji Yu asked, astonished. She had yet to inform her mother and Ruya of her intention for Longshang to be their martial arts instructor, and it seemed rather premature for him to join her. I am your husband. Now that you are going back, naturally, as your husband, I must pay my respects to your esteemed mother." Ji Yu was left speechless by Longshang's audacity. "You can go if you wish. Must you be so sentimental about it? Does that mean you consent to my accompanying you?" Longshang raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Gu Lingyu shot him an exasperated glance. If I told you not to go, would you actually refrain? That is something I must ponder, he replied thoughtfully before continuing. While I truly wish to meet your mother, if you genuinely do not want me to go, I could refrain, for a wife's wishes must be respected. Gu Lingyu chose to ignore him, realizing that in just a few days apart, he had become increasingly smooth with his flirtations. She begrudgingly admitted that she was almost swayed by him. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the town North Marquis's residence. As it was Longshang's first visit, he had prepared an abundance of gifts, to which Gu Lingyu could only roll her eyes and go along with it. Chapter 63, Are you the owner of this establishment? A procession of 6 carriages made its way towards the Duke of Shenbei's residence. As they travelled midway, they were compelled to halt beside a restaurant, which was besieged by a throng of people, their voices rising in a cacophony. The most piercing wail came from an elderly woman, lamenting, "My son, please, awaken. Oh, my dear child, do not leave me. Open your eyes and look at your mother, you wicked, heartless creatures. My son, is this a restaurant or a den of iniquity? How could a single meal cost my son his life? I am in agony. Will you take responsibility for this? If not, we shall report this to the authorities. Everyone, please remain calm. Our manager has gone to summon our owner, and they will arrive shortly. Oh dear, we must avoid dining at this establishment in the future, lest our lives be at stake." Lingyu furrowed her brow, and Longshang turned to the outside, saying, "Go and see what is happening." "Understood," Yunhao responded, leaving momentarily before returning. "Master, it appears someone has been poisoned while dining at the restaurant," Yunhao reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Longshang replied coolly, "Let us take a detour." Normally, Lingyu would have descended to investigate and, if possible, render assistance, as she still needed to accumulate merit points to enhance her space. However, with her plans to detoxify Longshang the following day, she preferred to avoid complications, especially since her abilities had yet to return to their peak. She needed to conserve her strength. As the carriage turned around, Lingyu lifted the curtain to gaze outside and, through the crowd, suddenly spotted the Duke of Shenbei's carriage approaching. "Stop!" Lingyu called out. Yunhao promptly halted the carriage. "What is it?" Longshang inquired, puzzled. "I believe I see the Duke of Shenbei's carriage coming this way. Let us wait a moment to see if it is my mother and the others." Upon hearing this, Longshang instructed Yunhao to turn the carriage back. When they came to a stop, Lingyu alighted from the carriage, but as Longshang attempted to follow, Lingyu stopped him. He could not use his internal power at present, and descending would necessitate a wheelchair, drawing too much attention. Lingyu made her way through the crowd while Yunshu and Chutong from the carriage followed closely behind. Lingyu observed the Duke of Shenbei's carriage halting across from the crowd, driven by Chen Da. That moment, the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing Wenxiu assisting Tangshi as she descended. "What brings my mother and Aunt Wen here?" Lingyu mused. Tangshi was still unwell and would not venture out lightly, let alone come to witness such a commotion. That moment, Chutong and the others were behind Lingyu, and they too spotted Wenxiu and Tangshi. Chutong glanced between Wenxiu and Tangshi, then at the besieged restaurant. Suddenly struck by an idea, she turned to Lingyu, exclaiming, "Miss, I know why the madam has come here." In her excitement, she forgot to address her as princess and simply called her Miss. "Why is that?" Lingyu turned to Chutong. This restaurant belongs to the madam." Overcome with excitement, she began to stutter, yet her voice remained low, fearful that the furious crowd might overhear. After speaking, Chutong smacked her forehead in annoyance, recalling that she had once accompanied Aunt Wen here when she was very small. Though the memory had faded over time, Lingyu was utterly astonished. This restaurant was indeed her mother's property, which explained her and Aunt Wen's presence. As the group conversed, Wenxiu had already navigated through the crowd with Tangshi to the elderly woman. The old woman stood beside a middle-aged man lying on the ground, eyes closed and froth at the corners of his mouth, leaving his state uncertain, whether he was merely unconscious or had succumbed. Nearby, several others lay groaning, clutching their stomachs, while 2 individuals had already succumbed to vomiting. At that moment, a shopkeeper, dressed in the garb of the establishment, called out, "Our owner has arrived." "Our owner has arrived." Seeing this, Lingyu, anxious for Tangshi's well-being, pushed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Excuse me, make way, let me through." Hearing that the owner of the restaurant had come, the elderly woman lifted her gaze to Tangsha. Her face was ashen, eyes rimmed with red, and streaks of tears marked her wrinkled visage, filled with sorrow. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" the elderly woman asked, her voice trembling. Tangsha glanced at the man lying on the ground, slightly bent forward, and replied earnestly, "Dear madam, I am indeed the owner of this establishment. Please, tell me what troubles you." The old woman pointed at the motionless man on the ground, crying out in anguish, "Then tell me, why was my son well yesterday, only to suffer such a fate after dining at your establishment? Speak up, how could you be so heartless? We have no grievance with you, yet you poison our food. What nonsense are you spouting, old woman? Who would poison food? It seems to me you are merely seeking to extort." The shopkeeper shot a glance at Tangsha before rebuking the elderly woman. Had it not been for the presence of a corpse, he would not have summoned the owner at all. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. Tangsha frowned slightly. "Dear madam, you must be mistaken. We are in the business of serving customers. How could we possibly poison their food?" The elderly woman, incensed, retorted, "Do you think I am lying? My son dined at your establishment last night, and upon returning home, he was nauseous, vomiting, and had diarrhea. This morning, he has ended up like this. What else could it be if not your food?" "Indeed, we can attest to that. We came here with Hige," added one of the men lying on the ground, clutching his stomach. Tangsha was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated such an event. It was imperative to find a doctor to assess the situation. If it was indeed the restaurant's fault, they would compensate the family, but if they were merely trying to extort, she would not yield. "Manager G, go find a doctor to examine them and ascertain the situation," Tangsha instructed the shopkeeper beside her. "I will go." Hearing the voice, Tangsha turned and was surprised to see Galinyu standing behind her. Tangsha had not expected Galinyu to be present and smiled warmly. "Miss, how did you come to be here?" Wenxiu exclaimed in delight. At this point, Galinyu had reached Tangsha's side and greeted Wenxiu, saying, "Aunt Wen," before explaining, "I was on." She then turned to Tangsha, smiling reassuringly, "Do not worry, I shall handle everything." In truth, Galinyu had arrived just as the elderly woman mentioned her son's condition after dining at the restaurant. She had initially refrained from stepping forward, suspecting that the individuals were indeed suffering from food poisoning, and had instructed Yunjin and the others to investigate the kitchen for clues. Chapter 64. This concubine hopes to be wrong. Tang understood that Ji Lingyu possessed medical skills, and she nodded slightly. "Very well." Now her Yue could serve as her support, which brought her great comfort. Ji Lingyu approached the elderly woman, crouching down to prepare to take the pulse of the man lying beside her. The elderly woman, suspicious, exclaimed, "What are you trying to do? My son has already been harmed by you people. What more do you want?" She had heard that woman call her miss, thus she believed they were all in cahoots. "Please do not worry, I am skilled in medicine and am here to help him." "What if your son is not as gravely injured as you think? If you do not allow me to examine him, it may delay his treatment," Ji Lingyu patiently explained. "Do you truly have such good intentions?" The elderly woman appeared skeptical, but then someone nearby exclaimed in surprise, "I know who she is now. She is the lady who saved that child at the tea house the other day. I remember too, that child was on the brink of death, and it was this lady who saved him just in time." "What lady?" "This is clearly the princess of Jingwang." "That good for nothing." "What good for nothing? Those are merely rumors. She is indeed skilled in medicine." At that moment, the gathered crowd parted, clearing a path as "What if something happens? You should return immediately." They had already dealt with Longxian. Even if he was now incapacitated, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Although it was broad daylight, what if Longxian stubbornly sought a desperate confrontation? "Are you worried about me?" Longxiang's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he asked playfully. Ji Lingyu shot him a glance of disapproval. "You think too much of yourself." She would never admit that she was indeed a little concerned for him. Rather, she feared that if something were to happen to him, the emperor would hold her accountable, especially since he had encountered trouble while following her back to the northern town marquis's residence. Longxiang shook his head helplessly and allowed Yunhao to push him towards Tang. Tang observed the interaction between the Prince of Jing and her daughter, a smile blooming on her face. It seemed her worries were unfounded, as Yu and the prince appeared to be getting along quite well. Upon reaching Tang's side, Long Xiong greeted her and stood beside her, waiting for Ji Yuling. Given the current circumstances, they were not in a position to speak freely. The elderly woman, having heard the crowd's remarks and witnessing the prince's arrival, realized that the lady before her was indeed the princess of Jingwang. She ceased her objections and stepped aside. "Princess, you must save my son, he is still so young, he cannot be allowed to perish." Ji Yuling crouched down to take the man's pulse and reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as there is a chance to save him, I will exert every effort." As her words fell, the elderly woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated herself, saying, thank you, Your Highness." Ji Yuling. She focused intently on examining him. After taking the pulse, she inquired further, to which the elderly woman responded to each question. Ji Yuling confidently deduced that the cause of his distress was food poisoning resulting in diarrhea, leading to dehydration and shock. She promptly instructed for the man to be carried into a private room of the restaurant, improvising a makeshift bed from 2 tables, and while no one was paying attention, she retrieved some medicine from her spatial storage, unwrapped it, and handed it to Tang. "Mother, please distribute these medicines to those outside. Give each person 2 pills and instruct them to take them immediately. We will discuss the remainder once I emerge." "Understood." Tang accepted the task and headed outside. At this moment, the elderly woman attempted to enter the room but was halted by Ji Yuling. "Please wait outside. I require a quiet environment." She deliberately used this concubine to assert her status as the princess, hoping to quell any further questions, for she had no time to explain herself. Ji Yuling closed the door of the private room, bringing the man into her spatial realm. At this juncture, traditional medicine could not save him. She needed to administer intravenous fluids and perform gastric lavage. Meanwhile, Tang had already ensured that all patients received their medications and promised to investigate the matter. Should it be found that the restaurant was at fault, she would not only compensate for their losses but also personally apologize to everyone. Manager Ji, witnessing this, turned pale with fear, and he discreetly whispered something to a staff member, who hurriedly departed. Long Xiong caught this and exchanged a glance with Yun Hao, who promptly stepped outside. At that moment, Tang entered, addressing Long Xiong, "I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. Your Excellency is too humble, it is my duty," Long Xiong replied with a gentle smile. Hearing Long Xiong address her as Your Excellency filled Tang with satisfaction. It indicated that the Prince of Jing was indeed serious about her daughter, which warranted such respect. Excellent, Tang beamed, "as long as you two can maintain harmony, I shall be at ease. I have not been in good health, and I have not adequately cared for Yuer, which led to her suffering greatly at the GU residence. Moreover, the misunderstandings from the outside world have been profound. I hope the prince can bear with it a little longer." Yuer. Long Xiong pondered briefly. "She is doing exceptionally well." Tang's smile deepened upon hearing this. As they conversed outside, Ji Yuling was diligently occupied within her spatial realm. Time slipped by, and at long last, Ji Yuling successfully revived the man, bringing him out of the spatial realm, though he remained unconscious. Ji Yuling retrieved additional medicines from her spatial storage and was pleasantly surprised to discover that her supplies had not diminished. They replenished themselves automatically, which delighted her for a significant while. She then unwrapped the medicines, placing them into several porcelain vials, before opening the door to the private room and stepping outside. All eyes turned to her, especially the elderly woman, who gazed at Ji Yuling with eager anticipation. After all, she had already feared for her son's life moments earlier, and she dreaded the prospect of Ji Yuling declaring him beyond saving. Ji Yuling smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, your son is out of danger and will awaken in a little over an hour." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman expressed her gratitude once more before entering the room to check on her son. Regardless of the circumstances, all that mattered was that he was safe. Ji Yuling distributed the prepared medicines to those with milder symptoms, providing instructions on dosage, and the crowd expressed their thanks as they departed. She then turned to Manager Ji and said, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened?" Manager Ji cast a furtive glance at Long Xiong, feigning calmness, and replied, "Your Highness, I am also uncertain about the details. Those individuals arrived early this morning, claiming that the food from our restaurant was poisoned and had caused their people to perish, but how could this be possible, not to mention whether they dined in our establishment? Even if they did, how could symptoms from yesterday manifest today? They are clearly attempting to deceive us, and yet your Highness has treated them, which only benefits them further. He spoke with evident indignation. Ji Lingyu cast him a dispassionate glance. I sincerely hope we are not being wronged. Chapter 65, Report to the authorities if no compensation. After speaking, she turned to Yun Jin and inquired. However, reassured by his previous instructions, he believed those matters had been resolved, and his mind was at ease. Long Xiang and Tang Shi had already discerned what Ji Lingyu was alluding to, yet both remained silent, allowing her to proceed with her endeavors. Yun Shu is keeping watch. I shall fetch them at once, she stated, when their lady, the princess, had instructed them to search the kitchen for clues. They arrived just in time to find two kitchen staff attempting to carry a basket out through the back door, only to be intercepted by them. A struggle ensued, but with both she and Yun Shu possessing martial skills, they swiftly subdued the two. No need, I shall accompany you, she replied, then glanced at Tang Shi and Long Xiang. Mother, you and His Highness wait here. I will check the kitchen. Manager Ji quickly interjected, the kitchen is filled with smoke and grease. How can I allow you to enter? If you seek anything, just inform me, and I shall. That is unnecessary. Manager Ji's further protests were coldly interrupted by Ji Lingyu. Long Xiang, with a gentle demeanor, encouraged, go ahead, I will remain here to converse with your mother. Ji Lingyu frowned slightly. This man truly had a propensity for familiarity. At that moment, Tang Shi nodded with a smile, reassured by the evident affection between her daughter and the prince. However, she couldn't help but wonder when the prince would recover from his illness. If he could grant her another grandson, it would be even better. Unaware of Tang Shi's thoughts, Ji Lingyu followed Yun Jin to the kitchen, while Manager Ji hesitated for a moment before obediently trailing behind Long Xiang. Upon entering the kitchen, they witnessed two staff members sprawled on the floor, visibly defeated, while Chiao Tong and Yun Shu rummaged through something. How is the search progressing? Ji Lingyu inquired. Hearing their princess's voice, Chiao Tong and Yun Shu ceased their actions and approached. Yun Shu even kicked the staff member who was blocking her path. Get out of the way, can't you see our princess has arrived? Ji Lingyu made her way toward the area where the meat was placed, and at that moment, Manager Ji's forehead glistened with a fine sheen of sweat. He cast a fierce glare at the two staff members on the ground, internally cursing, useless. They can't even handle such a trivial matter. As Ji Lingyu approached, she was met with the foul stench of rotten meat, the sight of which was enough to turn one's stomach. Her expression darkened. She turned to Manager Ji, who was wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Ji Lingyu mockingly asked, is it quite warm, Manager Ji? And no. Not really. After a moment, he awkwardly added, perhaps just a tad warm. Ji Lingyu let out a cold huff. Now, pray tell, what is the story behind this meat? This is meat that was intended for disposal. His voice diminished to a whisper and then trailed off entirely. Ji Lingyu scoffed, intended for disposal. With a swift kick, she sent him tumbling. Whom do you think you are fooling? With such a quantity of putrid meat, you dare claim it was to be discarded? Why did you not refrain from acquiring it in the first place? Do you think this meat comes without cost? No wonder this restaurant is unprofitable. It is clear that it is being squandered by people like you. I will have someone calculate the weight of this basket of meat. Consider how many years you have worked at this establishment, 365 days a year, without fail. You shall compensate accordingly. Turning to Yun Shu and the others, she instructed, see if there are any other items they have overpurchased and discarded. Based on the same calculations, let him compensate for however many years he has been here. If he refuses, we shall report this to the authorities. I trust they will grant His Highness some consideration. Yun Jin and the others laughed in response. Yes, we will conduct a thorough inspection. At this moment, Manager Ji's face turned ashen, his body trembling. Having served in this restaurant for over a decade, he realized that if he were to compensate for all of this, he would be driven to ruin. Furthermore, that money had all lined his own pockets. He had merely taken a small cut, and he could not afford to be the scapegoat. Manager Ji knelt before them, repeatedly bowing his head. Please, princess, show mercy. I shall confess everything. I will divulge all. Speak, Ji Yuling commanded icily. All of this was Qixian's idea. He deemed good meat too costly. This kind of meat only costs 4 or 5 wen per pound, which saves a considerable amount of silver. Initially, I was opposed, but he is the son of the head steward, and I could not refuse. Enough of your nonsense. To substitute rotten meat for good meat, how could he conceive such a notion? What if someone were to fall ill from this? Ji Yuling slammed her palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Manager Ji shrank back in fear, no longer daring to continue. And where is Qixian, who is the head steward, and where can he be found? Ji Yuling was aware that Manager Ji might not be revealing the entire truth, but she was certain Qixian was involved. Their head steward is Qi Chong, and Qixian is his son. Manager Ji stammered. Ji Yuling was taken aback to learn that Qi Chong had a son. She found the revelation both infuriating and amusing. This entire family was draining their lifeblood. At that moment, Yun Hao entered, dragging a stout man in his 20s, and with a thud, he threw the man onto the ground. Ji Yuling looked at Yun Hao, who explained, this man is Qixian. He was attempting to flee but was apprehended by my subordinates. He then cast a glance at Yun Jin, who simply rolled her eyes in response. What was there to boast about in capturing a thief, so naive? Qixian scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly. I beg you, princess, spare me this time. I shall never dare again. Ji Yuling ignored him and instead praised Yun Hao. I was just about to seek out this person. I didn't expect you to bring him back. You have truly been a great help. Yun Hao scratched his head, feeling bashful. Actually, it was His Highness who instructed me to follow the kitchen staff, which is how I managed to capture him. His Highness is truly astute. Ji Yuling smiled. Then I thank you. Let me treat you to a meal soon. Really? Yun Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we have that beggar's chicken? It was simply divine. Yun Shu shot him a disdainful glance. How could he dare to expect the princess to cook for him? He might as well wait for his master to find out. He would surely be reprimanded. However, the princess's beggar's chicken was indeed delicious. She too yearned for another taste. Thus, Yun Shu gazed longingly at Ji Yuling. Ji Yuling chuckled at the group. You have all contributed significantly this time. Everyone shall have a reward. Thank you, princess. Yun Shu and the others chorused in gratitude. Ji Yuling nodded, surveying Manager Ji, who had become a quivering heap on the floor, and Qixian, who was still bowing. As the situation had become clear and given the involvement of food safety issues, she deemed further questioning unnecessary. She directed Yun Hao to escort them to the authorities for proper handling. Tang Shi ordered the restaurant to be closed, intending to deliberate on whether to reopen or pursue other options later. She also instructed Wen Xiu to deliver compensation to the victims, and only then did the group head toward the Duke of Xinbei's residence. Chapter 66. The agreement between men. They set off from the Jingwang mansion after breakfast, arriving at the Town North Marquis mansion only when dusk fell. Tang was somewhat embarrassed, personally heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Longshang. Ji Yuling had intended to assist, but Tang, feeling concerned for her after a long day, and knowing that Longshang needed company, did not allow her into the kitchen. Ji Yuchenrui had already returned from his study, and Ji Yuling informed him of the martial arts master's intentions, mentioning that Longshang was willing to teach him. Ji Yuchenrui nodded in agreement. He indeed needed to learn some martial arts. As the only man in the family, he must protect his mother and sister. He could not allow himself to be useless, especially after the incident with the snake. Had he possessed martial skills then, he could have slain the serpent himself, sparing his mother from worry. Seeing Ji Yuchenrui's consent, Ji Yuling excused herself to freshen up, leaving space for him and Longshang to get to know one another better. At that moment, the two sat facing each other in silence, the room enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Ji Yuling stood outside the door, listening to the absolute quiet within, unable to suppress a smirk. Surely they wouldn't endure such awkwardness until dinner. With a resigned sigh, she thought, let them be. She was off to take a bath. Upon returning to the room that Tang had prepared for her at the Town North Marquis mansion, Ji Lingyu entered her space, knowing her merit points had undoubtedly increased. In high spirits, she joyfully headed off to bathe. In the main hall, after hearing the sound of Ji Lingyu's departing footsteps, Ji Chunrui finally turned to Long Shang, his expression serious as he asked, "Do you truly wish to marry her?" Long Shang's demeanor remained unchanged as he replied, "She is your sister." Do not evade the question, Ji Chunrui insisted. "She is now my princess," Long Shang stated flatly, yet with an air of conviction. Ji Chunrui furrowed his brow, sensing that this answer was not what he sought. After a moment's thought, he continued, "In the past, she was not very good." "Do you not mind? She is quite well now," Long Shang replied, his gaze clear as he fixed it upon Ji Chunrui, his tone calm yet undeniably firm. Ji Chunrui was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, he asked, "So, do you genuinely like her?" "Of course," Long Shang affirmed, "but what if you come to like another woman in the future? What then?" Ji Chunrui pressed on. "That will not happen," Long Shang declared honestly, his eyes bright and his tone resolute. Ji Chunrui appeared bewildered, unsure whether Long Shang meant he would not take another woman or that he would not come to like Ji Lingyu. Long Shang found it somewhat amusing to see the young boy sitting there, feigning maturity while displaying such confusion. The corners of his lips curled upwards as he recognized that Ji Chunrui's question stemmed from concern for Ji Lingyu. Thus, he patiently explained, "From the very beginning, she has been the only one I have. In the past, when she favored Long Jun, and I knew I had no hope, I did not intend to pursue any other woman. Now that the one I cherish most has become my wife, I certainly will not seek anyone else." After a moment of reflection, Ji Chunrui looked up at Long Shang, saying, "I will study diligently and will be her support, ensuring you never regret marrying her." As he spoke, his cheeks flushed, his posture straightened, exuding a resolute aura. Long Shang's gaze softened, a smile gracing his lips. "I married her simply because I love her, not because of any power she may hold behind her. You need not be her support. I will do everything in my power to ensure her happiness and will protect her from harm." Hearing this, Ji Chunrui solemnly nodded, "Very well, we shall both be her shields, and no one shall bully her." Thus, the two men, one large and one small, reached an understanding that night. Each would do their utmost to safeguard Ji Lingyu. When Ji Lingyu emerged from her bath and returned to the main hall, she found Long Shang and Ji Chunrui engrossed in cheerful conversation, with Ji Chunrui gazing at Long Shang with admiration. Puzzled, Ji Lingyu wondered if she had missed some vital information. How could the atmosphere between these two men, previously fraught with tension, become so harmonious in her brief absence? This left her feeling somewhat defeated, leading her to contemplate that perhaps the way men interact is devoid of women, be they grown men or young boys. At that moment, Tang's dishes were ready and brought to the table. In the past, Wenxiu would dine with Tang and Ji Chunrui, but today, with Long Shang present, Wenxiu did not join them. Ultimately, it was Ji Lingyu who had to persuade her to sit down. Meanwhile, at the Xingwang mansion, Ji Yuyang's face and body were in a disarray, marred by scratches that had drawn blood, alongside scars from previous episodes. Long Jun had completely abandoned her, and with the recent troubles befalling the crown prince, he often rushed to the palace, scarcely returning home. Ji Yuyang had replaced the furnishings in her room multiple times, and today, she unleashed her fury, smashing everything within reach. Her face contorted with rage, eyes bloodshot, she resembled a wild beast, with the maid, Xinghua, too frightened to breathe. She seethed with hatred, lamenting why Ji Lingyu, that good-for-nothing, was living a better life than her, and why the seemingly lifeless Jingwang had returned to life. Had she known he would survive, she would never have agreed to the marriage. She felt an insatiable resentment. After all her efforts to marry into the family, she now found herself in a pitiful and neglected state, which was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, a shattered teacup rolled to Xinghua's feet. Fearing she might accidentally step on it, she gently nudged it with her foot, inadvertently attracting the ire of the enraged Ji Yuyang. Ji Yuyang shot a furious glare at Xinghua, bellowing, "What are you doing?" Xinghua immediately knelt down, her face a mask of despair as she pleaded, "Your Highness, please forgive me. It was not my intention." Ji Yuyang let out a menacing snort, about to unleash her fury when she caught a glimpse of Xinghua's face and realized she was quite charming. Though her skin was a bit dark, her features were delicate, fine brows, phoenix-like eyes, a refined nose, and rosy lips. The sight of her cowering in her maid's attire evoked a sense of pity, prompting Ji Yuyang to reconsider her approach. Ji Yuyang personally helped Xinghua to her feet, her demeanor softening somewhat. "Come now, rise, you must have been frightened." Xinghua shook her head, feeling anxious and confused. She could not comprehend. What could she possibly want? Chapter 67. An assassin. Ji Yuyang guided Xinghua to a nearby bench, urging her to take a seat. Terrified, Xinghua hesitated, but Ji Yuyang pressed her down firmly, saying, "When I tell you to sit, you should sit. We have grown up together, there is no need for such formality." At these words, Xinghua felt a shiver run down her spine. "Thank you, Your Highness, but I prefer to stand," she replied, attempting to rise again. Ji Yuyang, seeing her reluctance, did not insist further but smiled warmly. "Though we are mistress and servant, I have always regarded you as my dear sister. Now that I have few kin left, you are my only companion. If you are willing, would you call me sister from now on?" Upon hearing this, Xinghua's heart tightened, and she quickly bowed her head, stammering, This is not appropriate." "Why is it not appropriate?" Ji Yuyang feigned displeasure. "Surely, you do not wish to deny me the title of sister." "How could I? I merely feel enough. It is settled then. From this moment forward, I shall be your sister, and you shall be my sister." Ji Yuyang interrupted, leaving no room for refusal. "Yes," Xinghua replied reluctantly, feeling cornered into acquiescence. Ji Yuyang smiled with satisfaction. "That is more like it." Xinghua could only manage a forced smile, her heart still heavy with unease. At that moment, Ji Yuyang sighed deeply, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Alas, since my beauty has been marred, the prince has not seen me for days, and he has even ceased returning to the residence. Life has become increasingly unbearable." Xinghua's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, reminding herself to remain cautious and not reveal any weakness, lest she attract trouble. Ji Yuyang continued, "Though I have lost hope, we sisters must survive in this palace together." She paused, noticing Xinghua's bowed head and lack of response. A glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. How could she speak so humbly to a mere servant if not for the ulterior motive of bending her to her will? Ji Yuyang's voice was thick with melancholy and resentment, evoking a moment of pity within Xinghua. Biting her lip, she offered, "Your Highness, do not worry. I will surely assist you. The prince will come around eventually." Ji Yuyang's eyes sparkled with hope, and she pretended to wipe away tears, joking out, "Xinghua, you are truly my good sister." After a moment of internal struggle, she declared, "I do have a plan that could secure our position in the palace, but I wonder if my sister would be willing to participate." Xinghua, aware that this could not bode well, found herself unable to voice her refusal. Instead, she replied, "If it can aid you, Your Highness, I am willing." "Excellent," Ji Yuyang said, leaning closer to whisper in Xinghua's ear. Terrified, Xinghua knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, please understand, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards the prince. I beg for your mercy." "What are you afraid of?" Ji Yuyang scoffed. "I never accused you of harboring such thoughts. I merely suggested you seek the prince's favor. Currently, the prince refuses to see me, and I am powerless to change that. If you do not act, it will be as though we await our demise in this palace." Kneeling with her head bowed low, Xinghua felt a tumult of emotions. The young lady wanted her to drug the prince, and while she had done so, she had heard no reports of the prince suffering any ill effects, nor did she know what the substance was. If she were to deliver it and the prince accepted, what if it were poison? If he were to perish, her own life would be forfeit. Yet, if she refused, her bond-servant contract remained in the hands of the second miss. If she disobeyed, the consequences would be dire, and she risked being sold off entirely. After careful consideration, Xinghua resolved to comply for the moment and devise a plan later. Furthermore, with the month drawing to a close, she would need to plead for her antidote from the eldest miss. Perhaps there would be a way out. With her mind made up, Xinghua cautiously said, "I will obey your commands, Your Highness." Ji Yuyang felt a sense of disdain for the servant's submission. The wretch pretended to be in control, yet she was likely reveling in her newfound proximity to the prince, a situation made possible only by Ji Yuyang's current predicament. "Since you have agreed, prepare yourself. If the prince returns tonight, You shall go to him. Tonight. Xinghua gasped in shock. This matter is best addressed swiftly. Should you succeed in becoming pregnant, our status in the palace will be secured. Even if the prince grows to loathe us, he will not mistreat us due to the bond of blood. Jiu Yang thought to herself, if a son were born from this, she would have a legitimate claim to power, while the child of that other woman would be cast aside. Her son would be the firstborn, and she would thereby elevate her own status. Though unwilling, Xinghua ultimately nodded in agreement, considering her precarious situation. As she returned to her quarters to prepare, Long Jun, weary and drained, returned to the residence of the Prince of Xing. Since his marriage, nothing had gone smoothly for him, including his relationship with his royal brother. He had never anticipated that his brother would conspire against that incompetent fool, nor that he would fall prey to the very schemes he had devised. Moreover, Long Shang had awakened. His brother had been stripped of his title as crown prince, all due to evidence presented by Luo Jiao. Had he not treated her well enough? Why would she seek to undermine his brother? He had intended to leave the capital to confront her but found himself unable to do so in the current circumstances, forced to defer his inquiries. The steward observed Long Jun's heavy tread and hesitated before finally suggesting, "Your Highness, would you like to take a bath to refresh yourself?" Long Jun nodded. "Prepare the water." He had been feeling exhausted and unwell over the past few days, waking without his usual vigor, which only exacerbated his already irritable mood. The steward complied and soon returned with a tub filled with warm water. Long Jun disrobed and stepped into the tub, leaning back with closed eyes to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the air, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Assuming it was a servant coming to assist him, he did not open his eyes but said coolly, "Come and massage my shoulders." "Yes," a feminine voice responded. Long Jun's eyes flew open in surprise, and upon seeing it was Xinghua, he darkened his expression. "What are you doing here?" "Your Highness." I was sent by the consort to attend to you," Xinghua stammered, shrinking back in fear. At that moment, she was still clad in her everyday attire, having done nothing to prepare. Long Jun, having pieced together the situation, suspected he understood what was afoot. Given the lack of morning arousal these past few days, he decided to test whether it was merely fatigue or something else. "Then come closer." He closed his eyes again, feigning sleep, but a glint of cunning shone beneath his eyelids. Xinghua, filled with trepidation, approached and knelt beside the tub, gently placing her hands on his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure as she began to massage. Long Jun felt her touch but remained unresponsive below. His expression darkened as he opened his eyes, seizing Xinghua's garment and yanking her into the tub with him. She shrieked in terror. "Silence!" Long Jun snapped, terrified. Xinghua promptly clamped her mouth shut as Long Jun rent her clothing apart, revealing her delicate skin and the blossoms upon her chest, igniting a fervent flame within him. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his own body remained unresponsive. Glaring at Xinghua, he snarled through gritted teeth, "Get out." Xinghua had thought she was destined to lose her virtue today, yet to her shock, the Prince of Xing commanded her to leave. She scrambled out of the tub, hastily adjusted her clothing, and stammered, "Your Highness, please do not be angry, I will leave at once." With that, she fled the room in a panic. Once Xinghua was gone, Long Jun struck the tub in frustration. What the hell was happening? Why was he not responding? He rose from the tub and called out, "Someone, fetch a doctor." Yes, the attendant outside responded before departing. Meanwhile, Jiu Lingyu and Long Shang had finished their meal and were taking their leave from Tang and the others. Inside the carriage, Jiu Lingyu looked at Long Shang with curiosity and asked, "What is going on between you and Ruya? At first, you both seemed to despise each other, yet after I left for just a moment, your relationship appears to have improved significantly." Long Shang smiled mysteriously. "That is a secret among men." Leaning closer, he added, "If you wish to know, a kiss from you, my dear, and I shall divulge all." Jiu Lingyu shot him a disdainful glance. "Dream on. I will speak if I wish." With that, she leaned against the carriage wall and closed her eyes. Long Shang, amused despite being rejected, felt a rush of happiness. This feeling was quite delightful. As the carriage rolled onward, they realized they had returned rather late, and the shops along the street had already closed for the night. The only sounds that broke the silence were the occasional barks of dogs. Suddenly, an urgent shout pierced the stillness from outside the carriage. An assassin. Chapter 68. Do you believe I will ruin you? Upon hearing those words, Ji Lingyu was immediately jolted awake. At that moment, Longshang wore a grim expression, lost in thought. Ji Lingyu cautiously lifted the curtain just enough to peer outside, only to witness a barrage of arrows hurtling towards their carriage from all directions. These arrows were specially crafted, imbued with tremendous force. In a swift motion, Longshang pulled Ji Lingyu into his embrace, while his other hand seized an arrow that had flown in through the window beside her. Ji Lingyu had intended to test the extent of her newly honed internal energy, but as Longshang yanked her, she turned just in time to see another arrow entering through his window. Instinctively, she channeled her internal energy and extended her right hand to catch it. In that brief moment of distraction, several more arrows surged in. Longshang, holding Ji Lingyu tightly, broke through the top of the carriage and soared into the air, only to spit out a mouthful of blood mid-flight. Master, Yun Hao and the others, while fending off the arrows, cast wary glances at them. Upon seeing Longshang emerge from the carriage, blooded, they gasped in alarm. At that instant, Ji Lingyu had wrapped her arms around Longshang's waist, using her internal energy to stabilize their descent and prevent them from plummeting. With a surge of power, she guided them onto the roof of the carriage where Yun Jin and the others were seated. Yun Jin and Yun Shu had also emerged from their carriage, brandishing swords they had somehow procured, fiercely slicing at the incoming arrows. Stay calm. First, we must deal with the assassins. I am here, Ji Lingyu commanded, glancing at Longshang, whose face had turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained sharp as ever. Furious, Ji Lingyu checked Longshang's pulse, and upon discovering it was weak and erratic, with his vital organs severely injured, her anger flared. I told you not to use your internal energy. Why would you not listen? Are you so willing to throw your life away? She muttered angrily as she urged Longshang from the roof into the carriage where Yun Jin and the others were. Princess, Xiao Tong exclaimed in panic upon seeing Ji Lingyu and Longshang enter, quickly making space for them. Ji Lingyu, not pausing to speak with her, settled Longshang and immediately retrieved silver needles from her spatial pocket to administer acupuncture, forgetting to conceal her actions in her haste. Xiao Tong was oblivious, but Longshang, in discomfort, was somewhat astonished. If he had not misjudged, the silver needle pouch in Ji Lingyu's hand had appeared out of thin air. However, he could not afford to ponder further. Gazing at Ji Lingyu, who was as furious as a tigress, he managed to muster a faint, tender smile despite his pain. Ji Lingyu, seeing the smile on his face, felt her ire intensify. What are you grinning at? Do you think that looks good? Do you dare to believe I will ruin you? Very well, Longshang replied weakly. This way, I have a reason to cling to you for a lifetime, my dear Yuer. Ji Lingyu shot him a glare. Was he truly confident in her ability to heal him, or was he simply reckless? How could he still find humor in such dire circumstances? She was utterly exasperated. Fortunately, she had regained 70% of her power, otherwise, he would be doomed today. Yet even with that, she could only temporarily stabilize him. A surgery would be imperative once they returned. Initially, she had planned to wait a day or two, but it seemed time was of the essence. After completing the acupuncture, Ji Lingyu instructed Xiao Tong to keep a close watch over Longshang, then climbed back onto the carriage roof. The arrows continued to rain down. Although Longshang's men were skilled, they were ill-equipped for close combat against the assassins and had already suffered injuries. They dared not leave the carriage, fearing for Longshang's safety. Upon observing this, Ji Lingyu retrieved a silenced gun from her spatial pocket and aimed it at the source of the arrows, firing it towards a rooftop in the distance, causing a figure clad in black to tumble down. The other assassins around him were left bewildered. How had he fallen? As Ji Lingyu turned, raising and lowering her arm, numerous assassins plummeted from their positions. Yun Hao and the others stood in stunned silence. Their princess's hidden weapons were truly formidable. At that moment, Ji Lingyu aimed in the direction of Yun Hao and fired again, startling him. Did his princess intend to kill him? Meanwhile, Yun Jin shouted from afar, "Don't just stand there, you're courting death." In slow motion, Yun Hao turned around, only to see an arrow drop behind him. The realization dawned upon him. That arrow had been shot down by his princess, who had just saved him. And no wonder Yun Jin had called him foolish for being so dazed. In such a situation, how could one afford to be idle? Seeing that arrows were no longer effective, the assassins emerged from the shadows to launch a frontal assault. Ji Lingyu, stationed atop the carriage, found the moment relatively tranquil. She merely had to assist anyone in danger with her gun. Suddenly, a group of riders appeared in the distance. Ji Lingyu furrowed her brows. As they drew near, she recognized it was Wang An leading a contingent to their aid. A wave of relief washed over her as she jumped down from the roof and re-entered the carriage. The remaining assassins, upon witnessing this, began to retreat, while Yun Hao and the others did not pursue. Ji Lingyu instructed Wang An to leave a portion of his men to clean up the assassins' bodies, while they made their way to the residence of Prince Jing. At this point, Longshang had already succumbed to unconsciousness, and Ji Lingyu urged Yun Hao to hasten their pace. Upon returning to Prince Jing's residence, Ji Lingyu ordered that Longshang be carried directly into her chamber, instructing Yun Jin and Xiao Tong to guard the door and allow no one to enter. With that, she took Long Jun into her spatial realm. Chapter 69, Space Upgraded Again. Ji Lingyu first shaved Longshang's hair, then swiftly changed his clothes before disinfecting herself and donning a new outfit. Only then did she lead Longshang into the operating room. She began by using a silver needle to protect Longshang's heart meridian, administered an anesthetic, and with a slightly longer silver needle, penetrated the anesthetic. Employing all her internal strength and focus, she pierced through Longshang's cranial bone, embedding it into the body of the parasitic insect. After completing this series of actions, Ji Lingyu was drenched in sweat, beads cascading down her forehead. However, everything proceeded smoothly. She grabbed a pre-prepared tissue to wipe her brow and commenced the surgery. Meanwhile, at the Grand Prince's residence, Longxian sat anxiously in his study. Suddenly, a voice, belonging to Qingbai, came from outside. "My lord." "Enter," Longxian urged impatiently. Qingbai stepped inside, clad in black, with a wound on his arm from which blood dripped. "What news?" Longxian, oblivious to Qingbai's injury, asked anxiously. Qingbai knelt, apologizing. "Everything was going smoothly, but I did not anticipate that the princess consort of King Jing possessed a formidable concealed weapon, which decimated our archers. Ultimately, the people from the Jing Wangfu arrived, so Longshang and that vile woman are still alive." Longxian bellowed with a chilling ferocity. "My incompetence has led to this. I implore your punishment, my lord." "Punishment? Do you realize how much effort I have expended to cultivate you, yet you cannot even handle such a trivial matter, resulting in such losses? Utterly worthless, all of you, worthless." In a sudden fit of rage, Longxian kicked Qingbai to the ground. Qingbai, already injured, clutched his chest, groaning in pain, spitting out blood. Longxian, still fuming, hurled a teacup from the table at Qingbai's head, causing blood to trail down Qingbai's cheek, which momentarily alleviated Longxian's ire. "In just a few days, it will be spring harvest. By then, I care not what means you employ, but you must eliminate that pair of wretches. Otherwise, do not expect to return." "Yes, I shall obey." Meanwhile, at the residence of the Xingwang, Qing Shan had summoned a doctor for Long Jun overnight. The doctor, trembling, examined Long Jun and, in a state of sheer terror, shook his head. "My lord, I lack the medical expertise to assist." "Is it truly a lack of ability, or are you simply afraid to speak the truth?" Long Jun replied coldly. The doctor, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, hurriedly bowing his head in supplication. "My lord, please do not be angry. It is not my intention to conceal the condition, but your ailment is particularly insidious, and I dare not speak recklessly. If you do not speak, I shall take your life now." With no recourse, the doctor cautiously replied, "If I am not mistaken, my lord cannot engage in intimate relations with a woman at this moment." He hesitated, fearing to continue. Upon hearing this, Long Jun's expression darkened. Then what must be done to cure it? This, the doctor repeatedly bowed his head. I beseech my lord for mercy, I have not yet devised a solution. Long Jun's face grew even darker, and he bellowed, begone. The doctor, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurried to leave, only to be halted by Long Jun's voice. Stop. My lord, the doctor trembled as he turned around. Do you understand the saying trouble comes from the mouth? If I hear anything I should not, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The doctor shivered, swallowing hard. I understand. He then fled as if escaping a predator. Seeing Long Jun's foul mood, Ching Shan wisely exited the room. Long Jun leaned against the bedpost, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Could it be that he would never again know the pleasures of intimacy? The thought of being without her sent a painful twist through his heart, drawing his mind to Luo Jiao, her unborn child, and his elder brother. On the other side, Jiu Lingyu finally extracted the parasitic insect from Longshang and placed it in a container filled with blood. After tending to the wound, she glanced at the merit points in her space. To her astonishment, there were now a total of 10,080 merit points, and the financial tally displayed a figure of 136,000. The prompt asking, would you like to use merit points and finances to upgrade the space, reappeared, but this time with an additional note, upgrade the space, requiring 10,000 merit points and 1,000,000 in finances. Below were options for OK and on. Jiu Lingyu had not anticipated that merely performing one surgery on Longshang would yield such a bounty of merit points. However, the cost for this upgrade was indeed steep, leaving her curious about the future costs. This made her wish to bring Longshang back to the operating table for another incision. She pondered the likelihood of his survival should she operate again. Would he perish? If so, would that result in a deduction of her merit points? Lost in thought, she chuckled to herself. If Longshang were to learn of her musings, would he not wish to strangle her or lie on the operating table willingly? She imagined Longshang, in his characteristic demeanor, lying there with a pitiful expression, saying, do as you will. For your merit points, I am willing. At this thought, Jiu Lingyu shivered involuntarily, feeling a chill run down her spine. She quickly dismissed such thoughts and hastily pressed the OK button. Suddenly, the space began to tremble, and she and Longshang were transported out of the realm. Jiu Lingyu stood momentarily dazed, only to realize that Longshang had been sent crashing to the ground. She hurriedly gathered her energy to lift him and place him gently on the bed, covering him with a blanket before turning her attention to her wrist. At that moment, her wrist radiated warmth, slightly flushed. After what felt like the duration of a tea session, calmness returned. Jiu Lingyu swiftly attempted to re-enter the space. She found herself easily back inside, only to be met with another delightful surprise regarding the upgrade. She had hoped the upgrade might bring something from the modern era, yet she could hardly have imagined the vast expansion of her space, an expanse stretching beyond sight. There was even a control panel for cultivating land. Buttons for land reclamation, irrigation, fertilization, and harvesting adorned the interface, complete with seeds available for purchase, all requiring merit points and finances. This struck her as an opportunity for prosperity. After all, the ancient world was in dire need of grain. This boundless land was akin to a treasure trove. Jiu Lingyu noted that reclaiming an acre required 10 merit points, fertilizing an acre required 1, watering 1 point, and harvesting another, with seed prices varying based on the type. Excitedly, she selected 5 next to the land reclamation button and pressed it. In the blink of an eye, 5 acres were transformed. With land scarce, Jiu Lingyu promptly purchased high-yield. She bought 2,000 jin, accounting for planting, watering, which totaled 62 merit points, leaving her with 18. With a sigh, she lamented her dwindling merit points, realizing she would need to seek out patience once more. Having arranged everything in the space, she exited, fearing that Longshang might awaken. As dawn broke, Jiu Lingyu approached the bedside. Noticing Longshang had yet to stir, she flexed her muscles before making her way to the door. Outside, Weinan and others awaited anxiously, with Yunhao eager to enter, repeatedly thwarted by Yun Jin and Xiao Tong. Surely, with the princess consort alone inside, she is overwhelmed. I merely wish to assist her, Yunhao insisted earnestly. Do you truly believe that? Yun Jin cast him a skeptical glance. Yes, I do believe, Yun Hao replied hastily. Yun Jin chose not to engage further, standing guard at the door as instructed by the princess consort. Chiu Tong scoffed, my lady has expressly forbidden entry, and yet you persist in your clamor, clearly doubting her. In her irritation, Chiu Tong reverted to calling Ji Yuling my lady, believing Yun Hao did not trust her. Yun Hao felt wronged. He was merely worried about his lord, though he recognized that his lady possessed medical skills. He knew that even Master Chiu could not remedy his lord's poison, so was it not reasonable for him to harbor some doubt? At that moment, the door swung open, and Ji Yuling emerged. Princess consort, how is my lord? Yun Hao rushed forward, his concern evident, while others maintained their composure, though their eyes betrayed their anxiety. Ji Yuling smiled brightly. The parasitic insect has been removed, and I administered an anesthetic. He is still under sedation. Once he awakens and rests for a while, he will be completely fine. A collective sigh of relief echoed as Yun Hao and Wang An could not contain their gratitude. Before Ji Yuling could speak further, Yun Hao dashed into the room to check on his lord. Upon entering, he let out a startled "er," which sent the others rushing into the room in alarm. Chapter 70, The Master's hair is gone. Ji Yuling, perplexed, returned to the room. Clearly, Long Xiong was no longer in danger. What was the fuss with Yun Hao? Upon her entrance, the others who had come in earlier gaped at Long Xiong lying on the bed, their expressions rife with disbelief. Has something happened to your master? Ji Yuling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yun Hao pointed at Long Xiong's head, stammering, Master's hair is gone. How could this be? Wang An exclaimed anxiously. Ji Yuling realized with a sinking feeling that she had forgotten about this matter. Ahem. She cleared her throat and, rubbing her nose, remarked, I shaved the prince's hair. What? Yun Hao retorted, anger flaring in his voice. Why would you shave the prince's hair? Are you not aware that one's hair is a gift from one's parents, such an important decision, and you did not consult the prince? He continued, how will the prince face the world now, Yun Hao? Just as Yun Hao was about to continue, Wang An interrupted, it is evident that the princess must have had her reasons for shaving the prince's hair. Yun Hao recognized that his words may have been overly harsh, yet he maintained that he was justified and chose not to apologize to Ji Yuling. Ji Yuling, feeling a tinge of annoyance, huffed and pointed at the bandage on Long Xiong's head, saying, how was I to perform surgery without shaving his hair? Only then did the others notice the bandage wrapped around the side of Long Xiong's head. Yun Hao's composure faltered further. Why was there a bandage on his head, and what did surgery entail? The princess had been speaking of surgery, yet he remained bewildered. He could only surmise it was. Wang An wore a puzzled expression as well, but he believed that their princess would never harm her husband, so he remained silent, understanding that the ancients had never witnessed surgery and thus their bewilderment was understandable. Ji Yuling offered an explanation. There are parasites in his brain, specifically a mother and child parasite. He is afflicted by the child parasite, and without the mother, the only way to remove it is through surgery, otherwise, how can we save him? Upon hearing this, Yun Hao and Wang An finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had rushed in and, upon seeing their master's hair gone, had panicked and overlooked the bandage. Although they felt it was rather unfortunate for their princess to have shaved their master's hair, they now understood it was for his survival, and thus it was not entirely unacceptable. With this realization, Yun Hao looked again at Long Xiong's bald head, feeling not anger but rather a sense of anticipation regarding how their master would react upon discovering this. The thought almost made him smile, but he restrained himself, turning to Ji Yuling instead to apologize. I was rash, and I request that the princess punish me. Wang An also expressed regret. I beg for the princess's forgiveness for my ignorance. I nearly wronged you. Enough, Ji Yuling waved her hand dismissively. I had intended to inform him before the surgery, but who could have predicted such events? I take the blame for not informing him beforehand. Feeling a bit guilty, she quickly changed the subject. Chiu Tong, I am hungry. Could you fetch me something to eat? She had indeed forgotten about the hair-shaving incident, but her hunger was now quite urgent. Yes, the kitchen has been keeping porridge warm for you and the prince, Chiu Tong replied hastily. I shall bring it to you right away. No need, I will accompany you. With that, she instructed Yunjin to bring her paper and pen, writing out a prescription to hand to Wang An. Wangbo, please take this prescription to procure the necessary ingredients and prepare it for the prince. Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately. Once Wang An departed, Ji Yuling turned to Yun Hao. I will seek out some food, and once your master awakens, he can be returned to his own chambers. Ensure he consumes light meals and rests adequately in the coming days. With that, she exited the room with Chutong, and Yunjin glanced at Long Xiong before hastily following them out. She was now aligned with the princess, prioritizing her needs above all else. Yun Hao, why did it seem to him that their princess was in such a hurry? If Ji Yuling were aware of Yun Hao's thoughts, she would surely chide him with a laugh. Was it not obvious, given their reaction to the sight of his hair being shaved? How could he not explode upon discovering it was she who had done it? Not long after Ji Yuling and the others left, Long Xiong awoke. Upon opening his eyes and realizing he was not in his own chambers, and that only Yun Hao was by his side, disappointment washed over him. Seeing his master awake, Yun Hao excitedly approached. Master, how do you feel? Not bad, just a bit of a headache, Long Xiong replied, frowning slightly. Yun Hao promptly recounted how Ji Yuling had performed surgery and shaved his hair, not as a complaint but merely as an observation while speculating about the potential incision on his head. Upon hearing this, Long Xiong hastily touched his head, feeling the bandage and the smoothness of his scalp, his expression instantly freezing, his face darkening. Fetch me a mirror, he gritted through clenched teeth. Yun Hao, instinctively tensing, dashed out to retrieve a mirror. Now he understood why the princess had left in such haste. She was likely afraid of his impending fury. When Yun Hao returned with the copper mirror, Long Xiong took it and gazed into it, confirming the absence of hair save for the bandage wrapped around his head. He examined his reflection several times, lost in thought. Yun Hao braced himself for an outburst, yet after a moment, the previously ashen face of Long Xiong returned to normal, even curving into a slight smile, as if his mood had lightened. Yun Hao was taken aback. His master was not angry. Had the sun risen in the west? Lost in thought, he glanced outside. Where is the princess? Long Xiong asked. She seems to have gone to the kitchen to find something to eat, Yun Hao replied uncertainly, still puzzled. He wondered if she was genuinely hungry or merely using it as an excuse to slip away. Indeed, I am hungry as well. I shall fetch you something to eat right away. As Yun Hao began to step away, Long Xiong, after Ji Yuling found some food in the kitchen, she thought Long Xiong should have awakened by now, though she was unsure if he had left her room. At that moment, Wang An hurried into the kitchen. Ji Yuling, surprised, wondered how he had returned with the medicine so quickly. Before she could inquire, Wang An announced, Princess, the Jingzhou prefecture has sent someone to see you. Where are they now? Ji Yuling inquired. I have already had them brought to the main hall. Let us go see, she replied, and Chutong and Yunjin quickly followed. Chapter 71, sharing the same bed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Ji Yuling discovered that there were 7 or 8 constables waiting within, alongside 2 large chests. Upon noticing her entrance, they promptly bowed in deference, exclaiming, We greet the princess. Ji Yuling nodded slightly and directly inquired, Might I ask what brings you here, gentlemen? At that moment, 2 others approached to open the chests they had brought. Ji Yuling looked inside one and found it filled with silver, accompanied by a stack of banknotes, while the other was brimming with jewels. She was utterly astonished. Qi Chong, merely a minor steward, had embezzled such a vast fortune. She speculated that this must be the wealth he had deceitfully acquired from the Liu family, and now it had been presented to her. As Ji Yuling pondered this, Wang An approached her from behind and quietly reminded her, Lord Liu of Jingzhou Prefecture is a nephew of the Tang matriarch. Realization dawned on Ji Yuling. So, Lord Liu was her cousin, which explained why all the ill-gotten gains had been sent to her rather than to the Tang family or the Jiyu estate. She surmised that sending it to the Tang family might provoke trouble for them should Jiyu Shore become aware, and that Lord Liu would prefer to send it to her, making it the most prudent choice. Thank you for your hard work in delivering this, Ji Yuling said, retrieving a 100-tael banknote from the chest and handing it to one of them. Take this and enjoy a drink on me. The man, taken aback, accepted it with both hands, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness." The others echoed their gratitude. No need for such formality. Once the constables departed, Ji Lingyu instructed her attendants to carry the chests to her chamber and followed suit towards Baibo Pavilion. Meanwhile, within Baibo Pavilion, Longshang had just finished his meal when Yunhao informed him of Ji Lingyu's request for him to return to his own courtyard upon waking. "Do I need your permission to move?" Longshang replied coldly, causing Yunhao to hastily fall silent, although his expression betrayed his grievance. This was not his suggestion, but rather the command of his mistress. He was merely a messenger. Thus, when Ji Lingyu returned to her room, Longshang promptly closed his eyes. "Yunhao, has your master yet awakened?" Ji Lingyu inquired, glancing at the man on the bed. It seemed unusual. He should have awakened by now. Yunhao, unsure of how to respond, could only manage a vague, "Well, I have matters to attend to outside, so I leave my master in your—" Though she had resolved to be loyal to Ji Lingyu, Yunjin still hoped for a harmonious relationship between her mistress and the prince, so she too withdrew, pulling Chiotong along as she left. "Sister Jin, why are you pulling me?" Chiotong asked, puzzled, as she had intended to serve her mistress. "I need to speak with you outside." Once everyone had departed, Ji Lingyu, with a frown, turned her attention to the still-closed eyes of Longshang and admonished, "Since the prince is awake, you should return to your own court. I am weary after a day and night of toil and wish to rest." Longshang opened his eyes, revealing an expression of deep longing. "I too wish to return," but he pointed at his bald head. "In my current state, even Yunhao mocks me. I cannot bear the thought of other servants seeing me like this." Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyu realized that Longshang had already learned of the shaving incident, leaving her momentarily speechless. She glanced at him and, noticing he was not angry, felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she still sought a compromise. "What if you wear a hat when you go out? I assure you, your hair will grow back before long." Longshang chuckled, "Are you attempting to placate a child?" Although he was reluctant to remain angry with her, he could not accept the loss of his hair. Yet he understood her intentions were for his own good and thus resigned himself to endure the situation, though he believed some form of recompense was warranted. "What do you propose?" Ji Lingyu retorted, her frustration evident. The shaving had been a necessary part of the procedure. Longshang pondered for a moment before finally replying, "At present, I cannot think of another solution. For the next few days, I shall rely on you to care for me. We can discuss alternatives once I have devised a plan." Ji Lingyu shot him an exasperated glare and snapped, "Why must it be me to care for you? Yunhao could easily do so, and besides, how long do you expect this to last? Was he truly the type to be concerned about others' ridicule? And what of the others? Yunjin and Wenbo have also witnessed your boldness," she protested, unwilling to yield easily. "Wenbo is preoccupied." It appeared she was deemed the most suitable caretaker. "Even if I must tend to you, you could at least return to your courtyard. During the day, I would care for you, and at night, I would return to sleep." Longshang looked pitifully at her, "But I also need to arise at night. I cannot simply summon you in the middle of the night, only to have you return after I am finished. I do not mind, but I am concerned you might tire." Ji Lingyu, "Very well, I shall tend to you, is that it? You require assistance at night, correct?" Ji Lingyu gritted her teeth in frustration. "Then you shall remain here, so I can attend to you at night." Longshang felt an ominous premonition. Ji Lingyu shot him "I need to sleep." After a long day of exertion and an exhausting surgery on his behalf, she was utterly fatigued and simply wished to lie down. However, as Longshang lingered stubbornly, she could not let a patient sleep on the floor. Ji Lingyu, unceremoniously, took a blanket and lay down, closing her eyes. She had no fear of what he might do, given that he had just undergone surgery. Yet, Longshang's heart raced at her proximity, his body tensing. He hastily turned his head away, feigning rest, but kept his ears perked for any sounds. It was only when Ji Lingyu's breathing grew steady that he finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Longshang turned to face Jiyu Lingyu, gazing intently at her tranquil sleeping face. Her skin was fair, her features exquisitely beautiful, especially her long, curled eyelashes that fluttered like tiny fans. How wonderful it was! He was finally sharing a bed with Yue, although the cost had been steep. His bald head. He felt content, unable to resist. He extended his elegant fingers to caress her delicate lips, his heartbeat accelerating further. However, Jiyu Lingyu did not stir. Instead, she turned over and continued to sleep. It seemed the girl was indeed exhausted. Longshang sighed quietly, gradually calming his restless emotions, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 72, The Wickedness in the Prince's Mansion. Upon learning that Xinghua had failed to win Long Jun's favor, Jiyu Yang raised her hand and struck Xinghua's face with a resounding slap, her voice laced with fury. Incompetent fool! You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Xinghua, clutching her stinging cheek, trembled as she knelt on the ground. Despite harboring deep resentment towards Jiyu Yang, she found herself compelled to apologize. I am sorry, Your Highness. It is the servant's fault for not executing the task properly. I assure you, I will succeed next time. Upon hearing Xinghua's words, Jiyu Yan's eye subsided, and she gently assisted her to her feet, inquiring, does it hurt? Xinghua quickly shook her head. It does not hurt. However, Jiyu Yang looked at her with concern and said, I do not blame your sister for being harsh. Given our current predicament, if you fail to win the prince's affection, our future will be fraught with difficulties. Xinghua nodded earnestly. I understand, and I will strive to do better. Jiyu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may leave now. Go see the physician. You must have your face examined, lest it swell and become unsightly. Yes, Your Highness. With her head bowed, Xinghua exited the chamber. She had never felt such humiliation and resolved to seek out her young lady that very night. Meanwhile, Long Jun had already left the city and arrived at his estate beyond the walls. He went directly to Luo Jiyao's chamber. At that moment, Luo Jiyao was busy sewing small garments. Upon seeing Long Jun, she remarked coolly, You've come. Long Jun took a seat and, after glancing at her abdomen, he let out a heavy sigh and fixed his gaze upon her face, stating, I wish to hear your explanation. Luo Jiyao chuckled lightly. What is there to explain? Explain why you chose to accuse my royal brother. Have I not treated you well enough? Yes, he has wronged the Luo family, but what do you stand to gain by bringing about his downfall? Long Jun questioned in a low, grave tone. Luo Jiyao burst into laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she replied, You dare question me about why I accused him, you inquire what I might gain from it. Suddenly, she stood up, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, Because he caused the wrongful deaths of 18 members of the Luo. Do you realize that my brother's child had just been born, a mere infant, without understanding, condemned to death by your father simply because my father was the Minister of Revenue and the supplies meant for the border had mysteriously vanished? Our entire family was executed, even the helpless newborn. Now that I know who instigated this tragedy, why should I not accuse him? Long Jun found himself at a loss for words. Ever since he agreed to investigate the matter of Luo Jiyao's father, he had feared that she would uncover the truth, and now she had. Seeing Long Jun's silence, Luo Jiyao coldly remarked, You asked what I stand to gain. I shall tell you, if he dies, I can bring solace to the spirits of the 18 souls of the Luo family. As she spoke, a bitter smile graced her lips. Alas, even if how ironic. None of you from the royal family are worth a dime, including you. You are all hypocrites. I, Luo Jiyao, must have been blind to have ever harbored feelings for a hypocrite like you. With that, she spat in Long Jun's face, cursing him viciously. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as Long Jun struck Luo Jiyao's cheek, sending her crashing to the ground. She let out a muffled groan, clutching her abdomen, panic etched across her face. Long Jun glared at the fallen Luo Jiyao, and just as he was about to unleash another tirade, he noticed the pain etched across her features and the pool of blood forming beneath her. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, shouting, Someone, fetch the doctor. He bent down, intending to lift Luo Jiyao, but she recoiled in disgust. Get away, you are unworthy to touch me. Long Jun's face flushed with anger and humiliation as he slammed his fist onto the table, never having endured such an affront. Were it not for her pregnancy, he would have taken her life, thus, he refrained from carrying her, instead summoning 2 maidservants to assist her to the bed. Before long, Qingshan brought the physician, along with 2 midwives. One of the midwives, upon seeing the blood, wore a look of alarm. "Quick, examine her, we must save the child." Long Jun commanded the physician, "Otherwise, I will take your lives." At that moment, Luo Zhiyao was drenched in sweat from the agony, yet she managed to retort, "Is this all you are capable of? Even your child would not wish to acknowledge you as a father." "Silence!" Long Jun bellowed. This could be the only child he ever had. He could not allow anything to happen. The physician, not daring to delay, hastily examined Luo Zhiyao's pulse, his expression turning to one of terror as he said, "Your Highness, the lady's pregnancy may not be sustainable." "What do you mean?" Long Jun glared at the physician with a menacing gaze. "The lady has been distressed, and the fetus is unstable." There were already signs of a miscarriage, and now with the blood loss, he paused, trembling as he added, "Moreover, I fear the lady's pulse indicates signs of poisoning. Though the toxicity is not severe, it is not immediately evident, thus the child," he hesitated to finish. "How could she be poisoned? Who dares to endanger my child?" Long Jun roared, "Investigate, find out who is responsible, or I will see you all dead." Luo Zhiyao, too, was taken aback by the revelation of her poisoning. Though she despised the royal family, the child within her was still her flesh and blood. She had never contemplated giving it up, as it was her only kin in this world. Meanwhile, the midwife stood pale and drenched in sweat, visibly shaken. Qingshan received his orders and soon discovered that one of the midwives was the culprit. Long Jun kicked the midwife aside, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "You dare harm my child? You are courting death." After being kicked, the midwife scrambled to her feet, bowing and pleading, "Your Highness, please spare me. It was the consort who commanded me to administer the miscarriage medicine." Before Long Jun could respond, she thoroughly implicated Jiu Yuyang. Luo Zhiyao, who had been weakly reclining on the bed, erupted into a maniacal laughter upon hearing this. "Karma, this is karma." At that moment, the bleeding worsened, and the physician stammered, "Your Highness, the lady must undergo an immediate induction." "Otherwise, her life is in peril." Long Jun was momentarily stunned, unable to accept this outcome. "No, you must save both mother and child, or I'll take your lives." The physician knelt. "It is not that I do not wish to save them. It is simply beyond my capabilities. I can no longer detect the fetal heartbeat." He trembled. Long Jun was rendered completely speechless. He could not believe it. Trembling, Long Jun straightened himself, his gaze cold as he looked at the terrified midwife still kneeling. "Take her with us, return to the city." At the same time, within the prince's mansion, Jiu Lingyu awoke in the evening. As she opened her eyes, a handsome monk appeared before her, gazing at her tenderly, softly murmuring, "You're awake." For a moment, Jiu Lingyu was captivated by his visage, instinctively reaching out to touch his face, murmuring to herself, "What a bewitching creature." Chapter 73. A self-inflicted predicament. Upon hearing the words, Long Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly, letting out a low chuckle from deep within his throat. Jiu Lingyu suddenly came back to her senses, hastily retracting her hand and clearing her throat awkwardly. She then sat up, glanced outside, and feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's quite late, no wonder I feel a bit hungry." With that, she climbed out of bed. She had thought she would be unable to sleep beside Long Xiang, yet she had not only fallen asleep, but had done so quite soundly, even succumbing to the allure of beauty. It seemed that it was indeed time for her to find a man. Contemplating this, Jiu Lingyu stole another glance at Long Xiang, who, despite his handsome appearance, bore a troublesome identity. If he were merely a pretty boy, she could afford to support him as long as he was obedient. However, with his princely status and command over military power, he resembled a ticking time bomb. If she were to take him in, she would have to navigate a treacherous world of scheming and violence daily, which would only invite trouble upon herself. With this thought, Jiu Lingyu shook her head repeatedly, concluding that it would be better to seek someone simpler. Long Xiang, unaware of Ji Yulingyu's myriad thoughts, listened to her change the subject and observed her shaking her head, mistaking her shyness for modesty. With a doting expression, he said, "I've already instructed you can wash up and eat shortly." "All right," Ji Yulingyu replied and called for Chiu Tong to bring in water. Before long, Chiu Tong entered with a basin of water. After placing it on the table, she seemed to want to say something to Ji Yulingyu but hesitated upon seeing Long Xiang on the bed. Noticing Chiu Tong's reluctance to speak, Ji Yulingyu found it amusing and asked, "What is it?" Aside from her own secret space, there was nothing she couldn't share, and since Chiu Tong was unaware of that secret, there was no need to be discreet in front of Long Xiang. Chiu Tong, encouraged by her mistress's prompt, thought it over and decided it was nothing serious, saying, "Xinghua wishes to see you." "Xinghua?" Ji Yulingyu wondered what she wanted. Could it be concerning the antidote? "She says she has something urgent to discuss with you. I told her you were resting and that it wasn't convenient for her to see you, and suggested she return another day, but she insisted she had run away from the Xingwangfu and must see you today. Since you hadn't awakened, I didn't dare to take charge and told her to wait. I'm not sure if she is still outside now. Go check if she is still there. If so, bring her in," Ji Yulingyu instructed as she washed up. "Yes, I will do that right away," Chiu Tong replied. After Chiu Tong left, Ji Yulingyu turned around after finishing her washing and found Long Xiang gazing at her with a smile. "What is the matter?" Ji Yulingyu asked, feeling somewhat flustered under his scrutiny. "I just think it's wonderful that I can open my eyes and see you, Yuer." Ji Yulingyu felt slightly embarrassed. This man was truly something else. At that moment, Chiu Tong's voice echoed from outside, "Wang Fei, I've brought her in." Ignoring Long Xiang, Ji Yulingyu turned to step outside, while Long Xiang's, he felt that he was truly living like a person now, as opposed to being merely an instrument of vengeance in his past. Upon seeing Ji Yulingyu, Xinghua hurriedly approached and knelt before her. "Miss, please save me," she pleaded, then began to kowtow. Ji Yulingyu glanced at her and replied coolly, "Please rise first." "Thank you, miss, thank you." Xinghua stood up, and as she lifted her head, Ji Yulingyu noticed one side of her face was swollen and bruised. Furrowing her brow, Ji Yulingyu asked, "What happened?" It seemed there was more to the story than just the time-sensitive antidote. Xinghua bit her lip and recounted how Ji Yuyang had been disfigured and how she had been sent to please Long Jun but had seen no one else around aside from Chiu Tong. She knelt again and implored, "Miss, I beg you, I have followed your instructions and administered the medicine to the second miss and Xingwang. Please save me. If I return, the second miss will expect me to please Xingwang, but he truly does not like me. He even threw me into a bath bucket. In the end, he let me go. If I go back this time, I am certain the second miss will sell me off." Upon hearing that Xinghua had already drugged Long Jun, Ji Yulingyu understood why Long Jun had discarded her into the bath bucket. It was because he was incapable of performance. Since Xinghua had completed her assigned task, she had redeemed herself, and Ji Yulingyu was not a person who thrived on bloodshed. Whether Xinghua stayed or left the Xingwangfu no longer mattered to her. Thus, she resolved to let her go, leaving her fate to her own devices. Having come to this conclusion, Ji Yulingyu discreetly retrieved an antidote pill from her space and handed it to Xinghua. "Take this antidote. It will cure your poison. Beyond this, I am unable to assist you. Your well-being is your own responsibility." Though reluctant, Xinghua accepted the antidote, thanking Ji Yulingyu before departing. At this moment, Yun Jin and Yun Shu entered the courtyard carrying a food box. Ji Yulingyu truly felt hungry and turned to enter the room, followed closely by Chiu Tong. Yun Shu and Yun Jin set the food on the table and stepped aside. As Ji Yulingyu prepared to eat, she felt a burning gaze fixed upon her. Frowning, she turned to Long Xiang and said displeased, "What is so fascinating about eating?" "But I'm hungry too, I want to eat," Long Xiang replied with a pitiful expression. Ji Yulingyu felt a bit embarrassed, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions. Yun Jin and the others chuckled softly, but Long Xiang shot them a cold glance, causing them to stifle their laughter in fear. Ji Yulingyu rolled her eyes at him. "If you want to eat, come over. No one is stopping you." "But I feel dizzy and can hardly get up," Long Xiang lamented, deliberately rubbing his forehead for effect. Ji Yuling was left speechless. He had seemed so lively moments ago, yet now he was playing the victim. Then let Yunjin assist you with your meal. Upon hearing this, Long Xiang's mood soured instantly. He shot a frosty look at Yunjin and the others, causing Yunjin to quickly exclaim, Wang Fei, I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Ji Yulingyu's approval, she dashed out. Yun Shu and Qiu Tong, ever clever, quickly followed suit, prioritizing their own safety. Ji Yulingyu couldn't help but twitch her lips. These girls were utterly unreliable. Meanwhile, Long Xiang's spirits had lifted. With a resigned expression, Ji Yulingyu approached the side of the bed, supporting Long Xiang's neck with one hand and grasping his arm with the other, attempting to help him sit up. Upon sensing her proximity, Long Xiang stiffened, instinctively holding his breath. Once Ji Yulingyu had him propped up with a cushion behind him, he was already sweating profusely. Long Xiang internally chuckled at his own predicament. Despite many years without a woman, he found himself struggling to maintain control whenever she was near, especially with the alluring scent she exuded that ignited desires within him, pushing him to the brink of losing control. Oblivious to his changing expression, Ji Yulingyu, after assisting him, moved to the table to serve herself a bowl of soup. Taking advantage of Long Xiang's inattention, she discreetly added a pinch of salt from her space before carrying it over to the bedside. Chapter 74 My Lord, would you like some water? Just as she was about to feed Long Xiang, he reached out to take the bowl. I can manage on my own. Is your head no longer spinning? Are you able to hold the bowl now? Ji Yulingyu retorted sarcastically. Long Xiang found her amusing. This girl held onto grudges so fiercely. Did he not merely wish to grow closer to her? Besides, he was the one who would ultimately suffer. He resolved to eat by himself, not wanting to starve her nor endure more discomfort, so he replied, I was dizzy just now, but I feel much better now. Upon hearing this, Ji Yulingyu handed the bowl to him, pleased at the prospect of not having to feed him herself. She then sat down and served herself a bowl of soup, sipping it while glancing at Long Xiang. At that moment, he too took a spoonful of soup and nearly spat it out. Had he not been recovering, he would have done so. After a struggle, he swallowed it and looked at Ji Yulingyu in disbelief. This soup was far too salty to be the cook's doing. It must have been Ji Yulingyu who added salt. Yet, he had not heard her ask anyone to bring salt. Suddenly, he recalled the silver needles she had conjured out of thin air when she saved him yesterday. Perhaps he hadn't seen clearly in his discomfort. Had she prepared it in advance? A bitter smile crept onto his face. She certainly never let herself be at a disadvantage. Ji Yulingyu observed the expression on Long Xiang's face and smirked, her tone teasing. What is the matter? Is the soup I served not to your liking? Her expression seemed to convey a message. If you dare to say it's not good, I shall cease to serve you. Long Xiang hurriedly shook his head in denial and gulped down the soup. Seeing him finish, Ji Yulingyu chuckled and asked, would you like some more? No. No thank you, Long Xiang quickly refused, but could you please pour me a glass of water, Yuer? Certainly, I shall comply. Ji Yulingyu poured a glass of water for Long Xiang and took the bowl from his hands. He dared not say anything further and swiftly finished the water, extending the cup back to Ji Yulingyu. Seeing how eagerly you drink, it seems you are quite thirsty. Let me pour you another glass, she said as she approached the table to refill his cup. No, I am no longer thirsty, Yuer, please eat your meal quickly, or it will get cold. Long Xiang hastily redirected the conversation. He had the distinct feeling that Yuer was intent on making him drink more water. Ji Yulingyu, noticing his wary demeanor, could not suppress a chuckle. This was what you get for bullying me, she thought. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Prince of Xing, Long Jun returned with the midwife, heading straight for Tingyu Pavilion. Inside, Ji Yuyang was applying medicine to herself while cursing, that wretched woman, where could she possibly be? Did she think that by trying to seduce the prince she could bypass me? Such foolishness, she will never escape from my grasp. Just as her words fell, the door was kicked open from the outside. Upon seeing the intruder, Ji Yang screamed. Standing at the threshold, Long John was equally taken aback. Who was this grotesque creature? Where was Ji Yang? Had she been devoured by this monster? Once Ji Yang donned her clothing and adjusted, he could scarcely believe how she had transformed. Her body was riddled with sores, and even her face was unrecognizable. In such a state, he felt repulsed, not only at the thought of being with her but even at the sight of her. He could not help but question the authenticity of this Ji Yuan. At that moment, she timidly called out, "Wang, Wenyi." Long John snapped back to reality, suppressing his disgust as he stepped inside, pointing an accusatory finger at her in anger. "Is this the reason you brought the veil? How much more are you hiding from me?" I did not intend to conceal anything from you, my lord. It's just that, I was afraid you would disdain me." Ji Yang wept. "Enough?" Long John interrupted her sharply. "Do you think you can continue deceiving me? I never meant to keep anything from you, my lord. I planned to wait until I was healed," Ji Yang was explaining when Long John kicked her to the ground. "You wretched woman, still denying it, you clearly instructed someone to give Yao the abortion." A flicker of delight surged within her, but she could not reveal it. Instead, she scrambled to her feet and retorted, "I know nothing of any woman. How could I possibly send someone to administer poison? I beg for your fair judgment, my lord. You dare to argue, I will ensure you understand the consequences of your actions." Long John declared, commanding that the midwife be brought forth. "Tell me, who instructed you to poison the I do not know her name, I only heard her tell the coachman, the lady is waiting, we must hurry back." The midwife's voice dwindled to silence. Ji Yang felt a surge of panic but tried to maintain her composure. Just because she referred to herself as lady does not mean it was me. It could be someone else. Someone else? Long John sneered. Tell me, apart from you, who else in this household is a lady? She has feelings for you, my lord. Upon hearing that someone was pregnant with your child, she sent someone to harm your offspring. Long John hesitated at her words, pondering if it was indeed Ji Lingyu who had orchestrated this. Reflecting on the changes in her demeanor over the past days, he found it difficult to believe. Before her marriage, Ji Lingyu might have considered harming his child, but she would have approached him directly rather than send someone else. Wretched woman, do you dare deceive me? With that thought, Long John raised his foot and kicked Ji Yang in the abdomen once more. Ji Yang cried out in agony, clutching her pained abdomen and howling. Long John, however, continued his assault until he felt he had released enough of his frustration, then declared, I shall now cast you aside, this poisonous woman, and sell you to a brothel, so you may experience the fate of being shared by all. Ji Yang, already on the brink of collapse, trembled in fear at his words, desperately scrambling to plead, My lord, I was wrong. I shall never dare again, please do not cast me away. Being sold to a brothel was worse than death for her. Long John snorted disdainfully, You dare to plot against my offspring, you must face the consequences. With that, he summoned. Once everything was settled, Long John sank to the ground, bewildered and lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Prince of Jing, Ji Lingyu, having rested well during the day, was far from tired. She whistled cheerfully, poised to attend to Longshang at any moment, occasionally asking, My lord, would you like some water? Longshang, on the other hand, was in a rather distressing predicament. After the bowl of soup at dinner, he had consumed an ample amount of water, yet he feigned weakness and refrained from summoning Yun Hao to assist him, leaving him in discomfort. Meanwhile, his dear Yuer continued to whistle nearby, making his situation even more unbearable. Chapter 75, Confronting the Prince of Yuer. At last, he could no longer contain himself. Since she had deliberately set out to provoke him, he resolved to teach her a lesson about the consequences of her actions, to see if she would dare to do so again in the future. I require a change of clothes. Change of clothes? Ji Lingyu feigned a look of confusion. Aren't you already dressed in your night attire? What more do you need to change into? Longshang exhaled deeply, I need to relieve myself. Very well. Ji Lingyu replied with a smile, "Is it a major or minor matter? Do you require a chamber pot or a night vessel?" "A night vessel it is." Longshang gritted his teeth. He could hardly believe she would actually fetch him a night vessel. "A night vessel," Ji Lingyu chuckled slyly like a cunning fox. "Your Highness, please wait a moment while I retrieve the night vessel to assist you." She could not believe Longshang would truly allow her to serve him in such a manner. They were merely testing each other's audacity. Her life motto was, "I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel the embarrassment." If she yielded now, who knew what demands he might make in the future? If he truly had the gall to let her assist him with such a task, it mattered little. Given the opportunity, she would be more than willing to give him a few knocks to the head, and by then, she would bear no guilt. With this thought, Ji Lingyu felt a surge of excitement. Each instance would yield 1,000 merit points. If she were to treat other patients, how many would she need to cure? At that moment, Longshang, who was in the room, inexplicably shivered, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart, when Ji Lingyu entered with the night vessel, beaming as she said, "Your Highness, I am here to assist you." Longshang's expression grew complex. "Forget it. You may go fetch Yunhao instead." "Were you not concerned that Yunhao would mock you?" Ji Lingyu retorted cheerily. "I have made up my mind. If he dares to laugh, I shall have someone shave his head as well," Longshang declared with utmost seriousness. Outside, Yunhao perched in a tree. Even hiding away, he had been caught in the crossfire. "Does that mean I am no longer needed to assist?" Ji Lingyu feigned disappointment, though in truth, she did not mind at all. She had even considered that if his hands were too weak to manage, she could assist him herself. Perhaps then, she could give him a few more knocks to the head. "That is unnecessary. Do hurry and summon him," he urged, feeling he could no longer hold it in. If this continued, he would surely embarrass himself. However, Ji Lingyu remained unhurried, suppressing a laugh as she inquired. Her intention had always been to have Longshang depart her room. Watching Ji Lingyu leave with a look of delight, Longshang felt a twinge of frustration. When would he ever be able to win the heart of such a beauty? Yunhao had long since overheard their conversation, so as soon as Ji Lingyu opened the door, he appeared pushing a wheelchair. He offered an awkward smile. "Princess, I have come to escort my lord back." Ji Lingyu nodded and stepped aside. After Yunhao led Longshang away, she entered her space, took a hot bath, and then thought of Longshang's bald head. His hair would not grow back quickly. It seemed she would need to make him a wig, as compensation for having shaved his head without his consent. At that moment, an idea struck her regarding the hair she had just cut off. Utilizing the waste material, Ji Lingyu spent the night crafting a wig for Longshang. Just as dawn approached, she emerged from her space with the wig and lay down on her bed to sleep. The lingering scent of Longshang still clung to the sheets, and she fell into a peaceful slumber. Utterly oblivious, she slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. During that time, Chutong had quietly checked in twice, only to retreat on seeing her mistress sleeping so blissfully. Meanwhile, Wangan hurriedly arrived at Baibo Pavilion, observing Chutong and Yunjin sewing outside. "Has the princess awakened yet?" Chutong shook her head. Noticing Wangan's anxious demeanor, Yunjin asked, "Is something the matter, Uncle Wang?" "Not particularly, but the Prince of Yi has arrived and wishes to see His Highness. However, given His Highness's current condition, it is not the best time for visitors. I had originally intended to send the Prince of Yi away under the pretense that His Highness is unwell, yet he insists on visiting to inquire after him. Hence, I thought it best to have the princess handle the situation." This Yunjin was at a loss. Their mistress already had a lack of trust in her and Yun Shu. If she were to disturb the princess for the prince's sake, it would only reinforce that mistrust. She instinctively glanced at Chutong, who was deep in thought, her head lowered. At that moment, Ji Lingyu spoke from within. "I understand, Uncle Wang, you handle it for now. I will get dressed and washed up and join you shortly." In truth, she had awakened as soon as Wangan entered, but having finally found a moment to indulge in a lie-in, she was reluctant to rise. Had it not been for Wangan mentioning that Longfu was lingering, she would have intended to sleep a little longer. I shall go at once." Wangan left happily. One fetched water, another made the bed, and a third helped Ji Lingyu don her clothing, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Yun Shu spotted some hair on the bed and instinctively asked, "Princess, what is this?" "Your lord's hair." Yun Shu exclaimed in surprise, staring at the hair. How could she possibly be holding her lord's hair? Would he punish her for this? Qiutong was equally astonished. She never would have imagined that her mistress, who was so disinclined to handle needles and thread, had made a hairpiece for the Prince of Jing. Ji Lingyu, seeing Yun Shu's incredulous expression, smiled and said, "What is there to be surprised about? Take it to the prince and say it is a hairpiece fashioned from his own hair. Whether he chooses to wear it is entirely his decision." "Understood." After Yun Shu departed, Ji Lingyu finished dressing just as Yun Jin returned with water, clean and refreshed. She, along with Yun Jin and Qiutong, made their way toward the main hall. At that moment, the Prince of Yi, Long Fu, was glaring darkly at Wangan. "How dare you, servant, you have the audacity to obstruct me. Is this how the Jing Wangfu treats its guests?" "I do not dare, but my lord is currently unfit to receive guests. However, our princess will be here shortly, so please have some tea and wait a moment," Wangan replied respectfully. Long Fu, furious, sneered, "I have come to visit my imperial brother, yet you would have me wait for that fool. I see you are growing impatient with life. Step aside, or I shall not be gentle with you." Wangan's expression soured at Long Fu's words. Not only was the Prince of Yi flaunting his power in the Jing Wangfu, but he was also insulting their princess. Little did he know how formidable she truly was, far beyond what any other woman could compare to. Taking a deep breath, he sought to remain calm. "Though I am but a servant, I am a servant of the Jing Wangfu. Our princess is no fool, she is the mistress of our household. If the Prince of Yi is unwilling to wait for her, why come here to waste time? Perhaps you should take your leave. Do you dare insult me?" Long Fu slammed the table and stood up. Wangan stood tall, showing no sign of intimidation, maintaining his respectful demeanor. "I do not dare." Long Fu glared furiously at the insolent servant who dared to disregard him, utterly intolerable. Today, he would take it upon himself to teach this servant a lesson, lest his arrogance grow further. Just as Long Fu extended his hand to discipline Wangan, Ji Lingyu entered. She turned to Wangan and said, "Uncle Wang, when did a mad dog wander into the Jing Wangfu, snapping at anyone it sees?" Chapter 76, What I Desire is the Craftsmanship. Long Fu glared at Ji Lingyu with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot and questioned, "Who are you calling a mad dog?" "Whoever shouts indiscriminately is a mad dog, of course." "What, does the Princey think this concubine is insulting you?" Ji Lingyu replied with a light laugh, "In this day and age, there are all sorts of fresh happenings. It is the first time I have heard of someone admitting to being a dog." Qiutong and Yun Jin chuckled softly, while Wangan wore a smile on his face. Long Fu, gritting his teeth in anger, glared at Ji Lingyu and retorted, sharp-tongued and cunning, "You shall weep someday." "Thank you for your compliment, Prince, but who can predict the future?" With a cold snort, Long Fu ceased further discourse, stating, "I wish to see my royal brother, yet this servant obstructs my visit and humiliates me. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall not rest until I receive one." As he spoke the last words, his countenance grew somewhat sinister, causing Wangan to feel a twinge of concern, not for himself, but for his lady. He wondered if it was a mistake to summon her, as Prince Yi clearly seemed intent on not letting his lord go easily, and with his fierce demeanor, would his lady be at a disadvantage? Since he belongs to Jing Wangfu, he must heed the commands of Jing Wang. Currently, my lord is unable to meet Prince Yi and has asked him to relay a message. Yet, you, Prince Yi, take advantage of your status and rudely insist on barging into our residence. Is this not a blatant disregard for our Wangfu, or perhaps a disregard for our lord? Or even for the emperor himself? As she spoke, Ji Lingyu's pace slowed, each word resonating with gravity, as if striking at Long Fu's very heart. Momentarily stunned by Ji Lingyu's words, Long Fu's expression darkened even further. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, fuming. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely heard that my royal brother was attacked, which is why I came to visit him. How does that equate to a lack of regard? Furthermore, what does this have to do with Father Emperor? How can you claim I disregard him? Do not label me arbitrarily. Jiu Lingyu glanced around disdainfully. If you are here to visit a patient, then how could you come empty-handed? And how does this not concern the emperor? Our lord is the Jingwen bestowed by the emperor, and this residence is also granted by him. As a guest, when the host clearly states it is inconvenient, you still brazenly intrude. Is this not a blatant disrespect towards our lord? Is this not a dismissal of the emperor's granted estate? Upon hearing Jiu Lingyu mention his empty hands, Long Fu felt a flick. After a deep sigh, he managed to suppress his anger, coldly exclaiming, "In that case, I shall return to visit my royal brother another time." With that, he shot Jiu Lingyu a cold glare and turned to leave. Jiu Lingyu watched his retreating figure with a pout, only to turn around and find Long Xiong standing behind her, clad in white, his hair cascading down his back. The handsome face bore a gentle smile directed at Jiu Lingyu, captivating her once more. After a moment, she snapped back to reality and shot him an annoyed glance, irritated that he seemed to be enticing her again. Seeing his lady was once again drawn to him, Long Xiong chuckled softly, pleased that his appearance still captivated her. He believed that in time, her heart would surely be his. "Why are you out here?" Jiu Lingyu inquired. Long Xiong cast a cold glance at Wang, and Wang's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had made a mistake, and quickly apologized. It was the servant's overstep. "Please punish me, my lord." Long Xiong understood Wang's good intentions and nodded, coldly stating, "This shall not happen again." "Thank you, my lord." Only then did Long Xiong turn his gaze back to Jiu Lingyu, his voice softening. "I was initially concerned that you might suffer injustice, but now it seems I have overthought." Hearing his words, Jiu Lingyu felt a twinge of emotion. "Rest assured, in this world, as long as I do not wish it, no one can bully me," she declared confidently. Long Xiong trusted in Jiu Lingyu's abilities, yet he advised, "Long Fu is cunning and petty, he holds grudges and will not spare those he feels slighted. While I believe in your capabilities, do take care to protect yourself and avoid harm." "I understand," Jiu Lingyu replied. Upon hearing her affirmation, Long Xiong felt reassured but still cautioned, "From now on, wherever you go, take Yun Jin and Yun Shu with you, their martial skills are quite commendable." Hearing Long Xiong's words, Jiu Lingyu couldn't help but wonder if the two sisters were truly sent to protect her rather than to spy on her. Noticing Jiu Lingyu lost in thought, Long Xiong assumed she was worried and comforted her. "Do not fret, although he is treacherous, I am not easily trifled with. I will ensure your safety." Recognizing Jiu Lingyu rolled her eyes at him. "Then that settles it, it's a waste of time, better to deal with something tangible." She extended her hand yet again. "For treatment, 1,000,000 taels, for their wig, 100,000 taels. Totaling 110 million taels. "But this wig is made from my hair," Long Xiong protested, unwilling to part with the money. He did not care for the silver, what mattered to him was the gift she had given, which could not be measured in currency. "Yes." Long Xiong glared at her in frustration before turning to Wangan, instructing, "Wang Bo, hand over all the keys to the Wangfu storerooms to the Wangfei. From now on, all matters, big and small, within the Wangfu shall be managed by her. Her words shall be commands, and no one shall dare disobey." Having spoken, he did not spare Jiu Lingyu another glance before departing, fearing she would refuse. "You wish to delineate our relationship, do you? How naive, since you have chosen to marry me, you are mine for eternity, there shall be no escape." Jiu Lingyu stood in bewilderment, taken aback. She merely sought her fee for treatment, yet he had bestowed upon her the entire Wangfu. Wangan and the others chuckled softly as they watched Long Xiong leave in haste, surprised to see their master in a state of fear. When Jiu Lingyu regained her composure, Long Xiong had already vanished from sight. Incensed, Jiu Lingyu exclaimed, "Long Xiong, you scoundrel." He had promised her a reward of 1,000,000 taels after she cured him, yet he had outright given her the whole Wangfu. Was he not attempting to exploit her as free labor? Wangan, smiling, handed Jiu Lingyu the keys to the storerooms. "Wangfei, here are the keys to the Wangfu storerooms, you may take them." "I refuse to accept," Jiu Lingyu pouted like a child. "I only want what I rightfully deserve." After a moment's thought, Wangan suggested, "You could take the keys, retrieve the silver you are owed, and then return them to the Lord later. At that point, you will have the final say." Is that permissible? Ji Lingyu asked, glancing uncertainly at Qiu Tong and Yun Jin. The two nodded vigorously, both eager for the Wang Fei to remain within the Wangfu. Ji Lingyu, fully aware that accepting the keys would mean she could not simply return them to Long Xiong, knew him to be far more cunning than Long Fu. Nevertheless, she accepted them. She desired her 1,000,000 taels. Were it not for the Tang family, were it not for her brother, she would have considered taking everything within the Wangfu and fleeing, but she could not. If she ran, what would happen to the Tang family and her brother? Thus, Ji Lingyu simmered in anger. When word arrived from the palace that the Empress Dowager wished to see her, she promptly followed without hesitation. Her anger needed an outlet, and she recalled the poisonous jewelry the Empress Dowager had gifted her. It was time to collect some interest, lest she fester in her grievances. Seeing Ji Lingyu accept the keys, Wang sighed in relief. Thankfully, his cleverness had prevailed, and he had successfully handed over the keys, redeeming himself in the eyes of the Lord. Chapter 77. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. After Ji Lingyu entered the palace, she followed the palace attendants directly to the Shokang Palace, where not only the Empress Dowager resided, but also the favored consort Lu. Ji Lingyu greeted both women, and the Empress Dowager, with a warm smile, beckoned her closer, saying, "Come here, my dear, don't be shy." Internally, Ji Lingyu cursed, that old hag, smiling so deceitfully, surely harbors ill intentions. Although she remained rooted to the spot, she replied, "Your imperial grandmother, I just parted from the prince before entering the palace. While I understand your concern for him, I must keep my distance for fear of bringing any misfortune upon you, which would be my fault." The Empress Dowager shot her a reproachful glance but chuckled, "You are such a cautious child. This old frame of mine is still quite robust and won't collapse over such trivial matters." Nevertheless, she did not insist that Ji Lingyu come closer. Ji Lingyu inwardly scoffed. "Old hag, you are still afraid of death, aren't you?" With a smile, she continued, Indeed, your imperial grandmother speaks true. You are blessed with longevity and surely destined for a long life." Upon reaching this point, she pretended to slap her mouth, exclaiming, "Look at me, you are destined for 1,000 years of life. I merely consider your well-being." After exchanging a few more flattering remarks, she took her seat on a chair that was neither too close nor too far from the Empress Dowager. Pleased with Ji Lingyu's decorum, the Empress Dowager beamed with satisfaction. Consort Lu, noticing this, added with a smile, "The Princess of Jing is indeed clever and astute. No wonder the Empress Dowager holds you in such high regard." Ji Lingyu internally retorted, "The Empress Dowager favors her. If she truly did, why send her a set of poisoned jewelry? Such affection is far too burdensome for her to bear." Nonetheless, she maintained her smile and replied to Consort Lu, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a simpleton, and what I said earlier were merely honest words." However, she thought to herself, 1,000-year-old turtle is still just an old turtle. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily. "Yar, what a splendid truth. I shall take your auspicious words to heart." Consort Lu turned to the Empress Dowager, her smile brightening. "See, Your Majesty, I told you the Princess of Jing is the most thoughtful person." "Indeed, my dear, she is a dutiful and filial child." The Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. However, Ji Lingyu remained vigilant since her entrance point. One was the mother of Longfu, and the other was Longfu's grandmother. After Longfu's recent humiliation at the Jing Wangfu, it seemed unlikely they had summoned her merely to praise her. Ji Lingyu felt a twinge of regret, having prepared numerous strategies to counter their schemes against her, only to find them potentially unnecessary. At that moment, Consort Lu spoke. "Princess of Jing, the truth is, I wished to meet you today, and fearing that Jing Wang would not permit your entrance, I requested the Empress Dowager's assistance. Please do not hold it against me for taking such liberties." Ji Lingyu beamed. "How could I? You are the prince's elder, your invitation brings me great joy, and I have no reason to blame you." "Har har, the Princess of Jing truly understands," Consort Lu responded with a chuckle. Ji Lingyu smiled subtly but remained silent, aware that they were about to reveal the purpose of their visit. As expected, the Empress Dowager began. "My dear, what exactly transpired? You have left me quite perplexed." Consort Lu sighed. "Your Majesty, here is how it unfolded. Earlier today, Lung Fu entered the palace and informed me that he heard of Shauna's assassination attempt. He intended to visit her, but she was unable to receive him, leading him to suspect that the servants in her residence were deliberately obstructing him, resulting in a conflict with them. It seems there was a misunderstanding witnessed by the Princess of Jing, which escalated into some unpleasantness. At this point, Consort Lu paused but continued, "Upon learning of this, I admonished Lung Fu. After all, he is the elder brother. What issue cannot be resolved with a bit of accommodation towards his younger siblings?" "Oh, I see, being brothers, any grievances can be settled through communication," the Empress Dowager concurred. "Exactly, I share your sentiments," Consort Lu added. However, Lung Fu, due to his pride, stubbornly refuses to return to Jing Wangfu. Thus, I thought it best to apologize on his behalf, but as I cannot leave the palace, I wished for the Princess of Jing to come in, fearing Shauna might object. "That is why I sought your assistance, Your Majesty." After finishing, Consort Lu turned to Jiyu Lingyu with an apologetic expression. "Princess of Jing, your second imperial brother can be somewhat hot-tempered, but he is a good person. He realizes his mistake, he simply feels too embarrassed to apologize to you and Shauna. I would like to formally present his apology. Would you be willing to forgive him?" Jiyu Lingyu was taken aback, not expecting Consort Lu to speak thus. Although she sensed omissions in what was said, whether intentional or due to Lung Fu's silence, she decided that if they ceased to trouble her from this point forward, she would let bygones be bygones. While she was not afraid of trouble, she preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Thus, she smiled and shook her head. "Your Highness, you flatter him. The prince and I bear no ill will towards our second imperial brother. As your imperial grandmother has said, they are brothers. Once discussed, there is no longer an issue." At that moment, the Empress Dowager added with a smile, "Since everything has been clarified, let this matter rest and never be mentioned again." She then turned to Jiyu Lingyu, her expression shifting to concern. "What happened with Shauna? Is she unharmed? Have the assailants been caught?" Jiyu Lingyu shook her head. "She is safe, but the assailant escaped." The Empress Dowager's expression changed momentarily before she regained her composure, visibly relieved. "As long as she is unharmed, that is good." "Coincidentally, the Newlyweds has just sent over some tea. You should all have a taste." After speaking, a matron beside her signaled the maidservants to bring forth the tea. One maid placed a cup before Jiyu Lingyu. The Empress Dowager encouraged, "Try it, how does it taste?" As she spoke, she took a sip, while Consort Lu smiled and added, "Today, thanks to the Princess of Jing, I too have the pleasure of enjoying it." Usually, the Empress Dowager is reluctant to share. The Empress Dowager playfully scolded, "You ungrateful one, you were absent the last time you visited me." Indeed, I was merely envious of the Empress Dowager's kindness towards the Princess of Jing, which compelled me to say such things, Consort Lu replied with a grin, her gaze fixed on Jiyu Lingyu. Noticing that Jiyu Lingyu had yet to drink, the Empress Dowager urged, Why aren't you drinking, my dear? Do you not like it? Shall I have someone bring something else?" Jiyu Lingyu shook her head. Thank you, grandmother. This is quite fine." As she lifted the teacup to her lips, she suddenly spotted a small black speck within. Furrowing her brow slightly, she examined it closely, realizing it was an insect egg. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, it was a Jiyu worm. Jiyu Lingyue's expression turned cold. It became clear that their earlier conversation was merely a ruse, a distraction meant to lower her guard. She internally scoffed. This was the Empress Dowager's palace, and the tea served was from her own attendants. Whether Consort Lu was aware of this was unclear, but based on the previous incident with the poisoned jewelry, Jiyu Lingyu was certain this too was the Empress Dowager's handiwork. "You wicked old woman, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. My dear, what troubles you? Why aren't you drinking?" The Empress Dowager's smile remained, her eyes fixed on the teacup in Jiyu Lingyue's hand. Jiyu Lingyu smiled back. "The aroma of this tea is delightful. I find it hard to part with." The Empress Dowager chuckled. "If you enjoy it, I shall have some packed for you to take home. Do not hesitate over this cup. If you do not drink it soon, it will cool, and the taste will suffer." "Then I shall not be polite," Jiyu Lingyu replied, lifting the teacup with one hand while using the lid to conceal her action. With a swift motion, she discreetly transported the entire cup of tea into her space. Chapter 78. The Old Matters of Adulthood. Upon witnessing Ji Lingyu consume her tea, a smile graced the Empress Dowager's face. Ji Lingyu observed everything intently, yet pretended to be oblivious. Seizing the moment as she reached for her handkerchief, she discreetly extracted a pill from her spatial pouch and, while the Empress Dowager conversed with concubine Lu, she deftly flicked the pill into the Dowager's teacup with a mere fraction of her strength. The pill dissolved upon contact with water, and Ji Lingyu nonchalantly tucked the handkerchief back into her sleeve. The surrounding palace attendants only noticed her slight arm movement, remaining unaware of her actions. The Empress Dowager and concubine Lu exchanged a few more words before the Dowager lifted her cup to finish the remaining tea. Glancing at the sky, she noted that it was already time for dinner, deciding to let Ji Lingyu stay for the meal before departing. Eager to witness the unfolding drama, Ji Lingyu readily agreed, and ultimately, concubine Lu chose to remain as well. The Empress Dowager then ordered the servants to bring in the evening feast. Meanwhile, at the Jingwang residence, shortly after Ji Lingyu entered palace, Long Xiong received the news. He recognized that his actions today were somewhat excessive, yet he felt compelled to do something. Otherwise, she would forever exclude him from her life. With a helpless shake of his head, he instructed Yun Hao, "Prepare the carriage to the palace." "Yes," came the prompt reply. At the same time, within Shokang Palace, as the attendants set the food upon the table, concubine Lu rose to assist the Empress Dowager. Suddenly, the Dowager forcefully shoved concubine Lu aside. Caught off guard, concubine Lu stumbled and fell to the ground, disbelief etched across her face as she looked up at the Dowager. The Dowager's eyes were filled with malice, her expression contorted with rage as she spat. "Are you Hanqing? Why are you still alive? You should have died long ago." With that, in terror, concubine Lu exclaimed, "Aunt, I am Yu Rong, your niece. What is happening? Please do not frighten me." The matron attending concubine Lu hurried to help her up. Qing Yang, witnessing the unfolding chaos, anxiously rushed to the Dowager. "Your Highness, what is wrong? Look closely. This is the concubine, your niece, not are you Hanqing." It appeared the Dowager did not hear her, suddenly glaring at Qing Yang. "Long Jianhuai, what are you doing here?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to concubine Lu, as if a realization dawned upon her, and she frantically attacked Qing Yang. "Why did you seek her out? Why, even in death, must you pursue her? I am your empress, your wife. She is merely a lowly wretch." Qing Yang dared not retaliate, enduring the Dowager's blows, while the others looked on in horror. What had befallen the Empress Dowager? The late emperor had long since passed, yet the Dowager mistook Qing Yang for him. Ji Lingyu watched with a mix of intrigue and amusement. The old hag always maintained an amiable facade. She had merely administered a hallucinogenic pill to expose her true nature, yet it seemed there were even juicier secrets to uncover. Since the matter involved the late emperor, she resolved to assist the Dowager by summoning Emperor Qianqi to listen as well. Chaos ensued among the crowd, and Ji Lingyu feigned alarm, calling out, "Grandmother, what has happened? Concubine, shall we summon the emperor? If anything were to happen to grandmother, we would be unable to bear the consequences." With that, she glanced at Yunjin behind her. Understanding immediately, Yunjin smiled and turned to leave. Since the last incident where Ji Lingyu was plotted against by Long Xian upon her entry to the palace, Yunjin had been exceedingly cautious regarding Ji Lingyu's safety. Especially after her mistress had expressly instructed her and Yun Shu to remain by the princess's side. Thus, even upon entering the Empress Dowager's Shokang Palace, she remained closely by Ji Lingyu's side. Upon hearing Ji Lingyu's words, concubine Lu hesitated. If they did not summon the emperor, and something were to truly happen to the Dowager, she could not bear the blame. Yet, if they did summon him, given her aunt's current state of madness, any indiscretions uttered could reach the emperor's ears, with dire consequences. At that moment, two palace attendants had managed to restrain the frenzied Dowager, allowing Qing Yang some respite. She anxiously protested, "No, we cannot." Everyone turned to her, unable to comprehend why she would oppose summoning the emperor in such a dire situation. Realizing her misstep, Qing Yang quickly added, "The emperor is undoubtedly preoccupied." The dowager typically refrains from interrupting him with state matters. If she were to awaken and learn that we disturbed the emperor, she would surely hold it against me. Therefore, we should first summon the physician to assess her condition. Hearing this, concubine Lu breathed a sigh of relief. This way, she did not have to make the decision herself, and any ensuing troubles would not fall on her shoulders. Jiyu Lingyu pursed her lips, finding the rationale utterly lacking. Was not Emperor Qianqi a proponent of governing through filial piety? His own mother was on the verge of death, and could he remain unconcerned? Nevertheless, she softly interjected, witnessing the dowager in such a state has me worried, so I had someone summon the emperor. Jing Wangfei, Qing Yang nearly exploded with frustration, but it was too late for words. She could only hope that the dowager would recover swiftly, and that no unwise words would escape her lips. Concubine Lu regarded Jiyu Lingyu with a complex expression. The last time she had seen her in the empress's palace, she had been betrothed to another, and had accepted her fate without a fuss. At the time, concubine Lu had assumed Jiyu Lingyu's acceptance stemmed from heartbreak after being spurned by Xing Wang, leading her to choose Jing Wang. However, after witnessing the interaction between Jiyu Lingyu and Jing Wang in broad daylight, coupled with Jing Wang's defense of her, concubine Lu began to suspect that Jiyu Lingyu was not as wretched as others claimed. Otherwise, Jing Wang, known for his disinterest in women, would not have taken such a liking to her merely due to a betrothal. Today, through her son's words, she further understood that Jiyu Lingyu held a unique position in Jing Wang's heart, which was one of the reasons she urged her son to apologize to her. This Miss Jiyu not only had the backing of the Tang family, but also of the Jiyu clan, and even Jing Wangfu. Now it appeared that her own strength was not to be underestimated. She felt fortunate that Jing Wang was poisoned, otherwise, given the current circumstances, no one would stand a chance against him. As concubine Lu pondered, the attendants, hesitant to grip the dowager too firmly, inadvertently allowed her to break free and lunge at concubine Lu. Wretched woman! It's all your fault. Long Tianhui only drugged me because of you. Why are you still alive? Go die. One hand clutched concubine Lu's hair while the other clawed at her face. Despite her age, the others dared not intervene, leaving concubine Lu in a rather undignified state. At this moment, concubine Lu could no longer maintain her composure. She shielded her face with her hands, kneeling on the ground in fear of disfigurement. Qing Yang, embracing the dowager from behind, cried out, "Your Highness, please wake up." "What is wrong? Look closely, she is the concubine." Har har har. The dowager erupted into laughter, her eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled. She resembled a vengeful spirit. "Long Tianhui, are you still defending her? Do you think I am unaware that you poisoned my jewelry to prevent me from bearing children? How deeply you hate me, seeking to strip me of my right to motherhood. Fortunately, I discovered your treachery early. If you won't allow me to conceive, then I shall bear a child regardless." "I have no desire to grant you a child, Your Highness. Please stop, I beg you, do not say any more," Qing Yang implored. "Do you think you can silence me? I shall speak my mind. Did you ever consider that Ao Chun is not even your son? Har har har, you forbade me from bearing your son, so I shall bear one for another." The palace attendants, upon hearing this revelation, lowered their heads in trepidation, afraid to breathe. Concubine Lu, who had been prostrated on the ground, suddenly lifted her head in shock at the dowager's words, despair flickering in her eyes. Simultaneously, Qing Yang, frightened by the dowager's statements, felt weakened, giving the dowager the opportunity to swiftly claw at concubine Lu's face. Instantly, 5 bloody marks appeared on concubine Lu's visage. Jiyu Lingyu, taken aback by the explosive gossip, was engrossed in the unfolding drama when she suddenly sensed a formidable pressure approaching from behind. Turning her head, she beheld Emperor Qianqi standing at the doorway, his expression dark and stormy, flanked by the astonished Jiao Ming and Yun Jin. Chapter 79, The Dark Influence. At that moment, others also noticed the presence of the Emperor of the Apocalypse. The crowd hurriedly bowed to him. Even the favored consort Lu came to her senses and knelt down. Upon seeing the Emperor at the doorway, the Empress Dowager glanced back at the kneeling Qing Yang, seemingly seeking confirmation of something, murmuring, "Long Tianhui." Long Tianhui. As she spoke, she rushed towards the Emperor. "Your Majesty, be cautious." Jiao Ming, seeing this, anxiously attempted to shield the emperor, but was ordered by the emperor to stand down. He dared not advance further. At this point, the Empress Dowager had already reached the emperor's side, exclaiming, "I will kill you, I will kill you." The emperor's expression remained indifferent as he grasped both of her hands, then, using one hand, delivered a decisive strike that rendered her unconscious. He cast a glance at the kneeling Jiu Lingyu and consort Lu before instructing, Jiao Ming, summon the imperial physician. He then lifted the unconscious Empress Dowager and carried her into the inner palace. Jiu Lingyu pondered uneasily, could the emperor truly be capable of silencing her? From the Empress Dowager's facade of amiability, she sensed that there was much more beneath the surface. A person who could jest with you while simultaneously plotting your demise was either deeply calculating or profoundly twisted. She had initially believed that someone who could ascend to the role of Empress Dowager while maintaining a position of power must possess a formidable intellect, which is why she had contemplated using a hallucinogenic to expose her true nature. Little did she expect that not only was the Empress Dowager shrewd, but also deranged. Soon, the emperor emerged from the inner chamber. He did not permit anyone to rise but instead cast a cold glance over the assembled individuals before focusing on Jiu Lingyu and consort Lu. What on earth transpired? Jiu Lingyu remained silent, turning her gaze towards consort Lu. Consort Lu shook her head. This humble servant does not know what happened either. I intended to assist the Empress Dowager to dine, but she suddenly pushed me aside, incessantly calling out Yu Hanjing, yet I do not know who Yu Hanjing is. Upon hearing the name, Yu Hanjing, the emperor froze momentarily. While others may not recognize the name, he was all too familiar with it. Yu Hanjing was the empress of the previous dynasty, and the maternal grandmother of Shang'er. At that moment, the emperor stood there, his mind flooded with the image of a strikingly beautiful woman full of vitality. Every gesture of hers radiated a carefree and proud demeanor, while her every smile etched a profound affection for him. With a sigh, he lamented, alas, when she looked upon him in the end, her eyes were filled with resentment. She must have harbored hatred towards him, otherwise, how could she have named their son Longshang? Perhaps she longed for her own demise. Jiu Lingyu raised her gaze to the emperor. Why did it seem as though he had drifted away upon hearing the name, Yu Hanjing? She glanced at the kneeling figures. Aside from herself and consort Lu, they were all mere servants, and pointing at them would surely be futile. Thus, she softly called out, "Father." Hearing Jiu Lingyu's voice, the emperor snapped back to attention, looking at her before surveying the kneeling individuals. "Everyone, rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yunjin stepped. Just then, Jiao Ming entered hurriedly with the imperial physician. As he prepared to bow to the emperor interjected, "No need for that, go check on the Empress Dowager." He then cast a meaningful glance at Jiu Lingyu. Why was it that every time she entered the palace, incidents seemed to occur? The previous occasion with Longxian was also quite troubling. While Longxian had somewhat brought misfortune upon himself, it was unacceptable to cast him into their sacrificial pit. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that today's troubles with the Empress Dowager were somehow linked to this girl. With a headache forming from these thoughts, the emperor dismissed the matter. The imperial physician acknowledged and was led into the Empress Dowager's chamber. Jiu Lingyu understood that the emperor wished for the physician to ascertain whether the Empress Dowager had been poisoned. Noticing the emperor's unwavering gaze upon her, Jiu Lingyu smiled back at him. She felt no concern that the physician would uncover anything. After all, even without the emperor's intervention, the effects of the drug would have worn off by now. At that moment, a rumble emanated from her stomach. Jiu Lingyu cast a rueful glance at the food on the nearby table, recalling what her son Shang'er had said about otherwise, that little rascal will surely fret again. "Thank you, father." Jiu Lingyu joyfully approached the table, seated herself, and began to eat, exclaiming, "Delicious, though it is a pity it has gone a bit cold." The emperor shot her an exasperated look. The Empress Dowager lay ill in the chamber, and everyone was waiting here. Even he, the emperor, had not eaten yet here she was, casually dining and complaining about the temperature. Consort Lu chuckled inwardly. This was the consequence of favoritism. The emperor favored the Jing prince, and even the Jing princess was granted special treatment. At this moment, the imperial physician exited the chamber. The emperor inquired, "What is the situation?" Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is not gravely harmed. She shall awaken shortly. Upon hearing this, the Emperor coldly inquired, What I wish to know is why the Empress Dowager was afflicted? The physician, terrified, knelt down. When I examined the Empress Dowager just now, I found nothing amiss. As for her affliction, I wonder if it might be related to some dark influence. The Emperor furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Are you suggesting the Empress Dowager is possessed? Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I truly found nothing unusual about the Empress Dowager. The Emperor contemplated for a moment and waved his hand. You may leave. Although Ji Yuling was eating, she remained attentive to the developments nearby. After the physician departed, she set down her chopsticks and approached the Emperor, striving to appear somewhat pitiful as she asked, Father, may this daughter leave the palace? The Emperor feigned displeasure, having consumed so much, you wouldn't dare tell me you are still hungry. Ji Yuling replied earnestly, I am not particularly hungry. After all, I did eat some earlier. It is just that the food has grown a bit cold, and my stomach feels somewhat uncomfortable. The Emperor found himself both exasperated and amused. She truly had the audacity to speak so freely, however, since the physician had not uncovered anything. Even if he harbored suspicions against her, he had no evidence. Remaining in the palace would only serve to vex him further, so it would be better to allow her to leave.